At the age of 14, you accidentally saved several girls being hunted down, thinking it was just a casual act at the time. But it wasn't until 10 years later that you discovered those girls from back then weren't just daughters of top chaebol. She was actually the young lady of an aristocratic family, and it seemed they were all actively inquiring about your whereabouts. And you also discovered that the daughter of the Lu family you married into was one of them as well. At this moment, slightly tipsy, you returned to the villa's living room, walked to the sofa, closed his eyes and sat down. However, after a moment, you seemed to think of something. Suddenly stood up. She walked to the piano in the living room and sat down. Well, it's been a while since I last posted a video. Tonight, I'll take this opportunity to copy another poem. With that, you took out your phone and started a live stream. Without paying attention to the surge of viewers flooding into the stream, you gently placed your hands on the piano keys and began to play. After half a year, Brother Huan is finally live streaming again. So happy. Soon, a song came to an end. The barrage of comments from men and women in the live stream floated up once again. Speculations of all kinds instantly flooded in. Are you heartbroken, handsome? I feel so bad for my dear brother. You can totally tell from Brother Huanshan's lyrics, okay? Big brother must have been cheated on. How else could one possibly sing with such profound meaning? The song ended, but its melody lingered in the air. Your hands slowly lift from the piano keys, as if still immersed in the musical world from earlier. Yet, when you snapped back to reality, a subconscious reflex made you hastily pull up your clothes, covering her face. Just as you were about to get up to turn off the live stream, the phone suddenly displayed a shutdown interface without any warning. You watched the gradually dimming image on the screen. Shaking his head helplessly, she put down the clothes that had been covering her face. You yawned widely, your eyes slightly dazed, whispering softly to myself, forget it. Charge it tomorrow. First take a shower and go to sleep. After speaking, you felt as though all strength had been drained from your body. Turned around slowly. Dragging heavy footsteps, he walked toward the bedroom. At the same time, in a luxurious estate within the Yunding Tiangong, the top-tier villa district of the Magic City, Lu Ruxu was lying on the bed, watching your live stream with an excited expression. Her eyes were fixed intently on the screen, afraid of missing out on any exciting moment. After your live stream ends, Lu Ruxu was instantly overcome with uncontrollable excitement. She quickly closed the already ended livestream interface. Open call log. Without hesitation, I dialed a number. In an exquisitely decorated presidential suite of the imperial capital, Liu Ruyan was clad in a purple nightgown, elegantly seated on the plush sofa. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, gently swirling it. The crimson liquid swirls in the glass, exudes a charming fragrance. Liu Ruyan opposite, a woman with a graceful figure was sitting there. Her beauty was like the bright moon in the night sky, radiating an intoxicating glow. Liu Ruyan smiled and raised her wine glass. He gestured gently toward the woman and said, Yao Yao, it's been so long since we sisters last met. Come, let's make a toast. Xin Mangyao lightly chuckled as she raised her glass to clink with hers. It's only been a year. Not that long ago. After taking a delicate sip, Liu Ruyan responded with a smile. A year is long enough. Haven't you heard the saying a day apart feels like 3 years? Xin Mangyao smiled and shook her head. Miss me? Just come to the capital to see me then, it's not far by plane. Liu Ruyan responded helplessly, I wish I could too. However, in the past 2 years, I've already begun taking full charge of the group's affairs. Can't squeeze out any time at all. Has your uncle already started handing over the group to you? This is way too fast. Qin Mangyao asked in astonishment. In her opinion, Liu Ruyan's father was just past 40 years old, in the prime of life. How could the responsibilities of the Liu Corporation be handed over to Liu Ruyan so quickly? Don't even bring it up, my dad's obsessed with fishing lately. Company affairs can be left to me to handle. He would never lay a hand on you slash him, her slash them. My younger siblings are still in school. I guess it's up to me to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Liu Ruyan let out a bitter laugh. Qin Mangyao suddenly understood and teased. I see. Uncle is living the leisurely life ahead of time. But you're so capable. Taking over the group won't be a problem. Liu Ruyan modestly waved her hand. Still have a lot to learn. By the way, I've got some good news to tell you. I'm already married. Qin Mangyao widened her eyes in astonishment. The wineglass nearly slipped from my hand. With whom? Did you find that man? Liu Ruyan flashed a sweet smile. Then he nodded heavily. At this moment, just as Liu Ruyan was about to say something more, a sudden, urgent ringtone blared from the phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Liu Ruyan slightly furrowed her brows. With a puzzled expression, he pressed the answer button. What's wrong, Ruxu? It's so late. Before Liu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Liu Ruxu's extremely excited voice instantly erupted from the other end of the phone. Sis, you're having an affair. Liu Ruyan froze for a moment, unable to respond immediately. Liu Ruxu's excited voice rose several notches higher. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you really cheating? Ha, that's wonderful. As Lu Rux's words faded, only then did Liu Ruyan snap out of her daze. In an instant, her originally sweet expression instantly fell. Gritting his teeth, he scolded furiously. Liu Ruxu, it seems you've been asking for a beating lately, haven't you? Dare to spread false rumors about me. Have I not disciplined you for too long or what? Listening to Liu Ruyan's scolding, Liu Ruxu on the other end of the phone wasn't the least bit afraid. Still excitedly speaking. Sis, stop pretending already. Your affair is already known by your brother-in-law. And now this matter has almost gone viral online. And, there's more. Before Liu Ruxu could finish speaking, Liu Ruyan's face had long turned pale. Her brows were tightly furrowed. After hanging up the phone, I quickly opened the social media app on my phone. In an instant, several red-hot trending topics were already dominating the hot search list. Shocking. After half a year, the renowned original content creator dropped a new song late at night, stunning everyone. Famous music influencer stuns with first-ever face reveal. A content creator with tens of millions of fans is suspected of being cheated on. Seeing these suddenly appearing entries, Liu Ruyan's brow furrowed tightly once more. After casually clicking on one of the terms, a pile of extremely exaggerated marketing copy and a video immediately appeared in her field of vision. The video thumbnail featured an exceptionally handsome profile, and at the end of the copy, as expected, 5 glaringly bold words appeared: NC Shocking Department. Seeing that incredibly familiar profile, Liu Ruyan's fair hand trembled slightly as she clicked in. In an instant, your incredibly melancholic singing voice and desolate figure immediately appeared in the scene. Listening to your voice filled with a sense of brokenness, and the lyrics are filled with a sense of betrayal. 2 minutes later, Liu Ruyan's delicate face had already turned as pale as paper. However, before she could finish watching the video, Liu Rux's phone call came in again. Sis, why did you hang up on me? Before Liu Ruyan could respond, Liu Rux's voice grew excited once more. Where did you put the keys to Huan Ji's villa in the suburbs? Listening to Liu Rux's inquiry, Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Suppressing his emotions, he said solemnly, listen up, Liu Ruxu, I didn't cheat on you. I have never done anything to let your brother-in-law down. As for Liu Ruyan's warning, Liu Ruxu on the other end of the phone remained unconcerned. Responding, sis, stop being so stubborn. Huan Ji once mentioned that he writes songs almost entirely by drawing inspiration from his personal experiences. Have you watched that video yet? Don't tell me you don't understand the meaning in the lyrics. Speaking of which, Liu Ruxu raised her voice several notches. You've pissed off Huan Gu so badly he's like a lost soul, drunk and drenched in rain. Now even the phone is turned off. Give me the key quickly. I'm going to comfort my illusory god darling. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's originally somewhat pale and delicate face instantly turned crimson, that kind of blush. It's an extreme manifestation of fury. By now, she was shaking with rage, gritting her teeth as she roared into the phone at Liu Ruxu on the other end. Ah! Liu Ruxu, just you wait till I get back, I'll break your legs. Liu Ruxu seemed startled by Liu Ruyan's furious outburst. Remembering the fear of being dominated by her older sister since childhood, her voice suddenly faltered. She whined, sis, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. It's not like I told you to cheat on him. Besides, you know exactly what kind of person my husband is. You've already made him wear a green hat, how could he possibly want you back? As she spoke, Liu Ruxu seemed to think of something. Then, as if forgetting her fear of her own sister, she exclaimed excitedly once more. Quick, give me the keys. If you two are going to divorce, why let someone else benefit? Might as well let me. Why let the good stuff go to outsiders? At least this way, you can still see him as his sister-in-law. At that moment, Liu Ruyan finally seemed to calm down, responding with a cold laugh. Since you know your brother-in-law's temperament, you should understand what happens if I truly betray him and he finds out. Given his temperament, do you really think he'd just stay silent and brood alone like he is now? Liu Ruyan's counter-question instantly silenced Liu Ruxu on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Liu Ruxu timidly replied, maybe, perhaps, it's possible. Before she could finish, Liu Ruyan cut her off sharply. There's no maybe or perhaps about it. Given his temperament, if I truly made him wear a green hat, he'd have stormed over to settle the score with me long ago. Besides, I've been with you and Sister Yao all day. She's still right beside me now. Where exactly would I go to cuckold your brother-in-law? Her voice turned icy, laced with thick sarcasm. You've been watching too many brainless soap operas and reading too many trashy novels lately, haven't you? You think your brother-in-law is some spineless male lead from a soap opera? Her tone grew even sharper as she added, you should know your brother-in-law is the kind of man who took on 4 desperate robbers alone at 14. Do you really think he'd put up with the humiliation of being cuckolded? At that moment, Liu Ruxu on the other end of the line fell instantly silent. It seemed she had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. After a moment, she still couldn't let it go and weakly countered. Well, then how do you explain him getting drunk, getting soaked in the rain, turning off his phone, and that song? There's definitely something fishy going on. Hearing her sister's severely insecure tone, Liu Ruyan sneered coldly once more. How should I know what happened? Most likely he just drank too much out, had a fling along the way, and forgot his umbrella. That's basically it. It's not like it's the first or second time. Chapter 6, Dialogue. With that, Liu Ruyan continued impatiently, fine, that's it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. After hanging up, Liu Ruyan shed her earlier confidence and hurriedly dialed Su Huan's number. Beep, beep, beep. After several unsuccessful attempts, Liu Ruyan began to feel anxious. But Xin Mangyao, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but chuckle softly at Liu Ruyan's anxious expression. Ruyan, what's gotten into you? You were so articulate when you were arguing with Ruxo earlier. Why are you getting nervous now? Faced with her best friend's teasing, Liu Ruyan clearly had no patience for banter. Her expression anxious, she hurriedly said. Yao Yao, hurry up. Get your private jet ready. I need to get back to Shanghai immediately. Seeing her friend's panicked expression, Xin Mangyao's face instantly twisted into utter astonishment. Wait, you're serious about this? Weren't you analyzing it perfectly just a moment ago? Besides, what Su said is completely made up. You didn't actually cheat. Liu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively and continued, don't worry about all that right now. Hurry up and get the plane ready. I'll explain everything to you later. With that, she quickly picked up the phone Xin Mangyao had left on the table and handed it to her. Watching her best friend's anxious urging, Xin Mangyao shook her head helplessly before taking the phone and giving instructions. Alright, it's been taken care of. Just relax and wait a moment. As she spoke, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on Xin Mangyao's face. Ruyan, you look so unsettled right now. Could it be that what Ruxo said earlier was actually? Before she could finish, Liu Ruyan hastily waved her hands again, interrupting, how could that be? Huan is the man I've longed for 10 years. How could I betray him? As she finished, a deep worry flickered in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Remember that dinner gathering you helped me organize yesterday? Xin Mangyao nodded, puzzled. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and continued, when I arrived at the hotel yesterday, I happened to run into Mr. Gu from Gu Group downstairs. I'm worried someone might have snapped some misleading photos. Given Huan's character, if he'd really seen any bad news, he would have contacted me long ago. But I still can't shake this unease. And seeing Huan's lonely figure in that video earlier really tugged at my heartstrings. After hearing Liu Ruyan's explanation, Xin Mangyao couldn't help but chuckle softly. You don't look like the Miss Liu I know at all. More like a dutiful little wife under her husband's thumb. Liu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot her a playful glare. Seeing her bashful expression, Xin Mangyao's laughter grew louder. She stepped closer, reaching out to pinch the faint blush on Liu Ruyan's delicate cheeks. What's your husband's family background? Even a distinguished young lady like you can't keep him in check? Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes and impatiently swatted away the delicate hand pinching her cheek. He mentioned he's an orphan, raised by foster parents since childhood. As for who they are, he never said, and he's never taken me back there. After a pause, Liu Ruyan continued, as for controlling him. I've never dared to think that way. Listening to Liu Ruyan's account, Xin Mangyao's eyes instantly widened with surprise and curiosity. You never dared to think that? That's a bit dramatic. From what you're saying, he's just a bit bold, maybe a little skilled at best. These days, neither of those qualities is particularly remarkable, is it? After all, no matter how bold or skilled he is, without money or influence, he's still just a small-time crook. Liu Ruyan shot her a glare before retorting irritably, he's my husband, not some lowlife. Seeing her best friend getting annoyed, Xin Mangyao quickly raised her hands in surrender and chuckled awkwardly, fine, I won't say another word. I was just a little curious. Liu Ruyan shot her another withering look before continuing, my husband, well, how should I put it? He seems kind of unambitious. He doesn't seem to care much about wealth or power or anything like that. After a pause, she added, we've been legally married for nearly a year now, but he's never once asked me to buy him anything. He barely even drives the sports car I gave him on our wedding day. If I had to point out something, he's actually spent a bit more on our household expenses than I have during this time. Hearing Liu Ruyan's explanation, Xin Mangyao was taken aback once more. In disbelief, she hurriedly asked. No way. Didn't you tell him about the Liu family background? No way. With his rock-solid temperament, there's no way he'd agree to marry me without knowing my family background. Liu Ruyan replied flatly. You have no idea. After I first brought him home, when we were preparing to get married, he specifically went out of his way to inquire about my parents' past and their character. It was as if he feared our entire family was playing a trick on him. He even said something about bad habits being hereditary. If it weren't for my parents having decent character, plus the fact that I was still a virgin when we first became intimate and my personal life was clean, he probably wouldn't have agreed to marry me at all. Xin Mangyao grew increasingly intrigued as she listened, her eyes lighting up. No way. Is this guy that bold? You're the daughter of a top Shanghai family, and he is son-in-law who married into the family dares to make so many demands? He must be out of his mind. Does he really think you can't live without him? Before she could finish, Xin Mangyao looked at Liu Ruyan in disbelief. Though she knew little of their union's history, she assumed that given the Lu family's standing, the marriage must have been arranged with the man entering as a son-in-law. Liu Ruyan shook her head softly. He's not mad. That's just his nature. In his own words, he's a relic of the old era, a remnant of feudal society. He insists his wife must be pure. Of course, if we don't register the marriage, he doesn't care. And by the way, our marriage wasn't him marrying into my family, I married him. As for whether I absolutely need him, well, he seems kind of indifferent about it. At this point, Liu Ruyan shook her head again with a bitter smile, her voice tinged with resignation as she continued. You heard my call with Ruxa earlier. Honestly, he's not exactly short on beautiful women from wealthy families trying to win him over. And it's not just Ruxu. From what I know, there's another woman out there whose family background and looks are on par with mine, waiting for him. You could say those two stinking women are just waiting for me to slip up so they can stir up trouble. Chapter 7, Little Ones Are Cute Too. After finishing, Liu Ruyan sighed helplessly. She exchanged a glance with Qin Mangyao and countered. Tell me, with a husband like mine, someone who earns his own money, has no desire for power or wealth, is humorous, handsome, and has several women eyeing him, would I be crazy enough to try and control him? Is it because I didn't push him away fast enough? Hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Qin Mangyao grew increasingly curious, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly grabbed Liu Ruyan's arm and cooed, does such a man really exist? Got any pictures? I'd love to see what this perfect man of yours actually looks like. Hearing Qin Mengyao's words, Liu Ruyan instinctively grew wary, responding with a guarded tone, I can show you, but I'm warning you. You'd better not develop any curious feelings toward him. I don't want another best friend turning into a love rival besides my own sister. Qin Mangyao patted her shoulder dismissively, sneering, as if, I'm the esteemed young miss of the Qin family in the capital. How could I possibly be interested in a married man? Relax, trust me. I promise I won't make a move on your wonderful husband. Liu Ruyan shot her a skeptical glance. Moments later, when Qin Mangyao began squirming under her stare, Liu Ruyan finally relented. She pulled out her phone and deftly opened her photo album. Instantly, the screen filled with countless images of a man of striking beauty, his eyes as bright as stars. Liu Ruyan looked at Qin Mangyao triumphantly and chuckled softly, so? Isn't my husband handsome? Qin Mangyao froze, staring at the man in the photo. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him before. After snapping back to her senses, she quickly nodded. He really is handsome. At that moment, Liu Ruyan chuckled softly once more, of course. How could the taste of this Miss Liu be anything but impeccable? Let me tell you, my husband isn't just handsome, he's got an amazing physique too, with 8-pack abs. In his own words, he's the real-life version of Sassy G, the village's resident heartthrob. At this point, Liu Ruyan gave an embarrassed chuckle, though I have no idea what he means by sassage. At that moment, Qin Mangyao seemed utterly captivated by Su Huan's sculpted, handsome features. Her brows furrowed slightly as memories flooded her mind like a movie reel, flashing with every detail connected to that face. Liu Ruyan, standing beside her, witnessed it all. Seeing her best friend staring intently at Su Huan's photo, she felt a pang of annoyance. Without hesitation, she swiftly turned off the phone screen, muttering discontentedly under her breath. Hey, hey, hey! That's enough. I told you not to mess with my old man stuff. Hearing her mutterings, Qin Mangyao finally snapped out of her daze. She waved her hands hurriedly, explaining, no, don't get the wrong idea. I just suddenly remembered something and got distracted for a moment. Qin Mangyao's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, but she made no mention of the inexplicable sense of familiarity she'd felt upon seeing Su Huan. She just kept explaining to Liu Ruyan. Really, don't worry. I may be a bit of a looks-obsessed person, but I'm not going to turn into a love-struck fool over a single photo. Liu Ruyan shot her another glance, her eyes brimming with deep skepticism. Seeing this, Qin Mangyao shook her head helplessly. Just as she was about to explain further, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Qin Mangyao said in a sweet voice, all right. The helicopter's ready on the rooftop helipad. Aren't you still busy explaining things to your precious husband? Hurry up and go now. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan nodded hurriedly. She immediately returned to her room to change clothes, clearly aware of what mattered most at that moment. Moments later, Qin Mangyao approached Liu Ruyan, who had finished changing, and said softly, let's go. I'll take you up. Upon reaching the rooftop, Qin Mangyao accompanied Liu Ruyan to the helicopter. After helping her aboard, Qin Mangyao stood before the aircraft, smiling as she watched her. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to say goodbye, Qin Mangyao suddenly chuckled softly and said gently, Ruyan, it's so late. I'm a little worried about you going back alone. How about? Before Qin Mangyao could finish, Liu Ruyan cut her off firmly, no need. I feel perfectly safe. Besides, you're not even flying the plane. You'd just take up space. That's it, bye. Waving her hand, Liu Ruyan immediately instructed the pilot to take off. Watching Liu Ruyan avoid her like the plague, Qin Mangyao sighed helplessly and muttered a few scolding words under her breath. What a woman who prioritizes romance over friendship. And she calls herself my bestie. Liu Ruyan's face darkened. She thought to herself, you're already eyeing my husband, and you expect me to be nice? At that thought, she couldn't help but shoot Qin Mengyao a withering glance, letting out a couple of annoyed snorts. Just then, as the plane prepared for takeoff, Qin Mengyao turned to Liu Ruyan with a light smile and continued. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Bye, have a safe trip. Watching Qin Mengyao bid her farewell with a radiant smile, Liu Ruyan's previously sour expression gradually softened. She smiled and waved back at her. After the plane took off, Qin Mengyao lifted her head to watch its departing silhouette, murmuring softly to herself, Su Huan, the Su family, the adopted son, 10 years ago. Interesting, could it be him? At dawn, as the sky began to lighten, Liu Ruyan hurried to the Bay Sea community where Su Huan lived after landing her helicopter at a nearby helipad. Arriving at the villa entrance, a pink luxury sports car sat quietly parked in the driveway. Recognizing the familiar vehicle, Liu Ruyan walked toward the driver's seat with a look of surprise. Through the window, she saw her younger sister, Liu Ruxu, quietly dozing with her eyes half closed. Knock knock knock. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan impatiently knocked on the car door. Brother-in-law. Liu Ruxu slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Since they were parked below Su Huan's residence, she instinctively assumed Su Huan had spotted her and had come down to urge her upstairs to rest. However, the moment she called out in a daze and opened her eyes to see it was Liu Ruyan, she instantly sobered up. Her face filled with surprise as she hurriedly opened the door and got out. Sis, weren't you still in the capital? Why are you back so early? Liu Ruyan crossed her arms, her tone sharp. And you have the nerve to say that. Spreading those baseless rumors about me last night was bad enough, but now you're trying to sneak into the house while I'm gone. Honestly, you've really been asking for it lately, haven't you? With that, Liu Ruyan instinctively rolled up her sleeves, adopting a posture ready to teach her younger sister a lesson. Seeing this, Liu Ruxu instinctively took a few quick steps back. Her movements were swift and practiced, as if avoiding Liu Ruyan's actions had been deeply ingrained in her mind, becoming an instinctive response. Yet moments later, seemingly realizing her posture betrayed a lack of dignity, she abruptly suppressed her body's instinctive reaction. Her pretty face twisted into a look of fierce defiance. Oomph. It was your fault for breaking the rules first. If it weren't for you deceiving and ambushing me, Brother Huan would have been mine. You should be calling him your brother-in-law. Listening to her sister's smooth little rant, Liu Ruyan shot her a dismissive glance and sneered. You? Ha ha ha. You little brat with a flat as a skateboard figure, and you dare talk big. Her words trailing off, Liu Ruyan's contemptuous gaze swept over Liu Ruxu's figure, finally pausing briefly on her barely budding chest. Moments later, she pulled her own neckline down slightly, puffing out her nearly E-cup snow-white bosom with a confident expression. With a figure like mine, I envy myself. What could a little brat like you possibly compare to? Don't want to crush your ego, but when I look in the mirror, I even want to myself. You, ha? With that, Liu Ruyan cast another contemptuous glance at Liu Ruxu's utterly unremarkable figure. As Liu Ruyan's words fell, Liu Ruxu seemed struck by some unimaginable horror. Her pretty face flushed with shame and anger, her chest heaving violently as she puffed out her cheeks in indignation. She instinctively lowered her head to glance at her unflattering neckline. Moments later, her anger and shame boiled over again. She turned to Liu Ruxu and protested indignantly. Oomph. So what if it is? It'll grow bigger later. Besides, Brother Huan told me that this thing, well, small has its own advantages. Small can be cute too. However, Liu Ruyan scoffed at Liu Ruxu's feeble rebuttal. Ha! He also said that a woman who can't even see her own toes when she bends over is the ultimate beauty in this world. Liu Ruyan said slowly and deliberately. Exactly. No doubt about it, the peerless beauty he described as someone like me. As for you? He's just teasing you with those lines he picked up online. After speaking, Liu Ruyan seemed to have lost interest in this tedious argument. She waved her hand dismissively, her expression utterly impassive. Fine, I'm not wasting my breath on you. You've been waiting here all alone, haven't you? Come on. Let me show you inside. With that, Liu Ruyan waved the villa keys in her hand triumphantly and turned to walk away. Chapter 8, Startled Awakening in the Deathbed. Opening the villa's heavy front door, Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruxa glided inside like two graceful butterflies, one after the other. Stepping into the foyer, the first thing that caught their eyes was the clothing Su Huan had carelessly discarded the night before. The damp clothes still clung to the floor, silently bearing witness to last night's torrential downpour. The two women merely glanced at them casually before dismissing these trivial matters. Their steps seemed hurried as they rushed up the stairs, heading straight for the master bedroom on the second floor. Arriving at the bedroom door, Liu Ruyan stopped, took a deep breath, and cautiously pushed the door. However, just as she had anticipated, the door was firmly shut, clearly locked from the inside by Su Huan. This held no surprise for Liu Ruyan. She knew Su Huan's habit of locking the door when resting, and this was far from the first time she'd encountered such a situation. Knock knock knock. The knocking echoed through the silent corridor, sounding strangely jarring. After knocking for nearly 2 or 3 minutes, Liu Ruxu began to feel nervous. Her eyes instantly reddened, and her voice trembled slightly as she whispered. Sis, about what I said last night. You didn't actually do something to betray my brother-in-law and let him find out, did you? What about my husband now? Before she could finish, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but snap at her sharply. Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you? I've never done anything to betray your brother-in-law. Never. Startled by the sudden outburst, Liu Ruxa flinched, her face instantly clouding over with hurt. Like a child caught in the act, she slowly lowered her head, daring not to utter another sound. However, just as Liu Ruyan raised her hand again to knock on the door, Su Huan's extremely displeased roar suddenly echoed from inside. Who the hell is that? Are you crazy? Knocking like that first thing in the morning. Hearing Su Huan's sudden outburst, both women jumped in unison. Yet, when they heard Su Huan's resonant voice though filled with irritated scolding, they both felt an inexplicable surge of joy. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Liu Ruyan knew all too well about Su Huan's notoriously severe morning grouchiness. Whenever they were together in the past, every time she tried to get up, Su Huan would insist on dragging her into a morning session of intimacy. She'd justify it by saying morning heat needed to be cooled down with a loving union. But back to the story. When Su Huan opened the door, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of patterned boxers, his eyes half closed and still heavy with sleep, he had no idea what was about to happen. Before his eyes could adjust to the light outside and make out the scene before him, suddenly, a figure darted toward him like lightning, charging straight into his arms. In that instant, years of instinctive reflexes kicked in, causing Su Huan's body to instinctively brace for defense. Yet, the familiar scent wafting from that figure instantly overrode his primal instincts. In that instant, he was knocked backward by the force of the figure's impact, and both of them crashed heavily onto the soft bed. Feeling the soft, delicate body pressed against him and inhaling that all too familiar scent, Su Huan gently rubbed his eyes on the bed. Just as he opened his eyes, intending to properly examine the figure pinning him down, Liu Ruxa's voice, brimming with delight, suddenly rang out. Brother Huan, you're okay. That's wonderful. Su Huan was utterly baffled by her words. His brows furrowed slightly as he prepared to ask what she meant, but Liu Ruxa's voice cut in again. Brother Huan, did my sister really cheat? But even if she did, you don't need to be sad, Brother Huan. You still have me. Her tone suddenly softened, tinged with a hint of coquettishness as she continued, I'll always only care about you, brother. This barrage of words left Su Huan utterly dumbfounded. Yet, even as his mind reeled in confusion, those 5 words my sister cheated sank deep into his consciousness. His eyes widened as 2 vivid scenes from last night instantly flashed through his mind. In that split second, he instinctively pushed Liu Ruxu off him, his voice rising involuntarily. What did you say? However, before any response could be heard, his mind began to replay last night's 2 dramatic scenes like a movie reel, interspersed with Liu Ruxu's recent declaration, my sister had an affair. His expression grew distant as his right hand unconsciously brushed his nose, his lips murmuring softly. Startled awake in death's grip. The clown is none other than myself? The words barely left his lips when rage erupted within him. He clenched his fist and slammed it against the bed frame, roaring at the top of his lungs. You old bastard, you've pushed me too far. No, how dare you deceive me? At that moment, Liu Ruyan, standing outside the door, seemed to finally snap out of the series of chaotic scenes. Hearing Su Huan's furious shouts and seeing his enraged expression, she rushed to his side with a look of urgency, then quickly wrapped her arms around his. Husband, I didn't. Don't listen to Rux's nonsense. Did you see some strange photos? Let me explain first. During my business trip, I was with my best friend from the capital the whole time. Every place we went has surveillance to prove it. Believe me, I truly haven't done anything you wouldn't approve of. Her words trailing off, Liu Ruyan looked up nervously, studying Su Huan's expression as if terrified he might misunderstand her. Seeing the cautious look in Liu Ruyan's eyes as she clung to him, Su Huan's furrowed brow deepened. He took a deep breath, slowly calming his emotions. Fine. Explain yourself. I'm listening. Seeing Su Huan finally calm down, though his tone remained distant, Liu Ruyan still let out a huge sigh of relief. She hurriedly recounted their trip to the imperial capital, emphasizing the encounter with Mr. Wang of the wine group downstairs at the hotel and their subsequent dinner together. She also mentioned her fear that someone might have photographed that incident and sent it to Su Huan, intending to sow discord in their marriage. However, her words left Su Huan momentarily bewildered. He relaxed his furrowed brow, his expression shifting from gloom to confusion. What does that mean? Business dinners during your trips are perfectly normal, right? And photos? I haven't seen any. Chapter 9, E-Rank Powerhouse. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan looked at Su Huan's genuinely puzzled expression and instantly wore a look of bewilderment herself. She pouted playfully, honey, if you didn't know anything, didn't see anything, and didn't misunderstand anything, then why did you go around saying I was cheating? Hearing Liu Ruyan's tender reproach, Su Huan froze once more. His expression shifted from bewilderment to shock. In a dazed state, he raised his right finger toward himself and sighed helplessly. Come on, sis, you 2 sisters have been steering this whole thing from start to finish, okay? I just woke up from a nap, and before I could even catch my breath, I had to listen to your perfectly coordinated routine. I'm just as confused as you are, okay? Besides, when did I ever accuse you of cheating? At that moment, Lu Ruxa slowly sat up from the bed. Her pretty face bore an innocent yet clear-eyed foolishness as she spoke. Brother-in-law, didn't you say it yourself that my sister was cheating? Su Huan's eyes widened. His gaze unfocused, he pointed a finger at himself without speaking. Lu Ruxa nodded and continued, last night, you were drunk, soaked from the rain, and then there was that new song. You looked completely lost and disoriented. Besides, didn't you once say you rely heavily on inspiration and personal experiences when writing songs? The meaning in those lyrics, isn't it blatantly saying my sister cheated on you? As Lu Ruxa finished speaking, Liu Ruyan beside her instantly shot him a puzzled look. Su Huan shot them a disapproving look before calmly explaining last night's events to them. Last night I ate 2 big melons just on a whim. You guys are really overreacting. If you have any questions, just give me a call. Besides, you know my personality. Do you really think I'm the type to stew in my own juices and swallow my pride when wronged? You guys really underestimate me. As the words fell, the sisters instantly broke into awkward laughter. Liu Ruyan shot Lu Ruxa a fierce glare. It's all Rusu's fault. That little brat never thinks before she acts. Last night, Meng Yao and I were chatting just fine. Then she calls and leaves me on edge, forcing me to rush back overnight on the Qin family's private jet. I'm dead tired. Relaxing after her outburst, Liu Ruyan yawned widely, her eyes heavy with sleep. At that moment, Lu Ruxa felt a pang of hurt. She pouted her delicate lips and spoke softly. It's not all my fault. Brother-in-law, your phone was turned off last night. I couldn't reach you at all. Plus, with all your crazy antics, I just got a little too excited. No, I was just overly worried about you. Hearing her sister's instinctive, heartfelt words, Liu Ruyan shot her another fierce glare. Her sister's peculiar little thoughts about her husband were so obvious, she couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore. Su Huan chuckled softly, ignoring the grammatical errors in Lu Ruxa's sentence. My phone died last night. I'd had a few drinks and was too lazy to charge it, so I just went to sleep. Alright, since it was all a misunderstanding, you two should go wash up and sleep too. It's only 6 or 7 now. Sleeping until noon will be just perfect. Fine. Lu Ruxa reluctantly nodded before turning and leaving Su Huan's room. Half an hour later, Liu Ruyan emerged slowly from the bathroom wearing a seductively alluring purple robe. Seeing this, Su Huan stared at Liu Ruyan's snow-white skin and her curvaceous, delicate figure. Su Huan couldn't help but let out a soft hum. My sister said purple has a certain charm. At that moment, judging by the ample expanse of snow-white skin peeking from Liu Ruyan's neckline, at least an E-cup, the word charming clearly fell short. If forced to describe it in 2 words, only provocative came close to capturing the essence. She glided gracefully to the bedside, bending down gently before Su Huan and murmured in a sweet, soft voice. Husband, I've been away on business for a few days. Did you miss me? As she finished speaking, Liu Ruyan deliberately leaned her body forward slightly toward Su Huan. In that instant, Su Huan saw only 2 snow-white, breathtakingly beautiful pear-shaped objects swaying wildly before his eyes. He instinctively swallowed hard, a strange word suddenly popping into his mind. Could this be the legendary facial cleanser? An E-rank powerhouse, terrifying indeed. The next moment, his breathing grew ragged. He swiftly embraced Liu Ruyan's slender frame, pulling her close against him. Of course I miss you, my husband. How could I possibly resist thinking about a heavenly beauty like my wife? Caught off guard by Su Huan's sudden embrace, Liu Ruyan gasped, casting him a charmingly reproachful glance. But before she could say more, Su Huan suddenly pressed his index finger against her red lips. Don't speak, and don't ask. For the next 3 hours, whatever you say goes. I won't argue. Watching Su Huan's rapid breathing and fiery eyes, Liu Ruyan's lovely face glowed with sweetness. She felt utterly delighted that her man was so utterly captivated by her. This is when your morning grouchiness kicks in, you know. How about? Before she could finish, Su Huan quickly pulled the blanket over both of them. My wife really understands me. You're right, You're really fired up. Over 2 hours later, the unusual sounds from the master bedroom finally subsided. Su Huan gazed at Liu Ruyan, who was now fast asleep, a smile spreading across his face. His eyes held a look of profound satisfaction. Truly worthy of the title Empress Ruyan, whose fame echoes across the heavens. No wonder every author in past lives favored this name so much. Truly, great reputations are never undeserved. Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. With that, Su Huan gently wrapped his arm around her snow-white, voluptuous form, drawing her close into his embrace before drifting off into a deep sleep alongside her. When Su Huan opened his eyes again, Liu Ruyan, who had been sleeping in his arms, had already risen and gone to wash up. He reached for the pack of cigarettes on the nightstand, pulled one out, and lit it with practiced ease. Puff. After exhaling, the smoke began to disperse throughout the room. At that moment, Liu Ruyan, now dressed in a black work skirt after finishing her routine, opened the bathroom door. Seeing Su Huan leaning against the headboard, puffing away, Liu Ruyan smiled softly. Honey, you're awake. Su Huan smiled and nodded, murmuring softly, how come I only slept for such a short while? Is there something else planned for this afternoon? Liu Ruyan shook her head. Nothing this afternoon, but we might have to attend a dinner tonight. Chapter 10, Ji Boda. Huan nodded calmly, asking no further questions. He understood that as the group's president, Liu Ruyan occasionally needed to attend banquets and such. Alright, honey. You work hard. Liu Ruyan smiled softly, gliding over to sit beside Huan. Honey, let's head back to the city together later. While the surroundings here are lovely and the accommodations comfortable, it's simply too far from the office. Commuting would be inconvenient. Huan chuckled softly and nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Sure. I only came here because you were away on business just to get some fresh air and relax for a few days. Now that you're back, it doesn't matter where I stay. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan happily planted a light kiss on his cheek, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Moments later, Huan got up and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he was brushing his teeth, his mouth full of foam, Liu Ruyan suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up. Oh, right, honey. The banquet I need to attend tonight isn't business related. It's a welcome dinner for friends in our circle. Would you like to come along for a bit? Her tone was cautious as she spoke. She knew Huan had never been fond of attending these tedious banquets and parties. Huan turned his head, his words muffled by the toothbrush as he asked, Is there anything special about it? Liu Ruyan instantly understood his meaning and replied without hesitation, Nothing particularly special, really. It's just that the guest of honor at this welcome banquet is someone I was quite close with as a child. Oh, him. He's the son of Uncle Ji from the Ji family next to the old estate Ji Bodai. You and Uncle Ji have a pretty good relationship, right? So? Before Liu Ruyan could finish, Huan froze upon hearing the name Ji Bodai. When she snapped back to reality, she was so shocked she accidentally dropped her toothbrush. What did you say? Huan shouted this with her mouth full of foam, then hurriedly picked up the toothbrush from the floor and turned to quickly finish brushing. Seeing Huan's stunned expression, Liu Ruyan felt utterly baffled. She walked toward the bathroom, confused, and asked, Honey, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? By then, Huan had finished brushing his teeth. Holding a towel to his face, he was quickly wrapping it up. Moments later, he hung up the towel, took Liu Ruyan's delicate hand, and hurried out of the bathroom. Guiding her to sit on the bedroom sofa, Huan's eyes flickered with shock and curiosity as he urgently asked, What did you just say? Who's the guest of honor at the banquet? Ji Boda? Your childhood friend? Liu Ruyan watched Huan's stunned expression and instantly recalled the look on his face when they met again and he heard her name. Back then, when he heard her say Liu Ruyan, he had looked at her with the same mixture of surprise and curiosity. Even a year ago, when they discussed getting married, she could sense Huan harboring an inexplicable wariness toward her, or perhaps, more accurately, toward her name. Had Huan not thoroughly investigated and confirmed her innocence, her private life standing up to his scrutiny, they might never have come together. She took a moment to steady her emotions, suppressing all the thoughts churning within her. Liu Ruyan nodded calmly. Yes, the guest of honor at the welcome banquet is indeed Ji Boda. He truly was my childhood friend. 5 years ago, Uncle Ji sent him abroad for studies, and he just returned today. Hearing Liu Ruyan acknowledge his question without the slightest hint of unease, an utterly peculiar expression instantly flashed across Huan's face. 2 years ago, when she first met Liu Ruyan, Huan had been utterly astonished, wondering how anyone could dare use that name in this day and age. Yet a year later, Liu Ruyan seemed to have finally confirmed her identity, realizing she was the little boy who had saved them all back then. From that point on, Liu Ruyan frequently staged chance encounters. No matter what problems Huan encountered in college, big or small, Liu Ruyan would promptly resolve them for her. Time passed like this. Then, due to a fortuitous accident, an inexplicable, extraordinary bond formed between them. From that moment on, Liu Ruyan officially became Huan's girlfriend. Half a year ago, for reasons unknown, Liu Ruyan suddenly brought up getting married. Back then, influenced by memories from her past life and a deep reverence for the name Liu Ruyan, Huan made up a string of excuses, stubbornly refusing to register their marriage. At that moment, Liu Ruyan wept before him like a pear blossom drenched in rain. She seemed to understand men's hearts while she only cried, without the slightest fuss. Watching her grow more haggard by the day, Huan's heart finally softened. He employed certain methods to secretly investigate Liu Ruyan's past from start to finish. Upon learning that despite bearing the title of the great Emperor Ruyan, she was indeed a woman of pure integrity, Huan finally relented and registered their marriage. Yet despite their outwardly normal marital interactions, Huan harbored an inexplicable wariness. His memories from a past life, the countless avatars of the great Emperor Ruyan reflecting across the heavens, made him doubt that the pure maiden he now encountered could be the genuine article among so many corrupted Tao masters. He harbored a fear, or rather, the fear all males share, of that green crown of infidelity. Thus, in his interactions with Liu Ruyan, he subconsciously kept an escape route open, reluctant to form a deep bond with her. Yet despite these thoughts and actions, after spending time together, he couldn't help but develop some feelings for her. Now, with the sudden return of Ji Boda, the name of the male lead who had been paired with the great Emperor Ruyan in countless past lives, Huan couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Maybe I should find an opportunity, come up with an excuse, and get the divorce papers first. This is the heaven-shattering emperor, notorious as the male lead in a torture novel. Even if they can't torment me, what if they have some private connection? I can't possibly keep an eye on Liu Ruyan every single moment. These thoughts swirled in her mind as, in reality, Huan absent-mindedly picked up a cigarette and lit it. I'll wait a while. They haven't started interacting yet, and I can't think of a suitable reason right now. Give it some time. If they show any signs of getting cozy, I'll divorce her immediately. As long as she doesn't have that certificate, she's nothing more than my girlfriend at best. As long as she doesn't have that piece of paper, that green crown will never land on my head. That's how it'll be. Chapter 11, Tough as Nails. Seeing Huan's brows furrow slightly and his expression shift, Liu Ruyan waved her delicate hand in front of him. Honey, what are you thinking about? Hearing her cautious call, Huan snapped out of his train of thought. He chuckled softly and asked casually. Are you and that Bodai close? Did you have a past? Seeing Huan's slightly strange gaze, coupled with his deep voice, how could Liu Ruyan fail to detect the probing in his words? She hastily waved her hands, explaining, No. How could there be any past between us? Besides, didn't you specifically look into his background before marriage? He's only ever had you as a man. As for Bodai, we were just childhood playmates. At most, we were decent friends. Finishing her explanation, Liu Ruyan nervously hooked her arm through Huan's, gently nuzzling his shoulder with her head as she cooed, Honey, don't get any ideas. Seeing her flustered expression, Huan's lingering thoughts dissipated considerably. He smiled and playfully tickled her nose. I wasn't overthinking it. Just asking casually. After a pause, Huan continued, but I need to head back to campus this afternoon. Just send me the location for tonight's banquet and I'll make my own way there. Indeed, Huan was still a senior at Shanghai University. However, due to starting his internship in his final year in certain circumstances involving the Lu family, he didn't need to return to campus frequently. Upon hearing Huan agree to accompany her to the banquet, Liu Ruyan instantly broke into a delighted smile. She conveniently overlooked his final remark about needing to return to campus first. Beaming, she planted another kiss on Huan and exclaimed excitedly, That's wonderful. Honey, you finally agreed to accompany me to a banquet. I'm so happy. Seeing Liu Ruyan's face glowing with excitement, Huan shook his head helplessly and chuckled softly, You're exaggerating. It's just one banquet. Is it really worth getting this excited? Liu Ruyan pouted, her eyes filled with reproach as she looked at him, her voice tinged with hurt. And you have the nerve to say that. From dating to marriage, I've invited him countless times, but someone just pretended not to understand and stubbornly refused to budge. It's made it impossible for me to even introduce him to some friends in the circle. Listening to Liu Ruyan's veiled accusations and indirect criticism, Huan shook his head with a wry smile. He pulled her into his arms and comforted her, Alright, don't be upset anymore. You know I hate those boring social events the most. Besides, I'm just a deadbeat with no real ambitions. Introducing me to them would be pointless, I might even embarrass you. Besides, skipping those gatherings doesn't mean I don't care about you. I always have bodyguards with me, our phones have real-time tracking, and let's not forget your status as Miss Liu. It's perfectly safe. But despite Huan's explanation, Liu Ruyan still felt uneasy. She turned away, her red lips pouting in annoyance. What a lame excuse. Seeing this icy cold, aloof beauty CEO acting like a sulking little girl before him, Huan shook his head helplessly once more. Alright. I'll try to accompany you to some necessary social engagements in the future, okay? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan instantly dropped her sulky attitude. She knew that with Huan's preference for a quiet life, this promise was already a huge concession on his part. That's fine. Thanks, honey. Just then, Liu Ruyan's phone rang. She glanced at it, stood up, and smiled. Let's go, honey. The driver's waiting downstairs. Huan nodded and followed her out of the room. Downstairs, Liu Ruxu was already waiting in the living room. Seeing them emerge, she stretched lazily and rose from the sofa, yawning. Sis, did your husband hit you again? He beats you for 2 or 3 hours every time. Are you that tough? Before waiting for Liu Ruyan's response, she immediately turned to Huan, her voice tinged with pleading. Brother-in-law, our family is well off. If you really have some kind of mental health issue, we should find a doctor to check it out sooner rather than later. At this point, she heaved a deep sigh and continued, Domestic violence is wrong, and violence is illegal. You can't just keep hitting my sister so hard just because she can take it. If this keeps up, my sister won't be able to take it forever. Sigh. Listening to her earnest admonition, Huan instantly felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead, while Liu Ruyan's fair, pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She shot Liu Ruxu a fierce glare, stammering out a rebuttal, No, don't talk nonsense. Your brother-in-law didn't hit me. However, at her explanation, Liu Ruxu sighed again without hesitation. Sis, stop trying to fool me. Your screams sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the whole house could hear them. If there's a problem, we should deal with it early. It's not like we don't have the means at home. 2 or 3 hours? Even an Iron Man couldn't endure that. Su Huan's face had turned as dark as charcoal by now. He clenched his fists, desperately wanting to shut his cheap sister-in-law's mouth. Beside him, Liu Ruyan's cheeks were flushed crimson. She opened her mouth, about to continue explaining. But just as the words were about to leave her lips, she seemed to suddenly realize something. Then, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment, she nodded in sudden realization toward Liu Ruxu. Ah, right. Exactly. Your brother-in-law is a domestic abuser. As for seeing a doctor, I actually took him to see one a long time ago. The doctor said his condition is congenital emotional volatility. It can only be managed, never cured. So, for your own mental and physical well-being, you'd better avoid excessive contact with your brother-in-law without my permission from now on. Otherwise, one day his condition might flare up and he'll beat you up too. After saying this, Liu Ruyan felt a secret sense of satisfaction. She had long been furious about her sister's persistent attempts to get close to Su Huan. But after all, she was her own flesh and blood. She couldn't beat her, and scolding was useless. Now that her sister had jumped to conclusions, it was better to let the misunderstanding solidify completely, sparing her the headache. After hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Liu Rux's eyes darkened as she stared at Su Huan. After a moment, she sighed deeply once more, resigned to her fate. Fine. Since this illness can't be cured, I suppose I'll just have to accept my fate. What can I do? I just love Brother Huan so much. The price is a bit steep, but if my sister can endure it, then as her biological sister, my constitution should be just as resilient to a beating. Ignoring Liu Ruyan's shifting expressions, Liu Ruxa timidly looked at Su Huan and said weakly, Brother Huan, could you please try to control your strength when you hit me in the future? It takes 2 or 3 hours to heal. It really hurts. Chapter 12, Tradition. Listening to Liu Ruxa's green tea-like whining, Liu Ruyan seemed to have reached her absolute limit. Her heavy, snow-white chest heaved violently as she raised her trembling jade-like hand, pointing it fiercely at Liu Ruxu. Liu Ruxu, Huan is your brother-in-law. Do you understand that he is your brother-in-law? Can you get your head straight? There are so many men out there, why must you fixate on the grass right under our noses? Seeing her sister's furious expression, Liu Ruxu instantly took a step back, then reflexively ducked her head. She weakly protested, when Brother Huan saved us back then, didn't everyone agree we could all like Brother Huan together? Sis, don't worry. If it comes down to it, I'll just be the other woman. Her voice dropped even lower as she finished the sentence. Besides, I was the younger one anyway. Besides, don't they say online that half a sister-in-law's but belongs to her brother-in-law? I'm just following tradition. Hearing this, Su Huan's originally dark expression had already shifted to one of helpless resignation. However, Liu Ruyan beside her seemed to have completely lost her temper. Her eyes blazed with fury as she instinctively rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to strike. Seeing this, Su Huan quickly grabbed her arm, soothingly saying, All right. Ruxu was just joking. What could an 18-year-old girl possibly understand? Come on, the driver's been waiting for us forever. After saying this, Su Huan immediately shot Liu Ruxu a meaningful glance, signaling her to hurry out first. Liu Ruxu understood Su Huan's meaning instantly from her look, compounded by her sister's furious expression. She quickly stuck out her tongue at Liu Ruyan and dashed out the door. As Liu Ruxu departed, Liu Ruyan remained visibly fuming. The rapid rise and fall of her snow-white chest formed a striking sight, momentarily distracting Su Huan. Tisk, as expected even when angry, a beautiful woman has a certain charm all her own. Empress Ruyan, the ultimate predator among older women. Perfect. At that moment, Liu Ruyan turned to look at Su Huan, her expression filled with hurt as she accused him. Honey, look at her. Does she have any feminine grace at all? Whose sister-in-law spends all day scheming over her brother-in-law. This is infuriating. Su Huan pulled her into his arms, chuckling softly as he comforted her. There. Ruxu is just a little girl after all. At most, she's just reminiscing about our past experiences. She's only feeling grateful toward me. No need to get upset over a little girl. At this point, a mischievous grin spread across Su Huan's face as she whispered softly into her ear, Besides, you know I'm not interested in that kind of budding innocence. I only like the big ones, the kind you can't hold in one hand. No doubt about it, I'm talking about someone just like you. With that, Su Huan grinned wickedly and stretched out both hands to measure once more. In an instant, 2 massive, weighty objects too large for her hands to fully cover flooded his senses. For a moment, Su Huan found herself distracted, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Is this another super revolution about to happen? The ultimate leap from E to G. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Hearing Su Huan's lecherous chuckle, Liu Ruyan shot him a disapproving glare before gently patting his large hand clasped around her snow-white wrist. She pouted playfully, As long as you like it, honey. But we're about to go out. We can't get carried away now, okay? My clothes are all wrinkled, it ruins my CEO image. After speaking, Liu Ruyan tiptoed lightly, her red lips brushing against Su Huan's ear as she whispered seductively, Tonight, whatever you desire, I'll grant it all. Feeling Su Huan's breath quicken, Liu Ruyan gently slipped out of his embrace, covering her lips with a soft laugh. Giggle gig gle. Moments later, she deftly took Su Huan's large hand and pulled him along as they jogged out. Over an hour later, Magic City, Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Bye. Honey, remember to accompany me to the banquet tonight. From inside a black Maybach, Liu Ruyan rolled down the window and waved sweetly at Su Huan, who had already stepped out. Got it, don't worry. Su Huan nodded with a light laugh. After Liu Ruyan departed, Su Huan turned to face Liu Ruxu, who looked utterly dejected. She smiled softly. What's the matter? Scared now? Did you need your sister to scold you first to feel satisfied? Liu Ruxu snorted softly, pouting defiantly. Oomph. I'm not scared of her. I just. Seeing her stubborn expression, Su Huan smiled and ruffled her little head. Alright, just don't keep butting heads with your sister all the time. Besides, you're grown up now, a college student, no less. You've got a whole wonderful college life ahead of you. You'll meet all kinds of boys during that time, so stop constantly mentioning me as your brother-in-law. Otherwise, over time, those boys who originally liked you might get the wrong idea. Su Huan gently stroked her little head, offering heartfelt guidance. In his heart, Liu Ruxu before him was like a little sister to him. Even setting aside her status as his sister-in-law, she was a little girl he had once protected. He sincerely wished this innocent, adorable girl could be happy forever. Yet, after hearing Su Huan's words, Liu Ruxu's eyes suddenly reddened, tears welling up instantly. Brother-in-law, you don't want me anymore? Why? Back then, when you took us from place to place, hiding from danger, and even when you stood alone against those bandits in the end, you never once scolded me. Now you really have the heart to abandon me? Hearing Liu Ruxu's tearful lament, Su Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and stared at her with a peculiar expression. Stop. Fine, I give in. If you keep rambling like this, I'd almost believe I'm some heartless jerk who abandoned you. At that, Su Huan gave her a light tap on the head with a sigh. What gibberish am I speaking? Why do you look like you haven't a clue? Liu Ruxu clutched her forehead where Su Huan had tapped her, then instantly broke into a smile, pouting playfully. I don't care. I'm sticking with you no matter what. I don't want any of those other boys. To me, all the guys my age are just a bunch of little kids. I only want a man like my brother-in-law, someone who makes me feel safe. With that, she planted her hands on her hips, adopting a look that said she'd got Su Huan cornered. Brother-in-law, if you dare reject me, I'll turn around and tell everyone. I'll call you a scumbag, a player, a heartbreaker who dumps girls after getting what he wants. You better believe everyone will believe me. After all, what adorable little girl would ever joke about herself like this? Chapter 13, Looks Matter. As Liu Ruxu's words fell, Su Huan was utterly dumbfounded, as if seeing her for the first time in all these years. Damn it, I thought you were just a bit of a troublemaker, but I never imagined you'd be such a liar too. Su Huan tapped her little head again, chuckling helplessly. Go ahead, tell me where exactly did I screw up? My reputation out there has always been that of an honest and reliable young gentleman, you know. Finishing the tap on her head, Su Huan couldn't resist pinching her rosy cheeks. Liu Ruxu pouted, struggling to free herself from Su Huan's large hand. I don't care, she declared, her cheeks puffed out with indignation. If you dare to abandon me, I swear I'll make sure you regret it. Don't even think about ditching me in this lifetime. Oof. Su Huan shook his head with a bitter smile, sighing helplessly. Fine, have it your way. I'm done arguing with you. With that, Su Huan turned and walked toward a white Mercedes-Benz. Su Huan found Liu Ruxu's persistent clinging somewhat amusing and didn't take her words seriously. In his eyes, Liu Ruxu was just a teenager. Her current fervent declarations were nothing more than a passing whim. Once she fully adjusted to college life and made enough friends among the upperclassmen and juniors, she'd naturally forget about these current notions. Come on, I'll drive you back to campus. Liu Ruxu skipped along behind him, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. Once inside the car, she immediately took the passenger seat, acting like she owned the place. All the way there, Liu Ruxu chattered nonstop, sharing everything from amusing school stories to the latest dramas she'd been binge-watching. Just as they were nearing the school, Liu Ruxu suddenly asked, as if something had occurred to her. Brother-in-law, there's something I've been wondering about for ages, but I don't know. Spit it out already. Su Huan cut her off impatiently before she could finish. Like I'd stop you from asking if I didn't agree. Liu Ruxu pouted, shooting Su Huan a disgruntled glance. However, her displeasure lasted only a moment before vanishing instantly. She grinned and continued, Brother-in-law, I'm genuinely curious. We have so many luxury cars worth millions at home, so why do you always favor this Mercedes C-Class? This car can't hold a candle to the ones in the garage, right? Su Huan lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, and replied casually. What do you know, you little brat? This is my ex-boyfriend's Mercedes C-Class. It comes with built-in bonus points. Besides, I don't need to show off with a fancy car. At school, this one's perfectly adequate. Though she couldn't make heads or tails of what Su Huan was talking about, Liu Ruxu nodded along as if she understood. Glancing toward the school gate in the distance, Su Huan turned to look at Liu Ruxu and continued. Oh, and tonight I'm accompanying your sister to a banquet. If you want to go home, just let the driver know. Lu Ruxu pouted, grabbing Su Huan's large hand resting on the armrest and whining. No way. Wherever Brother Huan goes, I'm going too. With 3 seconds left on the red light, Su Huan turned his head and shot Lu Ruxu a disapproving look, responding irritably before pressing the gas pedal. Speak properly. Don't use that sugary sweet voice, I'm not falling for it. And if you want to go to the banquet, ask your sister for permission. I'm not getting involved. Seeing Su Huan unmoved, Lu Ruxu shook his hand even harder. Oh come on, everything at home is decided by you, brother-in-law. If you agree, my sister won't object. Please, just say yes. Peering at him through the rearview mirror, Lu Ruxu put on a pitiful expression. Su Huan felt helpless yet couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little girl really knew how to leverage a girl's natural advantages. She was so good at being coy and sweet-talking. However, though slightly swayed by Lu Ruxu's sweet-voiced coaxing, Su Huan remained firm. He dismissed her again with a curt, ask your sister yourself. Seeing her tried and true coaxing tactic fail to make any headway, Lu Ruxu crossed her arms, her cheeks puffing out in a pout. Oof. Fine, I won't go then. Don't think I don't know about the banquet you're going to tonight, it's Uncle G's eldest son's homecoming feast. If you won't take me, I'll go on my own. Su Huan paused, surprised that the little girl knew the details of the banquet. He chuckled lightly and casually asked, what? Did they invite you too? Lu Ruxu lifted her head, her voice brimming with pride. Of course. After all, I am the young miss of the Lu family. How could Ji Bodai of the Ji family be so lacking in manners? Her gaze turned reproachful as she faced Su Huan. I was even planning to decline and stay home with you, since I thought you never attended these things. Who knew? Men. Hearing her veiled insinuations, Su Huan burst out laughing. Fine, go ahead if you want. But you'd better let your sister know first. You know I never attend these kinds of parties. Besides, I've got things to do today and might be running late. Just have your sister pick you up when you get there. As the words fell, Su Huan pulled into a parking spot right at the university entrance. Just as he parked and was about to urge her to get out, Lu Ruxu suddenly spoke in a teasing tone. Brother-in-law, since you know Ji Boda is hosting the banquet, are you aware of his past with my sister? After speaking, Lu Ruxu gave Su Huan a mischievous wink. Hearing the hint of something more in Lu Ruxu's words, Su Huan casually asked in a flat tone. What? Did they have an affair? Did my sister lie to me earlier? Seeing Su Huan's expression remain largely unchanged, Lu Ruxu's pretty face showed a hint of confusion as she continued. I don't know if they had an affair, but they used to be really close. And you know, they grew up together since childhood. They were classmates from kindergarten all the way through high school, you could say they were childhood sweethearts. After speaking, Lu Ruxu fixed her gaze intently on Su Huan's handsome face once more, as if determined not to miss any flicker of emotion. Yet Su Huan's expression remained utterly unchanged. He then calmly unbuckled his seatbelt and replied flatly, oh? So what? What does that prove? Seeing Su Huan still unmoved, Lu Ruxu grew visibly agitated. Childhood sweethearts. Don't you worry, brother-in-law, that they might start talking and that old flame reignites. And end up cheating on me? Su Huan turned his head and tapped her little head, chuckling helplessly. Alright, you little brat, stop making things up. Your sister already told me about their relationship. They just grew up together. So what if they were childhood sweethearts? At this point, Su Huan changed the subject, pointing at her own face with a bold and confident look. Besides, forget our past, just look at this face of mine. Oh my gosh, the real-life version of Naijiha Shaisage. The village's beauty icon. With looks like mine, marrying me is a total win for your sister, okay? Chapter 14, Brother Jia, stop it. But. Listening to Su Huan's self-admiring voice, Lu Ruxu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her laughter rang like a silver bell, clear and delightful. Though she didn't understand the gibberish in the middle of his speech, seeing the confidence in his eyes, she couldn't help but guess it was undoubtedly some self-aggrandizing metaphor. Yet, seeing Su Huan's smug expression, she still felt an urge to tease him. However, as she gazed up at his handsome face up close, her own cheeks suddenly flushed crimson against her will, and the words of mockery died on her lips. She shyly turned her flushed cheeks away, forcing her voice to sound steady as she uttered a half-hearted, insincere snort. Such a narcissist. Su Huan naturally detected the insincerity in her words. A faint, smug smile curved his lips. He reached out and gently cupped Lu Ruxu's slightly flushed cheeks, savoring the soft, smooth skin. Su Huan's mood grew even more cheerful. What do you know, little girl? This isn't narcissism, it's confidence. After all, I'm the man known as the #1 heartthrob at Shanghai University. His words trailing off, he glanced at the time displayed on the car's center console and immediately urged her on. Alright, hurry up and go to class. It's almost time. Hearing Su Huan's prompting, Lu Ruxu flashed a playful grimace at her, her pretty face still flushed. Then, like a light butterfly, she swiftly opened the car door and stepped out. Watching the girl jog away from her sight, Su Huan shook her head and smiled. Hello, senior. Senior, can I take a photo with you? Senior, can you give me your contact info? Senior, I can drink cold drinks today. Senior. As soon as Su Huan stepped through the school gates, she felt the intense stares from all around. Without exception, these gazes belonged to the young, adorable underclassmen. Some shyly lowered their heads, stealing glances at Su Huan from the corners of their eyes. Others were bolder, meeting his gaze with flushed faces. A few brave little juniors even approached him, greeting him in sweet, girlish voices. To each one, Su Huan responded with a gentle smile and a warm gaze, his every gesture radiating grace and poise. Such scenes had long become routine for Su Huan. Over the years, because of his face, wherever he went, he attracted the attention of countless girls. Unless he chose to shut himself away, he experienced this kind of scene almost constantly. Ah, being too handsome is such a burden. After silently marveling at this thought, Su Huan strode directly toward the dormitory famously known as the campus heartthrob hub. Room 303, what was once an ordinary boys' dormitory, had suddenly gained fame because of the men residing there. This dorm room drew the envious stares of every male student and the shy, hopeful gazes of every female student. The reason was simple: it housed the four most sought-after heartthrobs, unanimously recognized by every girl on campus. For this very reason, some mischievous girls had dubbed it the Heartthrob House, cementing its fame throughout the campus. As they approached the dorm entrance, Su Huan paused, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and tossed it to the security guard standing at the door. Uncle Lee, it's still broad daylight out here. Watching that R-rated stuff so openly, if the school leaders catch you, your monthly bonus will be gone again. Su Huan said with a smile, half joking. Seeing the pack of cigarettes tossed onto his desk, coupled with Su Huan's teasing tone, the security guard, who had been glued to a hot streamer dancing on his phone, jumped in surprise. He looked up and quickly scanned his surroundings. Spotting Su Huan's mischievous grin, the security guard finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he grumbled irritably, "You little brat, you scared the hell out of me. And mind your language, kid. What do you mean 18 plus? I was watching a perfectly decent stream, okay?" Su Huan snorted derisively. "Pfft, proper stream? Just now, your eyes were practically about to crawl into those 2 mounds of flesh on the screen." Then, changing her tone, she continued with a mischievous grin, "Oh, I shouldn't say almost, I should say only didn't get the chance." With that, Su Huan waved her hand dismissively and strode toward the elevator. "Alright, I won't disturb your refined pastime. Just watch out for the security cameras, okay?" As Su Huan walked away, the security guard chuckled and muttered a few playful curses at his retreating back. Yet, when his gaze fell back on the pack of cigarettes on the table, his face instantly lit up with a delighted smile. Standing inside the elevator, Su Huan couldn't help but let a faint smile escape her lips. The security guard's surname was Lee. As the gatekeeper for the men's dormitory, Su Huan got along quite well with him. He was quite talkative. During a chance conversation, Su Huan learned about his past. He had once been a soldier and was now a retired veteran. For reasons unknown, he had never married or had children, even in his 50s, and remained alone. Because of this, and because they got along well, Su Huan occasionally chatted with him and brought him things like cigarettes and alcohol. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, Su Huan had already arrived at her dormitory door. The moment she entered, she saw 3 men, the campus heartthrobs known as the number 234 campus heartthrobs by many female students, frantically preparing something, looking extremely busy. Seeing this scene, Su Huan asked with a puzzled look, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Preparing to flee the famine?" Hearing Su Huan's voice, the 3 busy figures instantly turned around. Lin Yu, known as campus heartthrob number 2, immediately grabbed Su Huan's arm and exclaimed, "Damn, bro, you finally made it. Hurry up. We've been waiting for you." At that moment, as Lin Yu pulled Su Huan to sit on the bench at the center of the dormitory, Gu Yanji, known as campus heartthrob number 3, and Lu Jian, who usually kept to himself, instantly gathered around them. Surrounded by her 3 roommates, Su Huan felt a wave of deep confusion wash over her. Before they could speak, however, Su Huan seemed to suddenly recall something. Crossing his arms over his chest, he murmured softly, his voice weak yet tinged with a hint of grievance, "Brother Jie, don't. I don't do that stuff." As Su Huan's words fell, the expressions of the 3 men in the room darkened instantly. Lin Yu immediately burst out laughing and cursed, "Damn it, you bastard, what the hell were you thinking? Our prestigious school heartthrob house needs to be so impoverished?" Chapter 15, Need More Money. Su Huan opened his mouth, about to continue his act, when Gu Yanji suddenly interrupted from the side. "Alright, Brother Huan, cut the act. We've got serious business to attend to now." Hearing this, Su Huan dropped the playful tone and adopted a serious expression. "What's up? Did something happen?" Lu Jian glanced at his roommates, took a deep breath, and spoke softly, "I've run into a bit of trouble and need the 3 of you to lend me a hand." Su Huan furrowed his brow slightly and asked instinctively, "What is it? Is it about your grandmother's hospital fees?" Su Huan knew about Lu Jian's seriously ill grandmother in the hospital, having accompanied her to the hospital with the other 2 roommates. The dorm mates also knew the basics of Lu Jian's family background, that he'd lived with his grandmother since childhood and didn't come from a wealthy family. Because of this, and because despite his introverted nature, he was a decent person, Su Huan and the others in the dormitory usually looked out for him. Lu Jian shook his head. His lips parted slightly as he looked at Su Huan with a complex expression, as if the words he was about to say were difficult for him to utter. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was nearby, seemed to sense Lu Jian's hesitation. He spoke up first, explaining to Su Huan. Brother Huan, you should know about Jianchen and Lin Yuqing's relationship. The source of this current trouble stems directly from her. Su Huan's brow furrowed again as he looked at Lin Yu with confusion. The nature of Lu Jianchen and Lin Yuqing's relationship was common knowledge throughout the academy. He was essentially her sidekick, her suitor, or even a sycophant. That was the absolute impression of their relationship held by everyone in the academy who didn't know the truth. However, for Su Huan and the others who had shared a dormitory with them for 4 years, they knew it was nothing more than a transactional game between a wealthy heiress and a penniless young man. What's wrong? Wasn't the deal between Jianchen and that old codger from the Lin family going perfectly smoothly? What, did the contract suddenly expire? Did Jianchen fall for the heiress, or did that old fart pull some shady move? As the words fell, Su Huan looked at him with utter bewilderment. An employee falling for the boss who pays their salary was a major taboo. And while Lin Yuqing was admittedly quite attractive, from Lu Jianchen's descriptions, her personality sounded exactly like that of a spoiled, demanding heiress. In Su Huan's view, if that were truly the case, barring some miracle, that woman would undoubtedly become a shrewish wife if she ever married. Unless it was for money, falling for a woman like that would be nothing short of brain dead. Noticing Su Huan's strange gaze fixed on him, Lu Jianchen's face flushed with embarrassment, his expression one of helplessness. Witnessing this, Su Huan's eyes widened instantly. He quickly stood up, patted Lu Jianchen's shoulder, and offered earnest advice. Kid, that woman is way too complicated for you to handle. Trust me, forget about her. Give me a few days, and I'll introduce you to someone better. Seeing Su Huan had completely misunderstood his intentions, Lu Jianchen gave a wry smile, waved his hand, and hurriedly explained. Brother Huan, you've got the wrong idea. It's not what you think. It's... Before he could finish, Lin Yu, watching him stammer nervously, couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, Jianchen. I'll explain for you. But you really should work on that stuttering when you get nervous. Better to overcome it sooner rather than later. Turning to Su Huan, Lin Yu continued. Brother Huan, that Lin Yuqing's demands this time were pretty ridiculous. That's why Jianchen didn't want to tell you about it. Su Huan nodded, motioning for him to continue. How should I put this? You're probably aware of the agreement Jianchen signed with that old bastard from the Lin family. There's a clause in that agreement stating that Jianchen must unconditionally and to the best of his ability fulfill every single demand Lin Yuqing makes over the next 4 years. Su Huan nodded again, showing no hint of surprise. He was already pretty much aware of the details of that agreement. I know. It's no big deal. It's just business. Making money. Nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing Su Huan nod, Lin Yu sighed deeply with resignation before continuing. And this time, that woman's demand is that at 6 o'clock this afternoon, Jianchen must go to the academy sports field and confess his feelings to her in front of everyone. She specifically mentioned that the 3 of us must be present. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the dorm room. Lu Jianchen glanced at the 3 of them, his embarrassment clearly visible. Lin Yu continued, Yenji and I thought it over and agreed. I wonder what you think, Brother Huan. As his 3 roommates fixed their eyes on him, Su Huan gave a light chuckle and nodded. Fine by me. It's just about picking a side and using our reputation as the 4 school heartthrobs to let that girl steal the spotlight. I don't mind. Just let me know when you're ready. Seeing Su Huan had also agreed, Lu Jianchen breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to express his gratitude, Su Huan's voice suddenly rang out again. Oh, right, Jianchen. After Lin Yuqing made this request, did you talk to that old fart at her place? Hearing Su Huan's question, Lu Jianchen shook his head in confusion. This is already written into the agreement. What's the point of mentioning it to him? Seeing this, Su Huan raised her hand to her forehead, her voice tinged with exasperation. Are you stupid? How could you not take advantage of such a rare opportunity to fleece that old fart for all he's worth? Sure, your contract says you have to unconditionally meet that woman's demands, but that clause only applies to you. Now that his daughter wants to use our manpower outside the agreement, he's got to cough up some cash. Before Lu Jianchen could respond, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke up. Brother Huan, you mean? Su Huan waved his hand, cutting him off. No need to guess. Jianchen, call that old deng immediately and lay out his daughter's demands clearly for him. As for how to phrase it, you decide. Just remember the core message boils down to 3 words. You gotta pay more. With that, Su Huan patted his shoulder again and chuckled softly. Honestly, whether we charge extra or not doesn't really matter to us. We don't mind letting our own people get a free ride once or twice, but if others want a freeload too. At that moment, Lu Jianchen instantly grasped the meaning behind Su Huan's words. He nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed the number. Chapter 16, Rushed. Moments later, as Su Huan's cigarette burned down to the filter, Lu Jianchen abruptly hung up the phone and shouted excitedly. Brother Huan, it's done. Lin Yuqing's dad is willing to put up 500,000 as compensation for our trouble. Wei. Ding dong. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone suddenly vibrated. The next moment, he suddenly shouted again, "Damn it, Brother Huan, the funds have arrived." His eyes blazed as he turned to face the three of them, his excitement palpable. "Brother Huan, Brother Yu, Brother Yen, my online banking has a limit. Come on, let's head to the bank to transfer the money right now. Let's split it evenly, brothers." Seeing his wild excitement, the three exchanged glances, their lips curling into identical smiles. "No rush. Let's handle the business first." Hearing Su Huan's suggestion, Lin Yu and Gu Yanji nodded in agreement. Seeing their consensus, Lu Jian relented with a light chuckle. "Alright then, I'll transfer it to you tomorrow." Just then, Su Huan suddenly seemed to remember something. He glanced at the time, then looked at the various props they had already prepared. Turning to Lu Jian, he asked, "Oh, right, Jian, what exactly did Lin Yuqing say back then? Are you sure she only asked us to follow behind you, like groomsmen, just to be your backdrop?" His question caught Lu Jian off guard. Lin Yu and Gu Yanji, standing beside Su Huan, simultaneously exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing this, Su Huan chuckled softly. "What I mean is, could Lin Yuqing be planning to have the four of us take turns confessing our feelings to her? Let's get this straight, I don't mind spouting a few harmless platitudes, but don't expect me to just nod mindlessly when it's my turn to speak. I'm not interested in her type. You three can figure out how to split her up. Don't try to foist her on me later." After saying this, Su Huan looked at Lu Jian with calm eyes, showing no trace of nervousness. It wasn't narcissism over the years, his face had brought him countless romantic opportunities and adoring female fans. He couldn't help but worry that Lin Yuqing was deliberately playing this card, targeting him with intent. Before the other two could respond, Gu Yanji retorted indignantly. "Brother Huan, you're being way too full of yourself. Enough with the show-off act. We three are campus heartthrobs too, you know. In some underclassmen's eyes, we're even hotter than you, okay?" Lin Yu and Lu Jian finally caught on. Hearing the discussion about their own looks, their faces instantly twisted with indignation. Truth be told, the three of them, residing in the so-called school heartthrob house, truly lived up to their reputation. Lin Yu and Gu Yanji both had that sunny, handsome type of appeal, while Lu Jian had a softer, more delicate aura, reminiscent of a top-tier young heartthrob from the entertainment industry. Seeing their defiant looks, Su Huan chuckled softly and didn't press the argument further. Yeah. Just make sure that chick doesn't try to scam us." Su Huan raised her finger, pointing at them as she continued. "She can be your wife, or even your wife. As long as she stays off my ass, you guys can do whatever the hell you want." Lin Yu and his two companions exchanged bewildered glances. A strange feeling welled up inside them. Despite having won the argument, they couldn't shake the sense that they'd somehow come out worse off. Before they could process it, Su Huan spoke again, cutting off all their thoughts. Alright. Everyone, discuss it properly and see if anything's missing. After all, since we're taking their money, we should at least do a decent job for them." The trio nodded in unison, setting aside their lingering doubts about Su Huan's words. Time slowly passed, and before long, the clock struck around 5:30 p.m. Su Huan glanced at her phone and reminded them, "Alright, let's go. It's about time." The four of them carried their prepared props toward the playground. Along the way, numerous female students passing by cast shy glances their way. When they saw the various props in their hands, their eyes lit up with intense curiosity. Many juniors, both male and female, even trailed behind them with curious expressions, as if eager to witness a spectacular confession spectacle. Moments later, they arrived at the playground. Over 10 minutes had passed, leaving little time before Lin Yuqing's final class of the day ended. Fortunately, all the props had been prepared in advance, requiring only a few minutes to arrange perfectly. A few minutes later, Lu Jian stood at the center of a heart-shaped arrangement of white roses, holding a large bouquet of red roses in his hands, his face a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Su Huan and the other two stood outside the heart behind him, serving as supporting characters. By now, the playground was increasingly surrounded by younger students. As they gazed at Su Huan and the others in the center, whispers and gasps instantly filled the air. As the four most sought-after guys on campus, Su Huan and his friends were already the talk of the school among the girls. This time, however, they all appeared together at once. Add to that Lu Jian's plan to confess his feelings, using them as his supporting cast. It was like dropping a boulder into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. Surveying the playground now completely swamped by the crowd, Su Huan couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. He nudged Lin Yu and Gu Yanji beside him, muttering under his breath. "Damn it all to hell, I really messed this one up. Being stared at like a monkey in a cage is embarrassing." Hearing Su Huan's rant, Lin Yu beside him seemed unfazed. He shrugged and chuckled lightly in response, "It's just a small scene. Stay calm." No sooner had Lin Yu finished speaking than Gu Yanji chimed in, "Over the years, I've grown immune to all these heated, jealous stares. You just get used to it." Su Huan glanced at their indifferent expressions and instantly felt bored. However, as she watched them converse as if no one else existed, the surrounding female students suddenly shrieked as if provoked. Su Huan silently shook her head and sighed helplessly. She could roughly guess why the younger female students reacted so excitedly. Over the years, Lin Yu and Gu Yanji had frequently participated in various events, making them practically masters of singing, dancing, rapping, basketball, and all manner of artistic pursuits. Combined with their naturally handsome looks, they had each amassed a significant following both on and off campus. As for Su Huan himself, although he was even more popular online than they were, he disliked appearing in public. Consequently, aside from those close to him, virtually no one knew he was the original creator with millions of followers. Chapter 17, Oh no, they're after me. Time passed quickly, and before long, Lin Yuqing, accompanied by 2 female classmates, slowly made her way toward the playground. The moment her figure came into view, the younger students surrounding the perimeter of the field instinctively parted to make way for her, as if guided by some unspoken understanding. Most students on campus were well aware of the relationship between Lin Yuqing and Lu Jian, and naturally understood she was the female lead in today's grand confession spectacle. Today, Lin Yuqing seemed fully prepared. She wore a dress as pure as snow, her pale yellow hair glowing with a soft, warm radiance in the fading sunlight. It was as if a golden veil had been draped over her entire being, making her appear like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale, utterly captivating. Her pretty face showed little emotion at the current scene. She walked with light steps, unhurriedly toward the center of the playground, appearing calm as still water. Yet, if one observed closely, beneath that serene exterior, an inexplicable emotion seemed to stir as if she were anticipating something. Damn, I gotta say, just looking at her, this chick's got some serious looks. Su Huan nudged Lin Yu beside her again, chuckling teasingly. If that cheesy scene I mentioned earlier actually plays out, maybe you two should decide who'll step in and take her down. Hearing Su Huan's teasing, Lin Yu and Gu Yanji exchanged a knowing glance. But before they could respond, Su Huan's voice cut in again. Don't rush to disagree, I'm not wrong about this. Sure, she's a bit spoiled and stubborn, but at least she's not bad looking. Plus, she's loaded. Marrying her would be a total win for you guys. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and muttered, enough with the fantasizing. Your scenario probably isn't even possible. That woman likely just wants us to play supporting roles for her and Jianshan. Gu Yanji nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Lin Yu's perspective. As Lin Yuqing drew nearer, a small stir rippled through the crowd once more, murmurs and whispers rising in waves. Wow, Senior Lin looks stunning today. Yeah. Wonder if she'll accept Senior Lu's confession. After 4 years, Senior Lu should finally get his wish. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, coupled with Lin Yuqing's slow approach, Lu Jian began to look visibly nervous. He took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and took a few steps forward, clutching the carefully prepared bouquet tightly in his hand. Seeing this scene, Su Huan's gossipy curiosity stirred once more. He turned his head slightly and asked Lin Yu and Gu Yanji beside him, that kid Jianshan hasn't really fallen for Lin Yuqing, has he? Look at how worked up and nervous he is, this doesn't seem like acting at all. Damn it, this whole worker falls for the boss soap opera plotline. Before he could finish, Lin Yu cut him off. I don't know if he likes Lin Yuqing or not. But while you were away from the dorm, Jianshan spent days watching confession videos and then spent days figuring out the confession process himself. Alright, stop chatting. Lin Yuqing is ready. Seeing the two drifting further off topic, Gu Yanji cut in. At his prompting, Su Huan and Lin Yu shrugged indifferently and fell silent. As Lin Yuqing approached, the atmosphere in the venue finally reached its peak. In an instant, Lu Jian stepped forward toward Lin Yuqing, holding a bouquet of flowers, his expression tender. The surrounding clamor abruptly fell silent. Everyone held their breath in unspoken anticipation, waiting for that thrilling moment to quietly unfold. Yuqing, it's been 4 years. From the very first day we stepped onto this campus, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I've silently cherished my feelings for you. Throughout these 4 years, my feelings for you have never wavered, not even for a moment. I believe you must have sensed my feelings all these years. Today, I want to formally confess my feelings to you. I hope you'll accept me. To fulfill this long-cherished wish of mine. Lu Jian spoke with deep emotion, then knelt on one knee and offered the flowers to Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing gazed at Lu Jian, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She had no inkling of the contractual arrangement between Lu Jian and her father. Having been shielded by her father all her life, she had simply assumed that Lu Jian, the school heartthrob, had fallen for her at first sight. Just as Lu Jian knelt with the bouquet, Lin Yuqing's expression filled with conflict and complexity. From the direction of the freshman teaching building, 2 young girls brimming with youthful energy jogged toward the field with mild curiosity. Ruxu, look. There seems to be a senior confessing his feelings up ahead. Let's go. We should join the fun too. Lu Ruxu nodded cheerfully, her innate curiosity instantly ignited. Just as they pushed their way to the edge of the crowd, they caught Lu Jian's heartfelt confession. The girl beside Lu Ruxu's eyes lit up instantly as she excitedly turned to her friend. Ruxu, look. It's one of the 4 most handsome seniors in our school. Wow, how romantic. The girl beside Lu Ruxu gazed at the figures in the arena with stars in her eyes, her face radiating unbridled excitement. Senior Lu Jian really pulled out all the stops. Bringing in seniors Lin Yu and Gu Yanji was impressive enough, but I never imagined he'd even get the rarely seen senior Su Huan to make an appearance as a supporting act. That's incredible. Lu Ruxu didn't respond to her friend's exclamations. Her face clouded with confusion as she looked toward Su Huan on stage, murmuring quietly to herself. Didn't my brother-in-law say he had plans today? Why did he suddenly show up to be someone's sidekick? Is Senior Lu Jian really that close to him? How could someone so averse to public appearances willingly step into this? At that very moment, Lu Jian had been kneeling on the ground for 2 or 3 minutes. Yet Lin Yuqing, seated before him, showed no reaction beyond her gaze growing increasingly complex. The brief silence felt like time itself had frozen. The surrounding crowd began whispering, their hushed voices spreading through the air like ripples. People started whispering, discussing the scene before them. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, Lin Yuqing, who had been staring down at Lu Jian, suddenly snapped her head up. Her gaze darted like lightning, shooting straight past Lu Jian and landing on Su Huan and the other two behind him. Su Huan and the others felt their hearts tighten and ominous foreboding instantly rising within them. They exchanged terrified glances, each mind simultaneously recalling Su Huan's earlier warning. It's over. They really are after me. Chapter 18, Money is hard to earn. At that moment, Lu Jian, kneeling on one knee, seemed to sense something too. He lifted his head, his gaze settling on Lin Yuqing's exquisite, delicate face. When he saw her gaze genuinely turn toward his 3 roommates, he knew Su Huan's prophecy from moments ago had come true. Ugh. Money's hard to earn, and S is hard to swallow. After silently wryly laughing to himself, Lu Jian turned his gaze toward Su Huan and the others, his eyes pleading for help. Seeing this, Su Huan and the others each gave a wry smile to themselves. When Lu Jian's gaze met theirs, they knew the backup plan they devised not long ago truly needed to be put into action. Each sighed softly within themselves before silently moving toward the rear. Reaching Lu Jian's side, Lin Yu reached out to help him up. Turning to Lin Yuqing, he spoke softly. Miss Lin, as friends, we've all seen Jian's feelings for you. For years have passed, could it be that you've never felt even the slightest stir of emotion for him? As Lin Yu's words fell, not only Su Huan and the other 3, but also the surrounding underclassmen watching the spectacle instantly turned their curious gazes toward them. The entire crowd seemed to be waiting for this final explanation. Lin Yuqing turned to look at Lu Jian, her usual stubborn and proud demeanor suddenly softening. Her eyes filled with apology as she looked at Lu Jian. Her voice trembled slightly, yet each word rang clear to everyone present. Lu Jian, I'm sorry. These past years, thank you for your feelings. I admit, everything I said to you before was a lie. Whoosh. Before she could finish, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, a roar of commotion filling the air. Junior students began whispering and murmuring once more, their speculations and discussions rising and falling in waves. Yet Lin Yuqing paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. In this moment, she felt her resolve truly solidify. In this moment, she wanted to declare to the man she longed for that her inner desire had reached its peak. I'm sorry, you're a good person. But the one I truly love. Just as Lin Yuqing was about to declare her feelings in one bold breath and reveal who she truly loved, Lin Yu and the others once again caught the profound meaning in Lu Jian's eyes. They silently shook their heads. Then, Lin Yu clenched his jaw and forced a smile that seemed both joyful and relieved. He stepped forward, gently smiling at Lin Yuqing as she poured out her feelings without reservation, interrupting her. Yuqing, to be honest, hearing you say you don't like Jian took a huge weight off my shoulders. You know what? It's not just Jian. I, Lin Yu, have liked you for a very long time too. But back then, because of Jian, I couldn't choose between friendship and love. I was afraid this unwarranted affection might damage the brotherhood between Jian and me. As he spoke, Lin Yu let out a genuine sigh of relief, looking as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Phew. Now that you've truly rejected Jian, I believe I have the right to pursue you too. Right here on this field today, I, Lin Yu, officially confess my feelings to you. I, Lin Yu, like you, Lin Yuqing. As he uttered the final words, Lin Yu spread his arms wide in an exaggerated gesture to amplify his voice, shouting it out loud. Seeing Lin Yu's exaggerated display, Su Huan and the others nearby were instantly stunned into speechlessness. Not just them, the surrounding crowd of younger students were also left gaping at this sudden turn of events. Su Huan stared blankly at the ecstatic Lin Yu, her mind racing with internal commentary. Holy SHT. This guy really knows how to put on a show. If I didn't know the inside story, I'd totally buy his act. Before he could finish his mental rant, Lu Jian beside him snapped out of it first. He cleared his throat urgently, then frantically signaled to Su Huan and Gu Yanji with his eyes. At that moment, Gu Yanji beside him seemed to realize today's situation was inescapable. A smile instantly spread across his face as he spoke softly to Lin Yuqing. Yuqing, since you and Jian have already talked things out, and Yu Gu has openly expressed his feelings for you. Since that's the case, then I won't hide my true feelings anymore either. That's right, Yuqing. I, Gu Yanji, also like you. Though I may have fallen for you later than they did, believe me, my affection for you is no less than theirs. As he spoke, Gu Yanji gazed at her with eyes brimming with adoration. His steps followed Lin Yu's as he took a step forward, aligning himself with Lin Yu at the same angle. At that moment, Lin Yuqing seemed to finally snap out of her utter disbelief. She stared at Lin Yu and the others in shock. Her voice trembled slightly with disbelief. Are you guys joking? Because I rejected Lu Jian, you're taking revenge on him this way? At that moment, Lin Yu and Gu Yanji shook their heads in unison, responding with a smile. Yuqing, you're overthinking it. While Jianshan is our brother, and we cherish our brotherhood with him. But friendship is friendship, and love is love. Our pursuit of you began only after you explicitly rejected Jianshan. It doesn't conflict with our brotherhood at all. As for suggesting we're doing this just to get back at Jianshan, that's absolutely impossible. As I said earlier, we fear that love might damage friendship, and vice versa, but we would never sacrifice love for the sake of friendship. So your current worries are entirely unfounded. As Lin Yu finished speaking, many female juniors around him gazed at him with admiring eyes, and soft murmurs of discussion began to rise once more. Senior Lin Yu is so handsome. Yeah, he even explains love and friendship so logically. Exactly. He truly lives up to being my ideal guy. At that moment, Gu Yanji, standing nearby, noticed Su Huan had remained silent for a long time. As if afraid she might back out at the last minute, he hurriedly continued addressing Lin Yuqing. Yuqing, it's not just the three of us who like you. Brother Huan also has strong feelings for you. He's just a couple years older than us and doesn't want to compete with us younger guys for your attention. As his roommate, I won't lie, we've heard him call out your name in his sleep more times than I can count. Finishing his words, he turned to look at Su Huan, a broad smile spreading across his face. Right, Brother Huan? At that moment, Lin Yu also turned and patted Su Huan's shoulder, smiling gently. That's right, Brother Huan. If you like someone, you like them. Even though we're brothers, you don't need to worry that this will affect our bond. After all, feelings like these can't be forced in the end. All we can do is express our feelings. The rest is up to Yuqing's own choice. Su Huan stared at his two roommates, their faces beaming with smiles, and couldn't help but curse silently inside. Damn it, these two troublemakers are determined to drag me down with them too. When the hell did I ever talk in my sleep? And dream about calling this S name? I'm the village beauty queen, when did I ever need to be this desperate? Chapter 19, they're really after me. As their voices trailed off, everyone around them including Lin Yuqing turned to stare at Su Huan with eyes aglow. Is today April Fool's Day? The four most popular guys in school confessing to one girl at the same time? This is insane. Unbelievable. Though Senior Lin is undeniably gorgeous and comes from a wealthy family. But even if Senior Jianshan likes her, that's one thing, there's absolutely no need for the other three seniors to be secretly pining after her like this. Yeah, exactly. I heard both Lin and Gu are from wealthy families. Even Su isn't exactly struggling financially. Absolutely. Senior Su could afford a Mercedes before even graduating. How much worse could his situation be? This is insane. Have they lost their minds? Is Senior Lin's charm really that powerful? To have four campus heartthrobs fall for her. While the girls were marveling at this, Lu Ruxu couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Is my brother-in-law bored out of his mind lately? Maybe I should talk to my sister tonight and have him go work at the company instead. At that moment, the girl beside Lu Ruxu asked her excitedly. Ruxu, do you think Senior Su Huan really likes Senior Lin too? Senior Lin Yu and Senior Gu Yanji were talking about it with such certainty. He even called her name in his sleep. That's true love, right? Lu Ruxu curled her lip again, snorting derisively before responding with disdain. Poof. Those two blondies are just spouting nonsense. My brother-in-law hasn't slept in the dorm for nearly a year or two. How could they possibly have heard any dream talk? However, upon hearing Lu Ruxu mention her brother-in-law, the girl beside her immediately covered her mouth in shock, as if she'd heard some unimaginable secret. Ruxu, you mean Senior Su Huan, right? The one Sister Ruyan never brings out in public her secret husband? Lu Ruxu nodded calmly. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something and quickly corrected herself. My sister and her husband aren't secretly married, they just haven't had a wedding yet. And it's never been that my sister refuses to bring him out, it's simply that my brother-in-law dislikes the atmosphere of banquets and gatherings. Seeing Lu Ruxu about to say more, the girl beside her tugged at her delicate hand excitedly. Ruxu, look. Look. Senior Su Huan is about to respond. Hearing this, Lu Ruxu frowned slightly and turned her head. At that moment, everyone in the venue was focused on Su Huan. Even Lin Yuqing, the recipient of the confession, seemed to have an inexplicable gleam in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Huan caught Lu Jianshan's pleading gaze before him and sighed inwardly with resignation. The next moment, he stepped forward in sync with Lin Yu and the others, meeting Lin Yuqing's peculiar gaze with a slight nod. I truly. Before Su Huan could finish his sentence, Lin Yuqing immediately took his large hand and excitedly interrupted him. No need to say more. I accept. As Lin Yuqing's enthusiastic declaration echoed, the surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of loud gasps. Lin Yuqing seemed overjoyed at that moment. Ignoring the onlookers, she turned directly to Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu, Gu Yanji, I don't know if your declarations of liking me earlier were genuine or not. But whether they were real or fake, it doesn't matter to me anymore. From now on, including Lu Jian, given your friendship with brother Huan, when you see me, you don't need to call me by name. Just call me sister-in-law. Also, from this day forward, you must put away all your little schemes toward me. Alright, that's final. With that, Lin Yuqing turned and reached for Su Huan's large hand, intending to pull him away. But Su Huan was still reeling from Lin Yuqing's decisive choice. His mouth twitched as that ominous premonition from earlier flashed through his mind. Damn it all to hell. This ING thing really is targeting me. Did those bastards take this S money to set me up? The thought made his eyes narrow sharply as he glared fiercely at Lin Yu and the other two. Noticing Su Huan's intensely threatening glare, Lin Yu and Gu Yinji, who had finally caught on, instantly broke into light-hearted smiles. They stepped forward, patted Su Huan on the shoulder, and chuckled. Congrats, brother Huan. Your long-held dream has finally come true. Yeah, brother Huan, don't worry. We promised each other no matter who sister-in-law chooses, it won't affect our friendship. As he spoke, Gu Yinji hooked an arm around Su Huan's shoulder, his face brimming with envy as he continued. Man, I'm so jealous of you. Your sister-in-law is the Lin family's heiress. Being with her is like hitting the jackpot. You've hit the big time, haven't you? Listening to their teasing remarks, Su Huan's lips twitched again as she forced herself to suppress the urge to beat them senseless. At that moment, Lin Yu turned around, his face beaming as he assured Lin Yuqing. Sis-in-law, rest assured. Now that you've made your choice, we'll put aside any unwarranted thoughts from this day forward. From now on, you'll only be our sister-in-law. Finishing, he turned to Lu Jian and continued, Jian, you agree, right? When Lu Jian heard his name mentioned, he nodded, instantly casting an apologetic glance at Su Huan. Lin Yuqing nodded deeply, then took Su Huan's hand and prepared to leave. Let's go, brother Huan. There are too many people watching here. We should find a quieter place. Su Huan nodded helplessly. The playground was indeed packed with onlookers, and some things simply couldn't be discussed here. As the group departed, the crowd surrounding the playground gradually dispersed. Lu Ruxu watched the direction Su Huan and Lin Yuqing had gone, her eyes blazing with visible fury. She grabbed her best friend's arm and hurried after them, her voice filled with venom as she gritted her teeth. That. How dare she so brazenly seduce my man? Infuriating. The girl she was dragging clapped her hand over her mouth in shock once more, uttering in disbelief. Your man? Did I hear that right? Ruxu, you wouldn't actually want to compete with Sister Ruyan for a man, would you? Wait, the sister-in-law has her eye on her brother-in-law? This is way too messy. Seeing her best friend's shocked expression, Lu Ruxa finally realized that in her fury, she had blurted out everything she was thinking. Yet, perhaps because she and the girl beside her were truly close, she didn't scramble for excuses. Instead, she simply admitted it. My sister has known about my feelings for brother Huan for ages. Besides, we're family, there's no question of stealing or competing. I've already talked it over with my sister. She takes the lead, and I follow. So when my sister isn't around, brother Huan is my man. With that, Lu Ruxa grabbed her best friend's arm and stormed off, fuming. Come on, let's go catch the little fourth. Chapter 20, First Time Being Human. Meanwhile, after pulling Su Huan away from the playground, Lin Yuqing quickly opened the door of a luxury car parked by the roadside and climbed inside. As Shanghai University boasted an expansive, open campus with unrestricted access for both students and visitors, vehicle traffic and parking faced no restrictions whatsoever. Once inside the car, a subtle tension instantly filled the confined space. Lin Yuqing leaned back in her seat, her eyes no longer holding the confident arrogance she displayed outside. Instead, they now held a hint of shyness. Su Huan observed her flushed profile and felt a surge of unexpected surprise. Lu Jian and those two gossipmongers, didn't they say this woman was a real-life tigress? Capricious, arrogant, impossible to please, they've pinned every negative label on her. But seeing her now, it doesn't seem nearly as exaggerated as he made it out to be. Since their sophomore year, Su Huan and Liu Ruyan had been in a somewhat ambiguous relationship. Then, in the second semester of that same year, due to some unexpected circumstances, they became a couple. As a result, Su Huan hadn't paid much attention to the other goddess-like young ladies in their class. His understanding of Lin Yuqing mostly stemmed from descriptions given by Lu Jian and others. But judging by the current situation, this tigress seemed somewhat different from their accounts. Noticing the awkward silence that had settled, Su Huan cleared his throat to break it. Miss Lin, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Just now. Before Su Huan could finish, Lin Yuqing abruptly cut in. Brother Huan, you really don't recognize me anymore. Her words fell as she lifted her still flushed face, her eyes brimming with disappointment as she looked at Su Huan. Meeting her gaze, Su Huan instinctively furrowed his brow. What do you mean? These past 4 years, we haven't really interacted much, have we? Hearing Su Huan's response, coupled with the look of utter bewilderment in his eyes, Lin Yuqing let out a soft sigh, her expression growing increasingly complex. Looking at my face, brother Huanshin, do you truly have no recollection at all? Have you really forgotten me? Su Huan's expression darkened instinctively. Oh no, here we go again. Why do women love making people guess riddles so much? He waved his hand dismissively, responding impatiently, "Speak plainly. We're grown adults here. I don't have time for these pointless games. As for all that nonsense society spreads about how guys should be patient and gentlemanly with girls," Su Huan hadn't taken a single word of it to heart. Every time he heard that nonsense, Su Huan couldn't resist sniping back. In his view, everyone was born the same way, raised by parents. Even though he was an orphan, he felt cherished by his adoptive parents. So why should he put up with any nonsense? If you knew how to be polite and speak properly, he believed he could be the gentleman. But if a lady couldn't understand plain speech, Brother Huan knew a thing or two about sharp words too. Back when he first started dating Liu Ruyan, she'd occasionally throw in a few of those guess what remarks. After Su Huan gave her a proper talking to, he hadn't heard those words in a year. Seeing Su Huan's face darken, coupled with all the information she'd gathered about him these past days, Lin Yuqing quickly dropped her delicate act and responded bluntly. "Brother Huan, it's me. It's Yuqing. 8 years ago, in Qinling, you saved me and my grandfather." Hearing her explanation, Su Huan's brow furrowed again as he strained to search his mind for memories of the Qinling Mountains 8 years prior. Moments later, images of a little girl and an elderly man suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, driven by memories of a martial art technique from his previous life, he had secretly left his adoptive parents' home at 14 and had since wandered through the perilous regions of this world. Having cultivated sword techniques from his previous life since childhood, he didn't fear these perilous places. Instead, he saw them as opportunities for tempering and growth. Besides, he felt he had finally escaped the oppressive world of his past life. And what man didn't dream of wandering the world with sword in hand? I once dreamed of wandering the world with sword in hand, to witness its splendor. Thus, when that melody of freedom suddenly echoed in his mind, he set off without hesitation, living as a wanderer for 5 or 6 years. And 8 years ago in the Qinling Mountains, he had indeed saved a little girl and an old man. "So it was you. But it's been so long, how did you recognize me?" Su Huan asked curiously. Lin Yuqing pressed her lips together and whispered softly, "Brother Huanshan, after you saved me and grandfather back then, your face has always been etched in my heart." Her gaze was tender yet resolute, as if piercing through the mists of time to see the brave youth he once was. "All these years, I've been searching for you. But without your contact information, and with 8 years having passed, you've changed quite a bit. It wasn't until recently that I was certain it was truly you." Recalling those events, Lin Yuqing's heart brimmed with regret and self-reproach. Her recklessness had not only put herself in danger but also caused her to become separated from her grandfather and the family's loyal guards. When she and her grandfather were surrounded by several ferocious black bears, the helplessness nearly consumed her. Yet, just as despair gripped her, Su Huan descended from the sky like a celestial being. The cold gleam of his blade flashed as he instantly slew the black bears, snatching her back from the brink of death. Recalling this, Lin Yuqing's eyes brimmed with boundless gratitude and longing. She gazed at Su Huan, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Su Huan's figure grew larger and larger in her eyes. Every movement, every word he spoke was deeply etched into her heart. "After you sent us away all those years ago, you left me with the name Brother Huanshan. I've never forgotten it." Lin Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. 8 years. I've searched for you for 8 whole years." Seeing Lin Yuqing so overcome with emotion, Su Huan couldn't help but scratch his nose awkwardly. During his 5 or 6 years traveling the world, whenever he happened to save someone, if it was a man, he'd dismissively say, "No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng," before striding off. But if the person he saved was a woman, even if she looked a few years older than him, he insisted they call him Brother Huanshan. Of course, that didn't include older women. Back then, he thought it was cool. He figured he'd saved their lives, so it was only fair they call him brother. But looking back now, well, it's pretty awkward. Calm down, calm down. Didn't I tell you back then? These little things aren't worth dwelling on." After saying this, Su Huan looked at Lin Yuqing with the most natural expression. It's not like he's showing off or being pretentious. During his years traveling the world, if you really counted up all the men and women he saved, it would be enough to form an entire reinforced platoon. If he truly cared about repayment, he would have simply sent them home after saving them and made them send money. Back then, he simply felt he'd barely escaped that lawless world of his past life, his mind now filled with the myriad cultivation techniques from the Taoist temple of his former existence. His adoptive parents in this life were also from a wealthy family, so he lacked nothing financially. There was simply no need to dwell on trivial matters. Chapter 21, You Don't Bathe? "Brother Huanshan, what did I do wrong to make you dislike me?" Su Huan's question startled him. He paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing. Why would you ask that?" Before truly interacting with Lin Yuqing, Su Huan's impression of her had indeed been rather poor. But that was merely because he'd been swayed by those jerks in the dorm, forming a preconceived notion. After all, what man would have a favorable impression of a spoiled, bratty rich girl? Now that he'd actually gotten to know her, Su Huan honestly had a pretty good impression of her, especially considering she was one of the people he'd saved back in the day. "If I haven't done anything wrong, and you don't dislike me, then why do you always act like you want to push me away?" Just now on the playground, weren't we together in front of everyone? Why? As she spoke, Lin Yuqing's eyes welled up and she pouted her red lips, looking strikingly like a woman being abandoned by a jerk. Seeing this, Su Huan closed his eyes, unable to suppress a mental rant. Damn it, why does this woman talk just like my cheap little sister-in-law, all sweet and sultry? She's way too good at playing the victim. One minute it's my dear, the next it's my brother. And that look at the end? Makes it seem like I actually did something bad to her. After a moment, Su Huan took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and spoke calmly. I don't dislike you, but for now, there's no question of pushing you away or not. As for what happened on the playground earlier, I can explain it to you. And most importantly, I'm already married. There's no way we can be together. After saying this, Su Huan calmly looked at her. In his view, he'd made his position perfectly clear, and since he was genuinely married, there was no need to keep arguing over that playful confession on the playground. For Su Huan, today's confession on the playground had been nothing more than a joke. He'd only done it to help a friend, never expecting his own words to come true. I know you're married, brother. And I also know your sister Ruyan's secret husband. Don't worry, brother, I don't mind those things. In our circle, it's perfectly normal for capable men or women to have multiple partners. Take my dad, for instance, he has 3 wives. Even Sister Ruyan's father, your father-in-law, married his former sister-in-law as his second wife. Hearing Lin Yuqing's words and observing her utterly composed, pretty face, a trace of surprise involuntarily flashed in Su Huan's eyes. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Lin Yuqing knew about these internal affairs of the Lu family. After all, given her status and background, it wasn't difficult for her to learn such things. What truly astonished him was how utterly different Lin Yuling was from the Lu sisters and her stepmothers. Lin Yuqing was born to the legitimate wife of the current generation of the Lin family, making her the pure-blooded eldest daughter. Moreover, the Lin family's background was entirely different from those she had mentioned. As one of the foremost powerful families in the Demon City, the Lin family's strength and influence were formidable, placing them on the same level as the Lu family, both colossal entities. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, did Lin Yuqing really need to marry him, a married man, just for saving her life once? Could it be that this woman harbors some ulterior motive, or seeks something from me? But aside from the slight display of ability when I saved her, we'd had no contact over the years. And during my time at school, I'd never once shown anything extraordinary. Beyond his looks, the only thing about him that might attract covetous eyes was the Lu family backing him, yet he had no involvement in the operations of the Lu group. Unable to make sense of it, Su Huan's brows instinctively furrowed. The look he cast at her now carried a hint of inexplicable meaning. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, Lin Yuqing seemed to sense something and spoke first. Brother, rest assured. I harbor absolutely no ill will toward you, nor do I covet anything. The Lu family and my Lin family are long-standing allies. Sister Ruyan and I are practically sisters. So you needn't worry about me having ulterior motives. I just like you, I simply want to be with you. Hearing her explanation, Su Huan couldn't help but grow even more astonished. His mind raced as he asked in confusion. Wait, what's in it for you? No strings attached? You just want me for me? You're the esteemed young miss of the Lin family. You're after me, a married man? You're after me because I'm older than you? Because I don't bathe? Su Huan held no particular views on polygamy or polyandry. To him, existence itself justified reason. Didn't that big shot in Macau openly marry several wives in his previous life? And that was just what was out in the open. Behind closed doors, such practices were even more commonplace. After all, it was simply a matter of one willing to give and one willing to receive. What he couldn't fathom now was the true motive behind Lin Yuqing's actions. Could it really be solely because of that one time he saved her life? Shaking his head firmly at the thought, he dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the very least, his handsome looks had to be part of it. After all, his real-life version of Niji Hasage wasn't just a hollow reputation. Besides, hasn't it always been true that the ugly ones are destined to be oxen and horses in their next lives, while the handsome ones can only repay their debts by offering themselves? Right, everyone watching at home? Hearing Su Huan's puzzled words, Lin Yuqing giggled softly, covering her mouth. Yes, I'm only after you. As for what brother said about being older, I think it's just right I'm not into little boys. And not showering? That's even better, no need for you to do it yourself. I'll wash you every single day. Her smile vanished as she fixed a serious gaze on Su Huan, enunciating each word deliberately. I've searched for you for 8 whole years. This time, no matter what, I won't give up. Faced with her resolute gaze and unwavering words, Su Huan gave a helpless smile. We'll see. Even though we met 8 years ago, if you really want to count it, we haven't actually had much interaction. I've got plenty of flaws, no real ambition, just love to take it easy. Give it some time. Once you get to know me better, you might change your mind about me. After all, that white moonlight in your heart might just be something you filtered through your own lens. Chapter 22, Dark Moonlight. Faced with Su Huan's self-deprecating words, Lin Yuqing remained utterly unshaken. Her expression unchanged, she looked at Su Huan and continued firmly, "Brother, why do you think I came looking for you without knowing anything about you?" Su Huan furrowed his brow, unsure what she was getting at. Before he could speak, Lin Yuqing's calm voice carried once more. "Let's be honest. That grand confession on the playground today? I deliberately had Lu Jian do it. Though I've never understood why he's pursued me so relentlessly all these years, the truth is since last year, I've only allowed him to linger around me because I wanted to learn more about you through him. This was both to confirm that the man I'd been searching for all these years is truly you, and to gather more intelligence about your whereabouts." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Huan, who looked somewhat stunned, and gave a light chuckle before continuing. "Through him and other channels, I learned that Brother Huan, you have a severe psychological obsession with purity, or perhaps it's better described as deep-seated guardedness. For instance, before formally agreeing to date Sister Ruyan, you specifically inquired about her past. And before agreeing to marry her, you even investigated Uncle Lu's family's character. And that ex-girlfriend you dated during your freshman year, because she showed signs of flirting with another guy, you ended things without hesitation, ignoring all her pleas and explanations. I know all of this." This time, Su Huan was so stunned she couldn't speak. He truly hadn't expected Lin Yuqing to know him so deeply, even learning these hidden details. After a moment's thought, a look of profound confusion crossed his eyes as he blurted out, "Wait, you know all my flaws? If you know all that, why are you still hung up on someone like me?" Lin Yuqing looked at Su Huan, her gaze unwavering and confident, "Because I perfectly meet all the criteria my brother set for choosing a wife." As she spoke, she blinked her large, moist eyes and continued softly. "My personal life has been spotless since childhood, no flirtations with the opposite sex, no ex-boyfriends, no childhood sweethearts. Only you, my one true love, whom I've waited 8 years for. Plus, with my family's strict upbringing, I can confidently say I'm perfectly aligned with your brother's standards of purity. If you don't believe me, brother, you're welcome to investigate for yourself, just like you did with Sister Ruyan." Listening to her silky smooth self-introduction, Su Huan opened his mouth, then realized upon reflection that there truly was nothing about this woman he could find fault with. His notoriously demanding standards of purity were utterly meaningless in her presence. This woman, it could be said, had come fully prepared. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Seems being too handsome comes with its own set of troubles. While Su Huan was still lost in his own thoughts, Lin Yuqing, noticing his prolonged silence, cautiously turned to look at him. "Brother, do you still have reservations?" At that moment, Su Huan snapped back to reality. He glanced at Lin Yuqing's faint yet hopeful gaze and sighed silently. "The reason I never retaliated against that ex-girlfriend back then was simply because she was just my girlfriend. I never really took her too seriously. To me, a girlfriend isn't much different from a buddy, you could even say she's dispensable. But the way you're acting now, you clearly intend to become my wife. Those two roles are entirely different, you know." After a pause, Su Huan met her gaze with a hint of amusement, continuing each word with a thick layer of threat. "I'm not some brainless green-haired turtle from a cheap soap opera. Once you become my wife and I fully accept you, if you dare to cheat on me. When love turns to hatred, you and the Lin family behind you will become my sworn enemies. It will be a fight to the death. You know I have the power to make that happen. So, are you still planning to proceed?" After delivering these words, Su Huan fixed his gaze on Lin Yuqing, waiting to see her reaction. He knew his words were harsh, and he knew they might push this beautiful woman away completely. Yet Su Huan felt not the slightest hesitation. After all, while this woman before him was beautiful, wealthy, and held a high status, none of that mattered to him. He didn't care about her status or her wealth, things he already possessed in abundance. As for beauty, that was even less significant to him. After all, no girl could stay 18 forever, but 18-year-old girls were born every single moment. With his abilities and looks, he had no shortage of such things. Moreover, his harsh words stemmed from his own calculations. In his eyes, the woman before him was pouring out her heart, recounting the 8 years she'd spent searching for him. 8 years. How many 8-year spans does a person have in a lifetime? A direct emotional rejection might be too devastating to her mental well-being. But if he accepted her without fully considering the consequences, and if the situation he described actually unfolded in the future, given his temperament, those so-called threats would undoubtedly become reality. Therefore, whether it was threats or intimidation, laying out all these consequences to scare her off was a perfectly reasonable choice. That way, even if they couldn't become lovers in the future, at least they wouldn't become enemies. Perhaps they could still coexist peacefully as friends or siblings. At that moment, Lin Yuqing seemed genuinely shaken by Su Huan's words. Her gaze drifted off into the distance, lingering there for a long moment. Seeing this, Su Huan chuckled softly and spoke. "Alright, don't overthink it. Like I said before, this white moonlight image of me is just an obsession in your mind. Things you haven't obtained naturally get filtered through a rose-colored lens in your heart. Once you truly let go, open yourself to the world, that rose-colored lens will shatter on its own. Maybe then, when you look back, you'll realize that what you once thought was the moonlight might just be the dark moonlight. Ha ha ha, alright, that's all. I'm outta here." With that, Su Huan kept the same smile on his face as he opened the car door to leave. But at that very moment, as Su Huan opened the door, Lin Yuqing, who had been lost in thought beside him, suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly grabbed Su Huan's large hand and let out a startled scream. Don't! Feeling the slightly cold jade-like hand clasping his own, Su Huan turned to look back, letting out a soft chuckle filled with puzzlement. What's wrong? At that moment, Lin Yuqing seemed to be spurred by something. She shifted her position and, under Su Huan's puzzled gaze, planted a passionate kiss on his cheek. Before Su Huan could recover, Lin Yuqing's excited voice rang out again. Brother Huan, believe me, I would never betray you. Believe me, please believe me. I've searched for you for 8 years. After finally finding you again, how could I possibly? Feeling the trembling, delicate body clinging to him, Su Huan finally snapped back to reality. He gently patted her back and quickly interrupted. All right, calm down. I believe you. I believe you, okay? Hearing Su Huan's words, Lin Yuqing slowly stopped trembling and lifted her head to look at his face. Su Huan offered a gentle smile, avoiding any further provocation as he whispered soothingly. What you need right now is to get some rest. Wait until you've calmed down and thought things through clearly. Then we'll talk properly. As he spoke, Su Huan gently pushed her away from his embrace and reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your driver should be nearby, right? Have him take you home to rest first. There's no need for us to rush things. Su Huan steadied her, his expression turning serious as he continued to soothe her. All right, be good. That's all for now. We'll see each other tomorrow. Lin Yuqing looked at his earnest expression and found herself unable to utter any words of refusal. She knew that someone like Su Huan preferred obedient women. Moreover, this was the first time he'd ever made a request of her, and she had no idea how to refuse. After a moment, she reluctantly nodded. All right then, Brother Huan, see you tomorrow. Seeing her compliance, Su Huan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He pinched her pretty cheek and couldn't help but praise her generously. Such a good girl. Bye, see you tomorrow. Chapter 23, Without Evidence. Stepping out of the car, Su Huan waved back at it. Soon, a middle-aged man jogged over and slid into the driver's seat. Soon, the sound of the engine starting filled the air as the car pulled away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Su Huan breathed a sigh of relief once more. This brief encounter had left him feeling more exhausted than battling an enemy. The main reason was that this woman was essentially his fangirl, having harbored feelings for him for years. She simply liked him, there was no malice involved. He couldn't bring himself to speak harshly to her. This woman's personality is a bit stubborn, isn't it? They say women like this are the type most likely to turn into yandere. Yandere, basements, possession, confinement. Terrifying. The chilling descriptions of yandere suddenly sent a shiver down Su Huan's spine, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Yet, just as he was lost in those disturbing fantasies, a girl's startled cry suddenly pierced his ears. Ruxu, look! Senior Su Huan is over there. Hearing this, Su Huan frowned and turned his head. There, Lu Ruxu was striding toward him, accompanied by a junior of the same age, both looking furious. Seeing this scene, Su Huan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who had the misfortune of angering this girl? Taking a few steps toward them, Su Huan asked Lu Ruxu with a light smile. Little one, what's the matter? Who's got on your nerves? As he spoke, Su Huan reached out to pinch her cheek playfully, hoping to ease her anger. But just as her fingers were about to touch Lu Ruxu's warm cheek, the girl suddenly dodged away, glaring angrily at Su Huan and the surroundings behind him. Su Huan was utterly taken aback by her evasion, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. This little girl's anger seemed to be directed at him. He gave a helpless smile, about to ask her what was going on, when Lu Ruxu's indignant voice suddenly rang out. Su Huan, where's that little fourth? Hand her over. Su Huan was momentarily bewildered by her outburst, but when he snapped back to reality, he grinned. Well, the little brat's temper's really growing. You don't call me brother-in-law anymore, and now you dare address me by my full name. What's this? Haven't seen me in a while and you're itching for a beating? With that, Su Huan reached out again and cupped her small head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ruxu, her head firmly held down, clearly resented it. She angrily pushed Su Huan's large hand away, placed her hands on her hips, and declared loudly. Oomph. You stinky man, don't try to change the subject. What about that little who dared to seduce my man? Hand her over. Su Huan shook his head in confusion, sighing helplessly. When did you little girl even get a boyfriend? Besides, if you want to catch Shaoxi, go find your boyfriend. What business is it of mine? At that moment, Lu Ruxu seemed to finally snap out of her fury. It appeared that the man before her hadn't even acknowledged her self-proclaimed status as the mistress yet. Yet, though she realized her position was shaky, she stubbornly pressed on. Oomph. I'm talking about that Lin family heiress, Lin Yuqing. I saw it all on the playground just now. She grabbed your arm and dragged you straight over here. At that moment, Su Huan finally grasped the girl's meaning. She had mistaken Lin Yuqing for the fourth mistress. Just as he was about to explain, Lu Ruxu suddenly spoke with a hint of sadness. Brother-in-law, with all that happened on the playground just now, and so many people saw it. How could you do this to me and my sister? Her red lips pouted in hurt as she accused him again. Even if you wanted to find Xiaoxi, you should have at least told me and my sister. You just showed up out of nowhere and pulled this stunt. What about me and my sister? Seeing Lu Ruxu on the verge of tears, Su Huan instantly felt 3 black lines flash across his face. He retorted impatiently, "Little girl, speak properly. Don't pull this nonsense on me. I can explain what happened on the playground. It was just an accident. And by the way, don't go spreading rumors without any proof, okay? What have I ever done to wrong you? You're my sister-in-law, for crying out loud." Without waiting for Lu Ruxu's response, Su Huan turned to the girl beside her. "Little freshman, you must agree with what your senior said, right? Without proof, how could anyone make such accusations?" The girl across from them nodded instinctively. Yet after doing so, she pointed shyly at Su Huan's cheek and said softly, "Senior, you make a good point. But next time you speak so confidently, could you please wipe off the lipstick on your face first? That way, your credibility might actually improve a bit." Hearing this, Su Huan's expression froze instantly. He suddenly recalled the kiss he'd shared with Lin Yuqing in the car earlier when she'd been so emotional. At the time, preoccupied with calming her down, he hadn't given the kiss a second thought. But he hadn't expected that kiss to leave a mark, much less that the woman had been wearing invisible lipstick. At this thought, Su Huan's gaze toward them grew uncertain. He gave an awkward smile, wiped the lipstick mark, then took Lu Ruxu's delicate hand and explained softly. "Ruxu, trust me, it was just an accident." Yes, it was an accident. A complete accident. Yet, faced with Su Huan's conciliatory explanation, Lu Ruxu gave a light snort and turned away. Seeing the little girl still looking angry, Su Huan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. He shook his head helplessly, then took 2 steps forward to stand before her. "Alright, fine. I was wrong. Go ahead, tell me how to make you stop being angry. Just ask, and I'll do my best to make it happen." As Su Huan's words fell, Lu Ruxu finally lifted her lovely face. She looked at Su Huan, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Really?" Su Huan nodded helplessly. "Go ahead. If it's money you want, this card still has over 10 million in it." As she spoke, Su Huan pulled a bank card from her pocket. "If you want people, I can bring those 3 blonde-haired guys from my dorm over too. As for anything else, just tell me what you want. If it's possible, I'll do my best to make it happen." Seeing Su Huan's generous offer, the girl beside him instantly lit up with excitement. "Money? He'll give it. People? He'll deliver. And he's so handsome too. Where else could you find such a perfect brother-in-law?" Breathless, the girl stared at Lu Ruxu, her envy utterly unmasked. Yet, despite the offer being utterly tempting to the girl, Lu Ruxu couldn't care less. She gave a light snort, wrapped her arm around Su Huan's, and teased playfully. "I don't want money. And I definitely don't want those 3 yellow-haired guys. What I want is..." Chapter 24, Admitting Mistakes. Su Huan smiled helplessly. This little girl had even learned to play coy. That little fourth actually kissed my Huan brother before I did. I'm so angry, so annoyed. So, I want brother Huan to kiss me first. Su Huan froze upon hearing this, covering his forehead in exasperation. Wait, are you sure this is punishment and not a reward? Wait, hold up, this is my sister-in-law. I almost let her lead me astray. Before Su Huan could respond, Lu Ruxu sniffled twice and continued. Also, since it's an apology, there should be a proper form of apology. So, I've decided brother Huan must write me a song of apology. The lyrics must be sincere, showing genuine remorse. Plus, they absolutely have to express the fear of the mistake and the consequences it brings. Most importantly, both must be completed today. That's all for now. As her words fell, the girl beside her and Su Huan froze in shock. The girl stared at Lu Ruxu in utter disbelief, as if seeing her best friend for the very first time. Meanwhile, Su Huan's face darkened instantly. He looked at his triumphant sister-in-law with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Seriously, is this little minx trying to make my life miserable? Writing a song is one thing, but demanding it be done today with all these extra requirements? Wait, are you sure you're not just trying to make things difficult for me? Ruxu, maybe we should just call it off. This second demand is just too unreasonable. Even if Su Xuechang is a genius, there's no way he could meet these demands in such a short time. The girl nudged Lu Ruxu's arm, trying to dissuade her. Yet Lu Ruxu remained unmoved by her best friend's plea. She looked at the girl, her eyes brimming with confidence as she replied. Yueling, don't worry. I'm not trying to make things difficult for brother Huan. Brother Huan has the ability to do it. You have no idea just how talented he really is. If he's willing, he can definitely finish it today. Right, brother Huan? After speaking, Lu Ruxu looked at Su Huan with unwavering confidence, as if she had absolute faith in him. Su Huan smiled helplessly. Closing his eyes, he racked his brain, recalling every song from his past life that met the requirements. After a moment, he opened his eyes, then bowed slightly before planting a kiss on Lu Ruxu's lovely face. Watching his sister-in-law's face flush instantly before she could recover, Su Huan took her delicate hand and walked toward a certain direction with a light smile. Come on, let's go to the music room and fulfill your second request. Chen Yueling was startled by Su Huan's actions. She watched Lu Ruxu, still seemingly dazed, being led away by Su Huan. After a moment of surprise, she quickly followed suit. Moments later, in a secluded music classroom at Shanghai University. It was dinner time, so no students lingered around the classroom. Su Huan sat down at a piano, turning to the two girls beside her with a soft smile. Listen up, okay? Once the second request is done, you'd better behave yourself. Lu Ruxu's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted. Who's supposed to be good? Just start already. Su Huan chuckled softly, placed her hands on the keys, and began to play. A melancholy melody filled the air instantly, and both Lu Ruxu and Chen Yueling fell silent, listening intently. As Su Huan played, she sang with deep emotion the classic song from her past life. That afternoon, I stood at your doorstep. You bit your lip but still said goodbye. My pleas and tears were all in vain. Perhaps I should reap what I sow. Your indulgence, I never truly understood it. Believing love had grown strong enough to need no reason. My heart trembles now, understanding your pain. But your expression has grown cold. The lyrics are sincere, perfectly capturing the fear of the wrongdoer in a relationship and the recognition of the consequences of their mistakes. It's all my fault. Does admitting it now even matter? You say you no longer love me. I take you back to happier times. You only urge me to let go. It's all my fault. Is it too late to admit my mistakes now? You say you love your life now. You take me back to the mutual torment of love. And you tell me, don't come back to admit your mistakes, accept the consequences. At this moment, Chen Yueling was completely immersed in Su Huan's singing. Her eyes were slightly reddened, her face radiating pure rapture. Lu Ruxu sat frozen in place, her eyes filled with shock and deep emotion. After cycling through every lyric and melody once more, the song concluded a few minutes later. Su Huan stopped playing and turned to look at the two women. So, how about it? I fulfilled that second request, right? As the song faded and Su Huan's soft laughter followed, Lu Ruxu's eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. She truly hadn't expected Su Huan to deliver such a high-quality song so quickly. Chen Yueling also looked utterly amazed, her gaze toward Su Huan brimming with admiration. Suddenly, as if a realization struck her, she excitedly shook Lu Ruxu's arm. Ruxu. Could Senior Su be that legendary online figure with millions of fans, the one called Phantom God? His voice and profile looked just like that elusive Phantom God who never shows his face. Lu Ruxu glanced at Su Huan, then smiled and nodded. Yep, that's right. Brother Huan is that Phantom God. But Yueling, you absolutely can't spread this around. Brother Huan doesn't like showing his face, and he especially hates people knowing his identity. Saying this, she turned to look at Su Huan, covering her mouth and giggling. He doesn't like fame. He just loves to lie low and coast through life. Hearing Lu Ruxu's confirmation, Chen Yueling instantly grew even more excited. She hurriedly stepped in front of Su Huan, excitedly pulling out her phone to take a picture. Senior Su, I'm your biggest fan. I've been following you for ages. Idol, take a photo with me. Please. Su Huan was startled by her excitement and quickly turned away, reminding her. No, I don't take pictures. Seeing Su Huan's blunt refusal, Chen Yueling pleaded reluctantly. Just one photo. Senior, don't worry. I promise I won't tell a soul. I'll keep it a secret. As she spoke, Chen Yueling pulled Lu Ruxu over, urging her to join in the plea. Ruxu, please help me out. You know I've had a crush on Su Huan for years. Now that I finally get to see him in person, if I don't get a photo with him, I'll definitely lose sleep tonight. Please. Seeing Chen Yueling's pleading expression, Lu Ruxu looked at Su Huan with a headache. She knew her best friend adored Su Huan. Over the years, whenever Su Huan released a new song, her friend would play it on repeat for half a month, a die-hard fan through and through. Recalling this, she shot Su Huan a pleading look. Watching the two women fussing, Su Huan sighed helplessly. Fine. But only a side profile. No full-face shots. Chapter 25, Provocation. After fooling around with the two girls for a while, half an hour later, the three of them walked out of the teaching building together. Su Huan smiled and waved goodbye to the two women before turning to leave, her steps seeming somewhat hurried. By now, the sun had begun its descent toward the west. The sky's hues shifted from bright to dark as nightfall quietly descended. Back in the dorm, Su Huan stared at the three blonde-haired guys before her, her expression shifting between moods. When Lin Yu and the others saw Su Huan's gloomy expression, they couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Brother Huan, you're finally back. Lin Yu hurried forward, his face plastered with a smile. Quick, please sit down, he said, eagerly ushering Su Huan into the dorm room. At that moment, Gu Yanji and Lu Jian snapped out of their daze. Following Lin Yu's lead, they swiftly pulled out the largest chair in the dorm and respectfully invited Su Huan to sit. Gu Yanji immediately opened a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it towards Su Huan, saying obsequiously, "Brother Huan, cool down, don't be angry." Lu Jian and Lin Yu quickly chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Huan. This was just an accident. We swear it wasn't a setup." A trace of scorn flashed across Su Huan's face, as if he didn't believe a single word or even a punctuation mark of what they were saying. Seeing the thick distrust on Su Huan's face, Lin Yu gave an awkward chuckle and continued. "Come on, Brother Huan, don't think so badly of us brothers. We genuinely never took a dime from that woman. This was a total accident. In the end, we realized that was definitely after you. There was nothing we could do." Lin Yu said, shrugging helplessly as he spoke. Gu Yanji and Lu Jian beside him quickly nodded in agreement, their expressions clearly showing they shared the same view. Yeah. You truly deserve your title as the top school heartthrob above us all. Even a high-class lady like Lin Yuqing couldn't help but fall head over heels for your genes." Listening to their flattery and empty compliments, Su Huan sneered again, shooting them a look that could freeze the blood. All three of them shuddered involuntarily at the sight of his gaze. The reason Su Huan commanded their willing respect as Brother Huan in this school heartthrob house had absolutely nothing to do with him being a year or two older than them. That title, Brother Huan, came about because during freshman orientation, Su Huan personally shattered their arrogance, leaving them no choice but to obey. The memory of Su Huan's size 43 slippers made the trio tremble slightly. "Brother Huan, stop always thinking the worst. Just think about it even if we take a step back. Forget the facts for a moment. Miss Lin Yuqing is actually quite decent." Lin Yu quickly chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. "Sure, she can be a bit stubborn and a little spoiled, but setting that aside, she's got plenty of great qualities. You see, not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also the daughter of a top-tier noble family. Just for that, countless people would kill to take your place and they don't even get the chance." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Gu Yanji quickly chimed in. "Yeah, Brother Huan, with Lin Yuqing's credentials, even my Gu family wouldn't get a chance to arrange a marriage with her." Listening to their pointless banter, Su Huan raised her hand impatiently and cut them off. Enough. Cut the nonsense. I don't care about that right now. Just tell me straight, did you take money to act against me today?" With that, Su Huan narrowed his eyes and shot them a warning glance. "No. How could we? I didn't take any." The three men waved their hands frantically, responding without a moment's hesitation. Observing their stunned and bewildered expressions, Su Huan nodded with satisfaction. "Alright, as long as you're not just putting on a show for me. That's all then. I've got stuff to do tonight, gotta hit the road." With that, Su Huan waved goodbye and stood up to leave. Back at Cloudtop Manor, Su Huan headed straight for the bathroom. Over 10 minutes later, Su Huan emerged wearing a black casual outfit. Glancing at the clock on her phone, she saw it was already past 8 in the evening. Glancing at the location Liu Ruyan had sent earlier that afternoon, he drove downstairs and headed out. Half an hour later, she arrived beneath a renowned building in the heart of the Magic City. After confirming the navigation coordinates, she parked in a designated spot. Entering the building, the receptionist at the entrance immediately approached him and respectfully inquired about the floor and room number he was visiting. After Su Huan provided the information sent by Liu Ruyan, the receptionist respectfully pressed the elevator button for him. Upon reaching the top floor, he saw that the entire level was divided into only 2 banquet-style private rooms. Su Huan headed toward the left. The attendant at the door glanced at the photo on his phone before respectfully opening the door for him. Seeing this, Su Huan instantly understood. As expected, Liu Ruyan must have provided his photo to the staff beforehand. This way, even if she missed his call, Su Huan wouldn't face the awkwardness of being turned away at the door. Su Huan smiled faintly and walked straight inside. Upon entering the private room, or rather, the banquet hall, the entire space was filled with the chatter of numerous men and women. Su Huan casually scanned the room. There were probably dozens, if not hundreds, of people gathered there. This male lead from a torture novel has quite the network, huh? A welcome banquet, and so many scions of wealthy families have shown up. She curled her lip and stopped paying attention to the others in the hall. His gaze swept across the venue, searching for Liu Ruyan's figure. Moments later, nestled in a booth slightly tucked against the wall, Liu Ruyan came into view. Seated beside her were several women with meticulously applied makeup. Across from her, a few men in formal attire appeared to be deep in conversation. Su Huan smiled softly and walked straight over. Just as he neared Liu Ruyan's booth, several playful female voices drifted over. The women seated beside Liu Ruyan teased her playfully. "Ruyan, your childhood sweetheart, young Master Ji, is back. Look, young Master Ji has been staring at you all night. Yeah, Ruyan, what do you think? Any special feelings?" Hearing these voices, Su Huan instantly halted her steps. Due to the specially adjusted lighting in the private room, the brightness would occasionally dim into shadow. Thus, Liu Ruyan didn't immediately notice Su Huan's arrival. He casually sat down at a nearby single seat, listening to their conversation with keen interest. Speaking of Liu Ruyan's childhood friend, Su Huan actually felt a bit annoyed with him. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in himself or feared being upstaged. He simply felt that the very name carried a certain provocation toward him. Chapter 26, The Cup of Exchange. At that moment, the men across the room abruptly fell silent, lifting their heads to steal glances at Liu Ruyan and the other women. Among them, a young man in a white suit suddenly brightened. His body, which had been slumped lazily against the chair, instantly sat up straight, his gaze locking onto Liu Ruyan's lovely face. Observing the scrutinizing gazes directed at them from both men and women, Huan instantly understood. This man must be the one they referred to as young Master Ji Boda. Huan's gaze followed Ji Bodai's figure. He was tall and well-built, with handsome features, truly a fine specimen. TSK, this big dick brother isn't half bad looking. All human on the outside, but a dog on the inside. Huan gave Ji Boda a quick glance, inwardly marveling at his appearance. Just as her gaze lingered on Ji Boda, Liu Ruyan's slightly reproachful voice suddenly rang out. Don't talk nonsense. Boda and I are just friends. Besides, I'm married. I don't want my husband to get the wrong idea. Hearing Liu Ruyan's response, Huan keenly noticed that the man with the massive member's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, the women seated beside Liu Ruyan giggled again. Come on, Ruyan, you're being such a killjoy. Using that non-existent husband of yours as a shield in front of outsiders is one thing. We're all friends here, no need to keep playing that card. Another woman chimed in with a light laugh. Exactly, Ruyan. We're all friends here. If you were really married, how come you've never brought him along all this time? Alright, if you keep dodging like this, our Mr. G might get jealous. Listening to her friend's playful teasing, Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of annoyance, yet she couldn't help but let a faint, resigned smile grace her lips. She shook her head gently, then gracefully lifted her glass of red wine, taking a small sip as the rich aroma filled her mouth. It's not that I don't want to bring him out, it's that my husband refuses to come out. Liu Ruyan sighed helplessly and continued her explanation. He absolutely hates these kinds of gatherings. She paused briefly before swiftly replacing her resigned expression with a cheerful smile. But after 2 days of persistent nagging, my husband finally agreed. He'll be joining me tonight. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she turned to the women beside her and said solemnly, so please, don't say things like that anymore. My husband gets upset. The moment she finished, the women beside her immediately looked stunned. They exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe Liu Ruyan's response. No way, sis, you're serious? The women stared at her wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Liu Ruyan smiled and nodded silently in response. Across the table, Ji Boda's expression darkened once more. His brow furrowed as he lowered his head and drained the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Witnessing this, Huan let out a quiet chuckle to herself, her admiration for Liu Ruyan growing significantly. This woman, she's pretty good. At the same time, the others at the booth seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. One man, particularly perceptive, picked up his glass and smiled as he proposed a toast, raising his glass to drink together. At the sound, the others instantly responded, raising their glasses in unison. Liu Ruyan and Ji Boda were no exception. They joined the others in raising their glasses, clinking them lightly together. In an instant, the booth erupted once more with laughter and cheer, as if the earlier minor incident had never occurred. Watching the group return to normal, Huan shifted in her seat, preparing to rise. However, just as he was about to move, Ji Boda suddenly stood up, holding a glass of red wine as he walked toward Liu Ruyan. Seeing this, Huan sat back down and turned to watch. In such a crowded setting, he trusted this male lead from a romance novel wouldn't be that brainless. Even if this guy with the massive thing got carried away by alcohol, Huan was confident he could take him down instantly the moment he touched Liu Ruyan. As long as he didn't get handsy, Huan couldn't be bothered to care about a few words. Ruyan, it's been 5 years. Let me toast to you. Approaching Liu Ruyan, the guy with the huge cock spoke softly with a gentle expression. Liu Ruyan paused, seemingly surprised that this man she hadn't seen in 5 years would personally come over just for a drink. She stood up, picked up her glass, and smiled faintly. No need to be so formal. It's just a drink, a remote toast will do. Besides, today's your welcome party, I should be the one toasting you. Saying this, she raised her glass, about to clink it lightly with big dick eyes. But then, one of the women nearby chimed in with a playful laugh. Ruyan, even though what you just said sounded convincing, looking at this handsome childhood friend standing before you, don't you have even the slightest thought? Another woman chimed in with a giggle. Yeah, Ruyan, why don't you and young Master G share a toast? Just to honor the past. Hearing the women's encouragement, Ji Boda's eyes lit up. He shot them a subtle, approving glance. His expression remained unchanged, but a surge of excitement welled up inside him. He believed that with their childhood bond and all these friends watching, Liu Ruyan wouldn't refuse him and leave him hanging. Once this first step was taken, even the most solid wall would eventually show cracks. Where there was a crack, he would find a way through. Forget it. I'm a married woman. This isn't appropriate. Liu Ruyan instinctively frowned at their teasing. She knew this refusal might leave Ji Boda awkwardly exposed, but the thought of Huan's unforgiving nature, his sharp, cold features. She knew that if she gave in to the group's urging and Huan later discovered it, her marriage would shatter instantly. She was a rational woman who understood what was permissible and what was not. The act of clinking glasses could be interpreted in many ways. When done between people of the same sex, it could easily be dismissed as drunken banter. But between opposite sexes, the nature of the act was entirely different. When either party was already in a relationship, such an act could easily be considered emotional infidelity. She, Liu Ruyan, would never commit such foolishness. Hearing Liu Ruyan's detached response, Ji Boda's smile froze momentarily. He waved his hand dismissively, hastily agreeing with Liu Ruyan's response to salvage his dignity without showing it. Exactly, Ruyan's right. We're just childhood friends. No one should get the wrong idea. With that, he maintained his smile and gently clinked his glass against Liu Ruyan's. Ruyan, come on, don't listen to their nonsense. Let's just have a toast as childhood friends. Hearing his explanation, Liu Ruyan exhaled softly, gave him a faint smile, and drained her glass in one gulp. Chapter 27, Turning on Each Other. Back at their seats, Ji Boda suppressed the gloom in his heart and pulled his friend up to drink several more cups together. Across the table, after setting down her glass, Liu Ruyan reached into her bag for her phone and opened the chat window with Huan. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Glancing at the time on her phone, Liu Ruyan sent a message to Huan with a hint of resignation. Putting her phone away, the women beside her exchanged knowing glances. One of them, still not giving up, spoke up again. Ruyan, you sound so certain we sisters really believe you're married now. When your husband comes over later, you'll have to introduce him properly, okay? Though unsure what she meant, Liu Ruyan simply smiled and nodded without giving it much thought. Just then, another woman feigned nonchalance and chimed in playfully. Hey, Ruyan, we're really curious. If it were possible. If you weren't already married, would Master Ji be your first choice? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in the booth to hear. Across the table, Ji Boda and his companions instinctively fell silent, as if they too were deeply intrigued by the answer. Liu Ruyan's brows furrowed again. She seemed visibly annoyed now. Her face turned cold as she shot them an angry glance. Young Master Ji and I are merely childhood friends and classmates. There's absolutely nothing beyond friendship between us. If you insist on pressing this issue, don't blame me for losing my temper. Her gaze turned icy as she continued, enunciating each word deliberately. If you like Boda, you can pursue him yourselves. You don't need to worry about me. I don't know if you're testing me or have other motives, but I have only one thing to say. If this happens again, we can stop pretending to be sisters. We'll each go our separate ways. With that, Liu Ruyan shot them another glare before picking up her bag and preparing to leave. As she rose, the look she cast at Ji Boda carried an inexplicable undertone. She couldn't tell if this man across from her had hinted something to her sisters. If so, then she'd have to keep her guard up around him from now on. Several women, seeing Liu Ruyan thoroughly enraged, were instantly startled. They hurriedly rose to their feet, grasping Liu Ruyan's delicate hands as they explained. Ruyan, don't be angry, don't be angry. We were just curious, just joking around. Yes, Ruyan, please calm down. Sit back down. We truly meant no harm. The commotion drew the attention of Ji Boda and his companions, who were also startled by Liu Ruyan's sudden outburst. They quickly chimed in, echoing the women's soothing words. After a moment, Liu Ruyan seemed to finally calm down a bit. She looked at the women before her and said earnestly, I'll let this one slide. But if it happens again, I won't hesitate to confront you. What you think is a joke isn't one to me. You may find it amusing to spread rumors, but if any of this reaches my husband's ears, I'll be the one facing the consequences. Everyone in the booth was startled by Liu Ruyan's stern demeanor. As the daughter of a top-tier aristocratic family who had now taken over her family's vast conglomerate, Liu Ruyan radiated the authority of a true leader. Seeing this, the other women quickly waved their hands and chimed in. All right, we were wrong. We won't say another word. Yes, Ruyan, we were just asking casually after having a few drinks. We never thought it would cause you trouble. After speaking, the women exchanged a knowing glance, each unable to suppress a bitter smile. Their families were worlds apart from the Lius and the Jis. The only reason they had become sisters with Liu Ruyan was simply because they had been classmates for many years. Since the Ji family was also one of the 4 top-tier clans, they had secretly hoped to bring Liu Ruyan and Ji Boda together. They could clearly see that Ji Boda harbored genuine feelings for Liu Ruyan. If the two truly ended up together, then as their close friends and matchmakers, their families might gain the backing of 2 major top-tier clans. Should that day ever come, they would instantly become major contributors to their respective families, basking in future glory. Yet they never imagined that merely giving the match a slight nudge would provoke such fierce, unyielding fury from Liu Ruyan. Thinking about it now, they couldn't help but feel like they'd shot themselves in the foot. Ruyan, what's wrong? Who's upset you now? At that moment, feeling the farce had gone on long enough, Huan glided over with a light step and a smile. At the sound of Huan's voice, everyone in the booth turned to look. The moment Liu Ruyan spotted Huan, the icy expression on her beautiful face instantly melted into a delighted smile. Honey, you're finally here. With that, Liu Ruyan scampered over, the click-clack of her high heels echoing as she approached. Reaching Su Huan, she nestled into his embrace like a little bird. What took you so long? It's already this late. Lifting her head from Su Huan's embrace, she cooed in a playful, petulant tone. Su Huan gently stroked her head and replied with a soft laugh. I went home to take a shower earlier, so I was a bit delayed. But it shouldn't matter much, right? Just as the two embraced, the crowd inside the venue erupted in shock once more. They stared in disbelief toward the couple, utterly unable to fathom that Liu Ruyan, this stunningly beautiful, aloof executive, could possess such a side. Her sisters were utterly astonished. Even as longtime friends and sisters, they'd never seen Liu Ruyan act so clingy and vulnerable. They never imagined she could ever be this bashful. Today's revelation completely overturned all their preconceptions. In that instant, they instantly realized that the man capable of making this aloof CEO act so affectionately was definitely no ordinary man. At the same time, jealousy flared in Ji Boda's eyes like a fire about to ignite. He unconsciously clenched his fists, the jealousy in his eyes instantly transforming into a weapon, as if he wanted to cut Su Huan to pieces. He couldn't help but recall growing up alongside Liu Ruyan since childhood, true childhood sweethearts. Yet even during their closest moments, Liu Ruyan had only ever laughed freely without guardedness, never displaying such vulnerability toward him. These thoughts darkened his expression like storm clouds gathering, leaving no trace of joy. His mind raced through every memory of Su Huan, yet even as he combed through his recollections, no clues emerged. At that moment, a man beside him seemed to notice his expression. He tugged at his shoulder, silently warning him. Huff. He drew a deep breath, the gloom vanishing from his face as it was replaced by a faint smile. Chapter 28, Brother Ji's Misunderstanding. Ruyan, is this your husband? Why haven't you introduced him to us all yet? Ji Boda approached with a smile, his expression calm as usual. He turned to Liu Ruyan and said with a gentle smile. Su Huan shot Ji Boda a glance. He could tell the smile on this guy's face didn't reach his eyes, and deep in his gaze, there seemed to be a hint of intense jealousy directed at him. At that moment, Ji Boda approached the two of them, extending his hand with impeccable manners and offering a smile. Hello, I'm Ji Boda, a close friend of Ruyan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Observing his forced smile beneath the seething anger, Su Huan offered a faint, ambiguous smile as she extended her hand in return. Oh, so you're Mr. Big Dick. Ah, no, your brother Ji. Hello. My name is Su Huan. Ruyan has mentioned you to me. As the final introduction fell, Su Huan keenly noticed Big Dick Brother subtly frown. The chill in his gaze toward her seemed to deepen. Their palms touched and parted instantly. Though each harbored their own thoughts, outwardly they showed no sign of unease. Liu Ruyan watched them exchange greetings, then took Su Huan's large hand and led her toward the booth seating. Honey, let me introduce you to. She proceeded to point at the men and women seated in the booth, introducing each one. Su Huan followed her gestures, offering polite smiles in acknowledgement. Moments later, after introducing everyone, Liu Ruyan wrapped her arm around Su Huan's and smiled. This is my husband, Su Huan. It's perfectly normal if you don't know him. I had to beg him for ages before he finally agreed to accompany me tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Huan shot her a helpless glance and chuckled, no need to emphasize that part. Liu Ruyan snorted softly, then pulled him toward the nearby sofa. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the group of women. The most eligible bachelor at Shanghai University. Who would have thought Ruyan's husband is actually Su, our junior? Su Huan looked closely and recognized the speaker as a somewhat familiar-looking woman, likely a senior 2 years his senior. Senior, you look familiar. Have we met at school before? Before the woman could respond, Liu Ruyan patted Su Huan's large hand and chuckled softly. Yumei was in my class. Back then, she was in the same club as you. It's no wonder you recognize her. Su Huan nodded in realization upon hearing Liu Ruyan's explanation. Just then, Shen Yuemei approached with sparkling eyes, sizing Su Huan up from head to toe. Junior Su, it's been years, but you're still so handsome. Back in school, we heard rumors about a campus heartthrob joining the club. But who knew the school heartthrob would barely show up to club meetings? So many seniors and juniors here could barely catch a glimpse of you. Su Huan paused, taken aback by how familiar this senior seemed. He cleared his throat lightly and smiled in agreement. Senior, you flatter me. It's not nearly as exaggerated as you make it sound. Just as Su Huan finished speaking, the other two girls who had been sitting nearby also gathered around. Suddenly, 4 girls were gathered around Su Huan, chattering away non-stop. The conversation gradually shifted from club activities to light-hearted, pleasant small talk. Su Huan smiled as she joined Liu Ruyan in chatting with them, occasionally throwing in a witty remark that drew bursts of laughter. The earlier unpleasantness between Liu Ruyan and the other 3 seemed to have completely dissipated. At that moment, Su Huan understood perfectly why these 3 girls had approached them so familiarly. It was simply because they feared their earlier hasty matchmaking might have left a poor impression on Liu Ruyan, potentially affecting their family's relationships with the Liu clan. After all, Liu Ruyan was the eldest daughter of the Liu family and now the group's president. Having such a powerful ally looking out for them was undoubtedly crucial for them. Meanwhile, across the room, Ji Boda watched Su Huan surrounded by the 4 women, a barely perceptible shadow of unease flickering in his eyes. He picked up his wine glass and strolled leisurely toward the group. Mr. Su. At the sudden call, Su Huan snapped his head up, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the source of the voice. When his gaze met Ji Boda's, Su Huan immediately noticed the slightly forced smile on the other man's face. A strange feeling welled up inside him, but he quickly returned an equally peculiar smile and replied, J. Oh, no, Brother Ji. So, Brother Ji, what brings you here? Ji Boda's expression remained unchanged as he raised his wine glass and smiled. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Since this is our first meeting, I simply wanted to offer you a toast. Su Huan waved his hand, picked up Liu Ruyan's wineglass, stood up, and tapped his forehead. Oh, what a scatterbrain I am. I nearly forgot. Tonight is Brother Ji's welcome banquet, it should be me toasting him. With that, Su Huan raised his wineglass and clinked it lightly against Ji's. After they finished their glasses of red wine, Ji Boda suddenly sat down beside him and spoke again. I wonder where Mr. Su currently holds his position. Come to think of it, I don't recall any prominent Su families in the Magic City. Hearing this question tinged with subtle provocation, Su Huan and the 4 women beside him couldn't help but notice. Chen Yuemei and the other 2 women beside him instantly sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. They exchanged glances and immediately fell silent, saying nothing more. Clearly, they all realized that this young Master Ji seemed poised to confront Su Huan. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's brows furrowed. A fleeting, inexplicable expression crossed her eyes, as if she couldn't quite read her childhood friend anymore. Just as she opened her crimson lips to speak on Su Huan's behalf, Su Huan suddenly cracked a smile, a peculiar grin. Highly placed? Brother Ji, you've misunderstood. Then, as if nothing had happened, Su Huan continued, what high position? I'm just a deadbeat, living off someone else. Having said this, he showed not a trace of embarrassment. Instead, he met Ji Boda's gaze with complete composure, his eyes revealing not the slightest hint of shame. He even seemed a bit proud, giving off an aura of I'm proud to be a freeloader. Brother Ji, you might not know this, but thanks to this face, I've had a string of wealthy young ladies vying to support me since I was a kid. See, I haven't even graduated from college yet, haven't had time to work hard, and here I am feasting on Ruyan's lavish banquet all over again. With that, he flashed Ji Boda another wide grin. Ah, being too handsome. What a pity. Hearing Su Huan's response, the 3 women beside him immediately gaped in astonishment. Ji Boda's face twitched violently, as if utterly unprepared for Su Huan's bluntness. All his carefully laid plans instantly evaporated. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and chuckled, her expression showing not a trace of surprise, as if Su Huan's answer had been entirely expected. Chapter 29, Liu Ruyan's Defense. Ji Boda forced a stiff smile before responding with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Su, your tastes are truly unique. Then again, marrying into a wealthy family to achieve social mobility, you must be accustomed to the occasional cold shoulder and hardship by now, right? He deliberately emphasized the words marry into a wealthy family and social advancement, his eyes brimming with scorn. He knew that for a man, no matter how indifferent he pretended to be on the surface, there was always a lingering resentment about being a son-in-law who married into the family and the concept of marrying into a family. Moreover, throughout history, few men who married into families had truly prospered. Most enjoyed superficial prestige while harboring deep resentment in private. This was especially true for Su Huan, who had married into the Liu family, one of the most prestigious clans. Seeing his smug expression, convinced he'd struck a nerve, Su Huan's lips curved slightly upward, and she couldn't help but find it amusing. What a poor sense of humor for a male lead in a romance novel. He'd barely started and was already getting impatient? Just as he was about to speak with a faint smile, Liu Ruyan suddenly stood up beside him, her face frozen in icy fury. Ji Bodai, what exactly do you think you're doing? Ever since my husband arrived here, you've been making veiled insinuations over every little thing. I let it slide earlier because it wasn't too much, but now you just won't stop? Let me tell you. My husband isn't some in-law who married into this family, I married him. And if you have something to say, just say it plainly. There's no need for this insinuating nonsense. As she spoke, she raised her jade-like finger at Ji Bodai, then swept her gaze across everyone present, warning them word by word. Let me make this clear, my husband fully represents the Liu family in all matters outside our home. Anyone who has an issue with him has an issue with me and with the Liu family. Her gaze lingered on Ji Boda as she spoke in an icy tone. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. Should there be a next time, don't blame me for setting aside our childhood friendship and the bonds of our families. With that, she turned to Su Huan, who still stood in a daze, took his large hand, and prepared to leave. Honey, let's go. There's no point in staying at this boring party with them. Seeing the woman before him, fuming with indignation as she defended him, a wave of warmth surged through Su Huan's heart. He held back the retort that had formed on his lips, stood up, and offered a gentle smile. Fine. I never like these kinds of gatherings anyway. Then, he turned his head, his gaze resting indifferently on Ji Boda, whose face had turned ashen. Big dick, I guess that's it for now. Su Huan's tone was light, even tinged with a hint of teasing. His gaze then swept over the others in the room, his expression unchanged, still smiling. My wife's in a bad mood today, so we won't bother you folks. When his gaze returned to Jibota, it held an added note of mockery, as if silently implying, see? Even though I'm living off someone else, my style is nothing like those pretty boys. This freeloading? I'm doing it with style. As the two prepared to leave, Jibota, whose face had been ashen, suddenly realized something. But just as he opened his mouth to defend himself, two crisp, pleasant voices abruptly cut him off. Sis. Brother-in-law. Brother Huan, Sister Ruyan. Hearing these two female voices, everyone turned their heads to look. Two elegant figures, like butterflies dancing gracefully, approached with light steps. Their arrival seemed to bring a breath of fresh air to the entire banquet. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brow slightly, looking at them with surprise. Yuqing, Ruxu, why are you here too? Liu Ruyan was utterly astonished by the two women's arrival. As for Liu Ruxu, there was no need to elaborate. The young girl had only recently come of age and had never been required to attend any banquets before. As for Lin Yuqing, as far as Liu Ruyan could recall, she and Jibota hadn't had much interaction either. So why this time? Approaching the pair, Lin Yuqing offered a gentle smile to Liu Ruyan. That smile was like a refreshing spring, soothing to the soul. Yet, if one observed closely, one might detect a hint of flattery lurking beneath her smile directed at Liu Ruyan. Then, she turned her head gracefully, her gaze settling on Jibota. Young Master Ji, welcome back to the country. At that moment, Liu Ruxu, standing before Su Huan, also snapped out of her daze. Swiftly turning, she offered a polite yet distant smile. Brother Bada, welcome back. Before Jibota could respond, the two women, as if sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously turned their attention to Su Huan. Liu Ruxu fluttered playfully towards Su Huan, wrapping her arms tightly around his like a cheerful little bird. She pouted coquettishly, brother-in-law, I'm here too. Before Su Huan could speak, Lin Yuqing stepped in front of him. Tilting her head slightly with a faint smile, she looked like a fairy descended from heaven as she whispered softly, Brother Huan, I heard you were coming tonight, so I rushed over just to keep you company. Faced with such enthusiastic attention from both women, Su Huan felt overwhelmed. Especially the greeting from Liu Ruyan at his waist, which left him feeling awkward and helpless. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. This situation was truly headache-inducing. He cleared his throat and responded with a faint smile, You're late. Ruyan and I were just about to head back. Jibota, watching the group interact from the side, felt an indescribable irritation welling up inside him. This feeling intensified when he recalled the two women's blatantly perfunctory greetings toward him. It felt like countless ants were gnawing at his heart, making him restless and unable to sit still. His expression darkened instantly, and the jealousy and resentment he harbored towards Su Huan erupted like a volcano. His desire to cut Su Huan down grew more intense by the second. He drew a deep breath, struggling to steady himself, but the smile on his face remained stiff and unnatural. Yuqing, Ruxu. His voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of anger. Just as he prepared to speak with the two women, hoping they might help mend his strained relationship with Liu Ruyan, Liu Ruxu suddenly let out a surprised cry. Oh dear, did I arrive too late? Her tone carried a hint of apology and regret. Su Huan shook her head and chuckled, about to explain something. But Liu Ruxu didn't give him the chance, immediately adding, never mind. Since my brother-in-law is heading back, I'll tag along with you guys too. Her words came in rapid succession, leaving one momentarily overwhelmed. After speaking, she gave Su Huan a mischievous wink before turning to Jibota and adding, Bota, we'll head back first. Catch you later. Jibota opened his mouth again, but before he could respond, Lin Yuqing chimed in. Young Master Ji, I'll be heading out with them too. Catch you later. With that, she turned to Su Huan, leaving Jibota no chance to speak. Meanwhile, Su Huan was in a predicament he couldn't voice. Around his waist, Liu Ruyan's embrace tightened noticeably, her gaze darting back and forth between Su Huan and Lin Yuqing. As they prepared to leave, Su Huan shot Jibota a strange, mocking glance. Then, under the latter's icy stare, he nonchalantly swept his eyes over the three women. As if silently vindicating his earlier words. See? I wasn't bragging earlier. These spoiled princesses really are chasing after me to feed me. Chapter 30, Su Huan's explanation. Stepping out of the banquet hall, Su Huan discreetly rubbed the tender flesh at his waist. Seeing the skin already turning purple, Su Huan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself once more. This woman, she really hits hard. Downstairs, Su Huan glanced at the three women beside him and suggested. It's still early. How about we find a place for a late-night snack? Liu Ruxu and Lin Yuqing nodded instinctively, as if they never disagreed with any of Su Huan's suggestions. Sounds great. Let's go to our usual barbecue spot. We can eat and chat. I'd also like to know when you and Yuqing became such good friends. After speaking, Liu Ruyan shot Su Huan a resentful glare before responding with a faint, mocking smile. Su Huan gave an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. She quickened her pace toward her Mercedes-Benz C-Class. As the car started moving, Su Huan assumed they would drive their own vehicles. But Liu Ruyan was one thing she never expected: the other two girls to walk straight over and open the door to his car. Liu Ruyan took the passenger seat. Noticing Su Huan's puzzled expression, she opened her lips and explained. Since we're going out for a late-night snack, it's better to ride together, of course. As for our own cars, we'll just notify our drivers at home later. At that moment, Lin Yuqing in the backseat chimed in. That's right, Brother Huan. Our drivers will handle it. Su Huan nodded and stepped on the gas, pulling away. Throughout the ride, Su Huan had expected Liu Ruyan to directly ask about his relationship with Lin Yuqing. However, to his surprise, the three women only chatted casually, never once bringing up the topic. Seeing this, Su Huan shook his head helplessly and stopped dwelling on it. After about 10 minutes, the four of them got out of the car at an open-air parking lot. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, the manager seemed to have been notified in advance, standing respectfully at the entrance to greet them. As they approached, the manager quickly stepped forward, greeting them with a respectful bow. Mr. Liu, the table you reserved earlier is ready. Please follow me. Seeing the manager's familiar demeanor, Su Huan couldn't help but let a faint smile touch her lips. He swiftly extended his arm, naturally draping it around Liu Ruyan's shoulder and gently pulling her into his embrace. Liu Ruyan's body stiffened slightly at first, but soon relaxed as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Su Huan looked down at Liu Ruyan in his embrace, his smile deepening. He murmured softly, "My dear is quite clever. You even had things prepared in advance so we wouldn't have to wait. You really came prepared." Gazing up at Su Huan, who held her close with a playful grin, Liu Ruyan shot him a playful glare. "Didn't you hear how he addressed me just now? Your wife is Ms. Liu, you know. Time is precious, okay?" They arrived at the table Liu Ruyan had reserved, where various grilled dishes were already laid out. After the four of them took their seats, Liu Ruyan picked up the menu from the table and handed it to Lin Yuqing. "Yuqing, take a look and order whatever else you'd like. I'm not sure if what I ordered suits your taste." Lin Yuqing smiled and waved her hand, indicating that this was sufficient. She wasn't picky about food. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan no longer insisted and set the menu aside. Just then, the remaining skewers arrived one after another, filling the table with an enticing aroma. Su Huan picked up a chicken wing skewer, took a bite, and praised, "This place really does have great flavor." Liu Ruxa picked up a lamb skewer, eating as she said, "The owner of this grill bar is my sister's friend. The chefs here have always been top-notch." Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing no longer hesitated, each picking up their favorite skewers and slowly savoring them. After about 10 minutes, Liu Ruyan reached for a napkin on the table and wiped her mouth. "Alright, hubby, now you should explain to your wife how you and Yuqing know each other. Don't try to fool me with that classmate excuse. If you were just classmates, why would Yuqing go out of her way to attend a banquet just for you? Not to mention completely ignoring Ji Bodai's feelings and leaving with us right after arriving." Lin Yuqing glanced at Su Huan with a hint of embarrassment. She seemed cautiously guarded, and the look she shot Liu Ruyan carried a touch of awkwardness. Su Huan lit a cigarette, set down the skewered meat in her hand, and responded calmly. "You're overthinking it. There's nothing shameful about my past with Yuqing. There was absolutely no need to scare you." His expression remained composed as he exhaled a puff of smoke toward the sky before continuing. "My encounter with Yuqing was actually quite similar to yours and your sister's. Both were rescued by me and have been searching for me ever since. The only difference is, I saved you 10 years ago, and I saved her 8 years ago." The moment Su Huan finished speaking, both Liu Ruyan and her sister stared at Lin Yuqing in utter shock. After a long moment, Liu Ruyan asked her incredulously. "Yuqing, is what my husband said true? The boy who saved you and Grandpa Lin 8 years ago, it really was him? Are you certain?" Lin Yuqing's face flushed slightly as she nodded and explained. "I only confirmed it myself not long ago. I never imagined the boy I've searched for over 8 years was right under my nose all along." At this point, she took a deep breath and looked at Liu Ruyan with unwavering determination. "And today, I confirmed it with Brother Huan. I'm certain that boy from back then was truly him." After speaking, Lin Yuqing's cheeks flushed a shade redder. She couldn't help but recall how, during every reunion with Liu Ruyan over the years, she had confided how deeply she missed that boy. Yet now that the truth was revealed that the boy she'd yearned for all these years was actually her sister's husband, she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment and awkwardness wash over her. Seeing the conviction in her eyes, Liu Ruyan instantly believed every word of her explanation. After all, lying to her about something like this made absolutely no sense. "Sister Ruyan, you must be familiar with the name Brother Huanshan, right? After saving me and grandfather back then, Brother Huan emphasized this title to me several times. I think, since our experiences are quite similar, Brother Huan must have asked the same of you, right?" Before Liu Ruyan could respond, Su Huan beside her suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Recalling that pretentious demand he made after saving them all those years ago, Su Huan now felt profoundly embarrassed. Upon hearing Lin Yuqing's question, the Liu sisters naturally recalled their own ordeal from years past. Their experiences back then mirrored Lin Yuqing's account perfectly. After leading them to safety from the bandits, Su Huan had indeed emphasized this title to them repeatedly over the nearly 3 days they spent together. They had assumed he only demanded it of them, but now they realized this bastard treated everyone that way. This nickname was like a mark he left on everyone he saved. One rescue, one stamp. At this thought, Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly flashed with resentment, while Liu Ruxu's gaze toward Su Huan took on a peculiar tinge. At that moment, Lin Yuqing across from them seemed to recall something. She suddenly chuckled softly and continued. If I'd known we were all after the same man, I would have mentioned this nickname to you both years ago. Chapter 31, No Bull. After processing all the information, Liu Ruyan turned to look at Su Huan. The resentment in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a questioning gaze. Honey, tell me honestly, all these years, besides us and Yuqing, how many people have you actually saved? Hearing Liu Ruyan's question, Liu Ruxu and Lin Yuqing beside them instantly shot her curious glances. Each of them blinked their bright eyes, staring intently at Su Huan's face. At that moment, Su Huan patted his chest and replied with unabashed pride. This old Su has saved so many people in his lifetime, if you counted them all up, you could form an entire reinforced platoon with plenty to spare. The words had barely left his mouth when the three women were instantly stunned. Liu Ruxa looked utterly incredulous as she asked, Brother-in-law, you weren't some street thug back in the day, were you? In peacetime like this, who could possibly save that many people besides battlefield medics overseas? Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing instantly shot him skeptical glances, clearly finding his explanation hard to swallow. Su Huan sneered disdainfully, shooting them a look that said they were being overly dramatic. What do you know, little girl? What street hustler? That was traveling, okay? I'm not afraid to tell you I ran away when I was 14. Wait, after I left home at 14, I traveled for a full 5 or 6 years. Every dangerous place in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, basically all of them, have my footprints. Even abroad, the dangerous places I've been to are too numerous to count. Listening to Su Huan's boastful account, the three women's skeptical expressions grew even more pronounced. Seeing their collective disbelief, Su Huan grew furious. He raised his voice and continued. Listen up, you lot. I'm not just blowing smoke, and I'm not pushing a train. That year in Shanghai, I was. Just as Su Huan was about to launch into another boastful tale, Liu Ruyan quickly pulled him back. Alright, we believe you, okay? At the same time, Lin Yuqing and Liu Ruxu across from them nodded in agreement. As if afraid their skepticism might dent Su Huan's confidence. Watching their expressions, Su Huan sighed helplessly. Forget it. What I said is true anyway. Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, Su Huan stubbed out her cigarette, picked up a skewer from the table, and prepared to dig in again. Just then, Liu Ruyan seemed to recall something. She turned to Su Huan and whispered softly. Honey, if it's really like you say, you wouldn't actually expect all those people you saved to call you. Su Huan, chewing on a skewer, waved his right hand dismissively. What are you thinking? Those men, and old women, what right do they have to call me brother? After saving them, I just gave them a quick brush off and took off. The only ones qualified to call me brother Huan Shen are the young beauties around my age. Without waiting for the three girls to respond, Su Huan took a sip of his drink and continued. Don't you remember? Back then, when your little brother wanted to call you that too, I didn't let him. Only beauties can call me that in such a sweet, girly voice. As he finished, Su Huan's face immediately took on an air of self-righteousness. Lin Yuqing and Liu Ruxa flushed slightly, shooting him a playful glare, while Liu Ruyan's expression was beyond words. She swiftly grabbed Su Huan's waist again and whispered. You stinking man. Starting to chase girls at 14, it wasn't enough to mess with us, but you've been fooling around outside for all these years. Spill the beans, you bastard. How many of those little beauties have you saved over the years? She emphasized the last phrase, pretty little things, with particular venom, causing Lin Yuqing and the other woman across from her to flush with embarrassment. Su Huan rubbed the soft flesh at her waist again, feigning innocence. Honestly, not that many, maybe a dozen or so. But it's been so many years since I last saw them. Even if I met them face to face now, I wouldn't recognize most of them. As he spoke, he quickly wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan's waist and chuckled softly. Besides, not everyone is like you two, still holding on to memories of me. For many people, favors like that aren't worth much. And after all these years, what favor is left to speak of? You know what? Some people might even deliberately try to forget that past to avoid running into me. After all, for some people, even great kindness can turn into enmity. With that, Su Huan cast an utterly indifferent glance at the three women, as if utterly convinced of his own perspective. Who knows what those women are thinking? If they were all like us. Seeing Liu Ruyan about to launch into a tirade, Su Huan quickly interrupted again. Alright. You're overthinking it. Not everyone is obsessed with looks. I'm seriously starting to suspect you girls only sought me out all these years because you lusted after me back then. Fess up, have you been lusting after my beauty for ages? As she spoke, Su Huan swept her gaze across the three women with a half smile, making them flush with embarrassment. You're so full of yourself. Shameless. Narcissist. Listening to their coy, flustered murmurs, Su Huan let out another soft chuckle. Time flew by. After their earlier conversation, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the table once more. Half an hour later, just as they were preparing to leave, an argument nearby suddenly caught Su Huan's attention. At a nearby table, a beautiful woman stood fuming, fiercely defending the man behind her. Across from her, a man in casual attire glared at them with a sour expression. Didn't I tell you He Chang is just my godbrother? Why do you have to pick on him? Is that even fun? Can't you be more generous? Stop seeing everything as dirty, okay? Sis, your husband probably just loves you too much. Seeing you out for a late night snack with me must have made him jealous. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you too. Sorry, brother-in-law, I'll leave now. Just as Su Huan was relishing this spectacle, Liu Ruyan suddenly chimed in from the side. Yuling and Ruxu have finished eating too. Let's go, honey. At the same moment, Lin Yuqing and Lu Ruxu also stood up. But just as they were about to leave their seats, Su Huan quickly raised her hand to stop them. Hold on, everyone sit back down. As she spoke, Su Huan didn't even glance at them. His gaze was fixed on three figures not far away, his face brimming with the excitement of a spectator. Hearing his demand, the three women looked puzzled, but they obediently sat back down without a word of protest. At that moment, Su Huan spoke again, his voice tinged with excitement. Ruyan, hurry up. Go get your husband some peanuts and melon seeds. Though somewhat confused, Liu Ruyan obediently waved down a nearby waiter. After relaying Su Huan's request to the attendant, Liu Ruyan followed his gaze. Chapter 32, Mrs. Su. Meanwhile, the situation across the room shifted once more. The man across the room pointed angrily at the figure shielded behind the woman, his face dark with fury. Brother? Have you forgotten how many times we've argued over this brother of yours in the past 6 months? What kind of brother calls his sister lightbulb when it's broken? Because of him, how much did we lose today? $1 billion contract slipped through our fingers because of his stupidity. And when I ask him to prepare documents, he's either got a headache or a fever. Ask him to deliver something, and it's either windy or raining. You need to understand he's the company's assistant, not your son. The woman seemed startled by the man's fury. Her gaze grew evasive, as if she too had run out of words. But that momentary flicker of evasion lasted only briefly. Soon, she hardened again, her face twisted into an angry, embarrassed expression. So what if he is? He Chang didn't do it on purpose. He feels terrible about it, okay? Besides, since you know this little thing keeps causing us to fight, you should be more generous and stop overthinking everything all the time. He Chang and I are completely innocent, the entire company can vouch for us. Watching the drama unfold nearby, Su Huan reached out to take the sunflower seeds Liu Ruyan offered, cracking them with relish as she observed. TSK. Just like the stepbrother drama in those melodramatic novels, even the dialogue is almost identical. How amusing. Just then, Lu Ruxu and Lin Yuqing joined Su Huan, sitting down beside her. Hearing Su Huan's mutterings, they all covered their mouths and giggled. Liu Ruyan glanced over casually before turning to explain to Su Huan with a light chuckle. That woman seems to be the eldest daughter of the second-rate Wang family. I heard she defied her family's opposition years ago to marry some penniless young man. Judging by the looks of things, that poor boy must be the man standing before her now. I just wonder how her once reckless love has suddenly turned into this mess. While Su Huan and the others chatted, the trio nearby didn't pause for a moment. Behind the Wang family's eldest daughter, the petite man adopted a feigned look of delicate vulnerability, speaking in a soft, sweet voice to the two before them. The distance was a bit too great, and the little puppy dog's voice was indeed too soft, so Su Huan and the others couldn't catch everything. They could only see the puppy-like figure repeatedly bowing to the man before him, his words seemingly filled with apologies. Smack! Just as Su Huan turned to respond to Liu Ruyan, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Su Huan immediately clamped her mouth shut and whipped her head around. Shen Mo, what the hell do you think you're doing? In that instant, the positions of the three figures nearby had already shifted. The puppy-like man lay pitifully on the ground. As the eldest daughter of the Wang family helped him up, she glared furiously at the man across from them. The man's left cheek was now turning red, a clear handprint visible. The eldest daughter of the Wang family shielded the puppy-like young man behind her, her face flushed with fury as she scolded him. You were just being irrationally jealous before. But now you've resorted to violence. Apologize to me right now, or else. The man across from her turned pale, his fair skin starkly contrasting with the red mark. Chen Mo, you suddenly feel so unfamiliar to me. When did you become this cruel? As the eldest Miss Wan's final words fell, the man gazed at her with a look of utter loss. His lips were tightly pressed together, radiating an intense sense of pain and inner turmoil. Just then, the little puppy tugged at the woman's sleeve, timidly whispering in a soft voice. Sis, don't blame my brother-in-law. He was just too upset earlier. He definitely didn't mean to push me. I'm sorry, sis. It's all my fault for making you and brother-in-law fight again. Witnessing this scene, and seeing the pathetic, defeated look on the man across from her, Su Huan slapped his forehead, as if the scene before him was utterly unbearable to watch. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Noticing Su Huan suddenly clutching her head and covering her eyes, Lu Ruxu asked with a puzzled look. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing also turned to look at Su Huan, their eyes equally puzzled. Su Huan waved his hand dismissively, inwardly sighing that he hadn't read enough of those heart-wrenching tomato novels in his past life. His soul's resistance to emotional turmoil was still far too weak. He took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Nothing. Just feeling a bit sentimental all of a sudden. Before the three women could respond, he suddenly turned to Lu Ruxu and asked with a light chuckle. Little girl, what do you think of that melodramatic scene across the way? Lu Ruxu froze for a moment. But when she met Su Huan's curious gaze, she turned to look at the three people across from them and pondered for a moment. I think, they're all at fault, aren't they? Hearing Lu Ruxu's response, Su Huan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to listen. I think that husband and wife are being completely irrational. That Wang family heiress and the man behind her, they're probably just siblings, or at most something like close male friends. After all, with so many people from the same company testifying for them, the Wang family's eldest daughter wouldn't lie about something like this. Plus, the young miss looked completely unguilty. If she'd really done something wrong, she wouldn't be so confident. As for her husband, he might genuinely be jealous or overly possessive. Finally, even though her brother got shoved, considering the massive losses he caused their company, that shove wasn't exactly undeserved. With that, Lu Ruxu turned to Su Huan with a playful smile. She was certain Su Huan had asked her for her analysis to test her analytical skills. Well, what do you think, brother-in-law? Pretty spot on analysis, right? Su Huan nodded with a light chuckle, then turned to Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing with a smile. What about you, Ruyan and Yuqing? What do you think? Hearing Su Huan address them, the two women paused in surprise. They exchanged a glance, as if trying to read each other's thoughts. Liu Ruyan chuckled softly and said, I'm curious about Yuqing's perspective. Let's hear what she thinks first. As Liu Ruyan's gaze settled on Lin Yuqing, Su Huan and Lu Ruxu also turned their smiling eyes toward her. Lin Yuqing scanned them briefly, then fixed her gaze on Su Huan after a moment's thought. My perspective differs somewhat from Ruxu's. If I were the eldest daughter of the Wang family, no matter what, I would never take out my anger on my husband because of someone else. Especially not if it's because another man laid a hand on him. That kind of behavior is nothing short of trampling his dignity underfoot like trash. In any case, I could never bring myself to do such a thing. After speaking, she turned to Liu Ruyan and smiled lightly. I've said my piece. Now it's Sister Ruyan's turn. What do you think, sister? Hearing Lin Yuqing's question, the three women's gazes shifted back to Liu Ruyan. At that moment, after hearing Lin Yuqing's response, Lu Ruxu felt a flicker of unease stir within her. Didn't brother-in-law ask us to analyze the situation on the other side? Wasn't this meant to test our analytical skills? When did this straightforward analysis question turn into a multiple-choice question? Before she could fully process her thoughts, Liu Ruyan noticed the others looking at her. Her expression remained serene as she calmly countered. Stepbrother? Male best friend? How could such things possibly exist around this lady? The Lu family is a top-tier clan, and our company ranks among the Fortune 500. How could incompetent sycophants possibly survive under this lady's management? Besides, I am Mrs. Su. How could there possibly be a male assistant by my side? Chapter 33, What Can One Do? Listening to Liu Ruyan's response, which showed no consideration for the situation at hand, Lin Yuqing and Lu Ruxu instantly widened their eyes. Liu Ruyan's table-flipping response caught them completely off guard. At this moment, Lin Yuqing felt somewhat better. She believed that, considering the circumstances of the incident alone, her response had been entirely appropriate. Unlike Liu Ruyan, she hadn't viewed things from a detached perspective, so Su Huan shouldn't be disappointed in her over this point. However, after hearing Liu Ruyan's response, Lu Ruxu instantly grew anxious. Wait, what are you two talking about? Didn't brother-in-law just ask us to analyze the other side's situation? Why are you two getting yourselves involved? Seeing Lu Ruxu's flustered yet puzzled expression, Su Huan smiled gently and quickly reassured her. Alright, don't get so worked up. We never said your answer was wrong. Hearing Su Huan's reassurance, Lu Ruxu's agitated emotions eased slightly. But before she could fully relax, Su Huan's voice, still tinged with a soft chuckle, sounded again. Being able to analyze things rationally is a great habit. Keeping a clear head like that will save you from taking many detours in the future. Hearing Su Huan's praise, a smile instantly spread across Lu Ruxu's pretty face, and the panic that had filled her heart moments ago vanished completely. It's just that your brother-in-law feels a bit sorry for your future husband. But don't worry, your sister and I will definitely keep a close eye on things for you. When the time comes, we'll absolutely find you a brother-in-law with rock-solid emotional stability. Before Lu Ruxu could respond, Liu Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly echoed Su Huan's words, smiling softly at Liu Ruxu. That's right, Ruxu, you can rest assured. Since your brother-in-law has spoken, from now on we'll definitely keep a close eye on things for you. Lin Yuqing watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit dazed. Just moments ago, they were chatting pleasantly. How did the conversation suddenly shift to vetting Lu Ruxu's future husband? Meanwhile, the three people across the way had already begun to disperse. Though the man hadn't apologized after being slapped, he had ultimately turned and walked away in humiliation. From the back, he looked remarkably like a stray dog abandoned on the street. For a fleeting moment, Huan caught a glimpse of conflict in the woman's eyes, a desire to leave with the man. Yet that flicker vanished as quickly as it appeared, swiftly overshadowed by the puppy's whimpering cries behind her. Finally, the woman left the spot, supporting the little puppy. Tonight, the puppy might have won it all. But who could see that the lonely, clingy dog might be curled up at an empty desk, tears streaming as it wrote down the 100 disappointments it had endured. Huan sighed silently before withdrawing his gaze. He said nothing more, showing no emotion. He understood the essence of letting go of the urge to help and respecting others' destinies. After all, such matters were none of his concern. All he could do was ensure he had the 3 essentials ready whenever such spectacles unfolded, so the drama wouldn't end without an audience. What is love in this world, that it makes people swear to live and die together? Caw, 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 caw. What can be done, what can be done? Your mother, you. I'm getting sidetracked. Come on, we've finished the melon. It's time to head home. After finishing her drink, Huan set down her teacup and prepared to rise. But Lu Ruxu seemed to have been struck by something. She gripped Huan's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Brother-in-law, did I say something wrong to upset you? I'm still young. If I said anything wrong earlier, you can correct me. Please don't reject me, I'm so scared. She blinked her large, rosy eyes pitifully at Huan, tears threatening to spill over at any moment. Huan's body stiffened abruptly, 3 black lines instantly appearing on his forehead. Wait, is this little brat seriously trying to cling to me? I'm your brother-in-law, for crying out loud. However, when he saw Lu Ruxu's pouty red lips, which could almost hold a bottle, combined with her tear-filled eyes, Huan sighed inwardly, his expression softening instantly as he offered gentle reassurance. Of course not. How could your brother-in-law ever abandon you? What you said earlier was right, too. And being able to rationally analyze the situation at hand is truly a good habit. As for the rest, wait until you're a bit older and have experienced some emotional entanglements. By then, I'm sure you'll have your own clear understanding. With that, Huan affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled softly. You are the apple of the Lu family's eye, with the Lu family as your backing. Even if you do encounter setbacks in the future, we'll all be here to share the burden with you. With that, Huan withdrew his large hand. As her brother-in-law, he felt this was the extent of the comfort he could offer his sister-in-law. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Ruxu not only didn't release her grip on his arm but tightened it even more. No, I don't want to experience any emotional turmoil. Lu Ruxu pouted playfully, using her other hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She then gave a soft sniff and lifted her head, locking her gaze directly with Huan's. Brother-in-law, don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. Her voice was slightly choked, yet her tone remained resolute. I've told you before, in this lifetime, you can forget about ever shaking me off. Huan opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. This stubborn sister-in-law was truly giving him a headache. Even setting aside their relationship with Liu Ruyan, purely based on age, Huan had always regarded her as a younger sister. They were far too close, he simply couldn't bring himself to act on it. Seeing her sister start her unreasonable tantrum again, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, anger flaring. Lu Ruxu, have you had enough of this nonsense? We're still outside. Have you no shame, you young woman? Seeing her sister's furious expression, Lu Ruxu felt a pang of fear. She instinctively shrank her neck and replied timidly. Sis, didn't you just agree to let me be the younger one? This remark was like pouring gasoline on a fire, instantly igniting Liu Ruyan's fury. Her eyes widened, her face flushed crimson, and she nearly gasped for breath in her fury. She pointed an accusing finger at Lu Ruxu, her mouth opening and closing, yet no words came out. Seeing the chaotic scene, Lin Yuqing instantly scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, this was a high-end restaurant, and their floor was reserved exclusively for VIP guests. Only 3 tables were occupied on the entire floor. With the Wang family of 3 having just left, they were now the only table remaining. Thus, no outsiders could witness the commotion. However, in that instant, Lin Yuqing grasped the full picture. She never imagined that Lu Ruxu, that little girl, had also set her sights on Huan. She couldn't help but silently marvel. No wonder Lu Ruxu had always looked at her with such caution whenever they crossed paths alone recently. Chapter 34, Very Fragrant. Seeing the 2 sisters about to start another argument, Huan quickly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Liu Ruyan's waist, interrupting their quarrel. All right. Stop arguing. Sit down, everyone. Have a drink and calm down. With Huan's forceful mediation, the sisters' budding argument came to an abrupt halt. Leaning against Huan's chest, Liu Ruyan shot him a fierce glare, as if blaming him for attracting trouble with his flirtatious nature. Huan shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, this isn't really my fault, is it? Is being too handsome a crime? After a moment, sensing both women had mostly composed themselves, Huan stood up and led them away from the scene. Yuling's car hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we drop her off first? We can treat it as an after-dinner drive. Both sisters nodded without further comment. Lin Yuqing, who had been about to refuse, held her words back upon seeing the sisters' agreement. The night in the Magic City remained dazzlingly bright. The bustle of daytime stood in stark contrast to the night's clamor. For many on the streets, the descent of night marked the true beginning of a new day. Su Huan rolled down the car window, her gaze calmly sweeping over the passing scenery. Brother-in-law, we've all shared our thoughts on that matter earlier. Now it's your turn, we haven't heard your perspective yet. At that moment, Lu Ruxu, who had been sitting in the backseat scrolling through her phone, suddenly asked, seemingly struck by a thought. Caught off guard by her abrupt question, Su Huan paused for a moment. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This little girl seemed to be holding a bit of a grudge about what had just happened. He'd originally been reluctant to revisit the topic, but considering the tedious drive ahead and the somewhat stifling atmosphere inside the car. So, he instantly changed his mind and replied. That sort of thing, it depends on whose perspective we're looking at it from among the three of them. From that woman's perspective, she's not at fault. She's simply relishing the ambiguous atmosphere with multiple men, or perhaps using that puppy-eyed guy to reminisce about someone from her past. Or else, she's using that puppy boy to send a message to that man. Upon hearing Su Huan's response, the three women in the car instantly put away their phones, their eyes flashing with curiosity. Su Huan glanced at them casually through the rearview mirror, chuckled softly, and continued. As for that puppy boy, it's even simpler. To him, that woman is his sugar mama, his benefactor. For future wealth and prestige, he'd naturally do everything to climb the ladder fast. And now, that man standing in his way is clearly his obstacle. A little provocation, a bit of acting, it's perfectly normal. If it were me, I'd do the same. But I'd be smarter than him, I wouldn't push that man so obviously, nor leave any trace of my own scheming. At this point, he paused, gesturing for Liu Ruyan to open a bottle of soda for him. After taking a few gulps of soda and handing the bottle back to Liu Ruyan, Su Huan continued. As for that brother-sister label between them, it's just window dressing to make his existence seem less sleazy. I won't deny that in the real world, there might indeed be siblings with no blood relation who maintain a pure, innocent bond. But it absolutely wouldn't be like theirs. Finishing his sentence, Su Huan glanced at the rearview mirror again. Lu Ruxu nodded, looking as if she understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing, however, showed no change in expression. It seemed they had long seen through the pretense of their sibling relationship. He chuckled softly. Su Huan had anticipated their reactions. After all, as the eldest daughters of their respective families, it would be rather disappointing if they couldn't see through such a petty trick. Finally, about that man. All I can say is, it depends on what exactly he's after. As Su Huan's words fell, Liu Ruyan and the other two women all furrowed their brows, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Su Huan smiled again and continued, generally speaking, in situations like this, the man is either after money or after someone. As for wanting both? Given their circumstances, that's clearly unrealistic. If he's after money and sees that woman as a tool for his business, then I'd say his performance is adequate. But if he's after the woman herself, then all I can say is, he's adorably foolish. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan finally seemed intrigued. She looked at Su Huan and chuckled softly, why do you say that? At that moment, Lin Yuqing and Liu Ruxu also turned to Su Huan, their pretty faces brimming with curiosity. Su Huan shook his head helplessly and explained, is that even a question? If he were after money, he could at least use their legal marital status to make a tidy profit off her. For the person? Hoping that woman would finally turn over a new leaf? Oomph. Never mind whether that woman will come back in the end. Even if she does, by the time she does, she'll have had her fill of fun. Throwing away the whole forest for a single rotten apple. Not to mention having to swallow your pride and endure humiliation every single day. She's the tall, leggy model at the club, has she lost her charm? Or an 18-year-old girl, has she lost her charm? Hearing Su Huan's final explanation, Lin Yuqing's eyes widened instantly. She instinctively opened her mouth, only to realize she had no words left to say. Liu Ruyan, however, remained composed. She knew Su Huan's temperament inside out. After all, this dog of a man never took a loss. Even when they got married, he'd investigated her entire family first. However, Liu Rux's way of thinking was completely different from theirs. After hearing Su Huan's words, she immediately spoke up. Whether the models at the club are fresh or not, I have no idea. But an 18-year-old girl? I know for sure she's got that special something. Brother-in-law, come smell for yourself, I just turned 18. As she spoke, she shifted her body, moved to the center seat, and raised her hand, extending it toward Su Huan's nose. Seeing her sister's shameless, clingy behavior, Liu Ruyan suddenly lost all desire to scold her. She shot Su Huan another reproachful glance before turning her head away, refusing to acknowledge her further. Su Huan's expression froze abruptly. He patted Liu Rux's delicate hand and smiled ingratiatingly. Fine. I know you're the sweetest. I was just using an analogy. Don't be so eager to prove yourself, okay? Chapter 35, The So-Called Love. Liu Ruxa playfully withdrew her jade-like hand, while Su Huan merely shook his head helplessly, as if he'd seen it all before. But if that man truly loves Miss Wang so deeply, then he's truly pitiful. After settling back into her seat, Lu Ruxu let out a soft sigh, her eyes still carrying a hint of reluctance. Neither Liu Ruyan nor Lin Yuqing responded to her lament. Su Huan, however, couldn't help but roll her eyes and scoff. What's so pitiful about it? It's just one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. Why not live like a decent human being? He chose to be a dog instead. Who could possibly save such a born lowlife? If I were him, I'd have skipped town with the money ages ago. After uttering these words, Su Huan stared at the pavement, his mind drifting back to certain videos he'd seen on Douyin in his past life. One particular hidden camera clip had been so deeply ingrained in her memory that it remained vivid even now. Filmed from a hidden camera angle, it showed a man around 5 feet 10 inches being violently slapped across the face by a woman barely 5 feet 5 inches, who had grabbed him by the hair. The man didn't fight back. He just let her beat and humiliate him, crying out over and over, "Why did you hire a male model? Why did you hire a male model? Why are you torturing me like this?" The man kept repeating through his tears, "Why are you torturing me like this?" The woman, however, remained utterly unmoved, relentlessly slapping and shoving him. The video lasted over a minute before the woman finally grew impatient, bellowing for him to get lost, bringing the footage to an abrupt end. At that moment, Su Huan was utterly perplexed. What could possibly drive a human being to abandon their dignity and endure such humiliation? Was it for money? But the woman's attire in the video didn't exude any sense of luxury. Even her demeanor lacked the grace and elegance of a wealthy heiress. In the end, Su Huan couldn't help but wonder, if it wasn't for money, then could it be for love? But what kind of love could possibly make someone abandon their most basic dignity in public, reduced to such utter degradation? Is so-called love truly that grand? Can so-called love truly transcend personal dignity? Could so-called love truly disregard all the stares of the world? Su Huan didn't know. He pondered it for the duration of a cigarette, yet still couldn't find an answer. Finally, he shook his head, arriving at a clear conclusion. That is, the fate of some beings may be predetermined from the moment of their birth. The three women couldn't possibly discern the pang of emotion stirring within Su Huan at that moment. Alright, enough about others. Whatever their choices, they're none of our business. Moments later, arriving at the location Lin Yuqing had navigated to, Su Huan pulled over and called out. Lin Yuqing gave him a gentle nod, opened the door, and stepped out. Just as Su Huan prepared to reverse away, Lin Yuqing, standing outside the car, suddenly called out Liu Ruyan's name. Su Huan froze, turning his head to look. There she stood, taking a deep breath as if gathering every ounce of courage to speak. Meeting the gaze of the three people, her eyes filled with immense shyness and conflict as she locked eyes with Liu Ruyan. Finally, she managed to speak with great difficulty. Sis Ruyan, you know, these past 8 years, In that brief pause, a wave of profound complexity washed over Liu Ruyan's eyes. Over the years, thanks to the long-standing friendship between their families, she and Lin Yuqing had actually maintained a fairly good relationship, one that could be described as a sisterly bond. She had long known that Lin Yuqing had spent 8 years searching for a man she held dear in her heart. What she hadn't anticipated was that the man Lin Yuqing longed for was the same man she herself had been searching for, and that this man had now become her husband first. She could understand Lin Yuqing's feelings at this moment and empathize with her current unease. If she were in Lin Yuqing's shoes, she might well have made the same decision at this moment. After all, they had met in their youth and nurtured those budding feelings for years. How could one possibly give it up? Could she blame her? It seemed impossible. She was just like herself, falling for the hero destined to save her in her darkest hour. Could she blame Su Huan? It seemed she couldn't. This man had only done a good deed. Seeing injustice, he acted on impulse. If blame must be assigned, it could only be for his irresistible charm and carefree spirit. After all, how many young women could resist a dashing, heroic savior? At this thought, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but glance at Su Huan with a hint of resignation, followed by a silent sigh. Just as she turned to respond, Lin Yuqing's hushed voice sounded again. Sister Ruyan, I can be the other woman too, just like Ruxu. Hearing Lin Yuqing's pleading voice, Liu Ruyan seemed to understand something. She opened the car door, took Lin Yuqing's delicate hand, and responded with a smile. What's this talk of seniority? We're sisters. From now on, we'll discuss things together whenever needed. Hearing this tacit agreement, Lin Yuling instantly broke into a joyful smile. She clasped Liu Ruyan's hand tightly in return, her voice brimming with excitement. Sis Ruyan, you agreed? Liu Ruyan nodded gently with a smile and continued, I won't stand in your way, but whether he ultimately accepts you, that's entirely up to the two of you. But let me give you a friendly warning, this man has a whole bunch of issues. And if you really do board his ship, then in the future, unless he agrees to let you leave, otherwise. She paused, then delivered her final, veiled warning. He's not the pushover we saw earlier. If you choose him but then waver and drift away, his hatred won't be so easily extinguished. Seeing the look of shared understanding between them, Su Huan's expression stiffened involuntarily. Wait, I'm the one driving here, okay? I'm not even in the car yet, so what the hell are you two passengers arguing about? The two women remained completely oblivious to Su Huan's inner turmoil. Even if they did, Liu Ruyan would likely just sneer in mockery. Hearing Liu Ruyan's gentle reminder, Lin Yuqing nodded without hesitation. Similar words had already been spoken to her by Su Huan earlier that day, so she felt no pressure whatsoever at this moment. Chapter 36, Forever the Eldest Sister. Seeing that Lin Yuqing wasn't intimidated, Liu Ruyan smiled and nodded. Alright then, we'll be heading out now. Think it over carefully. With that, she turned back to the passenger seat and waved goodbye to Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing quickly raised her hand in return. Her gaze then fell upon Su Huan. A faint blush spread across the girl's lovely face, as beautiful and captivating as the evening glow. Brother Huan, Sister Ruyan agreed. Seeing Lin Yuqing's shy and adorable expression, Su Huan felt a stir in his heart. He smiled and nodded at her without saying more. Hee, see you tomorrow. After leaving those words, Lin Yuqing turned and fled the scene like a startled fawn. Her footsteps were slightly hurried, as if her own directness today had left her feeling a bit shy and embarrassed. As the car slowly pulled away from Lin Yuqing's neighborhood, Su Huan's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Liu Ruyan. He had expected Liu Ruyan to be furious at that moment, her face likely turning grim. But the scene captured by the corner of his eye left Su Huan utterly astonished. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Liu Ruyan's lips as she tilted her head slightly, gazing out the car window at the passing scenery. From this angle, her mood seemed to be quite good. Ruyan, don't you have anything you want to say? In the end, Su Huan couldn't hold back any longer and asked. He couldn't help but worry that Liu Ruyan's calm was merely the stillness before the storm. At that moment, Liu Ruxu, sitting in the back seat, timidly lifted her head and looked at her older sister. Truthfully, after overhearing the two women's conversation earlier, there were things she'd long wanted to confirm with her sister. But she hesitated, fearing that what she'd overheard and her own suspicions might just be her sister's offhand remarks. Liu Ruyan seemed to sense her younger sister's gaze. She slowly turned her head, calmly glanced at Su Huan driving, then responded in a detached tone, nothing to say. Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze, almost inaudible. After a pause, as if suddenly remembering something, Liu Ruyan quickly composed her expression, sighed softly, and continued, I understand Yuqing's situation well. Her experience isn't much different from mine back then. She too has been relentlessly searching for someone's whereabouts. Hearing this, Su Huan couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. He cleared his throat lightly, genuinely unsure what else to say at that moment. Liu Ruyan gave him a faint glance before withdrawing her gaze. Truthfully, she said earnestly, I admire her for being able to confess her resolve to me tonight. And after learning you were the man she'd been searching for all these years, I'd already prepared myself mentally. She paused briefly, as if gathering her thoughts, before continuing, because over the years, I've witnessed firsthand the immense effort she's poured into searching for you. I know that even if I refuse, she won't give up easily. Her voice was soft, tinged with resignation. Besides, I know you too well. As long as she doesn't do anything to provoke you, given your nature, you'd never treat her coldly. When a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil between them. Rather than risk things ending badly for everyone, I might as well accept her openly. The words had barely left her lips when a blush suddenly spread across Liu Ruyan's cheeks, as beautiful as the evening glow. Alongside that blush was a hint of smugness that Su Huan couldn't quite decipher. Besides, that beast's daily 2 to 3 hour workout routine has been wearing me out lately. Having a sister who knows me inside out to share the load seems like a pretty good idea. Finally, that hint of smugness on her face blossomed like spring flowers, growing increasingly unabashed. Most importantly, this lady here will always be the big sister. Su Huan was momentarily stunned. He never imagined this woman would have such a theory. Keep your eyes on the road. What are you thinking about? Su Huan's momentary distraction caused the car to sway slightly. Seeing his expression, Liu Ruyan snapped at him abruptly, snapping him back to reality. Su Huan gave an awkward chuckle, quickly shaking off his thoughts and focusing his full attention on driving. In the back seat, Liu Rux's eyes flashed with excitement at her sister's words. She quickly moved to the middle seat and cautiously ventured. Sis, since you can accept Sister Yuqing, then I. Before she could finish, Liu Ruyan turned to glance at her, her tone cool. You? What are you getting involved in, little brat? Stunned into silence by her words, Liu Ruxa pouted, her face brimming with defiance as she prepared to argue. But before she could speak, Liu Ruyan sighed softly and said helplessly. You're still too young. Your mind isn't mature enough yet. Though Liu Ruyan's tone softened slightly, it still carried a hint of resignation. We'll talk about this in a couple of years. When you're a bit older, if you still hold on to these ideas, then I won't say another word. With that, she closed her eyes, a look of weariness washing over her. Yet as that weariness slowly dissipated, a long-forgotten sense of relief washed over her. It felt as though the tug-of-war she'd endured with her sister over the past year had finally drawn to a perfect close in that moment. Seeing her sister close her eyes, Liu Ruxu said no more. She knew her sister's answer represented the utmost concession she could offer. She also believed that 2 years from now, Su Huan would undoubtedly remain her only choice. Watching her sisters discuss these matters as if no one else existed, Su Huan felt lost once more. Wait, what the hell was going on with these three women tonight? You're discussing and compromising among yourselves, don't you need the consent of the person involved? Isn't the key on me? I'm the driver, aren't I? Before the driver could speak, you passengers had already decided among yourselves where to sit? As these unreasonable scenes kept flashing through Su Huan's mind, the car finally returned to their residence at Yunding Manor. Su Huan shook his head helplessly, pushing those thoughts entirely out of his mind. Though it still felt somewhat illogical, he made a final assessment and arrived at a crystal-clear conclusion. At the very least, he wasn't losing out. As long as he wasn't losing, he was winning. Chapter 37, Sharing the Burden. 3 in the morning. Su Huan leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Beside him, Liu Ruyan lay fast asleep, her face flushed. The lingering smile on her lips made it clear she had drifted off to sleep filled with happiness and contentment. Su Huan exhaled a puff of smoke, his peripheral vision carrying a hint of contempt as he glanced at Liu Ruyan's blissful face. Poof. So clueless and loves to play around. Not long ago, after the three returned to the villa, Liu Ruyan pulled Su Huan straight toward their bedroom. Under Su Huan's puzzled gaze, she took the initiative to lead him into the bathroom. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before the bathroom echoed with the sounds of intense combat. Judging by the sounds alone, the initial stages of the battle seemed evenly matched between the man and woman, with moans and gasps equally full of vigor. However, as time passed, roughly an hour later, the two main combatants seemed to tacitly shift their battlefield. The two voices, intertwined with intense passion, began to shift subtly. The moans grew increasingly low and muffled, while the gasps remained as forceful as ever. By the time the clock slowly ticked toward 2 a.m., the moans had completely faded, replaced by rising pleas for mercy. Yet the heavy breathing did not immediately relent. Only after nearly an hour of pleas did both sides finally call it quits. Unsurprisingly, the heavy panting claimed victory on the battlefield once more, while the moans retreated in defeat. Snuffing out the cigarette but in his hand and switching off the bedside lamp, Su Huan pulled Liu Ruyan into his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Brother-in-law, I'm back. Oh, Sister Yuqing is here too. The villa's front door swung open with a push, and Lu Rux's boisterous voice filled the air. A week had passed since the fiasco of the public confession on the playground. During this time, Lin Yuqing had practically been glued to Su Huan's side every single day, claiming it was to build rapport and help Su Huan adjust to her presence sooner. However, thanks to her proactive approach and Su Huan's lack of resistance, their ambiguous relationship had progressed remarkably fast. It's only noon now. Don't you have class this afternoon? In the living room, Su Huan sat at a tea table, looking puzzled at Lu Ruxu. I just came back to grab something. I'll be leaving soon. With that, Lu Ruxu hurriedly scampered to Su Huan's side. Under his bewildered gaze, she snatched the teacup from his hands and downed it in one gulp. Ignoring their surprised gazes, she giggled and immediately turned to dash upstairs to her room. Moments later, clutching a small pink box, she waved hurriedly at Su Huan and Lin Yuqing. Alright, my friend's waiting for me. Gotta go now, bye. As the door closed once more, Su Huan shook his head helplessly. That little girl, even in college, she's still so scatterbrained. Lin Yuqing covered her mouth with a soft laugh. She rose gracefully and walked over to Su Huan's side. It's perfectly normal, Ruxu is only 18. Little girls are supposed to be lively and adorable. Su Huan shrugged indifferently. Just as he was refilling the teacups on the table, Lin Yuqing suddenly darted like a nimble kitten and pressed close to his ear. Her breath was soft and warm, carrying a faint fragrance that made Su Huan's ear tingle slightly. Brother Huan, my room is all decorated now. Lin Yuqing murmured in a sweet, soft voice, tinged with playfulness and anticipation. Su Huan's large hand froze mid-air. He could feel Lin Yuqing's hair gently brush against his cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and the teapot in his hand trembled slightly. Would you like to come along for a visit? Lin Yuqing's words were as light as feathers, gently teasing Su Huan's heartstrings. Before she could finish, Su Huan abruptly set down the teapot, swept her into a horizontal embrace, and grinned mischievously. What's this? Your relatives left already? Su Huan's sudden move startled her into a gasp, her body jerking violently. But soon, she grew accustomed to the embrace, a blush of shyness spreading across her cheeks. She shyly buried her face in his chest, her voice barely a whisper as she murmured a response. In that instant, Su Huan's lips curved upward in a sly, wolfish grin as he carried her swiftly toward her room on the second floor. Having fully accepted Lin Yuqing into their circle, 2 days prior, Liu Ruyan had waved her jade-like hand and generously reserved a room for Lin Yuqing in the villa. And from that moment onward, Su Huan began a 3-women 1-man cohabitation with them. As soon as they entered the room, Su Huan kicked the door shut and gently laid Lin Yuqing on the soft bed. Lin Yuqing bit her lip nervously, her hands unconsciously clutching the bedsheets. She seemed both excited and afraid about what was about to happen. Su Huan smiled softly, then slowly leaned down, placing a kiss on her forehead before letting her hands drift downward. Lin Yuqing trembled slightly, her arms gently wrapping around Su Huan's neck. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, Lin Yuqing shyly opened her eyes and whispered softly. Brother Huan, this is my first time. You have to be gentle, okay? Seeing her adorable expression, Su Huan's smile grew even brighter. He slowly leaned down, gently kissing her forehead in a tender, silent response. The room filled with an increasingly intense, sensual aura. Moments later, accompanied by a soft moan, their battle officially commenced. Censorship issue, 10,000 words omitted here. Nearly 2 hours later, Lin Yuqing lay drenched in sweat, limp beside Su Huan. At that moment, the air conditioner's chill seemed utterly ineffective. The 16-degree output failed to cool the pair's scorching body temperatures. Lin Yuqing raised her delicate hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her gaze towards Su Huan involuntarily tinged with a faint trace of awe. Su Huan leaned against the headboard, habitually lighting a cigarette. When he noticed the woman beside him staring at him with a look that was both satisfied and tinged with fear, he paused slightly before a faint smile touched his lips. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Before he finished speaking, Su Huan raised his free right hand and gently brushed away the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Lin Yuqing, her trembling body still reeling from the lingering aftereffects of their passion, responded softly with parched lips. "Now I finally understand why Sister Ruyan agreed to me so readily back then." After a pause, she continued in a strained whisper, She couldn't handle you all by herself, brother, so she wanted to bring me along to share the burden." Chapter 38, Dark Mistress, Little Witch. "Brother-in-law, I'm back." In Lin Yuqing's room, Su Huan had just finished dressing and was preparing to slip away quietly. He glanced back at the sleeping Lin Yuqing with a tender look and smiled softly. Just as he opened the door to step out, Lu Rux's loud, boisterous shouts suddenly echoed once more. Su Huan paused, puzzled. Hadn't his sister-in-law just left? Why was she back already? Downstairs, Su Huan immediately spotted Lu Rux's seated at the tea table. She was facing away from him, seemingly unaware of his arrival. "Why are you back already? Did you skip class this afternoon?" The sudden voice clearly startled Lu Ruxu. She spun around like a frightened rabbit. When she saw Su Huan standing there with a stern expression, an awkward smile flashed across her face. "I didn't skip class," Lu Ruxu hurriedly explained. "Today is my mom's birthday. I just asked my advisor for half a day off." Hearing Lu Rux's explanation, Su Huan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He had heard about it last night from Liu Ruyan and knew today was his mother-in-law's birthday. "Alright, I almost forgot about it earlier." Indeed, Lu Rux's birth mother was Su Huan's second mother-in-law, who also served as Liu Ruyan's aunt and stepmother. Since Liu Ruox's father had married both sisters at once, Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxu were actually sisters with the same father but different mothers. However, since their mothers were biological sisters, they were practically as close as full sisters. Returning to their seats, Su Huan poured tea for both himself and Lu Ruxu before asking, "Does your mother have any particular preferences? We're heading back to the ancestral home soon. I wonder if your sister has the gift ready." Since he and Liu Ruyan had only been married a short time and didn't reside at the Liu family ancestral home regularly, he was genuinely unfamiliar with the preferences of Liu Ruyan's elders. Lu Ruxu rested her chin in her hand and pondered for a moment. "If I had to pick something I'm really into, it'd probably be artsy stuff. Like fine arts, photography, or music. My mom's got a bit of a romantic streak." Hearing her answer, Su Huan couldn't help but pause for a moment, then instantly shifted to a look of curiosity. "You say your mom likes the arts, romantic stuff. But your dad, that old fart. I mean, your dad looks like the type who wouldn't understand any of that, right? So how did your mom end up marrying him?" Lu Ruxa pursed her lips and spread her hands helplessly. "I have no idea." Seeing her reaction, Su Huan knew she'd asked a pointless question. Then again, this sister-in-law had never seemed particularly interested in gossip anyway. Tap tap tap. Just as Su Huan picked up the cigarette on the table to light it, a crisp click-clack of high heels suddenly echoed from the doorway. "Sis, you're back." Lu Ruxu's call rang out as the door swung open. Su Huan turned to see a tall woman standing in the doorway. She wore a black work skirt, its hem perfectly showcasing her long, straight legs. Black stockings hugged her legs, making their contours appear even more fluid and alluring. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. Jet black strands, slightly curled, were held in place by a purple hair clip. They swayed gently with her movements, as if dancing. Liu Ruyan in her work skirt looked like a mature beauty straight out of an anime, instantly catching the eye. Her beauty wasn't merely skin deep, it radiated from her unique aura and grace, as if her entire being exuded an irresistible, sophisticated charm. "Honey." The moment Liu Ruyan entered, her gaze landed on Su Huan seated at the tea table. A sweet smile curved her lips. "Oh, Ruxu is back so soon too." Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing her younger sister, but she quickly regained her smile and walked straight up to Su Huan. She gracefully picked up the teacup Su Huan had left on the table and drank it in one gulp. After finishing the tea, Liu Ruyan smiled as she glanced at Su Huan and Lu Ruxu. "It's almost time," she murmured softly. "See if there's anything else you need to prepare." Su Huan spread her hands helplessly. "I don't need to prepare anything. You two just decide what to do." At that moment, Liu Ruyan's gaze slowly swept over Su Huan's black casual outfit, her eyes revealing a hint of resignation. Still, she nodded with a smile. After all, she knew full well that Su Huan had never been fond of formal attire. Consequently, she had never imposed any dress code requirements on him. Besides, this birthday banquet for her aunt could be considered a family gathering, requiring nothing overly formal. "Wait for me a moment," then, Liu Ruyan said softly before turning to head upstairs. "Sis, I'm coming too." Lu Ruxu saw this and hurriedly followed her sister upstairs. Time ticked by, and about an hour later, just as Su Huan was growing impatient, faint footsteps echoed from the staircase. He instinctively looked up. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if captivated by something. There, Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxu, the two sisters, slowly descended the stairs from the second floor. Both were now dressed in black dresses. The tailored cuts perfectly accentuated their graceful figures. The dresses fell just above the knee, revealing a sliver of fair skin on their calves. Paired with their cascading black hair that fell like waterfalls over their shoulders, they created a striking visual impact from afar. Liu Ruyan exuded an elegant and mature aura, like a dark, sophisticated beauty. Lu Ruxu, on the other hand, appeared playful and adorable, like a little enchantress. These two distinct styles blended perfectly on them, creating a unique charm. "Let's go, honey." Su Huan nodded and rose to stand before the two women. At that moment, Liu Ruyan naturally slipped her arm through Su Huan's, linking it with his. At the same time, Lu Ruxu giggled as she ran over, boldly linking her arm through Su Huan's other side and playfully winking at him. Liu Ruyan's gaze faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She merely gave her younger sister a faint glance. This time, she didn't say much more than usual. Downstairs, a luxury sedan glided to a smooth stop before them. Its sleek lines reflected dazzling light in the sunlight. Noticing the three figures, the driver swiftly stepped out, hurried to the doors, and deftly opened them for them. "You might need to have a few drinks with Dad tonight, so let the driver take us there," Liu Ruyan said softly, turning to look at Su Huan. Su Huan nodded in agreement, offering no refusal. Although he usually preferred driving himself, he especially loved his own car, the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, colloquially known as his ex-boyfriend. Chapter 39, Lu Tianlin. Upon arriving at the Lu family's ancestral home, Su Huan and the others stepped out of their vehicles. Sunlight bathed the ancient structure, lending it an air of tranquil solemnity. The stone path before the gate, worn smooth by time, seemed to silently narrate the mansion's past history. Brother-in-law. Eldest sister, second sister. Before they could steady themselves, a boy of 16 or 17 dashed toward them from the doorway, his face aglow with excitement. "Tianlin, why are you sitting out here at the gate?" The three smiled and nodded at him. Su Huan stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder as she asked softly. The boy before them was named Lu Tianlin. As the younger brother of Liu Ruyan and her sister, he too had inherited the outstanding genes of the Lu family parents. He was tall and slender, with delicate features and bright, lively eyes. He was also one of the 5 children Su Huan had saved years ago, the only boy among them. Perhaps because Su Huan had saved him in his childhood, ever since Su Huan first visited the Lu family a year ago after Liu Ruyan explained everything to her family, he had held Su Huan in deep respect, treating him like a beloved older brother. "Of course I came here just to wait for you guys." Lu Tianlin scratched his head with a sheepish grin. With that, he slung an arm around Su Huan's shoulder and led him mysteriously into the old residence. "Come on, brother-in-law, your little brother needs a favor." Watching the two walk away arm in arm, looking like brothers, Liu Ruyan smiled softly and shook her head before following them inside. Upon entering the main gate, the living room was already filled with over a dozen figures seated on sofas, engaged in lively conversation. The room echoed with bursts of hearty laughter. "Master, Miss, second Miss, you're back." The sharp-eyed butler, Uncle Zhang, spotted them immediately, rising to greet them with a broad smile. Su Huan and the others responded with a polite nod and a smile. Su Huan held a favorable impression of this butler. At that moment, the group that had been conversing paused, turning their attention toward them. "Well, if it isn't our son-in-law. Well, finally decided to bring back the 2 little princesses of the Lu family, huh?" Liu Ruyan's third uncle said with a teasing expression. Those seated on the sofa joined in with a wave of laughter, their eyes softening as they looked at the couple. Su Huan, with Lu Tianlin's arm around her shoulder, waved at him and countered with a light laugh. "Oh, Uncle San. You're looking pretty flashy in those bright red pants today, huh?" The group paused in surprise before erupting into even louder laughter. Uncle Lu laughed heartily, pointing at Su Huan with his raised hand, his face showing not a trace of displeasure. "Dad, Mom, Stepmom, Uncle Lu." Behind Su Huan, Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxu approached the central sofa and spoke politely. Seated before them were a middle-aged man and 2 young women, their parents and stepmothers. Lu Jingting, the current head of the prestigious Lu family, looked nothing like the imposing figure the outside world imagined. Dressed in loose-fitting casual wear, he reclined on the sofa in a relaxed pose, his face beaming as he greeted Su Huan and the others. Beside Lu Jingting sat 2 young women dressed in purple kipeos. Both appeared to be in their early 30s, their figures graceful and their features exquisite. Every gesture radiated the mature charm of accomplished women. At that moment, they held Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxu's hands with tender expressions, inquiring warmly about the 2 women's recent lives. Judging solely by their appearance and demeanor, it was hard to believe they were mother and daughters to Liu Ruyan and her sister. Instead, they looked more like sisters of similar age. "Mom, stepmom, happy birthday!" Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxa said in unison, their voices clear and melodious, like orioles singing in the valley. With that, the two girls presented 3 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes to the woman on the left. "Let's go, brother-in-law. This place is boring. Don't waste your time with them." Lu Tianlin shook Su Huan's neck and pulled him away. Su Huan smiled lightly, bidding farewell to the elders before following him out. The Lu family members watched their retreating figures with gentle smiles. Judging solely by their backs, the two really did resemble brothers. Before long, Lu Tianlin led Su Huan to his room. The moment he pushed the door open, he eagerly shut it tightly behind them. Then he pulled out a photograph and handed it to Su Huan. The photo showed a young girl in a school uniform, clearly no older than 17 or 18. Su Huan frowned and turned to look at him. "Young man, this isn't appropriate. I brought my wife today. Most importantly, I'm still your brother-in-law. What are you doing?" Lu Tianlin hastily waved his hands, explaining, "No, brother-in-law, don't misunderstand me." Su Huan walked over and sat down on the sofa in his room. Lighting a cigarette, she looked at him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lu Tianlin pulled up a stool and sat down facing Su Huan. His expression was now troubled, as if he were deeply troubled by love. "Brother-in-law, this girl is Ji Qingyi, the youngest daughter of Uncle Ji's family." After listening to his rapid-fire explanation, Su Huan soon grasped the entire situation. It turned out this girl was Lu Tianlin's childhood sweetheart. Unsurprisingly, the young man had fallen for her. It would have been fine. Since they'd grown up together, even though they hadn't explicitly declared their feelings, he could sense the girl's special regard for him. However, 2 months ago, a transfer student suddenly joined their class. Not long after, the boy noticed his childhood friend interacting with the new student in ways different from ordinary classmates. For instance, they'd laugh and chat about things during breaks, grab meals together at the cafeteria after school, and even. In short, while their interactions hadn't crossed the line of mere classmates, he couldn't help but notice that whenever they chatted, his childhood friend brought up the transfer student more and more often. Lately, he'd been gripped by an ominous feeling, like something precious was slipping away from him. So 2 days ago, he finally mustered the courage to broach the subject with Ji Qingyi. However, Ji Qingyi brushed it off casually. Since they hadn't truly crossed that line between them, he felt he had no right to demand anything from her in his current position. And since he felt too embarrassed to bring this up with his parents or sister, that was why he dragged Su Huan along for advice. Hearing the kid's description, Su Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Scenes from those heartbreaking romance novels he'd read in his past life instantly flooded his mind. Wasn't this the classic story of the childhood sweetheart losing out to the new guy? "Brother-in-law, stop laughing. Hurry up and give me some advice. With your discerning eye as Shanghai University's top heartthrob and your vast experience with women, you must have a solution." Su Huan's expression darkened instantly. Pointing at Lu Tianlin, he retorted sternly and earnestly, "Young man, I advise you not to speak recklessly. I admit I'm the campus heartthrob, but when did I ever date countless women? I'll sue you for defamation, you know? That's slander." As if hoping Su Huan would help him, Lu Tianlin hastily waved his hands again, immediately retracting his earlier words. Observing his shrewd brother-in-law, Su Huan offered a playful smile. "While I'm not the scumbag you make me out to be, I do happen to have a solution for the problem you mentioned." Chapter 40, The Turning Point. At those words, Lu Tianlin's eyes lit up instantly. He stared at Su Huan excitedly, his face brimming with impatience. Su Huan shook her head and chuckled inwardly, thinking how impatient young people could be. Knock knock knock. Just as Su Huan was about to share her theory, a light knock suddenly sounded at the door. Lu Tianlin's brow instantly furrowed. Muttering under his breath, he prepared to rise and answer the door. However, before he could make a move, the figures of the two sisters suddenly appeared before them. Liu Ruyan casually closed the door behind them and walked up to Lu Tianlin alongside Liu Ruxu. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she gently stroked Lu Tianlin's hair and asked softly, "Tianlin, what secret were you whispering about with your brother-in-law?" "What's that? Some little secret you don't want your sister to know about?" Feeling his eldest sister's gentle touch on his head, reminiscent of childhood, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Tianlin's face. He stammered for a long moment, unable to utter a word. Seeing his expression, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her gaze shifted to Su Huan standing nearby. She knew her brother's personality better than anyone. Usually, Lu Tianlin was carefree and easygoing, seemingly untroubled by anything. Even when he had worries or got into trouble, he'd always come to her first to confide and find solutions. Yet now, Lu Tianlin had suddenly become uncharacteristically awkward, acting like a shy little girl. This astonished Liu Ruyan. Su Huan shook his head and chuckled. His eyes met Lu Tianlin's briefly, and upon seeing no clear sign of objection, he remarked with a light laugh, "It's nothing major, just the usual worries of a teenage boy. You two are his sisters, he just feels awkward talking to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Huan began recounting the concerns Lu Tianlin had just shared with him. After hearing Su Huan's account, sisters Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruxu both looked at Lu Tianlin with surprise. Liu Ruxu, in particular, blurted out, "Tianlin, are you saying Qingyi might have fallen for another guy? But haven't you two always gotten along so well?" Liu Ruxu had witnessed the bond between Lu Tianlin and Ji Qingyi since childhood. Since the Liu and Ji families were long-standing friends, and she was close in age to both of them, she and Ji Qingyi could even be considered best friends. She often teased Ji Qingyi, saying she'd eventually marry into the Liu family and become her sister-in-law. Each time, Ji Qingyi would flush crimson, give her a playful spit, and then run off shyly. But now, Lu Tianlin suddenly claimed Ji Qingyi might have fallen for someone else, leaving her utterly incredulous. At that moment, Su Huan turned to Liu Ruxu and smiled softly. "Ruxu, you're about the same age as that Ji Qingyi. Why don't you analyze what that girl might be thinking right now?" At this, Lu Tianlin's eyes lit up instantly. He knew his second sister was not only close in age to Ji Qingyi but also her best friend. Perhaps Ji Qingyi had confided in her. With that thought, he hurriedly moved closer to Liu Ruxu, his face brimming with anticipation. When she realized all three pairs of eyes in the room were fixed on her, Liu Ruxu paused in surprise. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Probably just a spur-of-the-moment thing. It's only natural for her to feel a bit of novelty when a new guy suddenly appears in her life. As for making Tianlin feel insecure without meaning to, she probably didn't think much of it." After a pause, she looked at Lu Tianlin and smiled gently. "I'll talk to Qingyi later. Once we clear the air, she probably won't act like this anymore." As she finished speaking, Liu Ruyan nodded gently. Putting herself in that age group, she felt Liu Ruxu had accurately captured Ji Qingyi's current mindset. She too believed that once they talked it out, the matter would likely blow over. After all, Ji Qingyi hadn't crossed any boundaries with that boy beyond a normal classmate relationship, nor had she shown any signs of distancing herself from Lu Tianlin. Hearing his sister's perspectives and reassurances, Lu Tianlin shook his head, his gaze drifting off into the distance. Even if the truth matched what Liu Ruxu said, he still couldn't accept the girl he liked growing closer to another boy. Snapping back to reality, he looked up at Su Huan. "Brother-in-law, I can't go on like this. Do you have any ideas?" At that moment, the two sisters beside him also turned to look at Su Huan, seemingly eager to hear what solution he might offer. Su Huan chuckled softly before speaking. "Ruxu is probably right. That Ji Qingyi might genuinely feel that way." Hearing Su Huan's response, Lu Tianlin's eyes flickered with disappointment. Before he could dwell on it, however, Su Huan's voice sounded again. "But there is a way to resolve this matter. The question is, do you prefer the gentle way or the forceful way?" At that moment, the expressions in the room grew complex, filled with confusion, surprise, and even intensity. Su Huan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The literary approach is a bit troublesome. It involves psychological warfare and takes considerably longer. The martial way is simpler. It can be settled tonight. Liu Ruyan smiled as she walked over and sat beside Su Huan, then hooked her arm through his. "Husband," she asked, "you've got me curious now. It's still early anyway. Tell me both the civil and the martial approaches." Su Huan exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's start with the literary approach first." His gaze shifted to Lu Tianlin as he spoke calmly. "For a while after tomorrow, you need to be a bit cold toward that girl. No matter what interactions you see between her and that transfer student, don't let your expression change at all. Just treat her like any other classmate. Also, if any other female classmates try to chat with you, engage them appropriately. During this period, whether Ji Qingyi tries to act cute with you or offers explanations, don't show any weakness. Keep the same distance from her as you do with all your classmates." Lu Tianlin furrowed his brow slightly. He looked at Su Huan and asked, "Brother-in-law, isn't this method just jealousy-fueled cold treatment and playing hard to get? Is that really going to work? What if we just push her further away?" At that moment, Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruxu also looked at Su Huan with confusion. This plan didn't seem particularly novel. Su Huan smiled mysteriously. "Is there any upcoming event or gala in your class or school?" Lu Tianlin, still confused, replied, "The school will have a gala in a month. Our homeroom teacher already announced it." Su Huan nodded and continued, "Then let's set a 1-month deadline. Within this month, you'll follow exactly what I just told you. 1 month later, on the day the gala begins, you will use what I am about to teach you as a turning point in your relationship or else. Settle things." Chapter 41, PUA. With that, Su Huan stood up and walked over to the piano in Lu Tianlin's room, sitting down at it. Seeing Su Huan's movements, the three siblings instantly lit up with anticipation. They knew full well of Su Huan's musical talent, and his current posture clearly signaled he intended to personally teach Lu Tianlin the grand finale for the event a month hence. They held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Su Huan, not making a sound. Su Huan flexed his fingers, then let his hands gently rest on the keys. Melodious notes immediately flowed from his fingertips like a babbling brook. The melody seemed to carry a magical power, as if it were about to transport the three of them into a dreamlike world he had crafted just for them. Dandelions by the elementary school fence. A memory with a scent. The sound of cicadas drifting from the playground during nap time. Still so beautiful to hear, even after all these years. folding wishes into paper airplanes to send as letters. Because we couldn't wait for that shooting star. We tossed the coin that decides our fate. Yet we never knew where it might take us. The verse ends, and the piano's melody, poetic and picturesque, like heavenly music, continues to linger softly throughout the room. At this very moment, the three people in the room unconsciously closed their eyes, as if carried away by the exquisite music into a dreamlike world. Time seemed to flow backward, returning them to their own faded afternoons of the past. Those beautiful memories played like a film before their eyes. Immersed in these cherished memories, their hearts brimmed with rapture and wonder. Every detail felt so vivid, as if within reach. The promise we made growing up. So vivid, with a checkmark I believed. We promised to travel together. Is the only whim you hold on to now? The chorus melody continued, like a powerful force propelling the surging tide of emotion ever higher. Huan closed her eyes tightly, her fingers dancing nimbly across the keys. Each note seemed to release the emotions deep within her heart. The melody grew more impassioned, like surging ocean waves crashing wave after wave against their souls. That fervent melody felt like their farewell to the past and their hope for the future. The promise we made growing up. Such sincerity. Endless conversations about the past. And now I can't tell whether you were friendship or love I missed. As the final note faded, the air in the room seemed to freeze solid, only the lingering echoes still drifting slowly through the space, refusing to dissipate. This exquisite melody flowed like a murmuring stream, nourishing their hearts. The heartrending lyrics unfolded like a painting in their minds. Images of childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree, surfaced unbidden in their minds. The final line, heavy with sorrow and self-doubt, left them lost in thought for a long time. Chirp! Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Huan watched the three siblings, lost in their own world, and shook her head with a smile. Snap out of it. Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruxu snapped back to reality as if jolted awake by the whistle. Their cheeks flushed crimson like evening clouds, their eyes sparkling with bright, dazzling light, the exhilaration and rapture of being deeply moved by the music. Honey, you're just too amazing. Liu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly, turning to Huan. Lu Ruxu couldn't contain her excitement either. She scampered over to Huan, tilted her head back, and gazed at him with eyes full of little stars, brimming with admiration. At that moment, Lu Tianlin finally emerged from his musical trance. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze settling on Huan, his eyes brimming with complexity. Brother-in-law, you didn't go and investigate Qingyi and my childhood experiences, did you? The lyrics of this song you sang match our story over the years perfectly. Paper airplanes, pinky swears, tossing coins to make wishes, we've done it all. We even promised each other a year ago that we'd travel together after this year's college entrance exams. Seeing the look of utter disbelief on his face, Huan let out a silent, soft laugh. The descriptions in these lyrics, any childhood sweethearts would inevitably share similar experiences. After all, in her past life, teacher Wan Shan was renowned for his poetic genius, each word worth its weight in gold. How could his lyrics not be utterly beautiful? Huan waved her hand dismissively and walked back to her seat on the sofa. He lit another cigarette, ignoring the two sisters clinging to his arms on either side. As I said earlier, this month you must be utterly cold toward that girl. No matter what she does for you or how she explains herself, you must not budge. After a month, you'll take the stage at the school gala and sing the song I just mentioned. Finally, the most crucial part, when you sing the last line of the song and I can no longer tell if you're friendship or love I've missed, you must look at her with eyes that convey both heartbreak and sorrow. Make her understand that her recent distance has caused you profound pain, even making you deeply question your past together. Doubting whether those childhood days together were friendship or love lost. As Huan finished speaking, the Lu sisters stared at him in utter shock. Lu Tianlin, however, instantly lit up with excitement. His gaze towards Huan brimmed with intense admiration, as if paying homage to a legendary master. Patting Lu Rux's jade-like hand clasped around his own, Huan exhaled another puff of smoke and continued. Once you've completed this entire process, if that girl truly has feelings for you, then that night, she'll undoubtedly be filled with regret and self-blame. She'll desperately want to explain herself to you and undo the negative impression you've formed of her during this time. At that point, you must feign being utterly heartbroken and completely disillusioned with her. The core principle boils down to one word: pretend. After some time has passed, find an opportunity to pretend you're moved by her persistence and reconcile with her. After pulling off this PUA routine, unless she genuinely stops liking you in the future, she'll never engage in even the slightest flirtation with any other man. As he spoke, Huan seemed to think of something else and added, of course, if during this time the girl and that transfer student develop any kind of ambiguity that's beyond your tolerance, then just treat her like a rotten childhood friend and start looking for another girl. The room fell silent once more. The Lu sisters stared at Huan as if he were the devil incarnate, practically ready to pin the label scumbag on his forehead. Lu Tianlin pondered for a moment before nodding heavily. But just then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Brother-in-law, what if after the party, Qingyi's actions don't unfold as you predicted?" Huan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, responding irritably. "What's the point of asking? Then it means that girl never liked you in the first place, or that she no longer likes you." What would you still be hesitating about then? It's not like all the women in the world have gone extinct. As she spoke, Su Huan instantly adopted a serious expression, her tone turning earnest. Let me warn you, you're the eldest son of the Lu family and my brother-in-law. I can't afford to lose face over this. If you dare run over there and grovel like a dog for that woman, I'll break your legs myself. No need for your father to lift a finger. Chapter 42, Brainwashing. Seeing the looks his sisters and Su Huan were giving him, Lu Tianlin hastily waved his hands, insisting he never bring shame upon the family. Su Huan nodded. After a year of living together, she understood her brother-in-law's character quite well. As the eldest son of a top-tier aristocratic family, he'd received professional training from the Lu clan since childhood. Add to that the guidance of Liu Ruyan. While he wasn't exactly a genius, he certainly wouldn't do anything to tarnish the family's dignity. Enough about the literary side, now let's talk martial arts. Su Huan exhaled another puff of smoke before stubbing out the cigarette in his hand. The martial part is simple. Tonight, send men to find that transfer student. Beat him up and kick him out of the magic city, or just toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Once he's dealt with, have your father step in. Use the Lu family's name to propose marriage to the Ji family and force the Ji Qingyi to marry you. If the Ji family refuses, find an opportunity to kidnap her. Make it a done deal, then she won't have a choice. Ignoring the astonished looks from the two women beside him, Su Huan added with a sinister chuckle. But this method will only get you her body, don't even think about her heart. You'll have to guard against her every day from now on. In that case, this melon may not be sweet, but it can still quench your thirst. As long as you don't expect too much, it'll still be quite fragrant. After speaking, Su Huan noticed the three siblings staring at her with wide eyes. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Brother-in-law, are you a demon? Lu Ruxu asked, her face filled with disbelief. Seeing their shocked expressions, a mischievous thought suddenly surfaced in Su Huan's mind. He gave a playful smile. What? Scared now? I've never been a good person, you know. Liu Ruyan was the first to recover, giving Su Huan a helpless look as he teased her sister. Meanwhile, Lu Ruxu also snapped out of it. She sighed and muttered, fine, devil it is. If my sister isn't scared, then neither am I. At that moment, Lu Tianlin gave a sycophantic chuckle and hastily declared he'd chosen the literary path. Su Huan nodded with a light chuckle, then picked up the paper and pen from the table to write down the lyrics and melody for him. Moments later, Su Huan set down the paper and pen. All done. Practice on your own for a while. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at them. Come on, it's time for us to head downstairs. Taking the manuscript from Su Huan's hand, Lu Tianlin carefully tucked it away, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Stepping out of the room, Liu Ruyan gently hooked her arm through Su Huan's, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of her lips as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Honey, did you leave a sister behind out there and forget to bring her home? Liu Ruyan asked in a feigned pout, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Su Huan's footsteps halted abruptly. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Liu Ruyan in bewilderment. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan's suspicions deepened. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she reflexively pinched Su Huan's arm, scolding playfully, stop pretending. Those lyrics you just sang were clearly written for your childhood sweetheart. Even if you're a genius, there's no way you could have improvised such vivid lyrics on the spot in such a short time. You definitely prepared them beforehand. Spill it. How many female friends did you leave behind at my future in-law's place, or I've never even been? Su Huan shook his head helplessly, forcing a bitter smile. You're overthinking it. What sisters are you talking about? That song was just something I wrote on a whim back then. As for childhood sweethearts. At this point, Su Huan paused involuntarily. In his mind's eye, the delicate figure from years ago, just before he left home, flashed unbidden. What is it? What about the childhood sweetheart? Lu Ruxu's voice snapped Su Huan back to reality. She looked at him curiously, clearly puzzled by his sudden pause. Su Huan snapped back to attention, a faint smile touching his lips as he explained, I don't know if we qualify as what you'd call childhood sweethearts. Because she was my foster parents' older sister, several years my senior. After speaking, Su Huan gently stroked Lu Rux's small head, as if comforting her, or perhaps changing the subject. Then, he smiled and said, alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Back in the living room, the clock had quietly ticked past 6 in the afternoon. The dining table was now laden with an array of delicacies, their aromas filling the air. The servants bustled back and forth between the kitchen and dining table, continuously bringing out more dishes. Returning to the sofa, Su Huan casually picked up a cigarette from the table and offered it to several smoking elders of the Lu family. Dad, how's the fishing been lately? See what I mean? This kind of leisurely life is how proper people should live. Su Huan plopped down beside Lu's father, a peculiar smile playing on his lips as he teased. It was actually quite amusing when you thought about it. A year ago, when Su Huan first visited the Lu family, Lu Jingting was still the imposing patriarch. Not only was he the chairman and CEO of the Lu Group, but he also presided over a top-tier aristocratic family. He managed both external affairs and household matters, radiating an air of authority honed by years at the pinnacle of power. However, 6 months ago, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. At that time, Lu Jian had proposed that Su Huan join the group to familiarize herself with company affairs, only to be met with an outright refusal. Not only that, Su Huan proceeded to give Lu Jian a lesson in ideology, thoroughly brainwashing him in the process. Since then, Lu Jian seemed like a changed man, having completely lost his former vigor. Nowadays, he spends his days either fishing or wandering around with a birdcage in hand, seemingly disinterested in all fame, fortune, and power. Not only that, but he had also delegated nearly all his authority. The affairs of the Lu group were entirely handed over to Liu Ruyan, while most of the social interactions with the aristocratic families were entrusted to Liu Ruyan's second and third uncles. He now resembled an old cadre who had retired early, enjoying leisurely days. Lu Jian waved his hand dismissively, still maintaining his relaxed, sprawled-out posture. Taking the cigarette Su Huan offered, he replied with a contented smile, "Your dad's finally seen the light. You're right, kid. Fame, fortune, power, enough is enough. After 100 years, none of it comes with you. Our Lu family lacks neither money nor power now. We have Ruyan managing the group's affairs with her wisdom, and our martial strength is secured by the secret guards in you, kid. Our family ties are handled by the third son, while official influence rests with the second. So why should this old patriarch keep working himself to death every single day?" Chapter 43, The Slacker. Hearing his father-in-law's response, Su Huan gave a strange chuckle and nodded. Half a year ago, after a family banquet, Lu Jian had summoned Su Huan to his study. At that time, the Lu family head, whose heart and eyes were still filled with clan honor, had sternly urged Su Huan to join the group for training. However, after being exposed to Su Huan's philosophy of lying low and embracing failure, it didn't take long for this patriarch to begin questioning his own life choices. Finally, when Su Huan decisively defeated the Lu family's strongest grandmaster, and when the 40-meter-long broadsword appeared before him with overwhelming force, he gave up. He saw the light. From that day onward, he delegated control of the conglomerate to Liu Ruyan, entrusted family affairs to Uncle Lu San, and left official duties to Uncle Lu Er. Freed from the energy-draining social obligations and paperwork, his vitality and spirit were noticeably stronger than half a year prior. Exactly. Life is but a few short decades. Why stand when you can lie down? And besides, just as Su Huan was about to continue his lofty discourse, a 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly burst through the door like a whirlwind, letting out a startled cry. "Brother-in-law, you're finally here." The soft, sweet cry drew everyone's attention. Hearing the cry, Su Huan's body reacted instinctively. He swiftly extended both arms and caught the little girl as she threw herself into his embrace. "What's wrong? Miss your brother-in-law?" Su Huan's lips curved into a tender smile as he asked softly. As he spoke, he carefully lifted the little girl onto his lap and gently pinched her tiny nose. Amused by Su Huan's actions, the little girl giggled, her big eyes squinting into slits as she laughed, looking utterly adorable. Seeing the little girl and Su Huan interacting so affectionately, everyone present couldn't help but smile. The little girl was named Liu Ruyan, the cousin of Liu Ruyan and the youngest daughter of second Master Liu. Perhaps it was his handsome face that charmed everyone, young and old alike. So when Liu Ruyan first laid eyes on Su Huan, she seemed to be under a spell, instantly sticking to him like glue. Whenever Su Huan visited the ancestral home, Liu Ruyan would follow him like a little shadow, never once letting go. Hearing Su Huan's question, Liu Ruyan, sitting on his lap, nodded obediently and replied in a sweet, childish voice, "Uncle, did you get tired coming home from school so late today? How about Ruyan gives you a leg massage? Every time Daddy comes home tired, Ruyan gives him a leg massage." As she spoke, the little girl lifted her gem-like, clear eyes and looked at Su Huan with innocent wonder. That pure gaze seemed to pierce straight through one's soul, drawing laughter from everyone present. Watching her adorable expression, Su Huan couldn't resist ruffling her little head and chuckled softly, "Uncle isn't tired. Uncle hasn't been going to school lately, you know." Liu Ruyan's innocent eyes instantly clouded with confusion. Yet moments later, as if she'd suddenly grasped something, she exclaimed excitedly, "I know. Uncle isn't going to school because he's going to work like big sister, right? Ruyan knows. Daddy said he has to go to work too. Working is so hard." Su Huan smiled again. "Uncle doesn't have to work either, you know." This time, pure confusion filled the little girl's eyes. Her innocent little face furrowed slightly at the brow as she asked in confusion, "Then why doesn't Uncle have to go to school or work? Even Ruyan still has to go to school." At that moment, Liu Ruyan, who had been standing nearby, finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She turned her head, her gaze settling on Su Huan, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Holding Liu Ruyan in his arms, Su Huan felt Liu Ruyan's gaze. A faint smile touched his lips as he met her eyes, then chuckled softly, "Because my brother-in-law is a lazybones. Lazy bones don't need to go to work." His voice carried a hint of ease and teasing. Upon hearing Su Huan's words, Liu Ruyan's puzzled little face grew even more perplexed. She blinked, her gaze suddenly shifting to a noblewoman seated across from them. Swiftly wriggling free from Su Huan's embrace, she scampered toward the woman like a lively little rabbit, her tiny feet scurrying across the floor. "Mommy, Uncle Su said salted fish don't have to go to school. Is that true?" Liu Ruyan ran up to the lady, tilted her head up, and asked innocently. The noble woman watched her daughter's adorable expression, shaking her head helplessly yet still wearing a gentle smile. However, just as she was about to explain, Liu Ruyan cut her off with another question. "Mommy, I want to be like my brother-in-law too. I want to be a lazybones too." Liu Ruyan's voice rang out clear and loud, tinged with urgency and longing. As Liu Ruyan's innocent yet earnest words fell, the entire room erupted in uproarious laughter. Everyone was infected by the little girl's pure innocence, bursting into laughter. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. She playfully pinched Su Huan's soft flesh at the waist, then shot him a fierce glare, as if blaming him for misleading Liu Ruyan. "It's all my fault. Does admitting it now even matter? You said you no longer love me." Suddenly, a familiar melody filled the air. The melody carried an endless sorrow and regret, as if Su Huan's very soul was pouring out its lament. The entire hall seemed to sink into a heavy, desolate atmosphere. Hearing the sound, Su Huan's face darkened instantly. He snapped to attention, whirling his head around to fix a piercing stare on Liu Ruxu beside him. In Liu Ruxu's hand, her phone played that very song, its screen displaying the silhouette of Su Huan playing it in the music room last time. 3 black lines instantly appeared on Su Huan's forehead. He never imagined his sister-in-law would record the song he sang for her last time and even set it as her ringtone. Sitting beside Su Huan, Liu Ruyan naturally recognized his voice. Surprised, she turned toward the sound, her brow furrowing slightly. Just then, Liu Ruxu seemed to sense their gazes. She lifted her head and offered Su Huan an awkward smile. Then, she winked mischievously before swiftly grabbing her phone and hurrying out of the hall. "Honey, what mischief did you get caught doing lately?" Liu Ruyan leaned close to Su Huan's ear, her tone tinged with reproach. She knew full well that whenever her man released a new song, it was invariably inspired by some experience. In all the time they'd known each other, there had never been any surprises. So this time, too, there was definitely something she didn't know. Chapter 44, Don't Bite Me. Su Huan squirmed under her questioning gaze, letting out an awkward chuckle before lowering his head to briefly recount the events of a few days prior. Having already accepted Lin Yuqing's presence, Liu Ruyan merely pinched him playfully after hearing his explanation, then let it go. "Alright, everyone, please take your seats." Just as Su Huan and Liu Ruyan were whispering, Lu Jingting heard the butler's reminder and stood up to address the gathering. As Lu Jingting's words faded, the guests who had been murmuring among themselves responded in unison, rising to take their seats. Soon, the table was filled with members of the Lu family. Time passed leisurely in the cheerful atmosphere, punctuated by bursts of laughter and merriment from the table. Everyone savored the delicious dishes while casually sharing stories and observations, creating a warm and harmonious ambience. Since the Lu household didn't enforce strict rules like no talking during meals, the dinner unfolded in a particularly relaxed and carefree manner. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the Lu sisters had helped their mother-in-law slice the cake. The women and children, having eaten their fill, returned to the sofas in the living room. At the dining table, only a few men remained, continuing to drink and exchange pleasantries. "Brother-in-law, let me raise a toast to you." Just then, the younger brother-in-law seated beside Su Huan suddenly lifted his glass in a toast. Su Huan smiled lightly, picked up his glass, clinked it gently against his brother-in-law's, and drained it in one gulp. After finishing his drink, Su Huan patted his shoulder with a light chuckle. "Tian Lin. Just handle that matter exactly as I taught you. Trust me, as long as there are no subjective issues, the technical approach is rock solid. Just wait a month, and that woman will be clinging to your legs begging for forgiveness." Su Huan's tone brimmed with confidence, as if everything was already under his control. Lu Tianlin nodded vigorously, as if he might nod his head right off, expressing his profound approval and utter admiration for Su Huan. This admiration stemmed not only from the debt he owed his brother-in-law for saving him and his sister years ago, but also from everything he had witnessed firsthand during this period. He knew full well that his eldest sister was utterly devoted to her husband, and from his observations, his second sister also seemed to harbor lingering feelings for him. And it went far beyond that. From what he understood, even his art teacher, the eldest daughter of the Long family, harbored feelings for his brother-in-law. And remember, the Lang family was one of the 4 most prestigious clans in the land. The eldest daughters of 2 of the 4 great families, Lang, Lu, Lin, and Ji, couldn't stop thinking about their brother-in-law. Wasn't that proof enough of his capabilities? Therefore, he firmly believed that following his brother-in-law's arrangements could never be wrong. Seeing his brother-in-law's compliant demeanor, Su Huan nodded with satisfaction. Time ticked by. Su Huan sat at the table with Lu's father and the others, their conversation flowing smoothly as the wine in their cups dwindled. Just as Lu's father reached for another cup, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before them. Liu Ruxu glided gracefully to her father-in-law's side, playfully snatching the wine glass from his hand. "Dad, you've had enough to drink today. You can't have any more," Liu Ruxu said in a feigned pout. Lu Jian slowly opened his slightly dazed eyes, gazed at his adorable daughter before him, and smiled fondly. Alright, I'll listen to my little girl. Daddy won't drink anymore, he said, staggering to his feet, his legs still a bit unsteady. Once steady, he reached out and gently pinched Lu Ruxu's rosy cheek. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and her two mothers-in-law hurried over. After helping her father steady himself, Liu Ruyan said softly, Mom, Dad, we should probably head back soon. Meng Yao just called. Her flight lands at 11 tonight, so we need to head to the airport later. Hearing this, all three in-laws nodded in agreement. Liu Ruyan then walked over to Su Huan, whispered something to him, and carefully helped him to his feet. After greeting the many elders present, Liu Ruyan smiled as she gracefully slipped her arm through Su Huan's and they walked out of the hall together. Bye, brother-in-law. Remember to come play with Ruyu when you have time. Just as they reached the doorway, a clear, cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Liu Ruyu, like a lively little rabbit, scampering over to Su Huan with quick, light steps. Seeing this, Su Huan couldn't help but curve his lips into a tender smile. He slowly crouched down, gently extending his hand to softly stroke Liu Ruyu's silky hair as he murmured, Alright, Ruyu. Study hard. I'll come visit you whenever I have time. Hearing Su Huan's words, Liu Ruyu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, her face beaming with joy. Yet, as she watched Su Huan prepare to leave, a deep sense of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Bye. Though her heart ached, Liu Ruyu waved at Su Huan with mature grace. Sitting in the car waiting downstairs, Su Huan rolled down the window and waved one last time at the little girl. Honey, that little Ruyu sure is attached to you. Exactly. She's not even this close to us two sisters. As the car slowly pulled away, the two sisters sitting inside teased Su Huan playfully. What can I say? My charm has always been irresistible to women of all ages. There's hardly a woman out there who can resist my overwhelming appeal. Not to brag, but with this supremely handsome face and these peach blossom eyes that gaze at dogs with deep affection. For over 20 years, I've never been rejected by any female creature. Even a stray dog on the street, as long as it's female, even if it's rabid, it'll never bite me. This is what you call charm that transcends species. With that, Su Huan crossed his arms, a smug smile spreading across his face. The Lu sisters exchanged a knowing glance and shot him a look. Yet, no matter how much they resisted acknowledging it, when they truly looked at Su Huan, their pretty faces couldn't help but flush slightly. They couldn't help but think of this man witty, humorous, independent, handsome, and powerful. Though his words carried a hint of self-admiration, it was undeniable that what he described wasn't overly exaggerated. Precisely because of this, the sisters found themselves at a loss for words to refute him. Just then, Su Huan seemed to sense their thoughts. He chuckled softly, reached out, and gently pulled Liu Ruyan into his embrace, pressing her close against his body before slowly closing his eyes. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Su Huan's voice was low and gentle, yet tinged with weariness. I just had a couple of bottles of strong liquor with your dad. My head's spinning a bit now. He shifted his position slightly to get more comfortable before continuing, I'll just doze off for a bit. Wake me when we get home. Gazing at the man beside her, feeling his breath and warmth, Liu Ruyan smiled softly. The faint scent of alcohol wafting from him mingled with his unique aura. Chapter 45, Qin Mengyao. Honey, wake up. We're home. Liu Ruyan smiled as she looked at Su Huan, who was leaning against her shoulder, and gently reminded him. Feeling the gentle call by his ear, Su Huan yawned and opened his eyes. Did I sleep that long? Sitting up straight, Su Huan rubbed his eyes. When he noticed the damp patch lingering on Liu Ruyan's shoulder, an awkward smile touched his lips. Following his gaze, Liu Ruyan chuckled softly. Let's go. Your drool is sticky, and I need to get home early to wash up. Su Huan gave another awkward smile before following her off the car. Stepping out, Su Huan paused slightly when he noticed a woman with a slender figure and cool demeanor standing beside Liu Ruxu. Honey, who's this? As if worried Su Huan's alcohol fumes hadn't fully dissipated, Liu Ruyan hurriedly supported his arm after he stepped off the car. Remember I mentioned picking up a friend at the airport earlier at the old house? This is the friend I meant, Qin Mengyao. Su Huan slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering the arrangement. He offered a polite smile to the woman beside Liu Ruxu and said, Hello, Miss Qin. My apologies, I had a bit too much to drink earlier and forgot about this. Please don't take offense. Qin Mengyao responded with a graceful smile, meeting the courteous man before her. Mr. Su, you're too kind. I'm the one who disturbed you tonight. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. Su Huan waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Liu Ruxu stepped forward and gently took Su Huan's other arm, smiling softly. Come on, brother-in-law, sister Mengyao, we're all family here, no need for all this formality. Turning to Su Huan, she added, Come on, brother-in-law. You look a bit pale. Let's take you back to your room to rest first. Feeling the young girl's concern, Su Huan chuckled softly and didn't argue. The baijiu he'd shared with the Lu elders earlier had indeed hit him hard, that 53-proof Mandalao, leaving his head still spinning. Watching the man ahead of her, supported on either side by the Lu sisters, Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruyan, a peculiar expression flickered in Qin Mengyao's eyes. She trailed behind the trio, murmuring silently to herself. He's not quite the same as the boy in that photo from 10 years ago, but there's still a striking resemblance in his brow and eyes. Could he be him? That dog of a man who claimed I'd slow him down when he drew his sword? Entering the living room, Liu Ruyan greeted Qin Mangyao behind her before helping Su Huan into the room with Lu Ruxu. Qin Mangyao smiled and nodded, glancing at their retreating figures before settling onto the living room sofa. At that moment, her gaze drifted unconsciously, her thoughts galloping like a wild horse back to a day 10 years prior. Back then, at 15, she had smoothly completed the schoolwork her parents had arranged for her, just as she always did. But just as she finished washing up and was about to indulge in her favorite hobby, her mother suddenly entered her room, took out a photograph, and handed it to her. At that moment, Qin Mangyao froze instantly upon seeing the boy in the photograph. His features were youthful yet carried a devilishly charming, rebellious aura. A faint blush instantly spread across her pretty face. Just as she was about to ask her mother what it meant, Qin's mother suddenly explained with a soft laugh that it was a marriage arrangement her father had made for her, asking her to see if she liked him at first glance. If she had no objections, they would arrange a meeting in a few days, followed by an engagement at 18 and marriage after college graduation. Though she was still young at the time, she understood what betrothal and marriage entailed. Though she felt some resistance toward the arranged marriage her classmates were buzzing about at school, when she gazed at the handsome, captivating face in the photo, her reluctance instantly lessened considerably. After a moment's hesitation, a blush of shyness spread across her cheeks, and she finally nodded her consent. Yet, days later, as she awaited their first meeting with both trepidation and anticipation, a middle-aged man arrived, his face full of apology as he made amends to her father. On that very day, she learned that the boy who had filled her with both trepidation and anticipation had run away from home. As she stared at the note the middle-aged man had produced, her anticipation instantly turned to seething anger. For the note contained only one line: "Women only slow down my sword drawing speed." Because of that note, Qin Mangyao had spent all these years relentlessly searching for the boy's whereabouts. Though she hadn't made a public spectacle of it, the effort she'd poured into her secret search was immense. She refused to accept it. She demanded to fight back. She would find that bastard and ask him how dare he say she would hold him back. Just then, Liu Ruyan emerged from the room. Spotting Qin Mangyao sitting blankly on the sofa, she smiled and asked, "Mangyao, what are you thinking about? You look so deep in thought." Qin Mangyao snapped back to her senses and gave a forced smile. "Nothing, just a little tired." Liu Ruyan sat beside her, her voice filled with concern. "You must be exhausted after that long flight. Rest well here tonight. I've already had the room prepared for you." Qin Mangyao nodded with a smile. The two women chatted casually for a few moments before each returning to their own rooms. The next day, early morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently waking Su Huan. The lingering effects of last night's alcohol still clouded his mind, leaving his head feeling heavy. "Yuqing, what are you doing here?" Opening his eyes, he saw two captivating figures lying on either side of him, and Su Huan couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. At that moment, Lin Yuqing lay beside Su Huan, her body curled like a sleeping beauty. She opened her enchanting eyes, her gaze as warm and gentle as spring sunshine, softly bathing Su Huan's face. Su Huan felt a bit dazed. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Yuqing's figure, momentarily lost in a daze. "I knew you were back last night," Lin Yuqing murmured softly, her voice as gentle and melodious as the first breeze of dawn. "Sister Ruyan mentioned you've fallen out of bed before when drunk. So we decided to sleep on either side of you to prevent another fall." Lin Yuqing's lips curved upward in a playful smile. Su Huan's face darkened. He turned his head impatiently toward Liu Ruyan on his right. Liu Ruyan seemed to have been awakened by their conversation as well, now gazing at Su Huan with a light smile. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, seemingly unconcerned by his predicament. Pouting playfully, Liu Ruyan shrugged indifferently with a faint smile. "Yuqing already told me. Anyway, you two have consummated your marriage. It's no big deal if she knows about this little embarrassment." Su Huan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Besides, she was undeniably right. Between husband and wife, such trivial matters couldn't be concealed for long anyway. If blame was to be placed, it could only be on himself for his terrible sleeping habits. Glancing at the bare expanse beneath her nightgown, Su Huan suddenly let out a mischievous chuckle. This little embarrassment really is no big deal. But now that all three of us are married, then perhaps there's no need to hide my rather severe morning grouchiness from Yuqing anymore." With that, Su Huan wrapped an arm around each of them, pulling them close. "I'm absolutely boiling right now." With that, he ignored the sudden terror in Liu Ruyan's eyes and Lin Yuqing's bewildered gaze. He pulled up the quilt and set the air conditioner to 16 degrees. The clanging of weapons erupted instantly. Chapter 46, The Aristocratic Families. Leaning against the headboard, Su Huan exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze had already cleared. Glancing at the two pale figures walking toward the bathroom together, Su Huan's lips curved upward, revealing a deep smile. Refreshed and invigorated. With the enemy having gained a new formidable opponent, the heavy breathing barely outshone the soft moans in this battle. The two panting voices seemed to have coordinated, employing a relentless, rotating assault to counter the enemy's breaths. Had the panting voice not undergone 2.5 years of rigorous training, victory might not have been so decisive. Yet, if only it were just an if. In the end, the panting breath proved one move ahead, concluding the battle with the trembling breath quivering. Huan stubbed out the cigarette in her hand, pulled back the quilt, and dressed. Half an hour later, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing emerged from the bathroom one after the other. Seeing the lingering flush on their fair faces, Huan smiled smugly. At the dining table, Huan joined Liu Ruyan and the other two girls for lunch. As a freshman, Liu Ruxu had already returned to campus earlier that morning. Yao, regarding the Qin family's collaboration with the Lung family this time, is there anything I can assist with? Liu Ruyan took an elegant sip of the clear soup in her bowl, smiling as she turned to Qin Mengyao and asked softly. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao set down her chopsticks and replied with a smile, there's nothing requiring assistance at the moment. The project managers from both families have already worked out most of the collaboration details. My main purpose in coming this time is to meet with the head of the Lung family and finalize the last few matters. Liu Ruyan nodded, saying nothing more. At that moment, Qin Mengyao continued, however, I heard that the person in charge for the Leng family this time has apparently been replaced by the Leng family's eldest daughter. This young lady, I've never dealt with her before, so I don't know. Before she could finish, Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with surprise as she interrupted, the eldest daughter of the Leng family? Are you referring to Long Bingxue? Qin Mengyao pondered for a moment before finally nodding. I've heard she is indeed named Leng Bingxue. This Miss Leng has kept a very low profile over the years and rarely makes public appearances. As the representative for the Leng family in this collaboration, I only received word about her involvement 2 hours ago. After a pause, Qin Mengyao asked curiously, I heard this young lady is also a high school teacher. I wonder what her personality is like. Liu Ruyan instinctively glanced at Huan across from her before responding, Bingxue has indeed kept a low profile these past years. I haven't seen her myself in over a month. She paused briefly before continuing, as for her personality? Much like her name suggests, as cold as ice. She's not very talkative, and her aura is quite cold. Combined with her naturally white hair, she gives off an aura that keeps people at arm's length. Qin Mengyao couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, people with naturally white hair that didn't affect them negatively were extremely rare. She hesitated, then finally blurted out, so, Ruyan, how about you take some time this afternoon and come with me to see her? This is my first time dealing with someone like that. Liu Ruyan's lips curved into a faint smile. She gracefully picked up a tissue from the table and gently dabbed her lips. Don't worry. Bingxue might seem a bit cold on the surface, but she's actually quite nice. As long as the collaboration between your two families is sound, she won't cause you any trouble. Saying this, she gently took Qin Menyao's hand, as smooth and white as jade, and slowly walked toward the living room. Relax, I'll just give her a call later. Our families have been close for generations, and we get along pretty well personally. Don't worry. Qin Mengyao exhaled in relief. Hearing Liu Ruyan's description had made her feel like she was about to meet some kind of white-haired witch. Ruyan, are the Lius and the Langs also such close friends? Isn't your Lu family also longtime friends with the Ji family? How come the Long family is too? Qin Mengyao asked with some confusion. In her understanding, top families in the same city should be locked in constant competition and rivalry. After all, the essence of business was the pursuit of profit. The market pie was only so big with one more family competing for a slice, their own share would inevitably shrink. Therefore, in many first-tier cities, while the top families might not view each other as mortal enemies, they certainly wouldn't be as close as Liu Ruyan described. Liu Ruyan glanced up at Huan and Lin Yuqing approaching and murmured softly. The Magic City is different from the imperial capital. To be honest, our Liu family isn't just long-standing friends with the Lang and Ji families, we're also long-standing friends with the Lin family, the family Rainy comes from. Or rather, all four families are long-standing allies. This left Qin Mengyao utterly stunned. In all her years, she had never heard such a claim before. At that moment, Lin Yuqing, who had already reached the sofa, suddenly chuckled softly. Miss Qin, the ties between our four families stretch back quite a long way. If we were to trace them properly, we'd have to start with our great-grandfather's generation. Lighting the cigarette in his hand, Huan couldn't help but let a curious gleam flicker in his eyes. Huan admittedly knew little about the connections between the four families, though he'd never paid much attention to such matters anyway. Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing exchanged a glance before explaining. Our four families' great-grandfathers were sworn brothers. Each of our families holds significant shares in the other three, so we truly rise and fall together. As for competition, of course we have it among ourselves. But it's nothing like the cutthroat rivalry you see in other cities. Ours is a healthy competition, meant only to keep each family dynamic and thriving. At this point, Liu Ruyan smiled lightly as she met Qin Menyao's gaze and continued. You've seen the benefits of this arrangement. Over the past century, have you ever witnessed a single family in all of Magic City possessing the authority to challenge our four families? After hearing the two women's explanation, Qin Mengyao and Huan instantly understood. At that moment, even Su Huan couldn't help but marvel at how far-sighted the founders of the four families had been. With the combined might of the four families, they monopolized the city's largest slice of the pie. The lesser clans below them, first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, possessed not the slightest capacity to challenge them. Their path upward was utterly sealed off. As long as these four companies don't screw up, the authorities won't touch them. They could even remain at the top of the food chain forever. At that moment, Su Huan couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life. Dynasties come and go, but the aristocratic families endure. In this moment, the saying seemed to be perfectly embodied. Chapter 47, The Working Side of Things. Alright, enough about that. Liu Ruyan gently interrupted her still dazed best friend with a light laugh. By the way, Yao, what time did you arrange to meet Bing Shui? Want me to have the driver give you a ride? Xin Mengyao glanced at the time on her phone and shook her head. It's still early. My assistant who came with me will remind me when it's time. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan nodded. Well then, why don't you come with me to the office for a bit? Just to keep me company and pass the time. Xin Mengyao didn't hesitate, nodding with a light smile. Just then, Liu Ruyan suddenly walked over to Su Huan, took his arm, and said in a sweet voice. Honey, why don't you come along to the company too? It's been nearly a year, and you still don't know which way the company entrance faces. That's not good at all. Su Huan froze slightly, his hand pausing mid-swipe through short videos. I'll pass. You sisters haven't seen each other in ages. It'd be boring for a big guy like me to tag along. Why don't you bring Yuqing along too? 3 women together, you'll have plenty to talk about. Liu Ruyan's gaze shifted to Lin Yuqing. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment, Lin Yuqing instantly understood the meaning behind her eyes. Brother Huan, why don't we all go hang out with Sister Ruyan together? Besides, I haven't been out all day. Just think of it as taking us for a stroll. As they spoke, the 2 women, as if in perfect coordination, wrapped their arms around his sides, swaying gently as they cooed sweetly. Across from them, Xin Mengyao was utterly stunned by the scene. Seeing 2 young ladies from top-tier families acting like little girls, cooing at Su Huan, her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Swayed by their combined force, Su Huan felt overwhelmed. He sighed helplessly, fine. I surrender. At his words, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing instantly beamed with delight. Don't worry, honey. I've already set up your favorite computer games and a tea table in my office. If you get bored keeping us company later, you can always play some games at the office. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of Lu Group. Entering the lobby, the spacious and bright space felt comfortable. Several receptionists in neat uniforms greeted Liu Ruyan with respectful smiles. Perhaps because Su Huan had finally agreed to accompany her, Liu Ruyan seemed in an exceptionally good mood today. She responded to the receptionist's greetings with a smile and a nod. As they stepped into the elevator, the doors slowly closed. The moment the doors shut, however, the receptionists behind them erupted into a flurry of excitement. Hey! Did you guys see that? Ms. Liu, who's usually so cold, actually smiled at us just now. Yeah, I noticed too. I've been here almost a year, and this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I thought she was just naturally aloof. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Did you notice the man beside Ms. Liu? Judging by how affectionate she was with him, he must be the rumored husband she secretly married. And no surprise, his presence is probably why Ms. Liu was in such a great mood today. I don't know if it's related to him, but I just caught a glimpse, you guys. That guy is seriously gorgeous. I saw him too. Those eyes, they're clearly almond-shaped, yet he looked so calm and cold just now. It's like this total contrast with an ascetic god vibe. Hey! You 2 little minxes, stop getting all flustered. That's Ms. Liu's man. If she hears you fantasizing about her guy, you'll be in big trouble. If we can't have him, we can't even fantasize about him? Exactly. I want a boyfriend like that too. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Huan glanced around curiously. The entire floor was exceptionally spacious, yet it was divided into only 2 separate offices. Above the 2 offices hung prominent signs clearly labeled President's Office and Assistant's Office. Upon entering the President's office, a subtle, elegant tea fragrance wafted through the air. He looked closely and noticed that 1/3 of the room had been meticulously transformed into an esports zone. 2 brand new computers sat neatly arranged within the gaming area. Behind the gaming area, an antique-style tea table and matching sofa came into view. The tea table held exquisite teaware, with various teas neatly arranged nearby, everything one could need. Moreover, the lounge area was arranged for utmost comfort, exuding a relaxing and pleasant atmosphere. Su Huan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected Liu Ruyan to actually prepare all this for him. Liu Ruyan pulled Su Huan over to the gaming area and introduced with a smile, "Honey, all the equipment here is set up just the way you like it, and I've even prepared your favorite tea." Su Huan nodded with a soft chuckle, feeling genuinely touched. Our Miss Liu has truly transformed into a charming little wife now. Xin Mengyao teased with a mischievous grin, observing all the preparations Liu Ruyan had made for Su Huan. Liu Ruyan flushed slightly and shot back a sharp retort before turning her gentle gaze back to Su Huan. Honey, why don't you relax here for a bit? If you get bored, play some games or sip some tea. I'll join you once I finish handling these documents. Huan smiled softly and nodded, then walked over to the tea table Liu Ruyan had prepared for him. An hour later, Huan set down his phone and took a sip of the tea before him. Across from him, Lin Yuqing and Qin Mengyao sat on the sofa, chatting idly. At that moment, Liu Ruyan finally rose from her executive chair. Stretching lazily, she walked straight towards Huan. Phew! Finally finished reviewing all the backlogged documents from these past 2 days. Liu Ruyan said with a sigh of relief, simultaneously picking up the teapot and pouring herself a steaming cup of tea. Seeing this, Huan flashed a faint, amused smile and teased, 2 days worth of work done in an hour? Your workload as CEO isn't too heavy, huh? Seeing Liu Ruyan had finished her tasks, Lin Yuqing and Qin Mengyao approached and sat down across from her at the tea table. Liu Ruyan chuckled softly, it's perfectly normal. The company pays to employ all these people. If I had to handle everything myself, keeping them on staff would be pointless. Then, shifting gears, she ventured cautiously, honey, you're a senior now anyway. Staying cooped up at home all the time must be boring. Why don't you come work at the company as my assistant? Hearing Liu Ruyan's attempt to gauge his interest in joining Lu Enterprises, Su Shangxian didn't even hesitate before shaking his head. He waved his hand dismissively, flatly refusing, working for someone else. Working for someone else? No way. Not in this lifetime. Chapter 48, Windswept Across the World. Recalling the 5 years of hellish workplace experiences from his past life, Huan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread welling up inside him. Those days had been nothing short of a nightmare for him, memories still vivid to this day. In his previous life, he had been raised from childhood by an old Taoist priest. He spent his childhood and adolescence in the somewhat unique environment of the Taoist temple. Though their living conditions were modest, the old Taoist treated him well, imparting Taoist knowledge while also ensuring he completed his secular education like any other child his age. After graduating from university, Huan, like other fresh graduates, was forced to enter the workforce, embarking on a 9-to-5 career. The first year went smoothly. The company he joined offered modest pay but relatively light workloads. He enjoyed weekends off and ample rest time during the week. However, the good times didn't last long. In the second year, a new president was suddenly parachuted into the company. Upon taking office, this new president implemented a series of sweeping reforms that completely transformed the company's atmosphere and work pace. The original 9-to-5 schedule was replaced by what they called a wolf culture, forcing everyone to face longer working hours and higher work pressure. The 9-to-5 schedule became the industry standard 996. Weekends dwindled to single days off, with increased workload but no corresponding pay raise. And so, like a walking corpse, he drifted through another 2 years in a daze. However, in his third year at the company, the bad news struck again. The grueling 996 schedule was indeed exhausting, but gritting his teeth and holding his nose, he could endure it. But at some point, the company's policies began changing frequently. While salaries saw a slight increase, the workload snowballed, and after hours became increasingly unpredictable. Even after hours, he'd still receive work-related notifications, his personal time completely swallowed up by the job. He watched as the schedule shifted from 9 to 5 to 9 to 9, then leaped from 9 to 9 to 9 to 7. He was exhausted and finally couldn't bear the burden anymore. Over the next 2 years, he bounced between different companies, hoping to find a relatively satisfying job. Reality, however, poured cold water on his hopes again. Several new jobs proved identical to his first, with 996 remaining the norm and 007 becoming an emerging trend. In these companies, all colleagues function like robots, mechanically completing their daily tasks. Enduring the endless oppression of each day. Gazing at this life of drudgery with no end in sight. He despaired. He returned to the dilapidated Taoist temple, now empty save for himself, clutching the meager savings he'd scraped together over years of work. As the ancients said, good fortune never comes in pairs, and misfortune never arrives alone. Huan had never believed in such superstitions. Yet when rumors became reality, when he experienced these truths firsthand, he knew the old sages possessed profound wisdom. Most of the sayings they passed down were true. They had merely passed down their own experiences. Within those few short months, his girlfriend of 6 or 7 years since college broke up with him over the dowry. Then, during a routine medical checkup, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Though it was still in the early to mid stages, his financial situation at the time left him utterly powerless to change anything. So, leaving the hospital, he wandered the streets in a daze, clutching a bottle of cheap liquor. They say when misfortune strikes, good luck is just around the corner. And sure enough, that very day, he stumbled upon the essential tool for any time traveler. Wind Rider. Car. Fill in the blank. A heavy-duty artifact drifted around a corner, ending his brief and miserable life in an instant before he could react. An assistant is just a worker. Honey, I'll transfer half my shares to you and make you vice president. That way, you'll be working for yourself, no longer a wage slave. As Huan drifted in a haze of memories from his past life, Liu Ruyan's hopeful voice snapped him back to reality. As her promise fell, Qin Mangyao and Lin Yuqing beside her instantly widened their eyes. They were both stunned by Liu Ruyan's bold gesture. After all, the Lu Group was a colossal enterprise ranked among the Fortune Global 500. Half of the shares under Liu Ruyan's name represented an astronomical sum. Add to that the title of vice president, a position among the group's true upper echelon, one that commanded considerable power and influence. How about it, honey? This way, you won't be just an employee anymore. You'd be a bossy CEO. Qin Mangyao shot Liu Ruyan a complex look. She could tell Liu Ruyan's words were filled with genuine emotion, eyes couldn't lie, and her instinctive facial expressions were impossible to fake. Besides, she didn't believe Liu Ruyan had spoken these words without deep consideration. How could her best friend not realize that if the man across from her accepted her proposal and she ultimately couldn't bear to part with him, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the trust between husband and wife? Lin Yuqing beside her felt the same way. Instinctively, she placed herself in Liu Ruyan's position. She wondered, if the roles were reversed and they were at Lin Group now, solely to buy Su Huan more time to be with her, could she promise such an equivalent condition? She silently shook her head, her rapidly racing mind unable to reach a conclusion. She couldn't help but reflect that although she had always believed her 8 years of waiting for Su Huan meant her feelings for him were no less than Liu Ruyan's. Yet now, faced with such immense stakes, her confidence wavered. She couldn't be certain she'd make the same choice as Liu Ruyan. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at the woman still staring at her with eager anticipation. A self-mocking smile touched her lips. Big sister truly lives up to her name. At the same moment, Su Huan snapped back to reality and looked at Liu Ruyan, whose face was still filled with anticipation. Touched yet resolute, he shook his head and smiled. Forget it. You can keep the shares for yourself. I'm not short on money. Besides, my personality isn't suited for being a CEO. Hearing Su Huan's refusal, Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of disappointment, though she didn't dwell on it. She understood her man's nature all too well. This proposal had merely been her attempt to see what she could achieve. Seeing the distant look on Liu Ruyan's face, Su Huan smiled softly once more. Alright, honey, I promise whenever I have time, I'll come spend it with you. Su Huan said tenderly, beckoning Liu Ruyan over. Once Liu Ruyan reached his side, Su Huan effortlessly lifted her onto his lap. He continued teasing her with a light chuckle. You wouldn't believe how terrible this year's domineering CEOs are at eating. The female CEOs are fine, but the male CEOs are practically being fleeced by the female-oriented fairy tales. The domineering CEOs either fall for short, ugly, dumb me or for menopausal, divorced me with 3 kids. It's giving me serious psychological trauma. So forget about CEOs. I'll just stick to being a street hustler. Chapter 49, Running Away from Home. Listening to Su Huan's explanation, all 3 women couldn't help but laugh. A blush of embarrassment spread across Liu Ruyan's cheeks. She gently pulled away from Su Huan's embrace and shot him a playful glare. Yao Yao and Yu Qing are still here. How shameless. Su Huan, however, didn't seem to mind. He chuckled, I'm holding my wife openly and honestly. What's there to be embarrassed about? With that, he pulled Liu Ruyan back onto his lap, ignoring the stares from the 2 women across from him. His voice softened as he said, We're husband and wife. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just speak up openly. There's no need for conditions or promises. Hearing Su Huan's words, Liu Ruyan instantly grew anxious. Seeing the woman in his arms anxiously preparing to explain, Su Huan chuckled softly and pressed a finger to her red lips. Alright, don't worry. I wasn't saying anything about you. After a pause, Su Huan continued, You know me, I don't have much material desire, and as for other things, I'm pretty much set. Though I'm not immune to that common male affliction, the fear of being underpowered. But even setting aside the money your mother-in-law deposits into my account every year without fail, just consider the music copyrights I hold across major platforms. I'm already a minor fortune myself, okay? Listening to Su Huan's smug explanation, Liu Ruyan's thoughts had already drifted far away. She subconsciously filtered out the opening and closing paragraphs, instinctively meeting Su Huan's eyes as she murmured softly, Mother-in-law? Su Huan paused slightly, noticing her dazed expression, and gave an awkward smile. Yeah, your mother-in-law, my adoptive mother. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Liu Ruyan's nose playfully before continuing, We've been married for almost a year now. I think it's about time I took you back to meet her. At that moment, Liu Ruyan finally snapped back to reality. A flicker of both nervousness and anticipation flashed across her eyes. Really? You're finally willing to take me home? Seeing her reaction, Su Huan couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, a hint of guilt unconsciously appearing on his face. Of course. I should have brought you back long ago, but... Before Su Huan could finish, Liu Ruyan, perched on his lap, shot him a withering glare before snorting lightly. Looks like someone knows, huh? Married for nearly a year and still haven't brought your wife home? Someone might think you're ashamed to show her off. She is a beautiful CEO, after all. By the end, Liu Ruyan's voice had unconsciously softened, tinged with a hint of hurt. Su Huan gave a wry smile and sighed inwardly. It wasn't that I didn't want to bring you home before, I was just a little afraid to go back myself. Hearing his words, Liu Ruyan stared at Su Huan in utter surprise. Across from them, Lin Yuqing and Qin Mangyao immediately turned their curious gazes toward him. Su Huan shook his head, his gaze growing distant. In his memory, the gentlewoman who wasn't his biological mother but had been more like one than any real mother began to take shape more clearly in his mind. Back then, at 14, due to a special arrangement in memories from his past life, he left several notes for his family and then walked out the door without a second thought. And now, nearly a decade had passed since then. For years ago, when he fulfilled his dream of traveling the world, he had considered returning home to accompany the adoptive parents who raised him. But whenever he recalled his reckless departure all those years ago, guilt would ultimately make him back down. Over the years, he occasionally returned to the city where he once lived, stealing distant glances at the family who raised him in this lifetime. Yet, weighed down by guilt and shame, he never found the courage to meet them face to face. Returning home became something he unconsciously put off again and again. "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your in-laws?" Seeing Su Huan fall silent, Liu Ruyan tentatively asked in a low voice. Liu Ruyan's inquiry pulled Su Huan back from his thoughts. He shook his head again, a bitter smile on his lips. "We haven't argued, but it's been nearly 10 years since I last went home. I just can't bring myself to face them now." As Su Huan finished speaking, all three women, including Liu Ruyan, looked at him with shocked expressions. Liu Ruyan asked incredulously, "Husband, if you didn't fight with your parents, why haven't you gone home all these years? 10 years? That's just not right." Hearing this, Su Huan's eyes instantly filled with guilt. He took a deep breath and explained, "Back then, it was because of an arrangement at home, plus I'd long wanted to travel and see the world. So, in a way, I ran away from home back then." Even as he said this, Su Huan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Back then, perhaps due to the combined influence of 2 lifetimes worth of soul power, his memory had always been far superior to his peers since childhood. When faced with problems, his mind worked much faster than others. Thus, after skipping grades and completing his college entrance exams, he had already set his sights on traveling the world. The family's arrangement back then was really just an excuse he seized upon to go with the flow. Hearing Su Huan's explanation, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She gave him a gentle hug and soothed him softly, There. You're probably just overthinking it. Your in-laws might not be angry with you at all. Look, didn't you just say your mother-in-law transfers money to your account every year without fail? That shows they still care deeply about you. Maybe they just want you to have your fill of wandering until you tire yourself out." Listening quietly to Liu Ruyan's reasoning, Su Huan's eyes suddenly brightened, and the gloom in his heart instantly vanished. He now realized that with his parents' resources, how could they possibly not have tracked his whereabouts during his years in the metropolis? Not to mention, he had frequently used the bank card they had given him all these years. Such obvious traces they must have known all along. Perhaps, just as Liu Ruyan had said, they were simply waiting for him to have his fill of recklessness before returning home on his own. "Honey, you're so smart. I'm not worried anymore. I'll take you back home soon." It wasn't surprising that Su Huan couldn't grasp this concept. Though he claimed to have lived 2 lifetimes, in both, he had been an orphan. In this life, having awakened to his past memories, he knew his adoptive parents treated him well and regarded them as his true kin. However, his interactions with them were colored by the memories of his past life. Having never experienced the naive innocence of childhood, he couldn't comprehend the profound love and immense tolerance parents could have for their children. Just as Su Huan embraced Liu Ruyan with excitement, Lin Yuqing suddenly rose from across the room and approached them. Her eyes brimming with anticipation, she looked at Su Huan and whispered softly, "Brother Huan, what about me?" Hearing her voice, Su Huan smiled softly. "Of course you're included too. I'll take all of you back with me." Chapter 50, The Su Family of Jinling. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing instantly hooked her arm through Su Huan's and beamed with joy. Across from them, Qin Mangyao observed the intimate display between Su Huan and the 2 girls. Hearing their exchange, she instantly grasped the nature of their relationship. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing. She couldn't comprehend why 2 young ladies from top-tier families would willingly stay by this man's side together. She shook her head slightly, dismissing those pointless thoughts, then began replaying Su Huan's earlier words in her mind. The next moment, she lifted her gaze toward Su Huan, her eyes unconsciously revealing a hint of peculiarity. After a moment, observing the 3 still fawning over each other, she blinked and said impatiently, "All right, you 3, that's enough. There's an outsider here, you know. Could you at least rein it in a bit?" Hearing her slightly annoyed teasing, Liu Ruyan and the other girl instantly blushed and pulled away from Su Huan's embrace. Watching the 2 young ladies return to their seats with flushed ears, Qin Mangyao casually glanced at Su Huan. Then she turned to the 2 girls and smiled indifferently. "By the way, Ruyan, Yuqing, next weekend is the Su family's 70th birthday celebration for Old Master Su in Jinling. Who will your families send to attend?" Qin Mangyao asked casually, yet her peripheral vision fixed intently on Su Huan's facial expression, as if determined not to miss any flicker of emotion. Liu Ruyan paused slightly before smiling. "Nothing's been finalized yet, but for this sort of family affair, it should be either me or Uncle San who handles it." Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment before replying, my father has recently caught a cold. Barring any surprises, it should be me representing our Lin family. After speaking, she glanced at Qin Mengyao with a hint of confusion. What's up, Mengyao? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Qin Mengyao smiled and shook her head, then discreetly glanced at Su Huan once more. Our Qin family has already decided I'll be attending. Ruyan, why don't you come along too? With Yuqing joining us, the three sisters can keep each other company. After Qin Mengyao finished speaking, Liu Ruyan didn't respond immediately. She looked up at Su Huan and asked softly, husband, when do you plan to take us home? If the birthday banquet conflicts with our return home, I'll just have Uncle Su attend grandfather Su's celebration instead. Lin Yuqing seemed to finally grasp the situation as well. She quickly turned to Su Huan. Brother Huan, I'll follow your lead too. If the banquet conflicts with our return home, I won't attend either. At that moment, the gazes of the three women across from them were all fixed on Su Huan. At that moment, Su Huan's gaze drifted unconsciously into a distant haze. The moment Qin Mengyao first mentioned Old Master Su, his thoughts had begun to drift away once more. In his memory, the figure of that old man who had treated him like his own grandson gradually grew clearer. In this lifetime, Su Huan had indeed started with a devastatingly bad beginning, abandoned by his birth parents while still in swaddling clothes. Yet, ever since being adopted by the Su family, the familial affection he had yearned for so intensely in his previous life now surrounded him constantly in this one. Recalling the 14 years spent with the Su family, a tinge of nostalgia and tenderness unconsciously filled Su Huan's eyes. It's all right. You all go to the birthday banquet. I'll make arrangements for bringing you home later. Su Huan responded calmly once he regained his composure. He had initially considered explaining his origins to them directly, especially since the birthday banquet they were attending was hosted by his future in-laws, the very family they were eager to meet. But considering their destination was the same anyway, Su Huan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against it. Let's just consider it a surprise for them. Across from her, Qin Mengyao began grinding her teeth unconsciously at Su Huan's current demeanor. She was now 80% certain that Su Huan was the very boy who had once looked down on her. The reason was simple: ever since she deliberately mentioned the Su family of Jinling, Su Huan's gaze had never once left her peripheral vision. And in these few short minutes, every unconscious flicker of emotion across Su Huan's face had been meticulously recorded in her mind. At this very moment, the rage boiling within Qin Mengyao threatened to erupt. She yearned to slam her fist on the table, pounce on him, bite him fiercely, and demand answers. Yet reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. Though she was 80% certain in her heart, she still lacked absolute proof. Moreover, this man was her best friend's husband. With that thought, Qin Mengyao drew a deep, silent breath. It felt like she was using every ounce of strength to barely suppress the rage boiling within her. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Liu Ruyan, sitting beside her, noticed her friend's unusual state and asked with concern, why are you suddenly so angry? At that moment, Su Huan and Lin Yuqing also instinctively turned to look at her. Hearing Liu Ruyan's inquiry, Qin Mengyao quickly composed herself and offered a slightly forced smile. Nothing. Just remembered something unpleasant. After speaking, Qin Mengyao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Her face had regained its composure. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a sharp ringtone suddenly sounded. Su Huan glanced casually at her phone, picked it up, and pressed to answer. Hello, Lin Yu? What's up? Lin Yu's voice on the other end carried a hint of strangeness as he said, Brother Huan, come to the school right now. Someone's looking for you. Su Huan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked, who? Besides you three, who else would be so free? Lin Yu, a middle-aged couple just came to the dorm looking for you. The advisor called me 2 minutes ago and told me to get in touch with you. Oh, right there at the dean's office. Just head straight there when you arrive. Su Huan curled her lip and retorted, just tell them I'm busy. Who do they think they are? Just calling me out of the blue expecting me to drop everything? They've got some nerve. Lin Yu, fine, I'll call the advisor back then. Su Huan nodded. Yeah, that'll do for now. I'm still busy. After finishing her call with Lin Yu, Su Huan hung up immediately. Honey, who was that? Liu Ruyan asked curiously, having overheard Su Huan's earlier conversation. Su Huan waved her hand dismissively, saying casually, nothing. My roommate said someone was looking for me and told me to go back to school. After saying that, Su Huan snorted derisively and continued, they didn't even say what it was about. Making me make a wasted trip? Like I have nothing better to do? Watching Su Huan's indifferent rant, Liu Ruyan chuckled softly. Honey, aren't you free right now? Hearing Liu Ruyan's teasing, Su Huan slowly raised the teacup in his hand. Who said I'm free? Didn't you see I'm brewing tea? Brewing tea is serious business. Chapter 51, Cold Bingxue. All three women chuckled at Su Huan's words, though Liu Ruyan nodded obediently. She knew Su Huan too well. Given her husband's preference for a quiet retirement, brewing and drinking tea truly was a major undertaking for him. Ding dong. A vibration accompanied by a notification sound rang out. Liu Ruyan withdrew her gaze from Su Huan, picked up the phone on the table, and looked at it. Moments later, a look of surprise flashed across Liu Ruyan's face. She turned to Qin Mengyao and said, Yao, Bing Shuai replied to my message. She says she's near the Lu Corporation building right now and will come straight over. Qin Mengyao's face also showed surprise. That's wonderful. Dealing with someone like her for the first time, I was actually a bit uneasy. Now that she's coming here, with you around, I feel much more at ease. Su Huan didn't join in the conversation between the three women across from him. He simply smoked his cigarette and sipped his tea. Watching them chat intermittently, Su Huan's lips curled into a faint, involuntary smile. The scene before him felt pleasing to the eye. The three women were already top-tier beauties, each with her own distinct style. Combined with the relaxed and harmonious atmosphere between them, it added an extra layer of warmth. Ring ring. Seeing the unfamiliar number on his phone, Su Huan instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. He rarely received calls even in a week, so why were they coming non-stop today? Hello. No property sales, no renovations, no insurance, that's it. He pressed the answer button and fired off his statement before the other party could speak. His impatience was understandable. In today's society, aside from salespeople, few people used phones for communication anymore. Friends mostly messaged each other directly via Feishin, and unknown callers were almost always sales pitches. After all, phone calls cost money. Just as he was about to hang up, a familiar voice suddenly came through the phone. Su Huan, hold on. It's Teacher Li. Hearing that familiar voice, coupled with Lin Yu's earlier call, a flicker of surprise instantly crossed Su Huan's eyes. Teacher Li, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Teacher Li's voice came through the phone again. Su Huan, please come to the school. A couple claiming to be your biological parents has come to the school. Oh, and they have your paternity test results. You should come see for yourself. Hearing this, Su Huan froze in place. Once he came to his senses, he responded to the voice on the other end of the line. After hanging up, an odd smile spread across his face. Tisk, biological parents who come to claim their child with a paternity test. How amusing. In this lifetime, Su Huan had awakened his past life memories from birth. Thus, though he too experienced the first few months of life with a hazy vision like any infant, but he could still recognize things by their voices. He knew full well that within a month or two of his birth, he had been abandoned by his so-called biological parents. So now, these so-called parents showing up with a paternity test to claim him? No surprise they definitely weren't here with good intentions. TSK, I haven't even come looking for you to settle the score for murdering me yet. And now you actually have the nerve to come knocking on my door. Yes, murder. That was Su Huan's definition of his so-called biological parents. Back then, when Su Huan was still in swaddling clothes, they had already abandoned him even though he possessed memories from his past life. But for the infant he was at the time, those memories were utterly useless. An infant's body doesn't suddenly gain the ability to act on its own just because it houses a soul from another life. So back then, he could only lie on the cold ground, waiting in despair for death to come. To him, his so-called biological parents had already committed murder against him. It was only later, by the whims of fate, that he was adopted by the Su family, altering his imminent death. Yet this did nothing to alter the fact that they had attempted to kill him at best. It could be considered attempted murder. And the reason it was merely attempted? He didn't die. At this thought, a bone-chilling coldness flashed in Su Huan's eyes. Across from him, the three women seemed startled by Su Huan's icy demeanor. Liu Ruyan's eyes held both shock and confusion. She couldn't understand why her husband had suddenly turned so cold after merely answering a phone call. She opened her mouth, asking in confusion, "What's wrong, honey? Did someone upset you?" It had been ages since she'd seen Su Huan like this. The last time felt like over a year ago. Seeing Su Huan still somewhat dazed, Lin Yuqing hurriedly asked, "Brother Huan." Before she could finish, Su Huan finally snapped back to reality. Meeting the concerned gazes of the two women, Su Huan forced down the churning emotions within him and once again wore a faint smile. He shook his head reassuringly. "Nothing. Just ran into something interesting." As he spoke, he stood up and looked at the two women softly. "I need to step out for a bit. If I'm not back before work ends, just go home yourselves." With that, Su Huan left the tea table and walked straight toward the door. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing also rose. Moving in perfect unison, they stepped before Su Huan, their faces filled with tender concern. "Husband, if something really happens, don't try to handle it alone. We're husband and wife. I'm behind you, and so is the Liu family. Sister Ruyan is right, Brother Huan. My family and I will always be your most loyal support." Hearing their words, warmth instantly flooded Su Huan's heart. He gently stroked their delicate cheeks and replied softly, "Don't worry. It's just a minor matter. Besides, your husband isn't as weak as you imagine." "All right, that's settled." Just as Su Huan prepared to withdraw his hands from their cheeks and turn to leave, suddenly, a faint, rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly but still answered from inside. As the sound faded, the door slowly swung open. A tall, slender, white-haired beauty in a black suit dress, radiating an icy aura, came into view. As she stepped inside, the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. As she stepped fully inside, everyone finally got a clear look at her. Her figure was exquisitely proportioned, every curve flawless and free of excess. Each line was as stunning as if drawn by a computer. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, yet equally cold. Her deep, piercing eyes resembled a frozen pond, seemingly devoid of any warmth. She was none other than Lang Bingxue, the eldest daughter of the Lang family, one of the most prestigious clans in the land. Chapter 52, Celestial Meteorite Essence. Upon entering the office, Lang Bingxue's gaze instinctively swept across the people inside. When her gaze met Su Huan's, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes so fleeting it was nearly imperceptible. Bingxue, you're here. Liu Ruyan stepped forward to greet her. Lang Bingxue nodded, her face still bearing that detached expression, as if everything around her held no concern for her. Liu Ruyan had long grown accustomed to Lang Bingxue's icy demeanor. Over the years, she had come to understand that Lang Bingxue's personality mirrored her name, as cold as ice and snow, impossible to melt. Except, of course, for one particular man. Hey, Xiao Shuer, haven't seen you in a few days, and you seem to have gotten even prettier. Watching Lang Bingxue walk in, Su Huan raised her hand and waved it at her, teasing with a light laugh. At Su Huan's teasing words, a barely perceptible blush suddenly spread across Lang Bingxue's previously impassive, delicate face. Against her icy white skin, this blush appeared exceptionally coy and captivating, like the evening glow reflecting on snow-capped mountains, adding a unique hue to her cold, sharp features. She lowered her head slightly, instinctively avoiding Su Huan's gaze, and replied softly, "Brother Huan, you're handsome too." Hearing this, the smile on Su Huan's face deepened. He took a few steps forward, coming to stand before Lang Bingxue. Then, he bent slightly at the waist, lowering himself to meet her gaze at eye level, and said with a mischievous grin, "So, how's it been? Missed your big brother these past few days?" The words barely left his lips before Lang Bingxue's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an electric current. Simultaneously, a blush spread across her pale earlobes. She shyly nodded her head, her voice barely audible as she murmured, Witnessing the scene, Lin Yuqing and Qin Mangyao instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Beside Lang Bingxue, Liu Ruyan shot Su Huan a resigned, exasperated glance. Unlike the stunned pair, she seemed utterly unfazed, as if this scene were nothing new to her. Gazing at the bashful, pale-skinned, silver-haired girl before him, Su Huan couldn't resist pinching her delicate cheek, his eyes softening with affection. Such a good girl. This snow-white-haired girl, who seemed to have stepped straight out of an anime, cold as ice to the outside world yet shy and adorable with her master. Honestly, this stark contrast made Su Huan's heart flutter. The girl before him, Lang Bingxue, was actually one of the girls he had saved back then. Like the Lu siblings, she had been rescued from a group of desperate bandits by him. A year ago, when she first sought him out, Su Huan recognized her immediately. After all, a girl born with white hair and free of illness was an extremely rare sight. Back then, had he not already committed to Liu Ruyan, this girl would undoubtedly have been his first choice. However, their relationship now was actually quite good. For some reason, Liu Ruyan hadn't stopped them from seeing each other. Their current bond resembled that of siblings. Releasing his grip on Lang Bingxue's hand, Su Huan turned with a smile toward Liu Ruyan. "Alright, you two chat away. I still have." As he spoke, Su Huan's gaze shifted toward Lin Yuqing and Qin Mangyao. He had only intended to bid them farewell before leaving, but when his gaze swept over Qin Mengyao's chest, his eyes instantly widened, and a suffocating surge of excitement flooded his face. The farewell words caught in his throat. He strode forward, his eyes fixated solely on the pendant hanging from Qin Mengyao's neck. But just as he swallowed nervously, his heart racing with anticipation, ready to speak, a scream filled with shame and anger instantly echoed throughout the entire office. "Ah, you filthy pervert! Where do you think you're looking?" The roar struck him like a thunderclap, snapping Su Huan back to reality from his emotional daze. He looked up to meet Qin Mengyao's gaze. Before him stood a woman now flushed crimson, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. Her eyes were filled with nothing but fury. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and the other two women hurried over. They looked at Su Huan with puzzled expressions. None of them had ever considered Su Huan a lecher. After all, this wasn't the first time Su Huan had seen Qin Mengyao. They'd spent nearly half the day together today. There was no reason for him to suddenly covet her beauty now. Thus, they were merely puzzled, wondering why he had acted this way all of a sudden. "Husband, you." Before Liu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Su Huan immediately took a few steps back, waving his hands hurriedly as he explained, No misunderstanding. It's not what you think. I'm not some pervert." After saying that, he quickly gave Qin Mengyao an apologetic smile and continued explaining, "I'm sorry, Miss Qin. I just got a little excited when I saw the pendant around your neck. My apologies, please don't take offense." Hearing this, Qin Mengyao finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Her eyes still held a hint of wariness as she tugged the fabric at her chest slightly higher, seemingly still not quite trusting the other person's character. Witnessing this, Su Huan's mouth twitched violently as he inwardly rolled his eyes. Damn it, this woman really thinks she's something special. I'm the village's resident hottie, why would I need to peek at her? However, despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a perfectly composed exterior. After all, he might need her help later, and angering her would be unwise. Miss Qin, please rest assured I have absolutely no ulterior motives toward you. If you're still uneasy, I can turn my head away or even swear an oath. Just let me see the pendant around your neck. Thank you. After politely uttering that thank you, Su Huan promptly turned his body away, facing away from Qin Mengyao. Yet, this action somehow managed to provoke the woman once more. Behind him, Qin Mengyao seemed to have her temper reignited, bellowing again, Su. What do you think you're doing? You think I'm beneath your notice, don't you? Hearing her furious shouts, Su Huan froze in shock. When he finally processed it, his face darkened instantly, 3 distinct black lines appearing on his forehead. Damn it, this is crazy. She's not even as good as Lu Ruxu, and she's so secretive about it. I turned around to show her respect, and now she's getting mad? Thinking this, Su Huan couldn't help but want to fire back. However, just then, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing stepped forward to calm her down. Hearing their voices, and remembering he might need their help later, Su Huan forced himself to swallow his retort. After a moment, Liu Ruyan held out a necklace toward her. Su Huan nodded at her and picked up the necklace to examine it. Moments later, excitement flashed across Su Huan's face once more. This is incredible. I was right all along, this pendant is indeed the celestial meteorite essence I've been searching for over a decade. Chapter 53, Qin Mengyao's Raging Fury. He ran his fingers over the pendant's texture, comparing it to the memory etched in his mind. It matched the meteorite crystal he'd described perfectly. Su Huan turned back around. By now, he seemed to have forgotten the earlier unpleasantness entirely. His eyes brimming with excitement, he looked at Qin Mengyao and asked, Miss Qin, if I may ask, where did you acquire this pendant? Su Huan gestured toward the meteorite crystal on the necklace. None of your business. It wasn't stolen, anyway. Qin Mengyao's anger hadn't subsided yet. After snapping back at Su Huan, she shot him a withering glare. Su Huan's mouth twitched again, on the verge of losing his temper. But remembering his purpose, he forced himself to swallow his words once more. Alright, Yao Yao, don't be angry. Yeah, Mengyao, brother Huan didn't say anything bad about you. Seeing Qin Mengyao still looking a bit puffed up with anger, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing quickly chimed in to placate her. Judging by Su Huan's earlier agitation, they could tell the pendant's information must hold significant importance for him. Oomph. Did you hear what he just said? He was clearly implying he dislikes me, that he thinks I'm beneath him. I'm naturally beautiful, a national treasure, and he actually wants to swear he doesn't fancy me? As she spoke, Qin Mengyao subconsciously equated Su Huan with the arranged marriage partner who had rejected her 10 years ago. In her subconscious, the suspicion that Su Huan was that boy was nearly confirmed. In just 1 week, the truth would be laid to rest once and for all. So, old grudges and new grievances combined, she was practically boiling over with rage right now. The thought of being rejected twice by the same man sent a wave of fury coursing through her. Listening to the woman's accusations, Su Huan's initial anger subsided considerably. He finally grasped a truth. Sure enough, when people are at a loss for words, they really do laugh. He glanced at Qin Mengyao and let out a helpless chuckle. Miss Qin, I feel I must correct you on one point. That is, I don't recall ever saying I looked down on you, did I? Pausing, Su Huan ignored the anger in Qin Mengyao's eyes. Meeting her gaze, he continued, earlier, you kept adjusting the fabric over your chest in front of me. Wasn't that because you feared I might see something? Was it wrong for me to turn away to ease your concerns? I swore I wouldn't covet you, isn't that right? Shouldn't you be relieved about that? At this point, Su Huan pointed to Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing standing beside her. Besides, both my wives are right here. What possible reason could there be for us to dislike each other? And even rabbits know not to eat the grass right by their burrow. As my wife's best friend, why would I covet you? I, Su Huan, am not that low. With that final sentence, Su Huan waved his hand grandly, striking an incredibly carefree pose. Behind him, Long Bingxue, upon hearing him point at Lin Yuqing and call her his wife too. A barely perceptible, almost imperceptible smile suddenly touched the corners of her lips. At the same time, Su Huan thought to himself that he had made his intentions crystal clear. Surely Qin Mengyao would understand now. However, when he met Qin Mengyao's gaze again, she first glanced at Liu Ruyan, then her gaze swept directly over to Lin Yuqing and Lang Bingxue. Finally, when her gaze settled on Su Huan, her face revealed an unabashedly contemptuous and sarcastic smile. As if to say to him, so this is what you call not grazing in your own pasture? Seeing her entire routine, how could Su Huan possibly fail to grasp this woman's meaning? You old fox, you've gone too far. His face darkened instantly as he pointed at Qin Mengyao with a grim expression, you damn woman. Before he could finish, Liu Ruyan and the other woman seemed to have sensed the shift in atmosphere. Before Su Huan could unleash his tirade, Liu Ruyan swiftly grabbed his arm, while Lin Yuqing stepped forward to soothe Qin Mengyao. Moments later, Su Huan took a deep breath. His patience for bickering with this woman had completely evaporated. He stepped forward and declared in a low, firm voice, Miss Qin, whether you find it offensive or not is no longer a topic I wish to discuss with you. Whatever you think it is, it is. Suit yourself. Right now, I only want to know where you got this pendant. Is there any other material identical to it? As he spoke, Su Huan forced his tone to remain as calm as possible. He had no desire to engage in further pointless arguments with this woman before him. Besides, she was still his wife's friend. In his view, there was no need to strain their relationship too much. He should at least spare his wife some face. Yet to Qin Mangyao, Su Huan's calm, deep voice sounded entirely different. What she heard was dismissiveness, the kind of dismissiveness an adult uses when dealing with a sulking little girl. This only made her anger surge once more. She opened her mouth, ready to retort again. But Su Huan's voice continued. Rest assured, as long as you're willing to part with it, or tell me where to find it. Financially, I'll make sure you're more than satisfied. As soon as Su Huan finished speaking, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing hurriedly joined in to persuade Qin Mangyao. Yet, for some reason, Su Huan's calm and composed demeanor grated on Qin Mangyao's nerves. Ignoring their pleas, she snorted coldly and sneered. Do you really think the esteemed young miss of the Qin family would be short on your measly money? Su Huan frowned, but he once again summoned his patience and continued, since you don't want the money, then what about the person? If there's a man you fancy, I can bring him to you, or I can find one for you. For instance, there are 3 blondies in my dorm. They're quite handsome, each with special skills, and 2 of them are apparently still virgins. If you need them, I'll have them tied to your bed tonight. And don't worry, I'll handle the aftercare. You won't have to lift a finger. After these words fell, the air in the room seemed to grow quieter. Seeing Su Huan's deadpan expression, all the women stared at her in disbelief, eyes wide. Even Lang Bingxue, who usually remained composed, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. 10 seconds later, the office, which had been silent for a moment, erupted once more with shrieks that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Su, you've gone too far. Qin Mangyao glared with wide eyes, pointing at Su Huan as she shouted. Seeing her surge toward Su Huan in fury, Liu Ruyan and the other woman reacted instantly, grabbing Qin Mangyao's arms to restrain her once more. Yet while they restrained her body, the rage burning within her heart refused to be extinguished. Glaring at Su Huan, she roared again, what do you take me for? The eldest daughter of the Qin family? A promiscuous, insatiable? Seeing Qin Mangyao's rage intensify, Liu Ruyan and the other woman could only try to calm her with softer words once more. Yao Yao, calm down, calm down. Yes, Mangyao, please compose yourself for now. Brother Huan didn't mean it that way. Chapter 54, the argument ends. After a while, Qin Mangyao was finally calmed down by the 2 women once more. Yet, feeling deeply insulted by Su Huan, she looked at Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing with a hurt expression. See? I was right all along. You men just don't appreciate me. What does he take me for? After speaking, she glared at Su Huan once more and declared angrily, Su, this isn't over. Across from her, Su Huan shook his head helplessly. What started as a minor misunderstanding had spiraled into an increasingly messy and tangled situation. You don't want money, nor do you want him. In this world, there are only these 2 things. He paused, sighed, and said helplessly, go ahead, tell me. Murder, arson, or anything else, just name it, and I'll try my best to grant it. At these words, Liu Ruyan and the other 2 women remained expressionless, but Qin Mangyao froze for a moment. Regaining her composure, she sneered coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm, Humph. Some people really have thick skin. A grown man, yet he boasts about the power behind a woman. Su Huan's brow furrowed. How could he not detect the biting sarcasm in Qin Mangyao's words? The previously calm gaze he'd directed at her now betrayed an unmistakable, unmasked disgust. He'd never felt particularly fond of his wife's best friend, but he hadn't disliked her either. He figured they could just nod and wave acquaintances, since he'd never intended to have any deeper connection with her anyway. But now, he felt nothing but irritation toward this woman. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into her. Every word he spoke seemed to be automatically twisted by her into some other meaning. Miss Qin, if I recall correctly, we've never had any prior interaction. I don't understand why you suddenly harbor such hostility toward me. But it doesn't matter. Whether you have a grudge against me or not, I couldn't care less. Su Huan said coldly, as for what you said about me using my wife's influence to make empty boasts. Setting aside whether I use my wife's background or not, even if I did, that would be my own capability. What business is it of yours? With that, Su Huan fixed his gaze on the meteorite essence in Qin Mangyao's hand, utterly indifferent to her reaction. The Qin family of the imperial capital. He stared at the tiny fragment of meteorite essence, his gaze unfocused as he murmured softly. Su Huan didn't place much value on the tiny meteorite crystal Qin Mangyao wore as a pendant. The quantity he required far exceeded what she held. His interest lay solely in learning how she had obtained it. But now it seemed clear she was deliberately trying to thwart him. Getting information from her mouth was no longer realistic. Still, he wasn't overly angered. In his view, as long as he knew who had possessed it before, it would merely cost him more time. His gaze shifted to Liu Ruyan, then lingered briefly on Qin Mangyao. He sighed inwardly, forcing down the urge to seize the woman and extract the truth through torture. Ruyan, Yuqing, I have matters to attend to and must depart. We've already wasted too much time here. Having come to terms with it, Su Huan forced a smile and bid farewell to the 2 women. As Su Huan turned to leave, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing no longer stayed with Qin Mengyao. They jogged over to Su Huan, their expressions hesitant, as if they had something to say but couldn't quite bring themselves to speak. Seeing their expressions, how could Su Huan fail to guess what was on their minds? He chuckled softly and reassured her, "It's okay, nothing to worry about. If she won't talk, so be it. We just need to know who this thing appeared on. It won't take long to investigate." After saying this, Su Huan gently stroked their hair with both hands. Yet in that moment, a fleeting, imperceptible chill flickered in his eyes. Su Huan sighed inwardly, if only she weren't your best friend. If only she weren't close to you. Though these thoughts swirled within him, outwardly Su Huan showed no sign of disturbance. While he genuinely held no fondness for Qin Mengyao, he didn't want his own feelings to dampen the mood of Liu Ruyan and the other girl. After all, everyone had the right to choose their own friends. As for worrying that they might be led astray in the future, potentially affecting their marital relationship, Su Huan never gave such matters a second thought. In his view, adults should only filter, not change. If their relationship truly ended someday due to someone else's meddling, Su Huan would feel at most a touch of regret. As for heartache or sorrow, it would last only a moment. For someone like him who had already died once, all regrets were but fleeting frosts on the wind. "Alright, whatever you need to say, we'll talk about it when we get home tonight." After calming Liu Ruyan and the other girl, Su Huan walked over to Lang Bingxue. "Little Shuer, how about I buy you a pair of glasses in a couple of days?" The woman remained silent throughout, perfectly in line with her usual icy demeanor. Lang Bingxue paused in surprise. Though she didn't understand why Su Huan insisted on buying her glasses when she wasn't nearsighted. Still, she nodded gently, as if she would never refuse any of Su Huan's requests. Seeing her face still as cold as ice, yet so obedient and compliant toward him, Su Huan smiled softly. "Then it's settled. You'll look absolutely stunning in glasses." He imagined her with snow-white hair, wearing a white short dress, her icy cold pretty face enhanced by the glasses and her cold, pale skin. Shaking his head, he forced himself to stop fantasizing he was about to lose control of his nosebleed. Shaking off the thoughts, Su Huan pinched her cheek once more, gave the three girls a faint smile, and waved. "Alright, I'm outta here." As Su Huan left, the office atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing exchanged a glance, both letting out a quiet sigh. After a moment, each composed herself. Liu Ruyan stepped forward, took Lang Bingshue's delicate, snow-white hand, and smiled warmly. "Bingxue, come, sit down." Lang Bingxue nodded and followed Liu Ruyan toward the lounge area. Passing by Qin Mengyao, Lin Yuqing and Liu Ruyan pulled her over as well, acting as if the earlier argument had never happened. "Mengyao, don't be upset. Let's sit down and chat together." Qin Mengyao's eyes flickered with a complex mix of surprise and confusion, but she didn't refuse. She followed them over. Once seated on the sofa, Liu Ruyan picked up the teapot from the tea table and poured each of them a cup. As if to ease the tension, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing casually steered the conversation toward other topics. Qin Mengyao, understanding the unspoken agreement, refrained from mentioning her earlier argument with Su Huan. Time slowly passed. After about half an hour, Lang Bingxue glanced at the time on her phone. She lifted her head, her expression calm as she looked at Qin Mengyao. In a strictly businesslike tone, she stated, "Miss Qin, it's about time. We should discuss the details of our two companies' collaboration. 4 o'clock this afternoon. Meet us at Ling Group." With that, Lang Bingxue turned her attention away from Qin Mengyao, addressing Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing instead. "Sister Ruyan, Yuqing, I'll be heading back to the office now." Chapter 55, The Fountain of Fate. Meanwhile, Su Huan had also driven to Shanghai University. Parking near a pavilion close to the men's dormitory, Su Huan squinted her eyes as she looked over. This pavilion was the meeting spot he had arranged with Teacher Li over the phone earlier. At that moment, within his line of sight, one man and two women sat on the stone benches inside the pavilion, seemingly engaged in conversation. Su Huan shook his head. From this distance, he could only make out one figure that looked strikingly similar to Teacher Li, who had just called him. The other two remained indistinct. Approaching the pavilion, he greeted Teacher Li with a light smile. "Ms. Li." Hearing someone call his name, Teacher Li turned to look behind him. "Su Huan, you're here." Su Huan nodded, ignoring the couple who had already turned to look at him. Teacher Li stood up, holding an A4 sheet of paper, and handed it to him. "Here's the paternity test report for these two and you. Take a look yourself." Taking the report, Su Huan instinctively frowned. While he examined the report, Teacher Li picked up the phone resting on the stone table. "Mr. Wang, please discuss the rest with Su Huan privately. As an outsider, I won't intrude any further. Su Huan, I'll be leaving now. If anything comes up, give me a call." After speaking, she turned to Su Huan and said softly. Su Huan nodded and smiled at her, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Only after Teacher Li left did Su Huan turn her gaze toward the couple. The woman in the couple appeared somewhat tense, while the man remained remarkably composed. Both possessed striking good looks. Though the man was middle-aged, he radiated the charm of a mature gentleman. The woman, too, was exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of refined elegance and aristocratic grace. Though she didn't know where they had obtained her residual sample, the faint resemblance between their features and her own, coupled with the identification report in her hand, allowed Su Huan to confirm their identities with near certainty. The man spoke first, his voice steady. "Xiao Huan, my name is Wang Jingxing. This is your mother, Xinyu." Xinyu nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of affection and caution, as if she were treading carefully. Su Huan waved her hand, her expression calm as ever. He had experienced being abandoned as an infant. Though his vision had been hazy back then, the memory of being deliberately discarded by them remained etched in his mind. Therefore, he had no interest in listening to their sob story about how they had no choice. His reason for coming was simply to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. He also wanted to get to know them, so he wouldn't have trouble finding them when the time came to exact his revenge. He cut Wang Jingxing off, bluntly demanding, "Spit it out. What do you want from me?" Wang Jingxing faltered slightly before regaining his composure. "Xiao Huan, we've always felt deeply guilty about accidentally losing track of you back then." At that moment, Xinyu took over. She kept her head bowed, appearing so overcome with guilt she dared not meet Su Huan's gaze. "Xiao Huan, after you disappeared, your father and I searched for you for over 20 years. We know you must have endured so much hardship growing up, but please believe us as your parents, we never wanted things to turn out this way. Now that we've finally found you, please give us a chance, give our family a chance. Come home with us. Let us make up for all the years we missed watching you grow up, okay?" Su Huan stared at them with a calm expression, a cold sneer forming in her heart. If not for his memories from his previous life, he might have been swayed by this woman's tearful, heartrending performance. And honestly, at this moment, Su Huan desperately wanted to retort. Don't speak without knowing the facts. What injustice had he suffered? All these years, I've been living it up to the fullest, damn it. Just as Su Huan couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to speak up. Suddenly, a figure approached them slowly. It looked extremely frail, as if a breeze could knock it over, its steps unsteady and shaky. As the figure drew nearer, the expressions of the two who had been preparing to explain shifted instantly. Their eyes filled with deep concern. Ignoring Su Huan before them, they both broke into a light jog to meet the figure, steadying the tottering form. After catching the figure, Xinyu's voice brimmed with heartache as she anxiously exclaimed, "Xiao Chun, you're not well, how could you get out of the car like this?" As they drew nearer, Su Huan finally made out the face of the approaching figure. Yet, at that single glance, Su Huan froze abruptly. The sight before him rendered him utterly speechless for a full 3 seconds. Moments later, Su Huan snapped back to reality, his eyes wide and his face etched with utter disbelief. Quan Nai? Seeing this person who looked almost exactly like himself, Su Huan couldn't help but utter those two words. The resemblance was uncanny. The person before him looked so much like himself, as if they had been carved from the same mold. The only difference lay in their distinct auras. Su Huan possessed a handsome charm that blended sunshine with a hint of brooding melancholy. Yet, the man before him, though sharing Su Huan's exact features, radiated an entirely different aura. He embodied a delicate, feminine beauty. His pale complexion and fragile expression lent him a fragile, almost fragile beauty, like a delicate flower. As the trio returned to the pavilion, the man they called Xiao Chen finally spoke up. His body seemed genuinely weak, and his voice was incredibly faint as he spoke. "Mom and Dad, I've finally found my little brother. As his older brother, I naturally want to see him first." At that moment, the couple seemed to finally recall Su Huan's presence. A look of awkwardness flashed across their faces. Xinyu then whispered softly to Su Huan, "I'm sorry, Xiao Huan. Your brother isn't well, and we were just so anxious earlier." Then Wang Jingxing took over. "Xiao Huan, this is your twin brother, Wang Haochen. Your brother has been frail since childhood. Your mother and I were simply too anxious just now." After hearing their words and looking at the sickly-looking woman across from him, Su Huan's mind raced. He thought he understood why these three jerks had come knocking now. After sorting through her thoughts, Su Huan waved her hand and gave a faint smile. "Alright, who you care about and who you feel sorry for is none of my business. No need to explain anything to me. Just get to the point. What exactly do you want from me right now? If it's just guilt over losing track of me, then just transfer the money. The amount depends on how guilty you feel, how much you think you owe is how much you pay. Also, until you offer a figure I find satisfactory, don't call yourselves my parents. I won't acknowledge that. I only recognize money." Chapter 56, Pay Up. A tug of war? The moment these words left her mouth, the three people across from her froze instantly. They seemed utterly unprepared for Su Huan to say something like this, especially so bluntly. Moments later, they finally snapped back to reality. However, their mouths twitched involuntarily, and their expressions darkened. Observing their expressions, Su Huan snorted inwardly. Reading those heart-wrenching romance novels in her past life had always puzzled Su Huan. Why did the protagonists in those stories clearly portrayed as highly intelligent and educated always get entangled by so-called family ties? Didn't those authors use their brains when writing those scenes where the protagonists suffered? After all, if one sacrifices for so-called family bonds, shouldn't they at least receive equal emotional or material compensation in return? Yet not only did those protagonists gain nothing, but after fighting back, they ended up getting both emotionally and physically tormented. Isn't that just sick? Is this something a human being would do? Isn't this just torture for the sake of torture? Where's the reality? Where's the logic? So, in his view, wanting to acknowledge kinship? Fine. But at the first meeting, compensation must be fully provided. All that talk about remorse and guilt is less convincing than just handing over the money. The amount of money should match the depth of his guilt. Money speaks volumes, silently backing up their claims. Fine, you two just play here by yourselves. If you can't bring yourself to pay up, don't pretend you're so desperate to see your child. That's it. I don't have time to play this melodramatic game with you. With that, Su Huan waved her hand, making to leave. But then, Wang Jingxing suddenly stepped forward, reaching out to block her path. A strained smile tugged at his lips. Xiao Huan, don't rush off. Yeah, Xiao Huan, we were just stunned for a moment, didn't react right away. Xin Yu chimed in immediately. Su Huan chuckled inwardly and paused. Before hearing their actual reason for seeking him out, he truly didn't want to miss this chance to enjoy the drama. Even if the gossip was about him, this minor flaw wouldn't dampen his enjoyment of the spectacle. Seeing Su Huan halt his steps, the couple exchanged a glance and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jingxing shot Wang Haochen a glance, his gaze hardening. He approached Su Huan, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. Xiao Huan, don't get so worked up. Your mother and I went through so much trouble to find you. How could we possibly withhold the compensation you desire? You and your brother are our only children. In the future, our entire estate will belong to you two brothers. After a pause, his face lit up with pride as he continued, oh, and you probably don't know much about our Wang family background, do you? The Wang family is one of the top clans in the capital, with a company worth tens of billions. After hearing his words, Su Huan once again held back the laughter threatening to spill over. Oh my, this guy's already starting to make empty promises. That familiar scent, that familiar formula. How wonderful this pie is, truly big and round. At that moment, Wang Jingxing continued, don't worry, Xiao Huan. As long as you're willing to come home with us, everything you just mentioned I promise to fulfill it all once we get back. She exchanged a glance with him, then let her eyes drift to Quan Nai, who looked just like her. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Su Huan now understood exactly what they were up to. So this bastard thinks he can't just attack me here at school, so he wants to trick me home first and then rob me? Trying to double-cross him? A faint smile curved Su Huan's lips at the thought. Hold on. We'll discuss going home later. First, transfer all the Wang family checks, shares, and whatever else is rightfully mine into my name. Once the money's in place, don't even mention me acknowledging you, I'll call you Grandpa if I have to. But until the money's in place, don't go trying to claim kinship. I don't accept freeloaders. Wang Jingxing's face instantly darkened. He seemed utterly unprepared for Su Huan's unyielding stance. Wang Haochen frowned beside him, a flicker of displeasure crossing his sickly eyes. Xin Yu sensed the tension in the air. Though she disliked Su Huan's attitude, perhaps for some reason, she stepped in to smooth things over. Xiao Huan, it's not proper to discuss such matters on a first meeting. As family, we should focus on building our bond first. Su Huan scoffed. Bonding? Without money, what kind of bond could I possibly have with you? If you genuinely want to acknowledge me, then just hand over the cash already. Otherwise, you think you can get something for nothing with just a few insincere apologies? What are you thinking? Wang Jingxing clenched his jaw, anger rising within him. Yet he forced himself to hold back, as if attempting one last desperate plea. Xiao Huan, don't push it too far. No father and son start a conversation with demands for money. Su Huan tapped the stone table before her with her right hand, continuing calmly, is this going too far? You keep saying you feel guilty toward me, where's the proof? None, right? Let me teach you a lesson. Money is the best proof. But if you're unwilling to part with it, then let's not waste each other's time. As he spoke, Su Huan made another move to leave. But at that moment, Wang Jingxing stepped in front of him once more. His expression stern, he said slowly, no. Today, you must come home with us. At that moment, Xin Yu also stepped in front of Su Huan. Xiao Huan, just come home with mom and dad. As for what you said earlier, we won't let you off the hook. Gazing at the two people blocking his path, desperate dogs clutching at straws yet still feigning affection, a deep chill flashed in Su Huan's eyes. He sneered contemptuously, his sarcasm cutting through the air. What? The act's over now? I thought you two were going to keep up the act for a few more days, all thunder and no rain, playing the loving parents. Who knew it'd be over so quickly? Already can't take it? And you call yourselves scions of wealthy families? Your temperaments are truly pathetic. Hearing Su Huan's teasingly sarcastic words, Wang Jingxing's expression darkened instantly. Xin Yu, though displeased, didn't let it show too obviously on her face. She stepped forward, as if to take Su Huan's hand. Xiao Huan, you. Before she could finish, Su Huan raised a hand to block her path, cutting her off sharply. Enough. Stop pretending to be some saintly mother. Pointing at Wang Haochen, Su Huan continued, let's be honest, you only sought me out because of your sickly precious son, right? Pointed at like that, Wang Haochen, who had been sitting there quietly, instantly changed expression. His already pallid complexion took on a more shattered appearance, and his aura of a married woman grew even more pronounced. Chapter 57, Illness and Deception. At this moment, as if finally realizing Su Huan wasn't someone easily fooled, and after all this time of persuasion, he remained as unmoved as a stone, the couple's expressions involuntarily shifted once more. Wang Jingxing's expression darkened to the point of being almost dripping with menace, while Qin Yu's demeanor rapidly turned icy. The feigned remorse and pity she had worn moments before vanished instantly, swept away like dust in the wind. Witnessing this scene, Su Huan felt not the slightest ripple of emotion. Having long seen through their true colors, their earlier performance was merely another opportunity for him to watch the show and enjoy the drama. Now that the show had ended and the drama had concluded, there was no need for them to continue their act. Su Huan snorted derisively, continuing his teasing with casual indifference. Your precious son here looks a bit pale, doesn't he? What's the matter? Is he about to hang himself on the wall? His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing straight through the father and his two sons standing before him. Their faces twisted into expressions of extreme discomfort. Wang Jingxing, in particular, was instantly consumed by rage. His face twisted with fury as he bellowed, Su Huan, shut your damn mouth. Hearing Wang Jingxing's roar, Su Huan merely smiled with amusement before responding leisurely, oh? So now you know daddy's surname is Su? Weren't you all enjoying the performance just a moment ago? Wang Jingxing raised his hand in fury, pointing at Su Huan. His expression now suggested he was preparing to take matters into his own hands. Su Huan sneered disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Feel free to throw punches, but before you act on impulse, Mr. Wang, you'd better weigh your own strength. Just a friendly reminder, I'm not exactly one to respect elders or care for the young. At that moment, Qin Yu hurriedly pulled back the enraged Wang Jingxing. She stood between the two men, her icy gaze tinged with complexity. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, Xiao Huan, Xiao Chen is still your own brother. No matter what, you shouldn't have. Before she could finish, Su Huan waves dismissively, cutting her off with contempt. Stop. Don't give me that blood brother nonsense. I don't even acknowledge you two idiots, let alone that sickly weirdo. Enough with the lectures. Go preach that to your son who's about to be hung on the wall. As for educating me? What the hell do you think you are? Qin Yu's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, while Wang Jingxing trembled with rage, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. Just then, Wang Haochen, who had remained silent, suddenly sneered coldly. Little brother, this is where you're wrong. No matter what, you still carry the Wang bloodline. Your parents will always be your parents. You. Hearing this, Su Huan raised an eyebrow and interrupted teasingly. Oh? The sickly weirdo can talk? How about it? If you have the energy, you'd be better off catching your breath. Wang Haochen's gaze grew even more sinister. Though he was panting heavily, his eyes grew colder by the second. Su Huan, the blood of the Wang family runs through your veins. Whether you acknowledge it or not, that's a fact you can never change. So, are you really sure you want to keep defying your family? Hearing this, Su Huan showed no flicker of emotion. He swept a contemptuous glance over the three of them, snorting with utter indifference. Oh? So what? What does that prove? Pointing at Wang Jingxing and his wife, he continued, does it prove these two incompetent dogs are useless? Then he pointed back at Wang Haochen. Or does it prove that this bloodline produces sickly, deceitful scum like you? The words had barely left his mouth when Wang Haochen erupted into a violent coughing fit. Clutching his chest, his eyes burned with venomous hatred. Seeing Wang Haochen gasping for breath, Wang Jingxing and his wife immediately grew anxious. Qin Yu quickly pulled a pill from her pocket, fed it to Wang Haochen, then wrapped her arms around him, soothing him urgently. At that moment, Wang Jingxing seemed unable to contain himself any longer. He lunged forward, raising his hand to strike Su Huan. Su Huan's eyes flashed coldly as she swiftly grabbed Wang Jingxing's wrist. With a gentle twist, he let out a piercing scream of pain and nearly collapsed to his knees. Watching him like this, Su Huan sneered contemptuously, Mr. Wang, it seems you truly never learn from your mistakes. Didn't I warn you earlier? Before acting on impulse, you should carefully weigh your own capabilities. With that, Su Huan released his wrist and gave him a shove forward. Wang Jingxing immediately crashed to the ground. Then, with honeyed words dripping from her lips, Su Huan continued her mockery. In life, one can lack many things, but how could you possibly lack something as crucial as the number 13? You think you can lay a finger on me? Are you kidding me? Wang Jingxing scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with resentment and fury. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Seeing Wang Jingxing consumed by rage, Qin Yu hurried forward to restrain him, as if afraid he might suffer even greater humiliation. You bastard. One more word and I'll beat the out of you. As Wang Jingxing raged impotently, Su Huan showed him no mercy. She pointed a finger at him and threatened coldly. Faced with Su Huan's threat, Qin Yu's previously icy expression began to brim with resentment. Su Huan, Jingxing is still your. Before she could finish, Su Huan cut her off again. Shut up. Under Su Huan's thunderous shout and icy glare, Xinyu instinctively fell silent, too frightened to speak further. I recall warning you earlier. Is your entire family brain dead or something? Can't you understand plain speech? It's enough that you're lecturing your sickly, good-for-nothing son. I never took a penny from you, never ate a single meal at your table. Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me like some superior elder? After the final words, Xinyu was rendered speechless by the scolding. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet Su Huan's icy stare. Having finished berating Xinyu, Su Huan now couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on them. He shot Wang Haochen a glance before turning his gaze toward Wang Jingxing and his wife. You're putting on this show of concern now, and I'm pretty sure it's all about that sickly ghost, right? Let me guess you plan to lure me back to the Wang residence, then try sweet talk before resorting to deception. If that fails, you'll resort to threats or outright violence. He paused, ignoring their shifting expressions. Su Huan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and continued at a leisurely pace. Tell me, which organ does this disease want, my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, or kidneys? Seeing no response, Su Huan looked surprised. What? Not enough? More than that? The bone marrow too? Chapter 58, Sharpness. A heavy silence hung in the air as Su Huan watched them with keen interest. After a moment, Wang Jingxing took a deep breath, his gaze steadily hardening. Su Huan, since you've already guessed what's going on, let's cut the nonsense. Let's be blunt. Xiao Chen was born with kidney issues. And due to his unique physiology, our Wang family has searched for years without finding a matching kidney donor. As for what makes it unique being twins, I imagine you understand. Name your price. If you're willing to donate a kidney to Xiao Chen, we'll consider any terms you propose. After hearing his words, Su Huan didn't respond immediately, maintaining her usual nonchalant demeanor. Regarding the special nature Wang Jingxing mentioned, Su Huan knew exactly what he meant. From the moment he first laid eyes on Wang Haochen, he had sensed the connection between the two. Unsurprisingly, he and Wang Haochen, this married woman's spring of joy, were undoubtedly identical twins. More crucially, Su Huan herself possessed the exceedingly rare pseudo blood type, commonly known as dinosaur blood. This rarity meant he occasionally had to visit the Lu family's private hospital to draw blood for his own reserve. It was so exceptionally rare, even rarer than Rh-negative blood. Judging by the current situation of this father and son, Wang Haochen must share the same condition. Given this sickly weirdo's current state, he probably needs more than just a kidney. Look at him coughing and gasping for breath like that. His lungs must be compromised too, right? Wang Jingxing's expression darkened at Su Huan's question, while the other mother and son didn't look any better. Then, as if discovering a new continent, Su Huan continued, oh, it seems there's more. This sickly ghost probably has heart problems too. Damn it, if this bastard were in another book, this would be a textbook case of a sickly ghost dying. 3 out of 5 organs destroyed, damn impressive. Wang Jingxing's face had long since turned ashen. Suppressing his rage, he said sternly, Su Huan, spare us the sarcasm. Name your price. Money is no object if you're willing to save Xiao Chen. As the words fell, the father and his 2 sons across from him all grew serious, their gazes fixed intently on Su Huan. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Su Huan's lips as she swept them with a gaze that suggested she was looking at a bunch of idiots. Are you guys really okay? Su Huan pointed at his own head. How could you ask such an idiotic question? After uttering these words, Su Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter, a laugh born of utter speechlessness, provoked by sheer idiocy. Indeed, intelligence has little correlation with education, family background, or wealth. All you need is to be born into the right family. Ignoring their increasingly sour expressions, she snorted derisively and continued her mockery, or maybe you should head to the hospital and get your brains checked. Mental disability may be innate, but a few craniotomies should help alleviate it somewhat. By now, all 3 were stone-faced, Wang Jingxing trembling with rage. Ever since arriving at this pavilion, this disgraced son had been mocking and insulting his entire family for nearly half an hour. As scions of an imperial capital aristocratic family, they had always been the picture of elegance wherever they went. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Wang Jingxing's eyes widened with fury as he pointed at Su Huan, his entire body still trembling. You. The word barely left his lips when Su Huan fixed him with an icy stare. It felt as though the moment he uttered another syllable, she would strike without hesitation. Without bodyguards present this time, coupled with the lesson he'd just received. Though he felt utterly humiliated, Wang Jingxing gritted his teeth and swallowed his words. Su Huan, what exactly do you think you're doing? We came here to negotiate terms, not to be humiliated. Shooting them another look of utter contempt, Su Huan sighed helplessly. Ah, my mistake. I clearly overestimated your intelligence. Pointing at Wang Haochen, he continued, this disease has ravaged his 5 organs, destroying 3 of them. When you say save him, what you really mean is replace his organs, right? Alright, now here's the problem. At that moment, Su Huan turned to Wang Jingxing, unable to suppress the look of utter contempt in his eyes. After replacing his heart, lungs, and kidneys, will I even be able to survive? Use that pea-sized brain of yours and think it through. Are you sure this is a negotiation? Or are you just sending me to my death? You want me to swap 1 for 1 with this sick bastard? With that, Su Huan rose from the stone bench, brushed the dust off his buttocks, and sneered, if it weren't for me being bored out of my mind lately and my innate love for watching the drama unfold. Otherwise, with all that brain-dead nonsense you just spouted, I would have slapped you silly the moment you opened your mouths. With that, Su Huan shot them another contemptuous glance before turning to leave. Alright, today's lesson for idiots is over. That's it. Enjoy yourselves. Just as Su Huan turned and took a few steps, Wang Jingxing suddenly spoke up again. Su Huan, I know this is unfair to you, but I had no other choice. Besides, we're bound by an unbreakable connection. So don't think I'm being unreasonable. I can promise you this, if you agree to do this, once it's over, I'll give you a sum of money enough to last you a lifetime. Also, we've already prepared an artificial heart compatible with yours. You won't die, though you might be weaker afterward. By the end, Wang Jingxing's voice had grown even more stern, thick with veiled threats. One last thing, the Wang family will never give up on this matter. You'd better think this through carefully. Su Huan halted in her tracks, slowly turning around, her eyes brimming with icy coldness. Threatening me? Do you want to test whether that 1982 bone-splitting cleaver in my kitchen is sharp? Wang Jingxing's expression darkened instantly. Su Huan's icy stare made him feel an overwhelming pressure. Though he found it hard to believe, the inexplicable pressure emanating from Su Huan was undeniable. Cold sweat broke out on his back without him realizing it. Yet, despite the rising panic within him, he forced himself to remain composed. Su Huan, Before he could finish, Su Huan seemed to have completely lost patience with him. With lightning speed, she lunged toward Wang Jingxing. In an instant, before Wang Jingxing could even react, Su Huan had his hands around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Chapter 59, A Sea of Darkness. Xinyu and Wang Haochen, standing nearby, turned ashen with fear at the sight. Xinyu immediately let out a shrill scream and cried out as she rushed toward Su Huan. Just as she reached him, Su Huan suddenly raised his free left hand without warning. With lightning speed, he delivered a fierce slap to Xinyu without hesitation. The sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Xinyu reeled from the sudden blow, Su Huan's left hand swiftly clamped around her throat. His fingers clamped down on her throat like iron pincers, nearly cutting off her air supply. With a sudden jerk of his arm, Su Huan lifted Xinyu into the air like a small chicken, suspending her in the same position he had previously used to subdue Wang Jingxing. Su, you bastard, let go of me. The sequence of events unfolded so rapidly it left no time for reaction. Just as Su Huan seized the Wang couple, the stunned Wang Haochen finally snapped back to reality. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Su Huan, his face contorted with extreme terror and rage. His already deathly pale face flushed with a faint blush from sheer agitation, yet this stark contrast of red and white only made him look grotesquely ridiculous. Despite his extreme weakness, Wang Haochen forced himself to endure the pain and struggled to his feet. His body swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Huan, filled with hostility and resentment. Yet Su Huan paid no heed whatsoever to Wang Haochen's angry shouts and threats, not even deigning to glance his way. His icy gaze shifted back to the struggling couple in his grasp, and Su Huan let out a cold, disdainful sneer. I've warned you several times already. Before acting on impulse, weigh your own worth. Do you really think I'm some law-abiding citizen who respects elders and cares for the young? Tired of living? At this moment, the Wang Jingxing couple had lost any right to speak. Worse still, as time passed, their once violent struggles gradually slowed. Xinyu's eyes had even rolled back into her head. Witnessing this, Su Huan sneered and tossed them aside like discarded trash without a second thought. A dull thud echoed as the couple's bodies slammed onto the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Yet, newly liberated, they had no time to tend to the pain of being discarded and thrown. They gasped for air, their faces drained of color. At that moment, a clamor of voices suddenly drifted over from nearby. Su Huan instinctively turned her head, only to find it was merely a group of girls passing by, chatting and laughing. They seemed utterly indifferent to the events unfolding nearby, glancing this way only briefly before continuing on their merry way. After a brief glance, Su Huan dismissed them, refocusing his attention on Wang Jingxing and his wife. At first, I was curious why you chose to abandon me back then, yet kept this sickly child. But now I've come to terms with it, none of that matters anymore. I even want to thank you for abandoning me back then. Otherwise, stuck with brain-dead people like you. Su Huan lifted his head and sighed deeply, my future looks utterly bleak. As the saying goes, teaching people through words often fails, but teaching through experience yields instant results. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. After enduring Su Huan's exceedingly friendly education and the delightful experience of near death. At this moment, though Su Huan's words still dripped with scorn, the Wang Jingxing couple seemed to have lost their fire. Their eyes were clear and bright though filled with terror, and they no longer argued against a single word Su Huan spoke. Back then, you gave birth to me, yet you also abandoned me. Now, I spare you or even. You may record this humiliation, and I welcome your revenge. But remember what I said earlier, before acting on impulse, weigh your own worth and be sure of your strength. Next time, I won't be so merciful. Listening to Su Huan's mocking laughter, the three men across from him seethed inwardly, yet dared not utter another word. The suffocating terror of near death still lingered vividly, and the primal fear in their bodies hadn't fully receded. As Su Huan stepped out of the pavilion, ready to leave, he seemed to remember something. He halted, turning back with a sneer. Oh, right. Everyone keeps saying, if you're born but not raised, you deserve to have your fingers cut off. But for scum like you, forget cutting off a finger. I'd feel cheated even if I cut off one of your fingernails. Before taking another step, Su Huan shot them one last look of utter contempt. So, I'm not giving it back. With that, Su Huan ignored their utterly disheveled appearance and strode away with nonchalant ease. Staring blankly at Su Huan's retreating figure, Wang Jingxing and his wife felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. Xin Yu couldn't help but tear up. She turned to her husband, her eyes reflecting a self-mocking doubt about the meaning of life, silently questioning whether their actions back then had truly been the right choice. Complexity flickered in Wang Jingxing's eyes too. But that complexity quickly faded from his face. He shook his head, then met his wife's gaze with unwavering resolve. In that instant, a memory from before they'd left suddenly flashed through Xin Yu's mind. The words Wang Jingxing had spoken to her then began echoing in her ears once more. The prophecy has passed, it cannot be changed. The decisions made back then cannot be undone. Since we made our choice back then, we can only remain steadfast to the end. Meanwhile, after Lang Bingxue left, the office fell silent once more. Each of the three women harbored her own thoughts, the stillness as thick as the darkest night. After a long moment, Qin Mangyao lifted her head, her eyes tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. She turned to Liu Ruyan, her voice low and subdued. Ruyan, Yuqing, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Lin Yuqing opened her mouth but found no words to respond. To say yes felt wrong. Su Huan's words earlier did carry a hint of ambiguity. To say no, but Qin Mingyao's anger earlier did seem somewhat excessive. At that moment, Liu Ruyan spoke softly. Yao Yao, to be honest, did you have any connection with a Huan before? Qin Mingyao's gaze went blank, and she didn't respond immediately. Liu Ruyan continued, I can tell you seem to harbor some prejudice toward a Huan. For instance, your initial reaction earlier seemed rather extreme. Given your usual temperament, that shouldn't be the case. Chapter 60, Ji Qingyi. Qin Mengyao remained silent, and the empty room fell quiet once more. Silence seemed to be the theme of the day. Time ticked by, second by second. After a moment, Qin Mengyao spoke slowly, I don't know how to explain this to you right now. Give me a week. In a week, you'll understand why I'm acting this way. Hearing her words, the two women exchanged a glance before nodding in unspoken agreement, refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, Su Huan had already returned to his car. Before driving off, he rolled down the window and glanced toward the pavilion. A peculiar curve formed at the corner of his mouth, where a cigarette hung. He knew that given that sickly, devious man's current state, this family would never let him off the hook so easily. And he, of course, had his own plans. Hey, brother-in-law, are you free right now? Just as he pulled out of the school gate, his brother-in-law Lu Tianlin's call suddenly came through. Yeah, what's up? Su Huan tapped the brakes, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Listening to his brother-in-law's voice, Su Huan sensed a hint of disappointment in his tone. I won't be attending evening study tonight. Could you come pick me up? Though unsure what had happened, Su Huan didn't press for details and agreed immediately. Sure, wait for me at the school gate. After hanging up, Su Huan drove toward the middle school where Lu Tianlin attended. She genuinely liked this younger brother-in-law. He was obedient, sensible, and showed him genuine respect. He could tell the boy genuinely treated him like a real older brother. Half an hour later, Su Huan arrived at the gate of Lu Tianlin's school. Glancing at the time, there were still a few minutes left before dismissal. Parking the car, Su Huan got out and walked to a nearby convenience store to buy 2 bottles of drink. About 10 minutes later, the once quiet school entrance began to buzz with activity. Students streamed out of the gates one after another. Leaning against his car window, Su Huan scanned the crowd for Lu Tianlin's figure. Soon, Lu Tianlin's somewhat despondent figure walked straight toward her. Handing him a drink, Su Huan draped an arm over his shoulder and chuckled softly. What's up, kid? Did someone pick on you? Lu Tianlin shook his head, about to speak. At that moment, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Tianlin. Su Huan looked up at the sound. A girl in a school uniform, radiating youthful energy, was jogging toward them. Su Huan narrowed her eyes. The girl before her was none other than the one in the photograph Lu Tianlin had shown her last night. Tianlin, why are you walking so fast? You didn't even wait for me. The girl pouted, tugging at Lu Tianlin's sleeve. It felt like a scene straight out of a young couple's playful quarrel. Seeing Ji Qingyi like this, Lu Tianlin's expression softened considerably. However, just as he opened his mouth to respond, he seemed to suddenly recall something, and his expression turned cold again. At that very moment, a man's voice echoed from behind. Class monitor, you're walking way too fast. Su Huan looked over again and saw a boy in a school uniform, who appeared somewhat effeminate, walking toward them. Behind him followed a dozen or so boys and girls, likely their classmates. Huh, why is Tianlin here too? At the sound of this voice, Lu Tianlin's expression instantly grew even colder, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. What business is it of yours where I am? Lu Tianlin retorted without hesitation. The younger boy flushed with embarrassment and explained, you left so abruptly just now, I thought you had some urgent business. Sorry, I shouldn't have pried. Good to know. Seeing Lu Tianlin's cold expression, Ji Qingyi's gaze turned puzzled. Tianlin, what's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? Lu Tianlin's brow furrowed slightly as he shot her an unpredictable glance. None of your business. Let's go, brother-in-law, he said softly, turning to Su Huan. Su Huan nodded. He couldn't be bothered with such petty childish tantrums. Though this could be considered gossip, it was too trivial, not only unright but also involving his brother-in-law. So, he'd pass on this piece of gossip. However, just as the two were about to get into the car, Ji Qingyi's eyes suddenly darted around. She grabbed Lu Tianlin's arm and asked in a sweet voice. Tianlin, this is Sister Ruyan's husband, Brother Su Huan, right? Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Ji Qingyi. Tianlin often talks about you. Before Lu Tianlin could respond, Ji Qingyi flashed Su Huan a sweet smile. Su Huan smiled faintly and nodded. Hello? At that moment, Su Huan clearly sensed the girls behind Ji Qingyi's faces instantly fall. The moment they arrived, Su Huan had noticed their shifting glances toward him. Several girls had even flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Alright, my brother-in-law and I have things to attend to. I won't be joining the gathering. Lu Tianlin gently pried Ji Qingyi's hand from his own and said indifferently. Ji Qingyi froze slightly, clearly sensing something off about Lu Tianlin today. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, the young boy suddenly interjected. Class monitor, the bus is here. We should get on first. Otherwise, we'll block the road. As he spoke, the young boy reached out to take her hand. But Ji Qingyi, as if by reflex, instantly took a step back. His hand hung empty in midair, and a trace of awkwardness flashed across his face. Ji Qingyi's brows furrowed slightly, as if the boy's sudden gesture had caught her off guard. Just then, the others who had followed them began urging them on. Several girls walked over to Ji Qingyi, laughing and jostling her as they pulled her toward the bus. Just as Ji Qingyi was about to get into the car, a flicker of conflict crossed Lu Tianlin's face. He took a deep breath, strode quickly to Ji Qingyi, and spoke with a lingering chill in his voice, you'd better not drink at the gathering. Without waiting for her reaction, he turned and walked back. If you're really worried, just have a few bodyguards follow her discreetly. Seeing Lu Tianlin still staring at the departing car, Su Huan teased with a light laugh. Lu Tianlin snapped back to reality and shook his head at Su Huan. Su Huan draped her arm over his shoulder, continuing with a light laugh, don't worry. From my experience, your childhood sweetheart isn't half bad. She knows her limits and respects herself. She's just a bit too young and inexperienced, still too fascinated by the outside world. I saw her expression when you walked over to give her instructions earlier, she was genuinely happy. At this point, Su Huan met Lu Tianlin's gaze with a knowing smile. But if you're still uneasy, why don't we settle this with our fists? Those little cuties in the sea must be hungry too. Chapter 61, In the Name of the Sister. Seeing Su Huan casually utter such terrifying words, Lu Tianlin hastily waved his hands. He knew that if he nodded in agreement, his brother-in-law would absolutely follow through. After all, he'd witnessed it firsthand, his 14-year-old brother-in-law taking on 4 desperate bandits alone. All these years later, the authorities still hadn't uncovered the fate of those robbers. And since her brother-in-law had been living it up unscathed for so long, the outcome was already obvious. Su Huan smiled and didn't press the matter. Everyone had their own thoughts, and he didn't force his younger brother-in-law to agree with his own will. He merely murmured softly, young man, you're still far too kind-hearted. Lu Tianlin scratched his head, his youthful face flushing with embarrassment. Suddenly, Su Huan seemed to remember something. He tightened his large hand on Lu Tianlin's shoulder, pulling him closer with a sly grin. Young man, when you're at home or when your sister is around, you can call me brother-in-law, I won't hold it against you. But once you step outside that door, and your sister isn't around. So tell me, what should you call me? Hearing Su Huan's question and seeing the ambiguous expression on his face, Lu Tianlin froze instantly. Yet, after only a moment, his eyes darted around as if suddenly realizing something. He cautiously opened his mouth, his tone tinged with hesitation, Brother Huan? At those words, a satisfied smile spread across Su Huan's face. He laughed heartily and slapped Lu Tianlin on the shoulder. Good lad, you're teachable. With that, Su Huan opened the car door and gestured for Lu Tianlin to get in. Once both were seated, Su Huan glanced at Lu Tianlin in the passenger seat. A faint smile touched his lips as he chuckled softly. You're in a bad mood today, aren't you? All because your little childhood sweetheart doesn't understand. Su Huan's tone carried a distinct hint of teasing. Hearing this, Lu Tianlin's face flushed slightly, but he nodded in silent agreement with Su Huan's assessment. Su Huan saw this and the smile on his lips grew even wider. He continued, come on, let me take you out to eat first. Later, I'll take you somewhere fun, it'll definitely make you forget all your troubles. Lu Tianlin nodded without hesitation, as if he would never refuse any of Su Huan's decisions. Over an hour later, Su Huan led a well-fed and satisfied Lu Tianlin to the largest entertainment club in the entire metropolis. Take off that school uniform. On a day this hot, just the t-shirt underneath is enough. Lu Tianlin nodded and shed his school uniform. Stepping out of the car, he gazed curiously at the massive, neon-lit sign engraved with the characters. Beside it, smaller characters in a different font flashed, Leisure Wellness. Brother-in-law, what are we doing here? Lu Tianlin turned around, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Looking at his innocent yet clear-eyed, almost naive expression, Su Huan grinned. To enjoy life, of course. To help you forget your troubles. With that, Su Huan draped his large arm over Lu Tianlin's shoulder again and chuckled. But that's not the only reason. The most important reason is? We're here to alleviate poverty. Lu Tianlin froze slightly, his eyes brimming with confusion. Poverty alleviation? Su Huan sighed softly, pointing toward the clubhouse entrance as he explained. Ah, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand everything. At this point, Su Huan emphasized his words before continuing. The young ladies inside their backgrounds are nothing short of tragic. A gambling father, a sick mother, a brother in school, and a shattered life. Tell me, if I don't help her, who will? Then he turned to look straight at Lu Tianlin. That's why I like to come here every now and then to lend them a hand. Life is already bitter enough, we must keep compassion alive in this world. Before Lu Tianlin could recover from his stunned silence, Su Huan laughed heartily and pulled him inside. Good evening, honored guests. Entering the hall, 2 rows of young women dressed in crisp outfits, their long legs encased in black stockings, welcomed them in unison. Each girl was young, beautiful, and possessed long legs, their voices soft and sweet without a hint of artificiality. Lu Tianlin, clearly experiencing such a setting for the first time, instinctively paused his steps, a hint of nervousness flitting across his face. In contrast, Su Huan appeared utterly composed. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were thoroughly accustomed to such scenes. Yet, at that moment, Su Huan's brow suddenly furrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. In that instant, a hurried voice cut through the air. Are you blind? That's Brother Huan. Our club's top VIP. The voice came from a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, looking like a manager. His face flushed with anger as he scolded one of the receptionists, clearly displeased with her earlier performance. Do it again. Welcome our most esteemed member properly. Hearing the reprimand, the other receptionists immediately snapped to attention. In perfect unison, they declared with flawless coordination. Good evening, Brother Huan. This time, their voices were more unified and resonant, tinged with a hint of flattery. Su Huan nodded in satisfaction, finding it much more pleasing to the ear. The moment the greeting faded, the middle-aged manager hurried over to greet Su Huan and his companion. Brother Huan, I'm terribly sorry tonight's head waitress is new. The middle-aged manager said apologetically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There was a minor oversight. Please bear with us. Su Huan waved dismissively. Same as always. Lead the way. The middle-aged manager, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted, and promptly nodded respectfully in agreement. As soon as he straightened up, he turned to face the receptionist standing in 2 rows and issued a stern command. All of you, take a good look and remember, Brother Huan is our club's most esteemed VIP. Next time, such a basic mistake is absolutely not permitted. Listening to the middle-aged manager's instructions to them, Su Huan silently nodded in approval. With this level of service attitude, he deserves every penny he earns. At that moment, dozens of hostesses nodded in unison. However, when they lifted their heads, preparing to memorize Su Huan's features, in an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes lit up. The gazes they cast upon Su Huan and Lu Tianlin were filled with fervor. Some hostesses even flushed crimson, lowering their gaze as they looked at the pair. Clearly, even having witnessed countless scenes and battles throughout their lives, they couldn't fully control themselves in the face of the 2 men's looks. Su Huan, needless to say, bore the title of the school's most handsome boy and was the face of beauty for the entire village. His charm was undeniable. As for Lu Tianlin, his looks were equally beyond question. As the eldest son of the Lu family and the younger brother of Liu Ruyan. In my sister's name, no explanation needed. Chapter 62, SPA. Led by the middle-aged manager, the 2 arrived at the club's elevator entrance. Stepping inside, Lu Tianlin turned his head to look at Su Huan and asked curiously. Sis. Huan Ge, do you come here often? Su Huan shook her head and chuckled softly, not really. Just occasionally when I'm bored, I come to relax. Mainly to listen to the girls talk about their backgrounds and lend them a helping hand. The middle-aged manager stood before them, wisely refraining from interrupting their conversation. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor, and the doors slid open automatically. The middle-aged manager stepped aside, gesturing respectfully for Su Huan and the other to enter first. Wrong floor. This is the 18th floor. Just as they stepped out, 2 lavishly dressed young men entered the elevator, laughing and joking as they pressed the button for the 19th floor. Following behind the middle-aged manager, Lu Tianlin's eyes once again flashed with curiosity. Brother Huan, what's the 19th floor for? What about those two just now? Hearing his inquisitive question, Su Huan shot him a knowing glance and chuckled. You don't need to know about the 19th floor just yet. Maintaining his smile, Su Huan draped his arm over Lu Tianlin's shoulder again. After your coming-of-age ceremony next year, if you still haven't won over that childhood sweetheart by then I'll give you a special coming-of-age gift just for you. Seeing Lu Tianlin still looking utterly confused, Su Huan laughed heartily as she led him toward a changing room. Alright, go change into some gear first. We'll talk later. After changing into their robes, the two stepped out of the room. The middle-aged manager was still waiting outside. Brother Huan, your private hot spring suite is ready. Please go ahead. The technician will be there shortly. Su Huan nodded, draping an arm over Lu Tianlin's shoulder as they followed behind. Soon, guided by the middle-aged manager, they entered a spacious hot spring room. Oh, and my little buddy here isn't in the best mood today. Get me two fresh-faced, cheerful girls to look after him. As for me, same as always, you handle it. The middle-aged manager bowed respectfully and withdrew. After instructing the manager, Su Huan turned and walked toward the hot spring pool. However, Lu Tianlin remained frozen in place beside him, as if rooted to the spot. What's wrong, Tianlin? Why are you standing there like that? Seeing his expression, Su Huan asked in confusion. Sis's husband, this. Seeing him flushed and stammering, how could Su Huan not guess what he was thinking? He shook his head helplessly, teasing with a smile. What are you thinking about, little guy? This is a legitimate establishment, and what we offer is a legitimate spa service. Hearing this, Lu Tianlin instantly relaxed, leaving Su Huan speechless. When he finally reached her, Su Huan playfully smacked him on the head. How could I possibly drag a minor into anything sleazy? Do I have no shame? Besides, even if we ignore our status, just look at our looks, do we really need to pay for anything? You've got zero self-confidence. Watching him clutch his head with an embarrassed grin, Su Huan sighed and explained. This club belongs to the Lung family. That so-called VIP membership? Your teacher, Xiao Shuer, gave it to me. Alright, come soak in the tub. The therapist will be here soon. The hydrotherapy is very relaxing. Meanwhile, Cold Group CEO's office. A slender, elegant figure with silver hair sat alone in the empty office. After reviewing a document before her, Lung Bingxue lifted her head and gave her stiff neck a weary shake. Red rain pours down, stirring memories deep. Your eyes, as beautiful as ever, linger in my heart, by the fairy's edge. The familiar ringtone sounded. Lung Bingxue's meticulously composed face curved into a rare smile. She pressed to answer, and a middle-aged man's voice instantly filled the receiver. Miss Lang, Mr. Su has arrived at the club again tonight. He brought a boy with him, about 17 or 18 years old. May I ask? At this, every figure matching the description of a middle-aged man flashed through Lung Bingxue's mind. Moments later, she zeroed in on one person, murmuring softly. 17 or 18? Tianlin? Seeing she hadn't responded for a long time, the middle-aged man on the phone cautiously probed. Miss, you. I understand. Before he could finish, Lung Bingxue interrupted flatly. The usual terms apply. All of Huan Ji's legitimate demands will be met except for. You know the rules. Her voice faltered slightly at this point. If he suddenly makes any other demands, you must contact me immediately. After hearing the middle-aged man's respectful reply, Lung Bingxue hung up the phone, her expression unchanged. Moments later, however, she shook her head and smiled wryly. How foolish of me. With Brother Huan's temperament, how could he possibly take any interest in them? Imperial Dynasty Club. At that moment, Su Huan and Lu Tianlin sat with their eyes closed, soaking in the large hot spring pool. Behind them, 4 girls dressed in school uniforms, their youthful faces still bearing traces of innocence, were administering therapeutic massages to their shoulders and heads. Yes, Mom's bedridden, my little brother's still young, and I need to earn my tuition too. My father is bedridden, my mother couldn't take it anymore and ran away, my younger sister is still in school, and as the eldest sister, It's the same for all of us. Our fathers. I'm about the same, Mom. I couldn't make out what they were chatting about. Laughter, sighs, and chatter filled the room. Censorship issue 5,000 words omitted here. Can't write any more details or I'll get locked in the black room again. Brother Huan, take your time leaving. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, under the fervent gazes of 2 rows of welcoming hostesses, Su Huan walked out the front door with his arm draped over Lu Tianlin's shoulder. So, young man, feeling better now? Seeing Lu Tianlin completely revitalized inside and out, his earlier dejected and lost expression now utterly vanished, Su Huan asked with a strange grin. After completing the hot spring therapy, Su Huan had taken him for a foot massage, full body massage, and several other treatments. She glanced at the time one last time, satisfied it was just right, before escorting him out. Lu Tianlin smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with tonight's service. However, moments later, as if suddenly remembering something, the smile vanished instantly from his face. His eyes filled with concern as he looked at Su Huan. Brother-in-law, my phone seems to have location tracking. Mom, Dad, and my sister might already know. His expression swiftly shifted from worry to sheer terror as he muttered repeatedly, oh no, oh no. Mom and Dad warned me about this. Hearing this, Su Huan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Seeing him suddenly so tense, Su Huan had thought it must be something major. She patted Lu Tianlin's shoulder and said with exasperation, "You kid, why are you freaking out over nothing? What's there to be scared of over such a small thing? If your parents ask, just tell them I brought you here, okay? If they have any questions, tell them to come find me. What the hell are you scared of? With such a lack of courage, how will you ever accomplish anything important? Alright, that's it. Let's go home." Chapter 63, The Clever Woman. After dropping Lu Tianlin off at the Lu family's ancestral home, it was already past 10 o'clock when she returned to her own place. Opening the front door, Su Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Four women sat on the living room sofa, their faces beaming with smiles as they chatted animatedly. "Honey, you're back." Spotting Su Huan at the doorway, Liu Ruyan greeted her with a light laugh. Su Huan nodded, changed into his slippers, and walked over. "Where did you go this afternoon? Why are you back so late?" She hooked her arm through Su Huan's and asked with a soft smile. Su Huan shrugged and declared with a straight face, "I went back to school this afternoon to handle some matters. As for tonight, Tianlin was in a bad mood tonight and called me. I took him out for a bit of fun." Hearing this, Liu Ruyan nodded as if suddenly understanding. "No wonder Uncle Zhang called me earlier, saying Tianlin's location showed an anomaly." Su Huan pursed her lips, her face full of exasperation. "You're exaggerating. Tianlin's almost an adult, there's no need to monitor him so closely. As long as his location stays within the city, why do you need to micromanage him so much? I started traveling the world when I was 14. Men need space, restricting him too much will stifle his growth." Listening to Su Huan's reasoning, Liu Ruyan didn't argue. Instead, she obediently murmured her agreement. Right. Whatever you say, dear." With that, she tightened her jade-like hands around Su Huan's arm and smiled. Actually, Mom and Dad were also scared by what happened 10 years ago. Being parents, they're bound to worry a bit more, right? Su Huan shrugged indifferently. Truthfully, this was one of the reasons Su Huan accepted Liu Ruyan and even grew fond of her. This woman was intelligent and understood Su Huan's temperament well. Since being with Su Huan, she never once contradicted any of his views. Even when she had her own distinct perspective on the same matter, she would only analyze the root cause of the problem from an external viewpoint for him. After offering her perspective, even if Su Huan's ideas clashed with her own, she never interfered with his decisions. On the contrary, once he made his final choice, Liu Ruyan would stand firmly by his side, offering unwavering support. No arguments, no fuss, sensible, docile, and blessed with a stunning figure and beauty. What man in the world could possibly resist such a woman? As for the Liu parents' concerns, Su Huan understood them well. After all, a kidnapping had already occurred once. Therefore, it was only natural for them to strengthen surveillance out of concern for their child's safety. He simply felt that as long as the location remained within the city, there was no need to make such a big deal out of it. Entering the living room, Su Huan greeted Lin Yuqing and Lu Ruxu before leading Liu Ruyan straight to the tea table. As for Qin Mangyao, who was also on the sofa, Su Huan couldn't be bothered to glance her way. In his eyes, that woman was nothing but a madwoman, incompatible with his personality and destined to clash with him. "Ruyan, has Aunt Li taken her break?" Su Huan sat down at the tea table, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and looked up to ask. Liu Ruyan shook her head and replied softly, "Aunt Li had something to attend to today and took the day off." Aunt Li was the live-in cook Liu Ruyan had hired. Besides her, 2 other maids also resided in the villa, responsible for maintaining its cleanliness and upkeep. At that moment, Lu Ruxu, who was nearby, suddenly chimed in with a playful laugh. "Brother-in-law, are you craving a late-night snack?" Glancing at his sister-in-law turning to look at him from the sofa, Su Huan nodded. "We were out with Tianlin too long tonight. I am actually a bit hungry now." It had to be said, after soaking in the hot spring spa, his body's metabolism did seem to be faster than usual. Plus, that melodramatic scene this afternoon had left him feeling queasy, so Su Huan hadn't had much of an appetite during dinner. "Brother-in-law, I learned some cooking from my bestie tonight. Just wait, I'll whip up some noodles for you." With that, Lu Ruxu made to get up. Seeing this, Su Huan's mouth twitched. He quickly waved his hands to stop her. "No, I appreciate the thought. I'll handle the late-night snack myself." This little girl had never set foot in the kitchen her entire life. Asking her to cook for him with her 2.5-hour cooking lesson skills? He wasn't ready to meet his maker just yet. Hearing Su Huan's refusal, Lu Ruxu pouted and persisted, "Brother-in-law, just trust me this once. I really did learn today." Su Huan rolled her eyes at her exasperatedly, forcing a smile as she tried to stop her. "Cut it out. I'm 24 this year, with plenty of youth ahead. I don't want a late-night snack turning my age at present into age at death." With that, Su Huan ignored her and stood up to head toward the kitchen. At that moment, Liu Ruyan also stood up and said softly, "Honey, why don't I make it for you?" It's been years since I last cooked, so my skills might be a bit rusty. But what I make should still be edible. By the end, Liu Ruyan's confidence waned noticeably, her ears turning slightly red. At that moment, Lin Yuqing, who had been sitting on the sofa, also stood up. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she stammered, "Brother Huan, I don't know how to." Watching them both stammer in succession, Su Huan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he shook his head. "Alright, never mind whether you can cook or not. Even if you could, there's no way I'd let you do it. You've been exhausted all day, and now you're cooking for this unemployed bum? How could I possibly let you do that?" With that, Su Huan stood up, gently pushed Liu Ruyan back into her seat, and headed toward the kitchen. After Su Huan left, Lu Ruxu, her face full of confusion, immediately turned to Lin Yuqing and asked, "Sis Yuqing, what did brother-in-law mean by what he said just now? What enjoy your years?" Seeing her innocent, puzzled expression, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Even Qin Mengyao, sitting beside her, burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Is it that strange?" Before the two women could respond, Liu Ruyan suddenly walked over from the tea table. With a smile on her face, she gently patted Lu Rux's little head and chuckled softly. "He says he's still young and doesn't want to end up hanging on the wall tomorrow just for eating a late-night snack with you." At that, even the most naive and innocent Lu Ruxa finally caught on. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared toward the kitchen, as if something there made her grind her teeth in rage. "Oomph. Stupid man. I was just trying to be nice and cook him something delicious. And he had the nerve to reject my efforts. How despicable." Chapter 64, Plans. Half an hour later, Su Huan finished eating and drinking to her heart's content. She casually picked up a napkin from the table to wipe her hands. "Husband, I never knew you could cook." Liu Ruyan looked at Su Huan in astonishment, while the other three women also stared at him with expressions of surprise, as if they had witnessed some astonishing revelation. Su Huan's mouth twitched, and 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. Was that so strange? Thinking back to his miserable, drudgery-filled life in his previous incarnation, that cramped rental apartment reeking of instant noodles, Su Huan sighed silently. Thankfully, those hard times were finally behind him. "I started wandering the streets at 14. If I didn't know even basic survival skills, I'd have starved to death in the mountains long ago." Snapping back to reality, Su Huan waved her hand dismissively. "Alright, you guys chat. I'm going upstairs to take a shower." With that, she turned to head for the staircase. Just then, Liu Ruyan suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his. "Honey, wait a moment," she murmured softly. Su Huan looked down at her pretty face, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What is it?" Liu Ruyan glanced back at Qin Mengyao before turning to explain. "Honey, we just talked with Yao Yao. She said she still has a palm-sized piece of pendant material at home." At those words, Su Huan's eyes instantly brightened, his expression transforming into one of intense excitement. Seeing his reaction, Liu Ruyan tightened her delicate hand around his arm and cooed softly, There, honey. No need to get so worked up. Yao Yao said she'll give you the material, but she wants you to agree to 2 conditions." Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Huan took Liu Ruyan's jade-like hand and walked straight toward the sofa. "Miss Qin, what are your conditions? Lay them out. If they're achievable, I, Su Huan, will not refuse." As the words fell, Su Huan's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Qin Mengyao. At that moment, in Su Huan's eyes, the woman before him suddenly seemed much more agreeable. He no longer saw her as a madwoman, nor did their destinies clash. In the presence of the meteorite essence he'd painstakingly sought for over a decade, everything that had transpired today seemed trivial, utterly insignificant. Qin Mengyao felt slightly embarrassed under his intense gaze, lowering her head slightly and clearing her throat softly. "I do indeed have another piece of this material, about the size of a palm, at home. I can give it to you. As for the conditions, I don't need you to do anything for me right now. Just remember this. When the time comes that I need something, I'll contact you." Hearing this, Su Huan instinctively furrowed his brow, hesitation stirring within him. If this woman had stated her demands outright, it would have been easier. But now, with such vague terms, what if Qin Mengyao later made unreasonable requests? Should he agree or refuse? However, recalling the meteorite essence he'd sought for years, he steeled himself, took a deep breath, and replied in a firm voice, "Miss Qin, I can agree to your terms. But let's be clear, I won't do anything that violates my core principles. If any future demands conflict with my fundamental principles, you cannot hold me to this agreement. Naturally, I won't comply either." After a pause, Su Huan met her gaze with solemn determination. "But you can rest assured my principles only apply to those close to me. As long as it doesn't involve them, I'll do anything else, even murder or arson." Seeing Su Huan's earnest expression, Qin Mengyao glanced at the 3 women beside her and nodded softly. "Rest assured, I promise you any future requests will never involve the people close to you." Hearing this, Su Huan exhaled in relief. Securing the materials he'd spent years searching for without compromising his core principles was the most ideal outcome. "Then I thank you, Miss Qin." Su Huan nodded to her, his expression solemn as he expressed his gratitude. Truthfully, he had originally planned to travel to the imperial capital himself tomorrow to discuss this matter directly with the head of the Qin family. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. If negotiations failed, he was ready to take direct action and seize the materials from the Qin family by force. Tonight, he had also intended to have a thorough talk with Liu Ruyan. If his wife and Qin Mangyao weren't as close as he feared, then tomorrow he would stop at nothing to storm the Qin residence and force them to hand over the meteorite essence. Celestial meteorite essence. This material formed when asteroids from the starry sky crashed onto this planet, then underwent eons of grinding and sedimentation. Meteorite essence, the purest core of a meteorite, was exceedingly rare. He had spent over a decade searching for it. Years ago, when he wandered through countless perilous lands, this quest was one of his motivations. Qin Mangyao gave a slight nod. She offered no further words in response to Su Huan's thanks. The woman before them now bore no resemblance to the frenzied, unreasonable figure from that afternoon. She sat there quietly and elegantly, radiating the aura of a refined young lady. Though I don't know what this thing actually is, it's nothing more than a pretty, shiny object to me. It serves no other purpose. To me, it's no different from a diamond. Hearing this, Su Huan's lips twitched involuntarily. This woman was comparing celestial meteorite essence, a rare, priceless material, to diamonds, which were nothing but overpriced junk. Su Huan was utterly speechless. Still, he held his tongue. Ever since Qin Mangyao agreed to give him the meteorite essence, she had become utterly endearing in his eyes. Don't worry, I've already given the orders. But my father's out of the country these few days. That item should arrive the day after tomorrow. Su Huan nodded. After waiting all these years, a few more days wouldn't make much difference. Early morning, Su Huan was roused by the clatter of clothes rustling. He rubbed his eyes and reached sleepily for the phone on his nightstand. It was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Glancing at the two beautiful figures before him, Su Huan smiled softly. Why are you both up so early? Is there something going on today? Hearing Su Huan's voice, the two women turned to look at him. Honey, you're awake. Su Huan nodded. By now, both women were fully dressed, their light makeup indicating they had already finished their morning routines. At 11 o'clock, the company has a project meeting with an overseas group, so I need to head over early to prepare. Lin Yuqing then mentioned she also needed to head to the office, as some matters required her personal attention. Hearing this, Su Huan nodded again. He never got involved in business matters and had no interest in understanding such things. For him, this lifetime had already provided more than enough wealth to indulge in extravagance. He would never set foot in the corporate world again. Chapter 65, The Dead Ox Fertilizes the Field. After the two women left, Su Huan pulled the quilt over himself and drifted back to sleep. Last night's intense battle with the two women had left him feeling drowsy even now. Sometimes he genuinely wondered, clearly, they were both commanding generals on the battlefield. Why did those two women always look so vibrant and energetic after every encounter? Could it be that the law of the plowman's field truly existed? Opening his eyes once more, Su Huan stared blankly at the nightfall descending outside the window. Damn it, did I really sleep this long today? Just then, the phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. He pressed to answer, but before he could speak, a voice came through immediately. Brother-in-law, are you free right now? Yeah, what's up? Su Huan casually replied to Lu Rux's question on the phone. That's great. Could you come accompany me to a gathering later? Su Huan yawned, replying slowly, did you take the wrong medicine? What's a big guy like me doing at your little girl's gathering? What, trying to set me up with some new girlfriends? Hearing Su Huan's blunt, even confrontational tone, Lu Ruxu froze on the other end of the line. But when she noticed Su Huan seemed to be yawning again, she opened her mouth slightly, asking uncertainly, brother-in-law, you just woke up, didn't you? Su Huan's surprised voice came through the line, huh? How did you know? Hearing this, Lu Ruxu covered her forehead in exasperation. Remembering her sister's warnings about her brother-in-law's severe morning grouchiness, she instantly dismissed his earlier sharp retorts and teasing. Alright, brother-in-law. This gathering is going to be a bit different. Su Huan's unhurried voice continued, what's up? How is it different? Lu Ruxu sighed, her voice tinged with frustration. This gathering was supposed to be a normal dorm social, but I heard Lang Yifeng from the Lang family will be there tonight too. Her voice unconsciously took on a note of irritation as she continued, that guy's been like a sticky plaster since high school, constantly hovering around her. I heard he's planning some kind of confession ceremony tonight, so... Before she could finish, Su Huan's voice suddenly took on a note of surprise as she interrupted, oh, I smell some juicy gossip here. Interesting. Send me the address. I'll get ready and head over right away. Staring at the disconnected call screen, Lu Ruxu pouted, muttering discontentedly under her breath. What kind of person is he? He's so reluctant when you ask for help, but the moment he hears there's gossip to be had, he's all fired up. At least she's already his designated wife, you know. Even his own wife's scandal. Stinking man. Of course, Su Huan had no idea about Lu Rux's tirade. After hanging up, Su Huan quickly washed up, threw on some clothes, and headed out. Following the address Lu Ruxu had sent, he arrived at the upscale club hosting the gathering in just over half an hour. By now, it was already 8 p.m. Both Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing had called him earlier, saying they might be home late tonight. To this, Huan simply told them to take care of themselves, bring enough bodyguards, and instructed them to contact him immediately if anything happened. Business social engagements were sometimes unavoidable, but given their respective statuses, they were unlikely to face any undue hardship. Both families held considerable influence, with connections to high-ranking officials in both business and political circles. Thus, Huan harbored no concerns. If anyone was going to be put in a difficult position, it would be them putting others in a difficult position. This seems to be another Ling family property too. Huan murmured softly as she opened the car door and glanced up at the massive sign nearby. Ling family properties were actually quite easy to spot. For some reason, every one of their establishments bore a distinctive snowflake emblem on its sign. Brother-in-law, here. As soon as they stepped out of the parking spot, Lu Ruxu waved her small hand at him with a beaming smile. Huan chuckled softly and walked toward her. Reaching her, Huan gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Just send me the address. Why come all the way here to wait like this? Lu Ruxu stuck out her tongue and giggled. I was just worried you wouldn't recognize the way. Huan's expression darkened. This little girl was rubbing his intelligence in the dirt. Before he could say anything, however, Lu Ruxu playfully hooked her arm through his and pulled him inside. As the elevator stopped, they entered a private room of about 100 square meters. Inside, over a dozen men and women sat divided on either side of the sofas. Along the wall, dozens of plentiful buffet spreads were being busily tended to by several waitstaff. As the pair approached, several girls seated on the booth sofas waved and giggled at Lu Ruxu. At that moment, one of the girls turned to Lu Ruxu and asked, Ruxu, where did you go just now? Lu Ruxu smiled and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a startled exclamation suddenly rang out. Oh, Senior Su. What brings you here? Hearing this, Huan turned his head. He recognized the girl who had spoken. She seemed familiar, like that younger classmate named Yueling who had been with Lu Ruxu last time. At that very moment, several girls across the room heard Yueling's exclamation and instantly lit up, their eyes darting towards Huan. In an instant, every girl in the room stood up and excitedly greeted Huan. Hey, it really is Senior Su. Hello, Senior Su. Huan smiled and nodded in response. Meanwhile, the other boys in the arena witnessed this scene and instantly shot hostile glances at Huan's retreating figure. It was as if Huan's sudden arrival had diminished their own presence. At that moment, Lu Ruxu suddenly tightened her grip on Huan's arm and said in a sweet voice. Of course I brought Senior Su here. How about it? Jealous, huh? Watching them chatter away, exchanging playful banter, Huan even politely declined their invitation to sit among them. Under the jealous stares of the other boys, Huan helplessly found a seat and sat down casually. Moments later, after dealing with the girls, Lu Ruxu giggled and plopped down beside Huan. Huan playfully tapped her little head and teased, Hey, kiddo, you're sure you didn't just lure me here to show off? Didn't you say it was a dorm mixer? And what about that persistent guy, Leng Yifeng? Where is he? I'm here, where's the drama? Chapter 66, Lu Ruxu's Other Side. Lu Ruxu pouted, seemingly displeased with Huan's slightly accusatory tone. But she was still just a little girl at heart. Her moods came and went quickly. Within seconds, she slipped back into her usual carefree demeanor. How could I lie to you, she pouted, her voice tinged with feigned hurt. The dorm mixer is real, but as for that sticky plaster guy? I have no clue where he went, she continued explaining, winking mischievously. Huan shot her a sideways glance, her expression half believing, half doubting. Seeing Huan's look, Lu Ruxu hurriedly added, I swear it's true. I didn't even want to come to this gathering originally, if it weren't for. Before she could finish, Huan cut her off casually. What? Someone actually dared to pressure you, you little minx? Huan's tone carried a hint of teasing, clearly not believing Lu Ruxu could be coerced. Lu Ruxu glanced at a group of girls nearby, then leaned close to Huan's ear as if sharing a secret, her voice hushed. It's Yueling, she's fallen for one of the boys across the way. As she spoke, she pointed almost imperceptibly toward one of the boys in the group. Huan followed her gesture and saw the boy she pointed at. He had a delicate, fair-skinned face, glasses perched on his nose, giving him an intellectual, refined air. She dragged me over, we're besties, I couldn't say no. Huan shrugged non-committally. Alright then, you two enjoy yourselves. I'm going to grab something to eat. Half an hour later, Huan, full and satisfied, leaned against a small exhaust fan. He puffed on a cigarette, his eyes fixed with keen interest on the young crowd not far away. The atmosphere inside the private room was incredibly lively. A man and a woman held microphones, singing love songs with deep emotion. Beside them, a group clapped and cheered in rhythm, laughter and chatter filling the air as the entire room was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Huan noticed Lu Ruxu whispering something to the girl named Chen Yueling. Their eyes kept drifting toward the boy Lu Ruxu had pointed out to him earlier. Chen Yueling's face even flushed with a hint of blush. Seeing this scene, Huan couldn't help but marvel. First love. the sour stench of romance. A girl's blush truly speaks volumes. Moments later, Huan stubbed out her cigarette and walked toward an empty sofa. Just then, the previous song ended, and a familiar melody suddenly began to play. In the split second Huan froze, Chen Yueling appeared holding a microphone, her face flushed with shyness as she handed it to the handsome young man. The boy seemed taken aback, as if he never expected such a gesture from Chen Yueling. However, his bewilderment lasted only a second or two before he shyly accepted the microphone. The music began, and the two started singing in harmony. Though their voices weren't professional, they were filled with the budding energy of youth, drawing applause and cheers from the surrounding crowd. If I saw you one more time, would I still feel something? Back then, with no makeup on, I was as pure as could be. No eyeliner to look mature, no foundation to blend. On rainy days, we still went shopping, giggling at others whose makeup ran. Lu Ruxa clapped playfully beside them, occasionally shooting Huan a mischievous glance. Hearing this familiar melody, Huan couldn't help but smile. He never imagined these juniors would count among his many fans. He had only ever recorded these songs in the studio, never filming any music videos. So, although his voice filled the accompaniment, his figure was nowhere to be seen on the big screen. The music video playing on the screen was just a random collage of images put together by the music company. Just then, Lu Ruxa walked up beside Huan, wrapped her arm around his, and teased playfully. So, what do you think, brother-in-law? Hearing someone else sing your songs. How does it feel? Hearing this, Huan smiled faintly and replied, it's okay. But what he was thinking inside was, so this is how brother song felt? It really is pretty good. As the song ended, its echoes lingered in the air. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Chen Yueling and the young man slowly approached each other and sat side by side. The blush on their cheeks constantly portrayed the innocence of youth and the beauty of love. Time slipped away in the lively atmosphere. Another 10 minutes passed, and the room remained warm and harmonious. Just then, the door creaked open. The music abruptly stopped, plunging the entire room into stunned silence. Simultaneously, 3 male figures entered from outside. The footsteps startled everyone inside, and immediately, several greetings rang out. Young Master Lang. Yi Feng. Brother Feng. At that moment, Huan instinctively turned to look in their direction. Her gaze instantly landed on the figure in the middle of the 3 silhouettes. The man wore a crisp white suit, holding a bouquet of vibrant red roses in his hand. His features were handsome enough, standing about 5 feet 10 inches tall with a well-proportioned build, exuding a sunny and confident aura. He gave a faint smile and nodded to the crowd before walking towards Huan and the others. As the man approached them, a flash of disgust crossed Lu Ruxa's eyes. She tightened her grip on Huan's arm and whispered in his ear, brother-in-law, this is the Langifeng I was telling you about earlier. That guy is so annoying, always hanging around me whenever he has a free moment. He's like a stubborn plaster impossible to shake off. Humph. If it weren't for the decent relationship between the Lang and Su families, I'd have had my bodyguards deal with him ages ago. As she finished, she shot Langifeng a vicious glare as he approached, her entire demeanor radiating indignation. Huan couldn't help but laugh. But before he could speak, Langifeng's sharp voice cut through the air. Ruxu, who is this man? How could you? Seeing Lu Ruxa clinging to Huan like a little bird, whispering intimately in his ear, intense jealousy and anger instantly flared in Langifeng's eyes. He clenched the bouquet of roses in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Lu Ruxa snorted dismissively, tightening her grip on Huan's arm as she retorted, who he is none of your business. What? You, Mr. Cold, think you can boss this lady around? Langifeng's expression darkened. He clenched his jaw, his entire body trembling with fury. At that moment, however, Huan's gaze toward Lu Ruxa held a hint of surprise. This little girl, usually by his side, was either prim and proper or sweetly acting cute. Who knew she could be so fiercely confrontational? When she turned tough, she even channeled the outward poise of her elder sister, Liu Ruyan. Chapter 67, The Green Tea Little Sister. Coldifeng fought back the rage boiling inside him. His face darkened, but he finally managed to force a grim smile. Ruxu, you must know how I feel about you tonight. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were struggling to control his emotions. Since you came to the gathering, I assume you've prepared yourself to accept my feelings. Doesn't that mean you've already tacitly acknowledged our relationship? Then why now? Langifeng's voice rose involuntarily, his eyes blazing with fury and bewilderment. But just as he was about to vent his frustration, Lu Ruxa suddenly interrupted him. A faint, exasperated smile played on Lu Ruxa's lips as her tone remained calm yet resolute. Langifeng, what business is it of yours that I came to this gathering? This may be your Lang family's property, but is it not acceptable for this lady to spend her money here? Besides, when did I ever acknowledge you? That's your own delusion, don't drag me into it. Langifeng was rendered speechless by Lu Ruxa's words. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Huan, who had been munching on melon seeds and watching the spectacle unfold, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. He recalled Lang Bingxue telling him she was an only child, with no siblings. So then, what was this Mr. Lang all about? What about him? What's his story? Ruxu, I've pursued you for so many years. I refuse to believe you never felt anything for me. Tell me, is this man just a test to see how I react? If... Lang Yifeng stared intently at Lu Ruxu, his eyes filled with urgency and reluctance. Still lost in his own thoughts, Su Huan suddenly felt someone pointing at him. He looked up, momentarily stunned. Why is this dragging me into it? Before he could react, Lu Ruxu's slightly impatient voice cut in again. Enough, enough. Stop whining. I told you ages ago I'm not interested in you. As for him, you don't need to guess anymore. This is my husband, Su Huan. With that, while Su Huan and Lang Yifeng both froze in shock, Lu Ruxu planted a kiss right on Su Huan's cheek. As if to prove her words. You too. Witnessing this scene, Lang Yifeng instantly flew into a rage, his eyes widening with fury. He pointed angrily at Su Huan and Lu Ruxu, his entire body trembling once more. At that moment, he seemed to have suffered some immense injury. Far from intimidated, Lu Ruxu stood her ground, rising to her feet and pointing at Lang Yifeng with a cold glare. If it weren't for our family's long-standing relationship, I'd have had you beaten senseless already. I usually ignore you, but this is too much. How dare you push your luck? Get lost. If you dare point at my husband again, I'll chop off your hand. In an instant, Lang Yifeng trembled with rage, his lips quivering. Yet, remembering Lu Ruxu's status, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his resentment, no matter how much it burned inside him. After Lang Yifeng left, Lu Ruxu reverted to her usual sweet and clingy demeanor. She playfully wrapped her arms around Su Huan's arm again, lifting her head to look at him expectantly. Brother, look what I made. Are you satisfied? Su Huan shook his head with a wry smile. He now had every reason to suspect that the little brat had called him over tonight just so he could witness her decisive move. Why do I suddenly get the feeling you've got a violent streak, you little brat? Also, aren't you afraid your sister will beat you up now? When did I become your husband? Hearing this, Lu Ruxu hooked her arm around Su Huan's neck and climbed onto his lap. Big bro is already my husband. Didn't sister agree to it last time? Even though she said she'd fully accept it in 2 years, it doesn't really make a difference. Su Huan opened his mouth to speak. Before he could speak, Lu Ruxu playfully pressed her finger against his lips. As for any violent tendencies, that's only towards outsiders. See, isn't sister always cold and distant when she's out? But once she's home, doesn't she turn into big brother's little darling? I'm just the same. I'll always only care about my brother. Watching this little girl sitting on his lap with her coy, flirtatious manner, Su Huan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This was a world apart from the fierce, threatening demeanor she'd displayed toward Lang Yifeng moments ago. She was practically an adorable, well-behaved little sister. It made Su Huan wonder if this girl might have a split personality. But he didn't dwell on it. Truthfully, Su Huan didn't mind her usual sweet, playful antics. He actually found them quite endearing. After all, what man wouldn't enjoy a youthful, pretty girl being sweet and affectionate toward him? Whether she was a green tea or a red tea. In his view, men didn't actually dislike green tea girls, what they disliked was being played by them. Or perhaps it could be said that most male creatures actually enjoy being the object of such affection. Just look at how a little girl's sweet whispers can make her old dad carry cement up 12 flights of stairs. Alright, now you've scared off your suitor and your bestie seems to have gotten her wish. Anything else? If not, let's head back. It was 11 p.m. when Su Huan finally returned to the villa with Lu Ruxu. After leaving the gathering, Su Huan had agreed to Lu Ruxu's request and taken her out for a proper stroll. Sis Yuqing, you're back too. As the two stepped out of the car, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing were just getting out of their own vehicles. The two women smiled and nodded. Back at home, they all sat down in the living room. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan pulled a box from her bag and looked at Su Huan. Honey, guess what this is? Su Huan shook his head helplessly. How could he possibly guess from just a box? Liu Ruyan chuckled softly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead and open it. Su Huan had no objection. He took the box and opened it casually. Yet, at just a glance, Su Huan's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Celestial meteorite essence? Before he could finish speaking, he stood up and eagerly picked up the meteorite to examine it. It really is it. This is fantastic. Seeing Su Huan's excited expression, the three women all silently agreed not to disturb him. It had been ages since they'd witnessed such intense emotion from Su Huan. This alone made it clear that this diamond-like stone held immense significance for Su Huan. Moments later, Su Huan finally calmed his excitement. He looked up at Liu Ruyan and asked, "What about Miss Jean? Hasn't she returned yet?" Chapter 68, Jinling. Several more days passed, and Su Huan's daily routine remained unchanged. He slept until he woke naturally each morning, then sought out a spot for afternoon tea or accompanied Liu Ruyan to the company, savoring these leisurely, carefree moments. This kind of pleasant life was something he could only occasionally achieve in his fantasies in his previous life. As for why it was only occasionally? Simply put, sweet dreams weren't something one could just decide to have. Honey, we'll be heading out now. Bye, remember to think of us these next couple of days. At the villa entrance, Su Huan smiled and waved goodbye to the three women. Once their car disappeared from sight, Su Huan turned back to the living room, picked up the teapot from the table, and leisurely poured herself a cup of hot tea. The birthday banquet for Old Master Su was scheduled for tomorrow. As members of a top-tier family of equal standing to the Su's, Liu Ruyan and the others needed to arrive a bit early to avoid any unexpected circumstances that might prevent their attendance. In the interactions between aristocratic families, appearances mattered greatly. A grand banquet was not only a sign of respect for the honoree but also a demonstration of a family's strength and status. Glancing at the time, she had 3 hours before her flight departure. Of course, Liu Ruyan had no knowledge of Su Huan's itinerary, let alone that he had deliberately chosen a different flight to avoid overlapping with theirs. He had deliberately arranged his schedule to avoid theirs, laying the groundwork for a surprise reunion tomorrow. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Ruxu descended the stairs from the second floor with light steps. Today, she wore a white princess dress. Her fair, rosy skin looked especially pure and adorable in this outfit. "How do I look? Pretty today?" Reaching the living room, she stood on tiptoes and spun gracefully before Su Huan, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked up at him. Gazing at the adorable girl who seemed to have stepped straight out of a fairy tale, Su Huan couldn't help but stare in awe. "Yeah, you look great." Since it was the weekend, Lu Ruxu had no classes scheduled. But whether she had classes or not made little difference to her. Her status as a young lady from a top-tier aristocratic family had long predetermined that her life would be nothing but perfect. As the second daughter, Liu Ruyan and Lu Tianlin were both sufficiently accomplished. Thus, the Lu family had never placed any demands on her since childhood, which was the main reason she had managed to retain her innocent and carefree nature. Hearing Su Huan's generous praise, Lu Ruxu's smile grew even brighter. "Hee, of course. Don't you know who I am?" Then, she suddenly leaned closer to Su Huan, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, the sisters are all away on business trips. Can we go out and have some fun too?" Feeling the faint scent of youth wafting from her ear, Su Huan shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. I'll be away for a few days myself soon. Go hang out with your little girlfriends." Hearing this, Lu Ruxu wrapped her arms around Su Huan's neck from behind and pouted. "No way. Wherever you go, I'm coming too." Su Huan continued, "I'm going on a business trip. Why would you tag along? Besides, you have classes tomorrow." Lu Ruxu pouted, refusing to back down. "So what if I have class? I'll just take a leave of absence. The school isn't going to withhold my diploma, is it? Also, big brother, could you please respect my intelligence? You don't even have a job, so how could you possibly be going on a business trip? You're sneaking off to play and you don't even want to take me along." No way. Su Huan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. With this little girl clinging to him like this, he really had no way to deal with her. He pulled out his phone and showed her the flight ticket before continuing, "I'm heading out of town this time." "You didn't book a ticket, so you can't come." Lu Ruxa glanced at the destination and gave a sly smile. 3 hours later. In the first-class cabin bound for Jingling, Su Huan shot a resigned glance at the smugly satisfied young girl beside him. He had finally witnessed a small glimpse of the capabilities of a top-tier family. Su Huan pinched her rosy cheek and gave a resigned warning. "Let's be clear, I'll take you, but don't cause trouble for me." Lu Ruxu nodded eagerly, adopting an extremely obedient expression. By the time they disembarked, dusk had begun to settle over the sky. "Brother, why did you suddenly come to Jingling? Is something wrong?" Su Huan opened his mouth, his expression complex. "You could say that. All right, no more questions. Let's get in the car." Seeing the young girl seemed ready to ask more, Su Huan quickly took her hand and led her toward the vehicle reserved for them by the hotel. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel lobby. Since Lu Ruxu had joined them at the last minute, Su Huan had no choice but to upgrade from a standard room to a suite. After receiving the room key from the front desk clerk, Su Huan walked straight toward Lu Ruxu behind him. Seeing the young girl with her head bowed and her pretty face slightly flushed, Su Huan smiled softly. "Come on, let's go take a shower first. I'll take you out later." Hearing this, Lu Ruxu wrapped her arms around Su Huan's arm, her pretty face flushed with nervousness and shyness as she followed her steps. Stepping into the suite and seeing the 2 bedrooms inside, Lu Ruxu's bashful face instantly changed. Her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Su Huan's retreating figure, her lips involuntarily pouting. You stinky man." Of course, Su Huan couldn't possibly guess at the resentment brewing in Lu Ruxu's heart. He set down his backpack and turned to face her. "All right, pick one of the 2 rooms. Once you're all cleaned up, I'll take you out for a stroll. Jinling's night view is absolutely stunning." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the delighted expression Su Huan had anticipated did not appear on Lu Ruxu's face. Instead, she stomped angrily toward the left room. As she passed Su Huan, she deliberately let out a cold snort. Su Huan froze slightly. What was wrong with this little girl now? Shaking his head, Su Huan didn't dwell on it, assuming she was just moody and unpredictable, probably dealing with her period. Over an hour later, Su Huan sat on the balcony smoking a cigarette. The ashtray beside him held several cigarette butts, hinting at how long he'd been sitting there. Women are such a hassle. Even taking a shower takes this long. Glancing at the still silent door, Huan grumbled helplessly, over an hour? That's enough time for me to shower 8 times. Still, despite his grumbling, Huan didn't get up to urge her on. He wasn't in any rush anyway, and his grumbling was merely an expression of his dislike for waiting. Another 10 minutes passed before the sound of the door opening finally came from the left room. Lu Ruxu applied a light touch of makeup, transforming her entire appearance. She slipped into a light blue dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her elegant demeanor made her look like a fairy from a painting. Huan couldn't help but stare in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Ruxu's aura bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Liu Ruyan. You look stunning. Hearing Huan's compliment, a faint blush spread across Lu Ruxu's cheeks, but she still turned her head away with a touch of pride. I suppose you have good taste. Seeing her return to her usual self, Huan took her hand and smiled softly. Come on, let's go shopping. Chapter 69, Huan's advice. An hour later, the two emerged from a restaurant. Huan glanced back at the large characters on the signboard, a complex emotion flickering in the depths of her eyes. Fantasy evening taste. The 4 gleaming characters stood out strikingly against the night sky. This name held special significance for Huan. It was the name she had mentioned to her sister, Huan, before running away from home. He never imagined that years later, this very name would actually be made into a sign. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Ruxa seemed to have regained her energy. As the two strolled through the bustling street, listening to the girl's silver bell laughter beside him, Huan couldn't help but feel a surge of youthful energy. Over the years, due to his prolonged solitary wanderings and the lingering influence of his past life's memories. Though only 24 years old, he carried an air of premature maturity. Now, walking this street that felt both familiar and strange, memories he had buried deep within began to surge back like a tide. Every corner, every scene, stirred memories of the past, transporting him back through time to those bygone days. Brother, look over there. Lu Ruxa suddenly pointed excitedly at a bar not far away. There's a bar over there. How about we go check it out? His reverie abruptly shattered, Huan glanced at the excited Lu Ruxa beside him and replied with a sigh, what's so interesting about a noisy place like a bar? Lu Ruxa didn't seem to mind. She playfully shook Huan's arm and pouted, I've never been to one before. We finally got to go out together, big bro. Take me there. Lu Ruxa's voice grew even more sweet and soft, making anyone who heard it feel weak all over. Please? As she spoke, she quickened the pace of her arm shaking, as if she'd keep at it until Huan gave in. Seeing this, Huan shook his head helplessly. Yet, when he caught sight of the bar's name, he finally relented. I knew you were the best, big bro. Seeing Huan nod, Lu Ruxa giggled and pulled him along as they jogged toward the bar. At the bar entrance, lights flickered and danced, interweaving into a dazzling tapestry of color. The 4 characters' Mingmeng bar stood out vividly against the light display. Stepping inside, the dim lighting felt slightly uncomfortable, while the deafening music made hearts race involuntarily. Dancers swayed freely to the beat on the dance floor, their twisting bodies intertwining with the flashing lights to create a surreal, kaleidoscopic scene. His gaze swept over this once familiar place, yet the layout now felt strangely unfamiliar. The once familiar decorations and furnishings had been rearranged, giving the entire dance floor a more fashionable and modern feel. After a moment, he turned to glance at Lu Ruxa beside him, smiled, took her hand, and led her to a relatively quiet booth. The moment they sat down, a server promptly approached. Huan casually ordered some drinks and waited quietly. This bar held no mystery for Huan, he had once been a regular here. Though he wasn't allowed to drink back then, frequenting the place was undeniable. This bar was actually founded by his older brother in this lifetime, Su Ming, and the name Mingmeng was chosen by Su Ming using his own name and that of his fiancée. Back when 18-year-old Su Ming opened this place, Huan would often drop by. He had no ulterior motives, he was simply bored out of his mind. Glancing casually at the young men and women swaying wildly on the dance floor, Huan turned to Lu Ruxu. See? Told you there was nothing special about it. However, perhaps because the music in the bar was too loud, Lu Ruxu didn't seem to hear Huan's words. She leaned in close to Huan's ear, her voice tinged with curiosity. Brother, why are those girls wearing so little? Aren't they afraid of getting groped? Ever since the dorm party last time, Lu Ruxu had stopped calling Huan brother-in-law. But Huan didn't say much about it. In his view, since Liu Ruyan hadn't made an issue of it, whether he corrected her or not seemed to make little difference. They're not afraid of being groped, they're afraid no one will want to grope him. Huan casually replied as he poured himself a glass of wine. No way. Are they really that easy? Lu Ruxa looked at Huan in surprise. Seeing the naive innocence in her eyes, Huan shook his head helplessly. They've come to a place like this. Do you really expect them to be respectable ladies? People who come to places like this, regardless of gender, are here for thrills. Terms like one-night stands and corpse-picking mostly originated in places like this. Seeing Lu Ruxa's increasingly astonished expression, Huan suddenly felt it necessary to educate this overly sheltered young girl. He pointed at the men and women wildly swaying on the dance floor and explained, "It's true that some people come to bars just to drown their sorrows. But most of them, like us, are sitting quietly in booths, drinking. As for the ones on the dance floor, they're either high as kites or driven by raging hormones, out there seeking targets to indulge with. And most importantly, places like this are where viruses thrive the most." Her expression turned serious as she locked eyes with Lu Ruxu. "So, unless you're with family, you absolutely must never come to a place like this." Lu Ruxu nodded blankly. But after just a few seconds, she suddenly asked, "But what if I go with my girlfriends?" "No." Su Huan cut her off before she could finish. Perhaps Su Huan's reaction was a bit too intense, as Lu Ruxu seemed slightly startled. Seeing her frozen expression, Su Huan sighed. Suppressing his emotions, he softened his tone. "You're still too young. Your parents and sister have shielded you too well, so you've never truly experienced the darkness of human nature. You can never truly know what's in someone's heart. You have no way of guessing what your so-called sisters are really thinking. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust your so-called sisters and best friends." Feeling his words might seem to undermine her friendships, Su Huan sighed again and adjusted his approach. "Let me put it this way. If you see me as your brother-in-law, then from that perspective, I have a duty to guide you. And if I were your husband, it would be even simpler. You know my temperament well enough. I, Su Huan, never tolerate disobedient women." Pausing, Su Huan picked up her glass and took a sip. "So, regardless of how you see me, whether as a husband or a brother-in-law, I have a duty to warn you and protect you. There's a saying that rings true: you can't teach someone through words alone, but experience teaches them instantly. Perhaps you can't grasp this now, but I don't want you to learn through painful experiences later on. So whether you resent me or hate me, I'd rather pay this price to curb your curiosity and rebelliousness. Because I refuse to see the day when my wife is filled with heartache and my sister-in-law is consumed by regret." After finishing these final words, Su Huan picked up his wineglass and said no more. At that moment, Lu Ruxu finally grasped the meaning behind Su Huan's words. She quickly wrapped her arms around his arm and said in a sweet voice, "I understand. When brother isn't around, I won't come to these kinds of gatherings anymore. I may not have much experience, but I'm a good girl. I've never been rebellious. Whatever you say, I'll listen obediently." Yet deep within Lu Ruxu's heart, excitement surged uncontrollably. She secretly gloated, "Hee, looks like Big Brother has tacitly accepted me. As long as I'm obedient, my spot as his wife is already secured." Chapter 70, A Joyful Mood. Su Huan shrugged indifferently. He had no idea what this little girl was thinking now, but he trusted her promise implicitly. After all, in all the time they'd spent together, this little girl had never once deceived him. "Just know that being obedient is best. But even if you disobey, it won't matter. Once I give the order, your entire family will obey me. If I find out you dared sneak off to a place like this to fool around, just wait for your parents and sister to gang up on you." After saying this, a playful smile curved the corners of Su Huan's mouth. If Su Huan's earlier words had been a gentle reminder and lesson, what followed was a blatant threat. Despite Su Huan's unabashed intimidation, Lu Ruxu showed no sign of displeasure. She obediently nodded again. I know. Big Brother doesn't like girls who don't listen, so how could I possibly be naughty?" Looking into her eyes, Su Huan knew she wasn't just paying lip service. This little girl had genuinely taken his words to heart. In truth, this was one of the qualities Su Huan admired in her. Obedience and receptiveness to guidance. Such character was more valuable than anything else. In his view, it didn't matter if someone was a bit naive or foolish. What was truly frightening was being foolish without realizing it, stubbornly refusing to heed advice that was beyond redemption. Taking another sip from his cup, Su Huan stroked her head with a satisfied look. At that moment, Lu Ruxu realized she had passed the test, and a delighted smile instantly spread across her face. Moments later, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she cooed, "Brother, I want to try this too." Watching her point at the drinks on the table, Su Huan chuckled softly and nodded, offering no objection. "Pour it yourself. You're an adult now anyway. A little wine won't hurt." Hearing this, Lu Ruxu excitedly planted a kiss on his cheek before quickly grabbing the wine bottle to pour herself a glass. However, barely a moment later, as the first sip of red wine touched her throat, the sharp, spicy taste instantly made her cough lightly. Seeing her reaction, Su Huan smiled gently and reached for a tissue on the table to hand her. "Who told you to drink like that? You absolutely can't rush when you first start drinking. Wine is meant to be savored slowly to appreciate its flavor." With that, Su Huan took a sip from her glass. Lu Ruxu stuck out her adorable tongue, her face flushed bright red from the wine's sharpness, looking like a curious little kitten that had gotten into trouble. "Brother, you really like watching those scantily clad ladies on the dance floor, don't you?" Clinging to Su Huan's arm, Lu Ruxu asked with a sly look. Cough. Caught off guard by her question, Su Huan choked on his drink. Cough. "I'm fine. Other people's wives? Might as well look." Su Huan replied nonchalantly, showing no trace of embarrassment. After that, Su Huan looked at Lu Ruxu with a straight face and continued, "Besides, they dress like that to be looked at, don't they? Don't listen to what people say online about dressing just to please yourself, that's all bull. If it's really about pleasing yourself, why not just take pictures at home? Lu Ruxu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. It finally dawned on her what Su Huan's whole theory was about. No matter what others said, whether good or bad, he could twist his twisted logic to justify it all. Ignoring Su Huan's twisted logic, her eyes twinkling mischievously, she pressed on. But what if sister and I went out dressed like this? Brother. No way. Absolutely not. If you dare. Before Lu Ruxu could finish, Su Huan cut her off without hesitation. Whether he envisioned some unspeakable scene or not, Su Huan now radiated boiling rage, his complexion darkening noticeably. His gaze locked with Lu Ruxu's as he declared sternly. I'm warning you. If you dare go out dressed like that, you. Brother, don't get so worked up. I was just using it as an example. Seeing Su Huan's furrowed brow and face turning almost green, Lu Ruxu hurriedly reassured him, how could I possibly wear such a shameful outfit out in public? At most, I'd only wear it at home for brother to see. Hearing this, Su Huan's expression instantly brightened, a deep sense of relief washing over him. However, perhaps the image that had flashed through his mind was too outrageous. Su Huan cleared his throat lightly and couldn't help but continue his admonishment. Little girl, let me teach you a lesson in obedience. Lu Ruxu nestled into Su Huan's embrace, nodding obediently. Su Huan stroked her little head with satisfaction. Men are peculiar creatures, you know. They're a very peculiar species of male. How to put it? It's like this, he'll grin happily at other people's things, but if someone covets his possessions, he'll be furious. Simply put, he can happily critique another man's wife with a satisfied look on his face. But if someone does the same to his wife? He could instantly get murderous. It's possessiveness, uncontrollable possessiveness. This mindset exists in basically all men. Only a tiny minority, those psychologically twisted individuals, lose this desire. Leaning against Su Huan's embrace, Lu Ruxu nodded, nodding as if she understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Though she didn't fully grasp everything Su Huan had said, she understood that he disliked them wearing revealing clothes that drew others' attention. Curious, she asked, what about you, brother? When you look at those girls, is it also that kind of comfortable mindset? Su Huan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the women swaying wildly on the dance floor. I'm different. I see them simply because they've entered my field of vision. I don't judge them in any way. They can do whatever they want. At most, I have this mindset, someone else's wife might as well look if I'm not going to miss it. After speaking, Su Huan lowered his gaze to Lu Ruxu in his arms and chuckled softly. As for the rest of the time, I do occasionally glance at beautiful women. But I absolutely have no ulterior motives, it's purely for my own enjoyment. Being drawn to the opposite sex is human nature. You can look at handsome guys on the street too. Just for the eye candy, I have absolutely no problem with that. Having delivered his statement with utmost seriousness, Su Huan calmly picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The last part he said to Lu Ruxu was actually his genuine sentiment. After all, they were just good-looking guys on the street. Looking was no big deal. You couldn't exactly tell them to close their eyes whenever a handsome guy entered their field of vision, could you? That's not how you practice cleanliness. Chapter 71, Dying Here. Listening to Su Huan's twisted logic, especially his final, authoritative explanation, Lu Ruxu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle again. She gazed at Su Huan, her eyes sparkling as she stared at his profile, her voice sweet and soft. My brother is already handsome enough. I don't need to look at any handsome guys on the street. Just like those handsome readers staring at the screen. Honestly, I've never seen anyone more handsome than you two. Su Huan was thoroughly pleased with the little girl's honest and sensible demeanor. He ruffled her hair again, his eyes brimming with affection. You have such a sweet way with words, little one. By the way, I need to use the restroom. Should you wait here for me or what? Lu Ruxu shook her head, indicating she didn't need to. Su Huan nodded, pinched her rosy cheek playfully, then rose and stepped out of the booth. Su Huan felt quite secure about the bar's security. It was a place run by the eldest son of the Su family. Few in all of Jinling dared cause trouble here. 10 minutes later, Su Huan strolled leisurely out from the restroom direction. Earlier, Liu Ruyan had called. To avoid revealing that she too was in Jinling, Su Huan found a relatively quiet spot to chat with her for a while. Returning to the booth where Lu Ruxu sat, he found his path blocked by over a dozen men dressed in flashy, thug-like attire. Get the hell out of my way, all of you! Who does he think he is, expecting me to entertain him? Just then, a shrill, cursing voice suddenly pierced Su Huan's ears. Though drowned out by the blaring music, Su Huan instantly recognized the voice. It was Lu Ruxu's. His brow instantly furrowed as a wave of foreboding washed over him. He quickened his pace, pushing through the crowd blocking his path as he hurried toward Lu Ruxu's location. You're crazy. At the same time, those pushed aside by Su Huan began cursing under their breath. But Su Huan had no time to spare for such things. His entire focus was on Lu Ruxu, terrified something might happen to her. Returning to the booth, Su Huan didn't immediately deal with the people in front of him. Seeing that Lu Ruxu was unharmed and even had the energy to point at the few people in front of her and curse them out, Su Huan instantly felt relieved. Only then did Su Huan turn his gaze toward the group of punks. The leader, with his dyed yellow hair and a lecherous look in his eyes, whistled at Lu Ruxu. "Whoa, little lady, you've got some spunk. Pretty hot stuff." Su Huan frowned, stepping forward to shield Lu Ruxu behind her. He shot the yellow-haired man a cold stare before shifting his gaze to the uniformed man beside him, his voice icy. "Has Ming Meng's public order deteriorated this badly? And this trash dares to cause trouble here?" Though Su Huan didn't recognize the man standing before him, he recognized the uniform he wore. It was the uniform worn by the bar's security personnel, who typically patrolled the premises to ensure customer safety and maintain order. At that moment, Lu Ruxu clutched Su Huan's arm tightly, pointing angrily at the group of punks in front of them and a booth not far away. "Brother, these punks wanted me to go sit with that over there." Lu Ruxu's voice brimmed with rage and hurt. "If it weren't for the security guard stepping in, they would have tried to grope me and force me over there." Her voice grew angrier as she spoke, her eyes reddening. Hearing Lu Ruxu's words, the coldness in Su Huan's eyes toward the security guard softened slightly. "Little one, they didn't hurt you, did they?" Su Huan gently patted Lu Ruxu's hand, offering soft reassurance. Lu Ruxu shook her head. She looked at the young security guard. "No, thanks to this security guard." Just then, the thug began ranting again, sneering at Su Huan. "Kid, who do you think you are?" This woman caught young Master Zhou's eye. "It's her honor to accompany him for drinks." The young security guard interjected, "I'm sorry, sir, but they're with young Master Zhou." Su Huan waved him off. He lowered his gaze to Lu Ruxu and said softly, "Little girl, close your eyes." Though confused, Lu Ruxu obediently closed her eyes. The moment Su Huan's words fell, before anyone could react, he unleashed a lightning-fast kick toward the defiant young thug in the center. His legwork was as swift as a whirlwind, moving like a phantom, making it impossible to discern his movements. The force of the kick was immense. The thug didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball. In the instant he flew backward, within a split second, the other thugs met the same fate simultaneously. They didn't even have time to scream before Su Huan's kick sent them flying. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the sound of tables and chairs being smashed to pieces echoed relentlessly. The path of the thug's flight left every piece of furniture shattered and scattered, as if swept away by a hurricane. But in that instant, the kick thugs simultaneously spat blood, their faces turning as pale as paper, drained of all color. TSK. Still spitting blood? Looks like they're not quite dead yet. Su Huan's voice cut through the deathly silence, his tone laced with amusement yet tinged with a bone-chilling coldness. At that moment, the music in the bar had long since stopped, plunging the entire establishment into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed on Su Huan in terror, as if his bloody methods had utterly shattered their resolve. Seeing this, the security guard responsible for maintaining order in the bar finally snapped back to reality. A silent curse escaped his lips as he broke into a jog, desperate to intercept Su Huan before things escalated further. Sir, please." The security guard stammered as he ran, trying to stop Su Huan with his words. But before he could finish, Su Huan's voice cut him off, cold and piercing. "One more step, and you die here tonight." Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable authority, as if his words were absolute commands. Hearing this, the young security guard froze as if struck by lightning, his body jerking violently, nearly collapsing to his knees. His face instantly drained of color, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. Yet he still possessed some measure of courage. Suppressing his inner terror, he summoned every ounce of his resolve and fixed his gaze upon Su Huan's face. Only then did he realize Su Huan wasn't addressing him at all, but pointing toward a booth not far away. And that booth was precisely where the so-called young Master Zhou was seated. Chapter 72, A Lesson Learned. Simultaneously, all eyes immediately followed Su Huan's gesture. There, in the booth not far away, a young man dressed in extravagant attire was rising to leave. Beside him, two burly men in suits, clearly bodyguards, stood on either side, their eyes filled with terror and cold sweat streaming down their faces. Yet, perhaps frozen by Su Huan's voice, young Master Zhou stood utterly rigid, rooted to the spot. Su Huan turned on her heel, her expression icy as she strode toward him. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps echoed through the bar, sounding unusually clear. The bar, which should have been pulsing with deafening music and vibrant energy, now held only this monotonous sound. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhou Xinping's face grew increasingly pale. The words of his two bodyguards still echoed in his ears. "Young master, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble this time. We didn't even see that man move. He's at least a peak dark force martial artist, and there's a high chance he's even a grandmaster. We're done for." The weight of those words crushed him. Master martial artist? That was the pinnacle of combat power, the elite of the elite. The entire city of Jinling could count its grandmasters on one hand, and yet he had managed, through sheer bad luck and a momentary whim, to provoke such a formidable figure. The privileges a grandmaster enjoyed in the Great Xia Empire made cold sweat pour down his entire body. "Young Master Zhou, is it? Want my sister to keep you company over drinks?" Just as Zhou Xinpeng was still reeling from the terror in his mind, Su Huan's indifferent voice finally rang out. At that moment, Zhou Xinpeng slowly turned, his face deathly pale. His legs trembled uncontrollably like sieve flour as he struggled to look at Su Huan. I. Zhou Xinpeng's throat was parched, his lips trembling. He couldn't form a single coherent sentence. One of the two bodyguards beside him, witnessing their young master's utterly wretched state, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he forced back his fear and protested, "Master, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. My young master merely had a bit too much to drink. It was those yellow-haired punks from Wang Laosan's gang who insisted your sister accompany him." "My young master." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Su Huan shot him a glacial glare. "I have no interest in either of you. If you don't want to die, keep quiet." As she spoke, Su Huan's gaze, like two icy bolts of lightning, returned to Zhou Xinpeng. His voice carried a thick layer of amusement and scorn. "What's this? Young Master Zhou doesn't even deign to answer me?" Yet Zhou Xinpeng remained as pale as ever, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, as fragile as a fallen leaf in the wind. Seconds passed, and Su Huan's patience was wearing thin. His expression turned icy as he strode toward Zhou Xinpeng. Simultaneously, the two bodyguards, as if triggered by muscle memory, immediately stepped in front of Zhou Xinpeng. Observing the two men sweating profusely yet standing like loyal guards protecting their master, Su Huan's lips curved upward into an amused smile. "You two are quite brave." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Huan suddenly raised his right hand and thrust it out toward the two bodyguards. In an instant, before they could even react, a powerful gravitational force erupted from Su Huan's hand. The force was so sudden that the bodyguards had no time to react. Their bodies were instantly sucked toward Su Huan by an invisible force, sending them flying backward directly toward her. In that very instant, utter terror welled up in the eyes of the two helpless men simultaneously. Their earlier suspicions were now confirmed beyond doubt. Uncontrollably, they screamed inwardly, pulling objects from thin air. That's a grandmaster's level. It's over. Su Huan had no idea what they were thinking, nor did he care to know. He simply reached out, grabbed both bodyguards by the neck as if snatching chickens, and hoisted them into the air. "I gave you a chance. It's your own fault for not seizing it." His eyes turned cold as he spoke. With a flick of his wrist, the two bodyguards flew through the air like, crashing heavily into a distant wall. They coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinpeng had already been scared into sitting down on the ground, his lower body uncontrollably soaked in urine. Witnessing this, Su Huan instinctively took a step back, her eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. This pathetic creature truly disgusted her, dampening her desire to strike him considerably. As for why he was so terrified, Su Huan understood perfectly well. They had mistaken him for a grandmaster-level martial artist. The very word grandmaster held considerable intimidating power, even for the most prestigious clans. In Great Xia, and indeed across this entire planet, grandmaster-level martial artists were considered among the strongest. In the Great Xia nation, the defining difference between a top-tier family and a first-rate family lay in whether a grandmaster resided within their ranks. To become a top-tier family, corporate market value and family wealth alone were far from sufficient. The presence of a master-level martial artist was the most crucial factor distinguishing a top-tier family from a first-rate one. Moreover, grandmaster-level martial artists enjoy numerous privileges granted by the Great Xia government. However, where there are privileges, there are naturally restrictions. One such restriction is that martial artists at the grandmaster level and above must register with a special government organization and be subject to certain constraints. Master-level martial artists possess the ability to project their chi outward, rendering modern firearms largely ineffective against them. The protective chi they project outward can largely shield them from the assault of firearms and bullets. Attempting to hunt down a grandmaster, even with a special forces unit, carries the risk of being killed in a desperate counterattack. Simply put, grandmasters transcend the realm of ordinary humans. To the government, they are essentially strategic-level resources. Looking at young Master Zhou before him, Su Huan was now so disgusted he clearly had no interest in taking him down himself. He turned to the security guard behind him and waved. "Hey, kid, come here." The young security guard visibly startled, pointing at himself before darting over upon Su Huan's nod. "Sir, you." Before he could finish, Su Huan waved him off and gestured toward Zhou Xinpeng. "Go. Give him 2 slaps across the face. Make sure he remembers this lesson." Chapter 73, The Illusion of the Illusion God. The young security guard waved his hands in refusal, looking troubled. "Sir, this is young Master Zhou." "Sir, please show some restraint." At that moment, a deep, resonant baritone suddenly cut through the air. Accompanying the voice, a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a sharp suit, jogged over. Reaching Su Huan, the man hurriedly spoke, "Sir, I'm the manager here. I've already understood the entire situation. Young Master Zhou was indeed at fault, and our bar shares responsibility for failing to ensure guest safety. We fully acknowledge this." Su Huan watched him with interest. He appreciated that this middle-aged manager wasn't shirking responsibility. In fact, he'd taken it upon himself from the very start. Wiping away a bead of cold sweat and swallowing hard, the manager continued, however, while young Master Joe made a mistake, his offense surely doesn't warrant death. So, sir, could you please spare young Master Joe's life for the sake of our boss, young Master Su? Rest assured, I'm only interceding on his behalf because your sister hasn't suffered any real harm. I'm not protecting him in the slightest. After uttering this final sentence, the middle-aged manager cast a cautious glance toward Su Huan. At that moment, his heart was filled with immense trepidation. He's a grandmaster. The man before us is a grandmaster. Even reporting him to the authorities is useless. Only special government departments can touch him. Ordinary constables don't even have the authority to question him. At this moment, he despised Zhou Xinping, that playboy, with a passion. Why did he have to provoke such a big shot? And why did it have to happen right in his territory? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? After hearing his subordinates report and seeing the defeated bodyguards and thugs sprawled on the ground, a tidal wave of emotion surged through him. He wasn't a fool. He knew full well that Su Huan wouldn't be satisfied with merely teaching Zhou Xinping a lesson. Zhou Xinping's men were already half dead on the ground. How could this man possibly let the mastermind behind it all off easily? All he could do now was hope that Su Huan, out of respect for his boss and the Su family, wouldn't take things too far. After all, a location where someone had died would deal a devastating blow to future business. Hearing the middle-aged manager's plea, Su Huan paused in thought. True, this bar was her older brother's establishment after all. After 10 years apart, causing a fatal incident like this upon her return did seem rather inappropriate. He glanced at Lu Ruxu. This time, the little girl had only been slightly startled. Well, scared, sort of. Mainly because she'd cursed pretty fiercely earlier. With that thought, he turned back to the middle-aged manager and said coldly, I could let him off. Go. Give him 30 slaps across the face. Wake him up from his drunkenness and teach him a lesson. The middle-aged manager felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He shot Su Huan a grateful look, knowing this was the greatest favor Su Huan could possibly grant him. Thank you, sir. Without a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself against the rising nausea and strode straight up to Zhou Xinping. Young Master Zhou, this is the utmost leniency I could possibly secure for you. Sorry, you'll just have to endure it. Smack. 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 In an instant, the sound of slaps filled the air. Everyone in the bar froze, staring in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them. This visual shock was destined to leave an indelible mark on their memories. Nearly a minute later, the slapping finally ceased. The middle-aged manager shook his hands, which had turned noticeably redder. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinping's face was now swollen like a pig's head. Yet his gaze toward the middle-aged manager held not a trace of resentment. Instead, his eyes shone with gratitude. Watching the middle-aged manager return to her as if completing a task, Su Huan waved her hand and spoke first. All right, that's it. This matter ends here. As for those punks and their bodyguards, you clean up the mess yourself. I won't pursue any further liability against your bar. With that, ignoring the middle-aged manager visibly relieved, Su Huan walked back to Lu Ruxu. Seeing the little girl's eyes sparkling, Su Huan smiled gently. Well, little one, is your anger subsided now? Lu Ruxu obediently nodded quickly, her eyes brimming with admiration that was impossible to hide as she looked at Su Huan. All right, let's head back then. Su Huan ruffled her little head, inwardly chuckling. Women really are creatures who admire strength. Just as Lu Ruxu slipped her arm through Su Huan's and they were about to leave, the middle-aged manager's voice called out again. Sir, please wait a moment. Watching the middle-aged manager jog toward them, Su Huan furrowed her brow slightly and asked in confusion. What is it? Is there something else? The manager shook his head, then respectfully inquired, Sir, would you kindly provide us with your contact information? After pausing briefly, perhaps worried Su Huan might misunderstand, the manager quickly added. Please don't misunderstand. We at Mingmang are simply overwhelmed with gratitude for your extraordinary generosity this time. We know this matter was resolved so easily because you gave us tremendous face. Therefore, I humbly request your contact information so our boss may personally express his gratitude to you. Hearing this, Su Huan gave a faint smile. He had long anticipated the manager's intentions as expected, it was simply an attempt to curry favor and win him over. But that was only natural. A martial artist of grandmaster level was an opportunity no top-tier family would pass up. After all, typically, each top-tier family possessed only one grandmaster. The value of a grandmaster was immense, let alone one as young as him. Su Huan waved him off, ignoring his disappointed gaze. No need for contact info. You can call young Master Su later and just say. After Su Huan and the other left, the middle-aged manager's eyes flashed with obvious confusion. However, he only froze for a moment. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the crowd inside before promptly summoning the bar staff to methodically handle the aftermath. Since the bar's signals had been blocked by staff the moment the conflict erupted, tonight's events hadn't spread outward. After emphasizing the importance of blocking access to photos and videos, the middle-aged manager returned to his office and dialed a number. Beep. Shortly after the call connected, he meticulously recounted the night's events to the recipient. A grandmaster in his 20s? A moment later, a young man's voice came through the line, tinged with an unmistakable gravity. Yes, young Master Su. He can project his chi outward. His mastery is undeniable, the middle-aged manager replied respectfully. The voice on the other end continued, understood. Did he say anything else? The middle-aged manager paused to recall. He did leave a final message for you. He said his name is Su Huan. Huan is an illusion. Chapter 74, in a nutshell. Hearing that name, young Master Su on the other end of the line was struck as if by lightning, his hand jerking violently. His voice cracked, filled with shock and disbelief, as if he'd heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. What did you say? His name is Su Huan? Are you certain? A tremor ran through young Master Su's voice, as if this name held profound significance for him. Noticing his boss's uncharacteristic reaction, the middle-aged manager felt a pang of unease. After a moment's hesitation, he confirmed, yes, young Master Su, that's exactly what he said. At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze, the air growing eerily still. On the other end of the line, Sudashi suddenly fell silent, not uttering a sound for a long while. The middle-aged manager couldn't help but feel uneasy. He glanced at his phone. Seeing the call interface still showing a connected status, he composed himself and refrained from interrupting rashly. Time passed slowly in the silence. After a long while, young Master Su's voice finally came through again. Got it. Make sure to handle the aftermath properly. Absolutely no photos or videos must leak to the outside world. The middle-aged manager quickly nodded in agreement. Just as he thought the call had ended, a loud, unrestrained laugh suddenly erupted from the other end. The laughter sounded jarringly out of place in the quiet surroundings, leaving him momentarily stunned. What surprised him even more was that amidst the laughter, he seemed to catch a fragment of an incredibly joyful remark. Though muffled, the middle-aged manager faintly made out the words, "You little bastard, it's been 10 years finally willing to part with it." Before he could make out the rest, the line went dead, leaving him staring blankly at the phone screen. Early morning. Lu Ruxu opened her bleary eyes. Just as she was about to raise her hand to rub them as usual, she suddenly felt something heavy pressing down on her arm. Startled, she instinctively opened her mouth to scream. But just as the scream formed, something occurred to her. She turned her head. There lay Su Huan, his head resting on her arm, nestled in her embrace, fast asleep. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were dreaming of something beautiful. His face was pressed against her side, his warm breath evenly caressing her skin, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. In that moment, her mind went blank, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. After a long moment, she finally suppressed the fluttering in her heart and cautiously looked at Su Huan's sleeping face, her own expression filled with sweetness. Gazing at Su Huan, who now lay in her arms like a little puppy, she recalled the Su Huan from last night at the bar, a veritable god of death. The stark contrast between these two worlds sent ripples of emotion spreading through her heart. Shyness, curiosity, excitement, a tangled web of complex emotions swirled within her. In the end, only a deep, rich admiration and sweetness remained. Just as she was lost in this lovely moment, Su Huan's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the slight mound before her, Su Huan couldn't help but pause in surprise. Yet, after only a few seconds, she immediately realized she was lying in the arms of a little girl. Being treated like a child and protected by a little girl. The realization made his face flush crimson, and he scrambled to his feet. Sorry about that, little girl. I was out cold last night, didn't mean to. Lu Ruxa shook her head, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. It's okay, big brother. I'm yours anyway. Whatever you need, I'm willing to do anything. Already irritable early in the morning, Su Huan nearly lost control at the sight of this young girl, all budding innocence and bashful charm. He turned his head, drew a sharp breath, and forced the burning desire in his heart back down. It wasn't that he was pretending to be a saint, it was mainly because today was the old man's birthday banquet. With his exercise routine starting at 2 hours, time simply wouldn't allow it. He needed to save some time later for preparations. Besides, this little girl was still too young. Though legally an adult, her face retained an innocent, childlike quality. Making a move on her would feel like some creepy uncle preying on a young girl. And then there was the fact that Liu Ruyan had just left on a business trip yesterday, and now he was going after her sister today? That would make him a human teddy bear. In short, we'll talk about it in a few chapters. Moments later, Su Huan turned to Lu Ruxu, his expression awkward. Go back to your room and freshen up first. I don't even know if I drooled last night. But Lu Ruxa chuckled involuntarily, then glanced at the spot where Su Huan had lain. Her pale jade-like hand brushed over the purple pajamas draped across the snow-white slope. Nothing. I'm going to change first. With that, Lu Ruxu seemed to remember something else. She lifted the quilt, her pretty face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and fled the room. As the door closed, Su Huan unconsciously exhaled in relief. It wasn't that he was shy. A seasoned veteran like him, with decades of experience across 2 lifetimes, would probably feel pleased if someone could actually make him blush. After all, feeling bashful at least proved his mindset was still youthful. Thank goodness. My sleeping posture wasn't too bad last night, at least it wasn't completely out of line. If I drooled all over some little girl's chest, that would have been a real embarrassment for an old guy like me. Meanwhile, Jinling, the Su family, one of the city's most prestigious clans. In the vast villa hall, numerous servants were methodically preparing everything for the birthday banquet under the guidance of a man who looked like a butler. Uncle Lu, come here for a moment. Hearing Su Ming call him, the steward hurried over. Young master, what are your instructions? Su Ming glanced at him and instructed, send 2 people to tidy up my younger brother's room. After saying this, seemingly concerned the butler might infer Su Huan's impending return and inadvertently reveal the news, he added, on a day like this grand birthday celebration, every room must be kept spotless. The butler visibly froze at Su Ming's words. Young master, the young master's room has always been cleaned personally by the eldest young lady. The eldest miss has stated that without her permission, none of us are permitted to enter the young master's room. This time, it was Su Ming's turn to be taken aback. He had never paid attention to such trivial matters, nor had he ever imagined that even mundane chores like cleaning a room required his sister's personal involvement. With that thought, he shook his head in resignation, dismissed the butler with a wave, and turned toward the second floor. Who? The moment he opened the door, a cold, slightly angry female voice rang out instantly. Xiao Huan, this is going too far. Making Xiao Huan's room look like some kind of treasure vault is just over the top. Chapter 75, The Su Family. We look forward to your next visit. At 11 in the morning, the sunlight was perfect. Su Huan walked arm in arm with Lu Ruxu out of the hotel lobby, under the shy gaze of the front desk attendant. Little girl, I'm heading to a banquet. It'll probably take a few hours. Those kinds of banquets can be pretty boring, so why don't you go explore outside for a while? Hearing Su Huan's question, Lu Ruxu shook her head hastily and clung tightly to his arm. Wherever you go, I'll go too. Half an hour later, the two stepped out of the car and arrived at the entrance of a secluded, elegant estate surrounded by lush greenery. Brother, you parked in the wrong spot. The estate's entrance is over there. Staring at the towering wall before them, Lu Ruxu pointed toward the main gate and looked at Su Huan with confusion. Yet Su Huan seemed oblivious to her words. His gaze drifted off, as if lost in recollection. Though curious about Su Huan's sudden change, Lu Ruxu said nothing more. She stood quietly by his side, patiently keeping him company. After a moment, Su Huan finally snapped back to reality, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. We don't have an invitation. We can't get through the gate. Hearing this, Lu Ruxu froze, staring at Su Huan in disbelief. She murmured silently to herself, what banquet are you attending without an invitation? Before she could voice her thoughts aloud, Su Huan's expression shifted. He offered a faint smile. Don't worry. Today, I'll take you on a thrilling adventure. Lu Ruxu's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Though she had no idea what kind of thrill Su Huan had in mind, it didn't dampen her excitement. Since the Su Manor was far from the city center, there were few passers-by nearby. Su Huan casually scanned the surroundings. Before Lu Ruxu could react, he swept her up in a princess carry. Yeah! Lu Ruxu let out an instinctive gasp. Once she realized what was happening, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment as she nestled into Su Huan's embrace. Su Huan glanced down at her and chuckled softly, ready? I'll carry you in. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Huan's true chi rapidly gathered in his legs. Holding Lu Ruxu, he charged toward the wall like lightning. After a few strides, he planted his feet firmly on the wall's crest. In an instant, they shot over the wall and across the estate's open grounds like arrows released from a bowstring. Without alerting a soul, they landed on the villa's rooftop as lightly as feathers. The wind's roar ceased. Lifting her head from Su Huan's embrace, Lu Ruxu's beautiful eyes brimmed with admiration and awe. Brother, you're just too amazing. Su Huan smiled as he set her down, then pressed a finger to her cherry-red lips. Shu, keep your voice down. We snuck in here. If anyone catches us, we'll be utterly humiliated. Hearing this, though her heart still pounded wildly with excitement, Lu Ruxu obediently nodded quickly. Glancing at their position, Su Huan turned his back to Lu Ruxu, then bent slightly. Hop on. Your footsteps are too loud. Seeing this, Lu Ruxu promptly wrapped her arms around Su Huan's neck. With a light leap, she landed securely on his back. A few minutes later, Su Huan carried Lu Ruxu into a room and set her down. Brother, what exactly are we doing here? Curiosity filled her eyes as she scanned the unfamiliar room, a puzzled expression creasing her brow. But Su Huan fell silent once more. Looking at the room, almost identical to how it had been when he left 10 years ago, Su Huan felt a complex mix of emotions. After a long moment, Su Huan shook his head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind. Come on, it's time to attend the banquet. He strode toward the balcony and then leaped off with Lu Ruxu in his arms. It wasn't that he enjoyed this sneaky feeling, he simply wanted the old man's birthday banquet to proceed smoothly without his return drawing too much attention away from the family. After all, a once-in-a-decade milestone birthday was a momentous occasion for anyone. Entering the banquet hall, Lu Ruxu clung to Su Huan's arm. Both wore perfectly composed expressions, showing no trace of the nervousness one might expect from sneaking in. With numerous guests moving about the estate, the security guards at the entrance offered no obstruction. After a quick glance at the now bustling hall, Su Huan pulled Lu Ruxu to a secluded corner. After they sat down, Lu Ruxu suddenly looked up at Su Huan, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Brother, that room earlier, it was yours, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Su Huan felt a flicker of surprise. His expression unchanged, he looked at Lu Ruxu and asked with a light chuckle, "Why do you say that?" Lu Ruxu giggled as she replied, "I just saw a photo in that room. The little boy in the photo, though he looks different from you now, there's still so much similarity in your eyebrows. Plus, the way you reacted so strangely several times today." As she finished, a look of immense satisfaction spread across Lu Ruxu's face. After hearing her explanation, Su Huan shook his head and chuckled. He truly hadn't expected this usually playful little girl to be so observant. Just as he was about to nod in response, Lu Ruxu suddenly grabbed his arm tightly, her voice tinged with excitement as she pointed toward one end of the hall. "Brother, look! Sister Yuqing, and Sister Mengyao are here too." At her words, Su Huan followed her gaze and turned his head. Sure enough, in a corner of the hall not far away, Liu Ruyan and the other two girls stood together with a young man, seemingly deep in conversation. Su Huan recognized the young man. He was none other than Su Ming, the eldest brother of Su Huan's current life. Seeing Su Ming, whose appearance hadn't changed much except for a more mature aura, a smile flickered in Su Huan's eyes. Deep down, Su Huan held genuine respect for this older brother. During the more than 10 years he had lived in the Su household, Su Ming had always looked out for him. Even though he knew Su Huan was adopted, Su Ming genuinely treated him like a real younger brother. He never once showed him the slightest neglect or discrimination. The Su household lacked the melodramatic twists found in those female-oriented romance novels. Throughout his life, Su Huan had experienced almost no hardship, truly growing up showered with affection. This very reason was one of the factors that had kept him from returning home all those years. After recklessly running away for a full decade, he genuinely lacked the courage to return, unable to face his parents. Chapter 76, The Grand Master. Sensing Lu Ruxu was about to rise, Su Huan quickly pulled her back. "Don't go over there yet." Though puzzled by Su Huan's words, Lu Ruxu obediently sat back down. At that moment, the hall gradually fell silent. All eyes began to converge on an elderly man standing at the center of the room. This elder was none other than Old Master Su. Beside him stood a middle-aged couple. They were Su Huan's adoptive parents in this lifetime, the family he truly recognized as his own. "Thank you all, family and friends, for coming." Mr. Su cleared his throat and began expressing his gratitude to the guests who had come to celebrate his birthday. Su Huan watched his family on stage, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Moments later, Su Ming stepped forward, took the microphone, and prepared to recount the family's history and the elders' achievements. However, the instant Su Ming opened his mouth, a sinister voice tinged with mockery suddenly echoed through the hall. "Su Zhangfeng, you old devil, you've been riding high these past years, haven't you?" Accompanying the voice, the figure of an elderly man clad in purple robes appeared like a ghost at the entrance of the hall. His robes billowed in the wind, radiating an aura of mystery and immense power. All eyes were drawn to this unexpected turn of events, turning toward the doorway. The mysterious elder slowly entered the hall. Though his pace was deliberate, each step radiated an invisible pressure that made it difficult to meet his gaze. His gaze swept over everyone present like a hawk's, finally settling on Old Master Su at the center. "What? You don't recognize me?" A cold smile touched the corners of the mysterious elder's lips, his voice tinged with mockery. Old Master Su's brow furrowed, his expression darkening instantly. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Old Master Su cut straight to the point, his voice deep and measured. "Seems even heroes have their twilight years. Though you old devil hardly qualify as a hero, it seems senile dementia has finally caught up with you." The mysterious elder looked at Old Master Su with disdain, his words dripping with contempt. The crowd present gasped at the old man's merciless taunt, their faces frozen in shock. Yet not a single soul dared utter a word. They held their breath, afraid to draw the old man's attention. Everyone present understood clearly, this old man dared to speak so insolently, fully aware that Old Master Su was a grandmaster. Therefore, he himself must possess at least equal mastery, or even greater skill. Otherwise, it would be nothing short of courting death. Amidst the deafening silence, Su Ming suddenly leapt to his feet, seething with rage. He pointed an accusing finger at the old man. "You insult my grandfather? You're asking for death." With that, he lunged forward, ready to charge at the old man. "Xiao Ming, don't be rash." At the critical moment, Old Master Su reached out to stop him. The mysterious old man shot Su Ming a dismissive glance before turning his gaze back to Old Master Su. "I am Chen Jinwen of the Chen family from 15 years ago. Now, you old devil, you remember me, don't you?" Hearing the old man's self-introduction, Old Master Su froze for a moment before his expression immediately turned grave. 15 years ago, the Chen family colluded with the enemy and betrayed the nation. You, a remnant of that Chen family, dare to show your face? Have you grown tired of living? Facing Old Master Su's threat, Chen Jinwen remained utterly calm. He sneered at the old man. So you finally remembered. Good that you remember. I wouldn't want you to die without knowing who killed you. Meanwhile, Su Huan stared at the elderly Qin Jinwen with a look of excitement. His eyes glowed crimson, as if the old man were some peerless beauty of unparalleled beauty. Ha ha ha. Perfect timing. Just what I needed. I was feeling a bit uneasy, after all these years away from home. Who'd have thought the homecoming gift would deliver itself right to my doorstep? Ha 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 ha. Beside them, Lu Ruxin noticed Su Huan's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. She cautiously tugged at Su Huan's sleeve and whispered timidly, "Brother, what's wrong?" However, perhaps too immersed in his own world, Su Huan didn't notice Lu Rux's subtle gesture. Seeing this, Lu Ruxa grew anxious. She tightened her grip, wrapping her arms around Su Huan's arm. "Brother, please stop. I'm scared." Only then did Su Huan snap back to reality. He looked down at the little girl in his arms. After steadying her, he gently stroked her little head and soothed, "Sorry about that, little one. I was just thinking about something really happy and got a little distracted." At that very moment, before Lu Ruxa could even respond to Su Huan's words, Chen Jinwen's sinister cry suddenly echoed through the air. Now that the words have been spoken, it's time for this old man to send your entire family on their final journey. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura of power erupted from Chen Jinwen's entire body, an aura far surpassing the formidable presence emanating from Old Master Su. Grand Master? Among the crowd present, several discerning individuals instantly recognized Chen Jinwen's cultivation level upon sensing the surging auras emanating from both him and Old Master Su. Simultaneously, upon hearing the terms Grandmaster and colluding with the enemy to betray the nation applied to Chen Jinwen, every person present felt a wave of terror wash over them. Two middle-aged bodyguards near the hall entrance turned deathly pale and slowly retreated toward the door. However, the elderly Chen Jinwen seemed to have noticed their subtle movements. His face turned icy cold as he raised his hand without expression and gave a slight wave toward the two bodyguards. An invisible force shot out like lightning. In an instant, the two middle-aged bodyguards were torn apart like shredded ragdolls, unable even to utter a scream. This bloody scene stunned everyone present, their faces frozen in terror and despair. The more timid among them collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as paper, bodies shaking uncontrollably. After dispatching the two bodyguards, Chen Jinwen swept the room with a cold, indifferent gaze. His voice was icy as he declared, "Before this old man has finished with the Su family, not a single soul is to step outside this gate. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as these two." With that, he dismissed the others, his gaze returning to Old Master Su. At that moment, Old Master Su's expression darkened considerably. He knew full well that the strength of a Grandmaster was far beyond anything he could hope to oppose. He shoved Su Ming aside and turned to his descendants behind him, bellowing, "Get out of here! Leave this place immediately and alert the dragon group! Hurry up!" But before his warning could fully register, Chen Jinwen's sinister voice cut through the air once more. "Still seeking reinforcements? Ah, all of you can go to hell." The words barely left his mouth when Chen Jinwen struck instantly, unleashing a fierce palm strike that shot toward Old Master Su at blinding speed. Old Master Su's expression darkened as he urgently summoned his entire body's true chi to block the attack. However, just as the two were about to collide, Su Huan suddenly flashed forward, blocking in front of Old Master Su. With a swift extension of his right hand, he effortlessly intercepted Chen Jinwen's attack. Chen Jinwen frowned, his gaze toward Su Huan filled with gravity. At that very moment, Su Huan broke into a sudden grin. "Since I taking your move, then next. It's my turn." Chapter 77, Sweeping Through the Army. With that, Su Huan's aura erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying presence nearly matching Chen Jinwen's earlier display that instantly engulfed the entire arena. In an instant, Su Huan stepped forward, materializing before Chen Jinwen in the blink of an eye. His fist shot out with a thunderous roar. This punch seemed to contain terrifying power, causing the air to shatter with successive sonic booms. Chen Jinwen tried to evade the blow, but found himself unable to dodge in time. He could only muster his true chi and brace himself to take the punch head-on. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Chen Jinwen was sent flying backward by the blow, tumbling 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze toward Su Huan filled with terror. At that moment, Su Huan's voice, brimming with amusement, sounded again. The gaze she directed at him was filled with keen interest. "Grandmaster? Not bad at all." Gritting his teeth to suppress the surging blood within him, Chen Jinwen fixed his gaze on the Grandmaster before him, a man who seemed far too young for such a title, his heart filled with both shock and rage. "Who are you? I don't believe we've ever crossed paths before, have we?" Su Huan looked at him, his face full of astonishment, and retorted, "TSK, calling everyone sir like that. You old devil, have you betrayed your country so thoroughly that you've lost track of the days?" Seeing Chen Jinwen's face instantly contort into a hideous grimace, Su Huan's interest waned. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this nonsense. As fellow grandmasters, I believe you should be able to sense the gap between us. I'll give you a chance, bring out all your hidden cards. Like your so-called allies, for instance. With that, Su Huan regarded him with a faint, knowing smile, utterly certain that he held some hidden cards. The grand hall had long since fallen into a deathly silence. All the guests were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their expressions shifted from initial terror to anticipation, as if in their eyes, Su Huan had become their savior. At the same moment, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing, upon seeing Su Huan take action, immediately lit up with delighted expressions. They instinctively exchanged a glance, then excitedly clasped each other's delicate hands, their bodies instinctively relaxing. The appearance of a grandmaster surpassing even their family's elite fighters and a traitorate that had filled them with terror. This unexpected turn had nearly terrified them out of their wits. Beside them, Qin Mengyao exhaled in relief, yet her expression betrayed a sense of I knew it. Her gaze fixed intently on Su Huan in the center of the hall, her eyes filled with complexity, a mix of joy and sorrow. Just then, a petite figure arrived at their side, linking arms with Liu Ruyan. "Sis, did you miss me at all after just one day apart?" Seeing her sister clinging to her arm with a playful smile, Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with surprise. But the moment she caught sight of Su Huan standing in the center of the hall, that trace of astonishment vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Old Master Su looked at the young man standing before him. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. However, mindful of the occasion, he refrained from asking questions immediately. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Su Ming's father were also silently observing Su Huan. Their feelings mirrored those of Old Master Su. They too found Su Huan's face and demeanor strangely familiar, yet they hesitated to make any hasty conclusions. In stark contrast, the moment Mrs. Su and Su Huan laid eyes on Su Huan, their eyes welled up with tears. It seemed that with just one glance, they had recognized the graceful young man before them as the son and younger brother they had longed for and missed for 10 years since his departure. Chen Xinwen's expression darkened considerably. Unconsciously, he began weighing the gap between himself and Su Huan in his mind. Before he could make up his mind, however, two voices one before, one after suddenly rang out, both speaking broken great Xia. "Mr. Chen, looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Chen-san, need some help?" The words had barely left their mouths when two elders, one clad in black and the other in gray robes, slowly emerged from beyond the hall. They radiated an aura nearly matching Chen Xinwen's own. Witnessing this scene, everyone present including Old Master Su turned deathly pale, with the exception of Su Huan. Liu Ruyan and the other two women looked at Su Huan with concern in their eyes. Even Qin Mengyao's gaze toward Su Huan was filled with worry. It wasn't that they lacked confidence in Su Huan, it was simply that the opposing force was overwhelmingly formidable. Grandmasters surpassing the level of grandmasters, there might not even be one in all of Jinling. At least on the surface, Jinling has no grandmaster level powerhouses. And now, three such figures stood before them. With no concrete understanding of Su Huan's true strength, the thoughts sent cold sweat trickling into their palms. Old Master Su looked at Su Huan, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he clenched his teeth and his eyes hardened with resolve. "Young man, you." At that very moment, just as Old Master Su prepared to speak further, Su Huan swept a glance over the three old men before him, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Oh? So you do have allies after all. And two old farts who came here, how amusing." At that moment, Chen Xinwen frowned, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Su Huan. "Sir, there's no need for such sarcasm. Martial arts know no borders. But martial arts has nations. Old man, I need what they have. What's wrong with joining them?" Chen Xinwen's gaze locked onto Su Huan. For some inexplicable reason, this young man before him exerted an immense, inexplicable pressure. Though the current situation clearly favored him, he still didn't want to engage in a life or death struggle with Su Huan. An ominous foreboding lingered. Su Huan swept his gaze over them, shaking his head with a wry smile. The dragon group has truly regressed over the years. A traitor and two foreign grandmasters have appeared in the heartland of Great Xia. Ugh, what a bunch of useless trash. With that, Su Huan's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy. "Since they're so incompetent, I'll just have to clean up the mess myself. You two, die here today." Hearing Su Huan's contemptuous words, the two old devils' faces instantly twisted with rage. One of them roared furiously, "Bastard! Damn it all to hell, just die already." Before he could finish, however, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Su Huan's palm, slamming violently toward the three. Feeling the overwhelming force bearing down on them, their expressions changed instantly. Instinctively, they channeled their entire reserves of true energy to brace against the impact. Boom! The force crashed into them like a raging tidal wave. Despite their desperate resistance, all three were sent flying backward out of the hall. Simultaneously, Su Huan raised his right hand and drew the great sword suspended in the Su family hall toward him with a mere mental command. In the next instant, his figure flickered, appearing outside the hall almost simultaneously with the three old ghosts who had been sent flying. Gazing at the three old ghosts who had just regained their footing, Su Huan drew his blade. The sword spun halfway through the air as a powerful surge of true qi erupted from his body, instantly enveloping his hands. "Sweep the 1,000 armies!" Su Huan roared, his voice shaking the wilderness. Chapter 78, Sword 22. Before his words faded, an 80-meter-long broadsword radiating terrifying pressure descended like thunder from the heavens. With lightning speed, it slashed toward the three old ghosts. The sheer force of this strike seemed capable of cleaving the entire world in two. The three old ghosts turned ashen-faced at the sight, utterly terrified by this terrifying strike. Facing life or death peril, they had no time for hesitation. Chen Jinwen gritted his teeth fiercely, a flash of resolute ferocity crossing his eyes. All together. Let's fight to the death. At his shout, the other two old devils snapped out of their daze. They unleashed their ultimate techniques, desperate to withstand this terrifying strike. Yet Su Huan's strike was unstoppable. Where the 80-meter broadsword passed, the very air seemed torn apart. The defenses of the two younger ghosts shattered instantly. One, bearing the brunt of the blade's force, didn't even have time to scream before dying instantly. His body was cleaved clean in two, blood spattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Shen Jinwen and the other old ghost fared little better. One had an arm severed, blood gushing like a fountain. The other lay kneeling in tatters, coughing up blood incessantly, his injuries severe. The one with the severed arm was as pale as a sheet. Clutching his bleeding stump, he stared in terror at his dead comrade beside him, his body shaking uncontrollably. His gaze then shifted to Chen Jinwen, kneeling and vomiting blood. On the verge of collapse, he screamed hysterically, "A martial king! This is a martial king! Chen Sang, you provoked a martial king! You!" Listening to his clumsy, frenzied curses, Chen Jinwen was in no state to care. His eyes were vacant, his pupils hollow as they fixed on the figure standing at the entrance of the hall. After a long moment, Chen Jinwen snapped back to reality. He murmured softly at first, his voice growing louder until it erupted into a frenzied, maniacal roar. How could that be? How could that possibly be? A martial king in his 20s? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, the crowd in the hall had long since fallen speechless, the entire space enveloped in an atmosphere of utter astonishment. The voices of Chen Jinwen and the other man seemed to echo endlessly in their ears. The words martial king carried an overwhelming weight, a realm reserved for those who transcended even grandmasters, standing at the pinnacle of the entire Great Xia. Second and third tier families were somewhat better off, as their status kept them from encountering the legends of the martial king realm. They merely followed the crowd, awestruck yet bewildered. However, the members of the other first-rate and top-tier families were utterly speechless. They understood exactly what the martial king realm signified. Those two words alone represented absolute power, overwhelming authority, and untold wealth. After all, openly acknowledged across the entire Great Xia, only 4 martial kings existed. Even on a global scale, the martial king realm undoubtedly placed one among the elite few at the very pinnacle of the power pyramid. Within the crowd, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing instinctively exchanged glances. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they murmured in unison, "My husband is actually a martial king? This." Yet unlike their stunned expressions, Lu Ruxa giggled like a carefree child. "Big brother is so amazing. I like him more and more." Qin Mangyao gazed at the man not far away who had nearly become her husband, her heart filled with endless bitterness. Could everything he said before have been true? Did he only grow this strong without me? Did I really slow him down when he drew his sword? At this moment, Qin Mangyao's emotions had spiraled completely out of control. She found herself plunging into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Not only that, but an absurd thought even flashed through her mind. Could Su Huan still be practicing fortune-telling? And that the reason he chose to flee in the dead of night all those years ago was because he had foreseen something. Did he think she would bring him misfortune? Enough, enough. You're a traitor and a stowaway, what's there to shout about? The moment you set foot on this land, you should have been prepared to die. That's it. No last words for you. You're scum anyway. Off you go. Su Huan couldn't possibly guess what thoughts were running through the other's minds at that moment, nor did he care to dwell on such trivialities. As his scolding of Chen Jinwen and the other fell silent, the great sword in his hand moved once more, instantly bursting forth with a dazzling cold light. Seeing Su Huan's action, Chen Jinwen and Xiao Rizi Lao Gui's faces instantly paled further. Their pupils contracted sharply as an overwhelming, uncontrollable fear surged within them. In that instant, as if sharing a telepathic connection, both men spun and charged forward without hesitation. They both knew this was a matter of life and death. Fleeing with all their might offer a sliver of hope, but staying meant certain death. One, gritting his teeth against the agony of a severed arm, the other enduring excruciating pain in his internal organs, planted a foot firmly on the ground. Their bodies shot upward like arrows released from a bowstring. Grandmaster-level martial artists possessed such profound inner energy that with a slight external force, they could briefly suspend themselves in midair or, more accurately, glide. Watching them flee in such a panic, Su Huan sneered. You show off like that and think you can run? With that, Su Huan lowered his greatsword, and a terrifying sword aura began to surge from his entire body. If the Su Huan of moments past had been merely supremely powerful without any piercing edge, then now, in this moment, he resembled an unparalleled celestial sword, radiating a bone-chilling sword aura. This aura was like the biting north wind of the coldest winter month, piercing to the bone. The surrounding air seemed to be sliced apart by this fierce sword energy. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar erupted from Su Huan's throat. Sword 22. Before the roar faded, Su Huan's hands swiftly shifted into a sword finger stance, pointing directly at the two figures fleeing midair. In an instant, dozens upon dozens of icy sword energies shot forth from his fingertips like lightning. They transformed into streaks of light, shadowing the two figures in midair as they slashed toward them at incredible speed. These hundreds of sword energies interwove in the air, forming an impenetrable net that completely enveloped Xinjianwen and the Little Days Elder. The expressions of the two figures in the air changed drastically, their hearts filled with terror. They urgently channeled their internal qi, enveloping themselves in a thick protective shield. Then, they swung their qi wildly, desperately fending off the overwhelming onslaught. Yet the sheer power of the hundreds of piercing sword energies proved overwhelming, shattering their defenses in an instant. The icy sword qi poured down like a torrential rain, piercing through both bodies without mercy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword energies crisscrossed through their bodies. In a mere instant, their flesh was riddled with holes, resembling sieves torn to shreds. With a final piercing scream, their bodies plummeted from the sky like kites whose strings had snapped. At that moment, every witness was overcome with dread. Su Huan's relentless display of overwhelming power had completely shattered their expectations. Only now did they realize that human strength could reach such staggering heights. Having dealt with these troubles, Su Huan turned his attention to several bodyguards nearby. He beckoned them over and instructed them to handle the aftermath of Xinjianwen and his men. The next instant, he drew a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and adjusted his emotions. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze fixed directly on the middle-aged beauty nearby, her eyes red-rimmed as she stared intently at him. Amidst the complex mix of fear, curiosity, and admiration in the gazes of everyone present, he walked slowly toward her. At that moment, his footsteps seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, feeling even heavier than the battle he had just fought. Thud, thud, thud. The arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath in unison, daring not to make a sound. Moments later, he stood before the middle-aged beauty. Head bowed, he appeared deeply ashamed and remorseful, unable to meet her eyes. Thud. The next instant, under the stunned and even fearful gazes of everyone present, Su Huan bent his knees and knelt before the beautiful woman, his mother, his voice low and solemn. Mother, your unfilial son, Su Huan. He's back. Chapter 79, Mother and Son Reunited. This kneeling act struck like thunder, instantly stunning everyone present. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could scarcely believe their eyes, unable to fathom that this young martial king would kneel so resolutely before a mere woman. Su Huan knelt without hesitation, driven solely by profound guilt toward the woman who had raised him. Back then, abandoned without mercy at birth, it was in this woman's warm embrace that he had survived. She had given him a second chance at life, showered him with selfless maternal love, and provided him with a warm home. For over 20 years, she had consistently showered him with boundless maternal affection. She had never once treated him coldly because he was not her biological child. On the contrary, perhaps because she felt so deeply for his childhood suffering, she treated him as her own flesh and blood, showering him with meticulous care and attention. During his 14 years living with the Su family, she treated him and her other two children with absolute fairness, never showing favoritism. Even when they got into trouble as children and were punished, she would ask for the full story before administering equal discipline. Whatever Su Ming and Su Wan possessed, he never lacked. She never let him feel any difference between himself and her other children. Even after he recklessly ran away from home 10 years ago, she faithfully deposited hundreds of millions into his account every year, as if fearing he might go hungry or cold on his own. This was a mother's deepest love for her child. Because of her existence, Su Huan felt her greatest maternal affection at every moment. To be raised by a mother who did not give birth to you is a debt that can never be repaid. At this moment, standing before the mother who had raised him, the guilt within him undoubtedly reached its peak. He knelt, head bowed, saying nothing more. Just then, old Master Su, Su's father, and the others finally snapped out of their shock. They stared at the martial king kneeling before their daughter-in-law wife, listening to his deep, self-introductory voice. The look in their eyes towards Su Huan transformed from shock to tenderness, as if their long-lost child had finally grown up. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing snapped out of their daze. Seeing their husband kneeling before the matriarch of the Su family, how could they not now realize that the foster parents' home he had spoken of was none other than the Su household? And the Su family patriarch and matriarch were, of course, his adoptive parents. They exchanged an instinctive glance, then in perfect unison hurriedly made their way through the crowd toward Su Huan. Arriving before Mrs. Su, they stood on either side of Su Huan under the puzzled gazes of the Su family members. Without hesitation, they knelt down and spoke in unison. Your daughter-in-law, Liu Ruyan. Your daughter-in-law, Lin Yuqing. We pay our respects to our mother-in-law. This kneeling gesture held not a trace of pretense. As their mother-in-law, Su's mother was more than worthy of such a formal greeting. For they knew, and understood well enough, what kind of man their husbands were. He appeared lazy and carefree, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet they could sense the pride within their husband's heart. Lin Yuqing had even been threatened by him at first. He dismissed noble families as worthless, mocked the Dragon Group the strongest official organization, and now possessed the combat prowess of a martial king. And yet, this proud and powerful man now knelt before a woman in full view of everyone. Didn't this prove the extraordinary status she held in his heart? If they couldn't grasp that, then all these years they'd lived in vain. At that moment, Huan glanced back at them. He said nothing, but deep in his eyes, the gaze he cast upon them instinctively softened. Seeing Huan and the other two kneeling before her, Su's mother's eyes instantly welled up, tears gathering in her sockets. Slowly, she raised her slightly trembling hands, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, struggling to reach out towards Huan and the others, wanting to help them up. Yet, just as her hands were about to touch them, a clear, melodious voice rang out like a nightingale emerging from the valley. Me too. Me too. Su's mother's gaze was drawn by the voice. Following the sound, she saw a sweet, adorable young girl trotting toward her. The girl's steps were light and airy, her smile bright and sunny, instantly putting everyone at ease. In the blink of an eye, she had run to Mrs. Su's side and, like the other two girls, obediently knelt down. Then, she lifted her exquisite, otherworldly face and looked at Mrs. Su. Mother-in-law, my name is Liu Ruxu. I am also my brother's wife. Ruxu pays her respects to mother-in-law. Seeing yet another girl kneeling before her, addressing her as mother-in-law, Su's mother froze in surprise once more. Her eyes widened in utter astonishment, and even her hands, which had been poised to help Huan and the others rise, froze mid-air. Beside her, Huan stared fixedly at Huan before her. The excitement that had welled up in her heart at their long-awaited reunion instantly cooled as if doused from head to toe in ice water. Her expression darkened uncontrollably. Her gaze fixed on Huan, her eyes filled with resentment, as if this man before her had done something to enrage her to the core. At the same time, the three members of the Su family, grandfather, father, and son, were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They never imagined that the child who had run away from home years ago would return with not just one, but several daughters-in-law. Su Ming, in particular, wore utter shock on his face. After all, just moments ago, he had been casually chatting with Liu Ruyan and the others as if they were members of the same prominent family. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had become his sisters-in-law. This rapid transformation left Su Ming feeling both amused and exasperated. He instinctively turned to look at his younger sister, Huan. As expected, her lovely face had turned dark and cold without a hint of surprise. Her expression was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Mom, snap out of it. Your youngest son and three sisters-in-law are still kneeling. Seeing his mother still lost in thought, Su Ming's exasperated voice suddenly rang out. At that moment, Su's mother finally snapped back to reality. The sheer volume of events today had left her momentarily overwhelmed. After all, first there was the attack by the Grandmaster, nearly wiping out their entire family. Then, the child she had longed for over 10 years had finally returned home. Not only had her son become a formidable martial king, but then came the successive kneeling tributes from her daughters-in-law. For a moment, it was truly understandable that she hadn't reacted. The next moment, she hurriedly helped her three daughters-in-law to their feet, then tremblingly supported Huan. Good. You're back. Once Huan steadied himself, Su's mother gazed at her son, now half a head taller than her, and reached out in a daze to stroke his face. Huan, my child, you've grown up. Chapter 80, Mother of the Martial King. Seeing his foster mother's moist eyes brimming with tears, Huan's heart involuntarily clenched in pain. He reached out with both hands, his voice heavy with remorse, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Su's mother's eyes. Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. In that moment, Su's mother seemed to lose all restraint. She suddenly spread her arms wide, enveloping Huan in a protective embrace like a mother bird shielding her chicks. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, falling endlessly. These tears made no sound, yet each one seemed to carry the weight of boundless maternal love and longing. The guests in the hall stared wide-eyed, only now realizing that this young martial king was the child of the Su family patriarch. The murmurs that had begun among the guests, speculating about Huan's identity, instantly fell silent once more. Their gazes toward the Su family members now shifted to one of envy and awe. While young nobles from other provinces might not recognize Huan, the prominent families of Jinling instantly recognized him as the Su family patriarch's long-lost youngest son, who had left home a decade ago. What they hadn't anticipated was that in just 10 short years, the Su family's youngest son had risen to become a martial king. And the Su family, propelled by Huan's rise, had ascended from a top-tier clan to a martial king lineage almost overnight. At this realization, the gazes directed at the Su family members grew increasingly complex. Uncontrollable envy and awe welled up in their eyes, impossible to conceal. As for jealousy? In the presence of a martial king-level powerhouse, they dared not show even a trace of it. At that moment, gazing at the mother and son embracing and weeping before him, Su Yuntian felt his own eyes grow moist. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression grew calm once more. Clearly, the emotional bond he, Su Yuntian, had for Huan, the son he had raised since childhood, was no less profound than that of Su's mother. Yet as a man and the head of the household, he could not express his feelings as directly as his wife. Perhaps his approach was just as the world described it. A father's love may be silent, but it weighs as heavily as mountains. Honey, stop crying. Everyone's watching. Su Yuntian stepped forward, patting Su's mother's shoulder as he offered gentle reassurance. Seeing his wife still struggling to control her emotions, he continued soothingly, "Come now, the old master's birthday banquet isn't over yet. And our son has returned. There's no need to be so tearful." Hearing her husband's words, Su's mother finally pulled away from Su Huan's embrace. She wiped her tears, her face flushing slightly, as if embarrassed by her husband's words. At that moment, Su Huan turned her gaze toward Su Yuntian and the rest of the Su family. "Grandpa, Dad, Uncle Yun, I'm back. Heh, no need for this grandfather-grandchild act to make me kneel and get all sentimental." Seeing Su Huan still as playful as he had been 10 years ago, perhaps even more carefree and unrestrained, old Master Su was the first to burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Alright, you're right, kid. We grown men really don't need to get sentimental. Just glad you're back." Su Yuntian and Su Yunlei also broke into relieved smiles, stepping forward one after the other to pat Su Huan on the shoulder. At the same time, Liu Ruyan and the other two women greeted old Master Su and the others. The three elders of the Su family seemed quite pleased with the girls, responding with warm smiles. At that moment, Su Huan turned to Su Ming and Su Wan, smiling lightly as she waved. "Big brother, second sister, haven't seen you in so long, did you miss me?" Su Ming stepped forward, draping an arm over Su Huan's shoulder as he scolded her with a helpless smile. "You little rascal. 10 years gone, and you finally remembered to come back. I thought you'd been wandering too long and forgotten which way home was." Su Huan waved his hand dismissively, replying with a smile, "Of course not. I may have been wandering, but how could I ever forget the way home?" Then, he sighed and confessed, "You wouldn't believe it, but I've actually snuck back to see you guys these past few years. I just didn't dare come through the front door, afraid of getting beaten." Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head helplessly once more. After all these years together, he knew Su Huan's temperament all too well. Just then, Su Huan approached them, her pretty face wearing a faint, ambiguous smile, her eyes flashing with something less than friendly. "What? You were too scared to come home before, but now you're not afraid?" Facing his second sister, whose expression was sour and tinged with resentment, Su Huan cleared his throat awkwardly and chuckled. "Things are different now. Today's the old man's once-in-a-decade birthday celebration. What choice did I have?" Before Su Huan could respond, he leaned forward slightly, lowering his gaze to meet hers at eye level, and probed cautiously. "Second sister, why do I get the feeling you're in a terrible mood today? What's up? Did relatives just drop by?" Hearing this, Su Huan's anger flared even more. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Su Huan, then immediately turned to look at Su's mother. "Mother, you heard what Xiao Huan said just now, didn't you? That brat finished his so-called travels years ago. Which means the only reason he hasn't come home all these years is because he's afraid you'll beat him. Since that's how he feels, shouldn't you grant him his wish?" Listening to Su Huan's forceful accusations, Su's mother glanced at Su Huan, furrowed her brow, and nodded decisively. "That makes sense. Xiao Huan, go fetch my favorite weapon." Hearing this, Su Huan instinctively took a step back, then looked at Su Huan with utter astonishment. Wasn't it agreed that siblings should love and cherish each other? So loving each other meant giving her little brother a beating before he even stepped inside? Catching Su Huan's gaze, Su Huan shot him a smug glare before turning to head inside and fetch her mother's weapon. At that moment, Su Yuntian cast a helpless glance at the children before pulling Su's mother aside to mediate. Enough. The child has just returned home. Besides, Xiao Huan is a martial king now, and there are so many people watching. Let's spare the child some dignity." After saying this, he turned to Su Huan and continued, "Xiao Huan, you two stop causing trouble." Su Huan turned her head away and gave a light snort. Su Huan smiled, feeling a bit touched. Even though his second sister was in her 20s, she still acted like a little girl sometimes. Just then, old Master Su spoke up, ending the exchange. "Alright, enough of this. Our guests are still here." With that, the old patriarch made his way toward the assembled guests, his deep voice offering apologies and reassurance to the crowd. The guests present were well aware of the situation. Upon hearing the old master's words, they each returned to the banquet hall as if nothing had ever happened. Yet their eyes kept darting back and forth between Su Huan and Su's mother. To them, Su Huan was a genuine martial king, yet Su Huan's mother, a mere woman, had dared to lay a hand on him. And the martial king's instinctive step backward couldn't have been faked. That alone made this situation highly unusual. At that moment, the beautiful woman who had been on equal footing with Su's mother instantly looked at her with envy. The title of Mother of the Martial King carried far more prestige than that of a matriarch from any top-tier noble house. Chapter 81, Special Guest. Soon, evening arrived, and the guests at the banquet began to depart one after another. During this time, upon seeing the three young women accompanying Su Huan, the other two top-tier families of Jinling even approached Su Yuntian to tentatively propose marriage alliances with the Su family. Su Yuntian merely responded with polite evasion, stating he respected his children's decisions, would not interfere with their freedom, and that marriages would be chosen by the children themselves. Hearing Su Yuntian's words, these seasoned veterans were no fools. They understood the evasiveness perfectly well. Yet they were tactful enough to laugh it off and steer the conversation elsewhere. Despite the mid-banquet incident, the birthday celebration concluded with both hosts and guests generally satisfied. The other attendees proved considerate, not a single one mentioning the unpleasantness. After seeing off the last guest, Su Yuntian approached Su Huan with a puzzled look. "Little Huan," he asked, "why did you specifically instruct those guests not to disclose your information? Is there something you're concerned about?" Just before the banquet concluded, Su Huan had taken the microphone and solemnly instructed the guests not to publicize his personal information. He even specifically mentioned that if anyone had taken photos or videos of him, they must delete them all before leaving. Though puzzled at the time, the Su family members present tacitly refrained from objecting. Now that only family members remained, Su's father couldn't help but ask. Hearing his father's question, Su Huan paused, startled. When he saw the puzzled looks from his entire family, he shook his head and replied with a faint smile. "Dad, to be honest, I do have reservations." At this, the Su family members' expressions turned serious. Su Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing grave. "Is there an enemy lurking outside? If so, and if any arrangements need making, we'll follow your lead." As he spoke, worry instantly flashed across Su Yuntian's face. After all, an enemy capable of making Su Huan, a martial king, hesitate was likely at least of equal rank or higher. At that moment, Old Master Su and Su's mother hurriedly nodded in agreement, as if they would support any decision Su Huan made. Seeing this scene, Su Huan opened her mouth slightly, feeling a touch of amusement welling up inside her. When had her parents and relatives become so prone to overthinking? "Dad, what are you thinking? What enemy are you talking about?" He placed a hand on Su Yuntian's shoulder and continued with a light chuckle. "Don't you know my temperament? When has your son ever shared the same air with an enemy over the years? Forget enemies even if there were any, since I'm still alive, they're long dead. Back in school when he got into fights, your son never let revenge wait until the next day, okay?" Hearing Su Huan speak thus, the Su family members all breathed a sigh of relief. It suddenly dawned on them, if any enemies truly existed, given Su Huan's temperament, how could he possibly return home? How could he ever bring danger back to the Su household? Su Yuntian patted Su Huan's hand and chuckled, "True enough. You've always been the type to settle scores on the spot, you little rascal. But if that's the case, what exactly are you still worried about?" He swept his gaze over the curious stares of everyone present, save for the Lu sisters. Su Huan cleared his throat and grinned. "Dad, check this out. Famous people either crave the spotlight and that cool feeling, or they're just in it for the money. But me? I don't crave fame, I'm not short on cash, I just love to roam free. Just like how I'm an internet singer with millions of fans online, I never even show my face." A smug look spread across Su Huan's face as she spoke. "Fame doesn't bring any real benefits, you have to wear a mask just to go out. Sure, fame in high society carries more weight than among ordinary folks, but I still hate being recognized everywhere I go. Besides, who knows if any of those guests were brainless enough to post something online? Then I wouldn't even be able to have fun anymore." After she finished speaking, the entire Su family rolled their eyes at her in exasperation. Only the Lu sisters, Liu Ruyan and Lu Ruyan, remained relatively unfazed. They knew Su Huan well enough to understand his laid-back nature. But even they couldn't help but exchange exasperated glances. "Fine, as long as those noble families know our Su clan has a martial king protecting us, that's all that matters. There's no need to pin that person's identity on me." With that, Su Huan hooked her arm around Su Yuntian's shoulder, laughing it off as if to sweep the matter under the rug. However, at that moment, three unexpected figures suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. They were very polite, getting out of their car at the estate gate and looking toward the Su family members outside the hall. "Xiao Huan, the dragon group has arrived." Just as Su Huan turned, the voice of Old Master Su suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Su Huan halted in her tracks and turned to look. There, three figures dressed in identical uniforms, each robe bearing a dragon emblem on the chest, stood at the estate gate. Their uniforms shared the same design but differed in color. The middle figure, a middle-aged man, wore a blue robe, while the two younger men beside him wore orange. Observing them, Su Huan turned back and smiled softly at Old Master Su. "Grandfather, since guests have arrived, how could our Su family fail to extend proper hospitality?" Without waiting for the elder's reply, he waved at the guards at the gate, signaling them to let the visitors in. Soon, the trio approached the group. The leading middle-aged man first greeted Old Master Su, then scanned the other members of the Su family present. His gaze settled on Su Huan, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "I presume you must be the newly crowned martial king King Huan. Hello, my name is Song Jiyu." As Song Jiyu extended his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Huan's eyes. How long had it been? Had these fetterbrains already prepared a martial king title for him? And he himself hadn't even known about it. Still, the man was quite polite, and as a guest, Su Huan couldn't afford to be rude. He reached out and shook hands with him. Just as he was about to respond, the voice of Old Master Su suddenly rang out, filled with shock. "Song Jiyu?" Those three words seemed to carry endless astonishment and disbelief, echoing through the air. Immediately after, old Master Su's voice rang out again, this time filled with incredulous questioning. You are Prince Yu, Song Jiyu? Hearing the old master's words, the middle-aged man before him smiled and nodded. The Su family members, having heard the patriarch's words and witnessed the middle-aged man's acknowledgement, instantly revealed expressions of reverence and curiosity. Though they didn't know the exact nature of the Yu King's status, the very title alone made them instantly realize this man, like Su Huan, was a martial king. A martial king represented absolute status and power in any realm. Such a figure deserved the highest honors wherever he went. The old patriarch clearly understood this principle. Without hesitation, he stepped aside and gestured invitingly with his hand, saying warmly, Your Highness, please come in. Let's sit down and talk. Chapter 82, The Phantom King. Song Jiyu nodded, gestured to Su Huan to follow, and then strode steadily into the hall alongside her. Once everyone was seated, the two young men in orange robes who had accompanied him declined old Master Su's invitation to sit, choosing instead to stand directly behind him. Sipping the hot tea served by the attendants, the elder immediately introduced Song Jiyu's identity and background to Su Huan, his tone brimming with admiration. Little Huan, Prince Yu is the martial guardian of our East China region and an absolute high-ranking member of the Dragon Group. I've only had the privilege of hearing his name before today marks my first time meeting him in person. Perhaps because of Su Huan, Song Jiyu showed Mr. Su exceptional courtesy. He smiled and waved his hand. Old Master Su, you flatter me. To have nurtured a young champion like Prince Huan speaks volumes about your teaching prowess. After nearly a minute of mutual business flattery, Su Huan found himself growing rather speechless. He detested this kind of pointless, rambling small talk. He couldn't help but wonder, were all the martial kings of the Dragon Group this idle? However, despite his growing impatience, he kept his feelings hidden. Today was the old master's birthday celebration, and he certainly didn't want to dampen the festivities. Just as Su Huan was growing thoroughly bored, Song Jiyu suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to him. King Huan, I extend my deepest gratitude for handling those 3 grandmasters today. It was a failure on the part of the East China Dragon Group that a few stragglers slipped through and entered the country's interior. Thank you. Su Huan was startled by his solemn demeanor. He didn't hesitate, immediately rising to return the bow. Mockery was one thing, empty talk another. But for a Dragon Group powerhouse who showed such courtesy and took responsibility, he held genuine respect. Your Majesty, you flatter me. One of them is a traitor, and the others are old hands from Xiaorizi Kingdom. I won't let them off, not just domestically, but even abroad. Besides, they came looking for trouble at the Su family. They deserve to die. Hearing Su Huan's response, Song Jiyu looked visibly satisfied. His gaze toward Su Huan now carried an unmistakable hint of approval or respect reserved for kindred spirits. After they sat down, Su Huan smiled and asked, Your Highness, coming here in person today surely isn't just for such a minor matter, is it? Speak your mind freely. In response to Su Huan's inquiry, Song Jiyu nodded without the slightest pretense. At that moment, the Su family members present instinctively held their breath, not uttering a single sound. A conversation between royal-level figures, this was the highest-level dialogue they had ever witnessed in their lives. Though one participant was their own martial king, it did nothing to dampen their inner excitement. After all, Song Jiyu was the supreme commander of the Dragon Group in East China. In the past, meeting him in person was beyond their wildest dreams. He was a figure of unimaginable stature. Song Jiyu looked at Su Huan with sincere eyes. I am here on behalf of the Dragon Group, extending a formal invitation for the Phantom King to join us. As the King of Illusion surely knows, though our great Xia is blessed with exceptional talents and fertile lands, among the multitude of martial artists, those capable of breaking through to the king level. Or rather, those with the potential to break through to the king level are exceedingly rare. Therefore, we at the Dragon Group have always held king-level masters in the highest regard. At this point, seemingly concerned Su Huan might refuse, Song Jiyu paused before continuing. In truth, nearly all martial king-level experts within the borders of our great Xia have joined the Dragon Group. Therefore, I earnestly request your majesty to give my proposal careful consideration. His words finished, Song Jiyu gazed earnestly at Su Huan, his expression revealing genuine concern over the warrior's decision. Truthfully, if it were merely a martial king, though he would still warrant a personal invitation from Song. However, his importance in her eyes hadn't been so great as to warrant her rushing over immediately upon receiving the news. What truly caught his attention was Su Huan's youth and the immense potential he carried. Song Jiyu believed Su Huan might one day ascend to that realm that had left him nearly despairing. And the great Xia Empire desperately needed more powerhouses of that caliber. Hearing his words, Su Huan shook his head and smiled wryly, his expression saying, I knew it. Even when Song Jiyu first arrived, Su Huan had already guessed the purpose of his visit. After all, mere 3 grandmasters were hardly enough to warrant the personal intervention of a major region's supreme commander. Seeing Su Huan shake his head, Song Jiyu maintained a calm exterior, but his heart tightened. However, just as he was about to ask what reservations Su Huan might have, Su Huan's voice immediately rang out. Thank you for your esteem, Prince Yu. However, I'm naturally lazy and unambitious. I dislike being bound by any constraints. Therefore, Hearing Su Huan's seemingly polite refusal, Song Jiyu's heart sank completely. Yet his expression remained composed. Before he could offer any generous terms, Su Huan suddenly pulled out her phone and showed him a photo. Moments later, Song Jiyu's eyes flashed with a mix of realization and surprise. He shook his head with a wry smile. It seems I'm already too late. But it's fine. I'll just look forward to the chance to collaborate with the Phantom King in the future. Su Huan nodded with a smile. I too look forward to that day. At that moment, Song Jiyu rose to his feet. I still have official duties to attend to. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, Song Jiyu bowed respectfully towards Su Huan and Old Master Su. Observing this decisive and efficient martial king-level powerhouse before him, Su Huan held a favorable impression of him. Simultaneously, grandfather and grandson rose to return the gesture, while the rest of the Su family members immediately stood to see him off. As the two walked side by side out of the parlor, Song Jiyu suddenly halted at the doorway, his gaze intensifying as he looked at Su Huan. King Huan, it has been a long time since I encountered a peer of equal strength. My skills are itching to be tested. Might I have the honor of exchanging a few moves with you? Hearing his words, Su Huan glanced back at the Su family members behind him, then smiled and shook his head. Forget it. If we were to fight, by the time we finished, my family would surely be left in ruins. Today is also my grandfather's birthday celebration. I certainly don't want to be branded as an unfilial grandson. Hearing this, Song Jiyu laughed heartily. Rest assured, Phantom King. How could I possibly overlook such a detail? I've already given orders to seal off the roads ahead. Let's keep it light, just a friendly spar. At this point, Su Huan couldn't possibly fail to grasp his intentions. This old fox clearly came prepared. He just wanted to test her combat strength. Su Huan said nothing more. Since the other had everything arranged, refusing would only make him look inferior. He turned sideways, extending his right hand toward the doorway, his tone brimming with confidence. When His Royal Highness invites me, how could I refuse? Please. Chapter 83, The Duel. At the estate gates, the Su family members stood solemnly, their eyes fixed intently on the distant figures. Within their sight, Su Huan and Song Jiyu stood facing each other, like two towering mountains locked in confrontation. Behind them, over a dozen bodyguards held their breath, standing rigidly upright. Their eyes burned with intense emotion as they fixed their gaze on the two figures before them. At that moment, a terrifying, heart-stopping aura erupted violently from both figures. Song Jiyu's aura was as heavy as a mountain, making the very earth tremble beneath his feet. A faint glow shimmered around him, like a blazing sun radiating intense heat. Su Huan's aura, however, was entirely different. Sword energy swirled wildly around him, like an unparalleled celestial blade, sharp and piercing. His sword aura was like the biting cold of a winter's day, icy and swift, sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, these two auras surged outward like a raging storm, instantly engulfing the surroundings. The Su family members watching from over 1,000 meters away felt their hearts skip a beat. Just as the crowd was stunned by these two auras, the next moment, Su Huan and the others' voices boomed simultaneously like thunderclaps. Begin. This single, concise word reverberated through the air like the tolling of a great bell. Before the words faded, their figures shot forward like lightning, hurtling toward each other in an instant. Their speed was lightning fast, seemingly transcending the limits of the wind itself. The air around them tore apart from their velocity, emitting a piercing, whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, they collided like shooting stars, their fist winds and sword energies clashing wildly. A series of dull thuds echoed like the relentless tolling of suspended bells. The surrounding roads and trees were caught in the aftermath of their clash, the ground instantly pockmarked, plants and trees left in utter disarray. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the hearts of the Su family members raced wildly. Though they held no fear for Su Huan's safety, knowing the two would stop short of causing serious harm. However, a battle between king-tier powerhouses was no ordinary affair. The terrifying collision, too swift for them to discern, still stirred a flicker of unease within them. After some time, the two finally clashed one last time before immediately separating. Once both had regained their footing, Song Jiyu's face suddenly broke into a hearty, exhilarated laugh. Ha 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 ha, what a thrill! Phantom King, you truly are a young hero. I fully acknowledge you now. His laughter echoed through the air, as if the entire space had been infected by this surge of heroic spirit. From the moment Song Jiyu had stepped through the gates of the Su family estate, he had never once used the honorific "this king." Yet now, perhaps overwhelmed by Su Huan's formidable combat prowess, he bestowed the highest honor upon him without reservation, offering his most sincere recognition. Phantom King, we are comrades in arms. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Taking a breath, Song Jiyu proposed, why not settle this with a single move? What do you say? Hearing his suggestion, Su Huan smiled lightly and nodded. Your proposal, your majesty, how could I refuse? Begin. At that moment, the distant members of the Su family instantly held their breath. Though the distance was too great for them to hear the exchange between Su Huan and his opponent. Yet, merely witnessing the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from both combatants, they sensed the outcome of this contest would be decided in the blink of an eye. Both men frantically gathered their true energy within their bodies. A faint glow gradually enveloped their palms. Though not dazzling, this light seemed to contain boundless power. Dragon roar piercing wind fist. Sword 22. In that instant, accompanied by their nearly simultaneous battle cries, Song Jiyu unleashed a thunderous punch. A colossal surge of true energy roared forth, coalescing into a vivid, lifelike dragon head phantom. It hurtled towards Su Huan with lightning speed. Wherever the dragon's head passed, the air seemed to tear apart, erupting in successive explosions. Simultaneously, Su Huan's sword finger erupted with hundreds of razor-sharp sword energies. Like shooting stars, these blades, brimming with boundless sharpness, rained down upon Song Jiyu in an overwhelming barrage. Boom! Two immensely powerful attacks collided midair with a thunderous crash, unleashing a terrifying roar. Immediately afterward, a blinding light erupted, dazzling like an aurora, making it impossible to look directly at it. At the very center of this blinding light, terrifying energy ripples surged outward like a raging tidal wave, spreading wildly in all directions. As the light gradually faded, Su Huan and Song Jiyu both instinctively took a step back. They then withdrew the protective chi shields surrounding their bodies, both completely unharmed. However, just as Song Jiyu was about to speak, his gaze darted like lightning toward the direction of the Su family members. There, a protective sword formation had silently dissipated. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Jiyu's eyes. The dissipation of the sword formation was utterly natural. Had he not been a master of such caliber, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. But his surprise was quickly replaced by admiration, and a faint smile touched his lips. "The Phantom King is truly formidable," Song Jiyu declared aloud, his voice brimming with admiration and recognition for Su Huan. "Even while engaged in combat with this song, you still found the presence of mind to shield your family from the battle's aftermath. Such skill and devotion, I am truly impressed." He laughed heartily, his words brimming with sincerity. Su Huan chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "Your Majesty, you is too kind. We were merely sparring casually. Neither of us gave it our all. There's no question of admiration here." As she spoke, Su Huan's tone was equally sincere. He could tell that the Yu King before him had indeed not fought at full strength during their exchange. Perhaps he feared the aftereffects of combat might harm the Su family members present, or perhaps, as he claimed, it was merely a momentary urge to test his skills against Su Huan. Regardless of the reason, Su Huan found himself harboring a newfound respect for Song Jiyu. In truth, given the considerable distance between them, even if Su Huan hadn't intervened, Master Su's formidable martial prowess would likely have sufficed to prevent any serious trouble. His deployment of the protective sword formation had been purely a precautionary measure. As the two men spoke, old Master Su and the others breathed a sigh of relief. When that final wave of aftereffects surged toward them, every member of the Su family had turned pale. Just as old Master Su prepared to grit his teeth and endure the blow, an invisible yet familiar force steadied itself before them. A wave of reassurance washed over Master Su. He could clearly sense this force belonged to Su Huan. The look he cast at Su Huan now brimmed with pride. For the first time, the Su family gained a true, albeit rudimentary, understanding of what a king-level battle entailed. Chapter 84, Xiao Rongyu. After waving goodbye to Song Jiyu and the others, Su Huan strolled back toward the Su family members at a leisurely pace. At that moment, noticing Lu Ruxa staring at her motionless, her gaze fixed and unwavering, Su Huan slightly bowed her head, meeting her eyes. "Little girl, do I have flowers on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" At Su Huan's teasing remark, Lu Ruxa's cheeks flushed crimson. Overcome with excitement, she leapt onto Su Huan. Su Huan paused in surprise, but instinctively caught her. With a beaming smile, Lu Ruxa planted a kiss on Su Huan's cheek and exclaimed excitedly, "Husband, you were so handsome just now." Seeing this, Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing instantly grimaced, their gazes toward Lu Ruxa tinged with helplessness. Though they were equally thrilled, they couldn't quite bring themselves to act as exuberantly as Lu Ruxa in public. Gazing down at the little girl clinging to him like a kangaroo, he felt the warmth radiating from her cheek. Su Huan chuckled softly, all right, get down now. Everyone's watching." At that moment, laughter erupted from the rest of the Su family. Su's mother looked at Lu Ruxu, her eyes holding not a trace of displeasure, but rather a hint of indulgent affection. It seemed she truly cherished Lu Ruxa's innocent and adorable nature. Meanwhile, after Song Jiyu left, he immediately dialed a number as soon as he got into the car. At the same moment, in the capital city, within a heavily guarded compound. In the courtyard center, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s sat alone on a stone bench. His hair was snow white, his face kind, yet he exuded an aura of command without needing to raise his voice. His entire focus was fixed on the chessboard before him, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Soon, a burly middle-aged man in military uniform approached with purposeful strides. "Commander, a call for you from General Yu." The old man slowly raised his head, took the phone expressionlessly, and pressed the answer button at a leisurely pace. On the other end, Song Jiyu's voice came through clearly. Moments later, the old man hung up, his eyes widening in disbelief as a chess piece slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the board. He rapidly processed the information he had just heard. Yet, the Phantom King, a 24-year-old young sovereign, a top-tier combatant at least equal to Yu Wang, was still spinning uncontrollably in his mind. At that moment, a young girl dressed in a white Taoist robe appeared silently before him. Her figure was exquisite, her demeanor aloof and cold. A sword was gripped in her hand, making her appear exceptionally dashing and radiating an imposing, heroic aura. Noticing the old man's unusual state, she asked curiously, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" The old man regained his composure, looking at the girl before him with a trace of affection in his eyes. "Xiaoyu, do you remember the boy who saved us 8 years ago in Shenanjia?" At the old man's question, the girl called Xiaoyu instantly furrowed her brow, her expression darkening abruptly. "Grandpa, why are you suddenly bringing up that bastard? Did you find him?" As she spoke, her delicate hand instinctively shielded her behind, as if merely thinking of that boy triggered an involuntary physical reaction. Seeing his granddaughter still clenching her teeth in anger, the old man chuckled softly and nodded. "I did find him. And I have his current photo and information." Her eyes instantly brightened, her breathing quickening unconsciously. She gritted her teeth, gripping the sword at her waist tightly, and blurted out, "Grandpa, where is he?" Watching his granddaughter's puffed-up cheeks, the old man shook his head helplessly and chuckled softly, "Little fish, come sit down first. There's no need to get so worked up whenever his name comes up." The old man's tone carried a hint of indulgence as he patted the stool before him, gesturing for the girl to sit down first. Xiaoyu snorted lightly but obediently sat down before the old man. Then, with a solemn tone, the old man continued, "Grandpa does have news about him, but going to find him now won't do any good. Why not just let that little thing go? After all, he saved both of us." Hearing the old man's words, the girl flew into a rage and jumped to her feet again. Glaring at him, she retorted through gritted teeth, "Impossible. Grandpa, when in my life have I ever suffered such a huge injustice? I'll remember this for the rest of my life." Her chest heaved with each breath as her anger flared. "And anyway, what does saving our lives even mean? A life-saving favor could. The girl suddenly seemed to grasp something, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to form. Her voice grew fainter and fainter until it was barely audible. At the same time, her fair, delicate face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, as if the unspoken words had stirred an intensely shameful memory. The old man shook his head helplessly at the sight and sighed, "It doesn't really matter if you keep holding on to it. With your current abilities, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to teach him a lesson. You might not even win back your pride, and end up getting lectured again." Hearing this, the girl flashed a confident smile. "Impossible. I'm already at the peak of Grandmaster." Before she could finish, the old man cut her off without mercy, "But he's a martial king. You, a Grandmaster, want to teach a martial king a lesson?" Hearing the old man's words, the girl's eyes widened instantly. This time, however, she said nothing more, though her face was already etched with utter disbelief. She knew her grandfather wouldn't deceive her with such a flimsy excuse. Combined with his earlier dazed expression, the answer had become painfully obvious. She simply couldn't fathom why, despite 8 years of relentless effort, she still couldn't catch up to that boy's footsteps. The thought left her feeling utterly defeated as she sank back into her seat, her heart heavy with despair. Seeing his granddaughter's dejected state, the old man sighed helplessly. He didn't immediately offer comfort. He trusted his granddaughter would soon rally. After a moment, the girl stood up. She seemed to have gathered herself, her pretty face once again showing determination. "Grandpa, I'm going into seclusion to break through to Martial King." Her voice was quiet, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. Before the old man could respond, the girl's expression hardened as she pressed on, "Rest assured, I'm not acting on impulse. I have considerable confidence in this breakthrough. It may take as little as 3 months or as long as a year, but by then, I, Xiao Rongyu, will undoubtedly achieve complete success." With that, Xiao Rongyu bowed slightly to the old man before striding out of the courtyard. Watching his granddaughter's departing figure, the old man recalled past events and shook his head helplessly. That girl is so stubborn. She was like this back then, and she's still like this now. It's just a title, after all. It's something that comes easily, not like it's some precious treasure. Sigh. Meanwhile, Jinling, the Su residence. Back in the living room, everyone had just settled into their seats. Old Master Su couldn't wait to turn to Su Huan and inquired, "Little Huan, earlier Prince, you said you two were comrades in arms. What does that mean? You've been in the dragon unit all along?" Glancing at the equally curious faces around her, Su Huan grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table and nodded. "You could say that. But I'm not like Song Jiyu. I'm more of a guest consultant, a temporary worker, sort of. As for the photo I showed him, that's my Dragon Group guest consultant ID picture. An old man forced it on me years ago." At this point, Su Huan couldn't help but recall that incredibly stubborn young lady, a faint smile spreading across her face. Chapter 85, Great Fortune Loves Me. Night fell, all sounds hushed, the bright moon hanging high. After bidding farewell to her parents, Su Huan personally arranged comfortable guest rooms for Lu Ruxu and Qin Mengyao. With their arrangements settled, Su Huan led Liu Ruyan and Lin Yuqing back to his former room. Yet he failed to notice the complex gaze of resentment and loss that lingered in Su Huan's eyes as she watched their retreating figures. Fresh from his bath, Su Huan's damp hair still dripped water as he casually wiped it with a towel. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found the two women seated on the bedside, flipping through some childhood photos of him with curious expressions. Seeing Su Huan emerge, Liu Ruyan's lips curved into a smile. She picked up one of the photos and gazed at Su Huan tenderly. "Honey, you were pretty adorable as a kid. So charmingly mischievous." Su Huan glanced up casually. It was a photo taken during elementary school. His mother had snapped it while picking him up from school. "Of course I was. Your husband's been handsome since he was a kid. Back in elementary school, all those little girls who didn't know any better used to chase after me like crazy." Su Huan nodded proudly, not a trace of modesty on his face. "But..." Hearing Su Huan's boastful reply, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. She then pulled out another photo, showing a young Su Huan with a defiant look on his face. "Honey, you were such a handful as a kid. You must have gotten your fair share of beatings from grandma, right?" Su Huan's face froze instantly. Glancing at the two women covering their mouths to stifle their giggles, he hastily waved his hands, stubbornly insisting, "No way. I..." Before he could protest, Liu Ruyan playfully grabbed Lin Yuqing's arm and teased, Now, Yuqing. It's not nice to expose your man's shortcomings. We all saw that person's instinctive reaction today, didn't we? Give our Prince Su a little face, will you?" With that, she shot Su Huan a sly look. At that moment, Lin Yuqing nodded obediently, looking as though she'd fully accepted her elder sister's lesson. Of course, if she could tone down that smile a bit, she'd look even more convincing. Su Huan's mouth twitched. He turned his head away and began drying his hair, ignoring them. Over 10 minutes later, Su Huan leaned against the headboard. Beside him, Liu Ruyan and the other girl gazed at him, their pretty faces flushed. After a moment, she suddenly spoke with a hint of reproach in her voice, "Husband, why did you hide the fact that you're the martial king from us sisters?" Upon hearing Liu Ruyan mention this, Lin Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Oh yes. When those three grandmasters came out today, they really scared us half to death." At this, Su Huan couldn't help but pause in surprise. "No, I didn't. When did I ever hide this from you?" Liu Ruyan gave a soft snort. "Don't play dumb. You never mentioned you were a martial king before." Su Huan sighed helplessly. "Well, you never asked. If you didn't ask, do you expect me to volunteer this information out of sheer boredom?" Hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Watching their speechless expressions, Su Huan chuckled softly and ruffled their hair. "Alright, it's just the martial king title. Nothing to make a fuss about. Besides, the Great Xia's public security is quite good. The Dragon Group guards the borders well. Power is just for strengthening ourselves and deterring others. So in many cases, whether I am a martial king or not doesn't really make much difference." After hearing Su Huan's nonchalant explanation, Liu Ruyan and the other girl couldn't help but stare in astonishment. After regaining their composure, they shot him a disapproving glare. He'd nearly led them astray, making the power and status of a martial king sound utterly worthless in his words. But they didn't dwell on it further, their eyes once again filling with tender affection. At that moment, Su Huan pulled them closer once more, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he whispered softly into their ears. Whatever he said caused both girls' faces to flush crimson simultaneously. They exchanged a shy glance before silently pulling the blanket over themselves and slowly retreating toward the foot of the bed. In that moment, Su Huan closed his eyes, leaning back against the headboard, quietly savoring the moment. "This I really didn't wear it for nothing. The daydreams of my past life have finally come true in this one. Indeed, great fortune loves me." Over an hour later, this extraordinary scene began to wind down. Liu Ruyan trotted toward the bathroom. 1 week later. In a lavishly decorated, spacious office, Su Huan idly scrolled through videos, bored, seated at a large tea table. Across from him, Su Huan sat in an executive chair, completely absorbed in reviewing project documents for the Su Group spread across her desk. Setting down his teacup, Su Huan shot Su Huan a disgruntled glance, his eyes brimming with resignation. Nearly a week had passed since the celebration of Old Master Su's birthday. During this time, Su Huan had taken the girls on a thorough tour of Jinling. Through Su Mother's explanation, he had also learned the full story behind his relationship with Qin Mengyao, discovering she was the arranged marriage partner his family had selected for him 10 years prior. Back then, when he had seen the resentment in Qin Mengyao's eyes, he finally understood why that woman, Qin Mengyao, had suddenly developed such intense hostility toward him. 3 days prior, Liu Ruyan and the other two women had all returned to the Magic City due to their respective company affairs and studies. Su Huan, being unemployed, did not immediately follow them back. And that was precisely when his nightmare officially began. For the past 3 days, Su Huan had pestered him relentlessly, insisting he accompany her to the company. Su Huan initially refused, but he couldn't resist Su Huan's persistent nagging and his mother's persuasion, so he finally gave in. Now, watching Su Huan work diligently while staring at the long cold tea in front of him, he stood up and casually greeted Su Huan. "Second sister, I'm going out to buy some milk tea." "You?" Before he could finish, Su Huan lifted her head slightly and interrupted in a flat tone, "No need. Just stay seated. If you want anything, tell the assistant. With that, she pressed a button on her desk. Soon, a young woman dressed as a secretary knocked and entered. Seeing this display, Su Huan stared at Su Huan in utter shock. This woman. Chapter 86, Bystanders. Pressing the elevator button, Su Huan looked at the woman beside her with a headache. Second sister, is this really necessary? I'm just buying a cup of milk tea. Don't you still have work to do? Ever since Liu Ruyan and the other two women left these past few days, Su Huan had been practically glued to his side. It could be said that aside from using the restroom, she even nearly shared a room with Su Huan at night. No, almost didn't quite capture it. He could sense this woman was already itching to make a move. If they weren't staying at the old Su family residence, where parents and elders were still present, she absolutely would have acted on it. Looking at this second sister before him, completely different from the one he knew 10 years ago, Su Huan almost couldn't resist correcting her. You're my sister, for crying out loud. What's with you clinging to me all the time? It's fine. Those projects aren't urgent. Besides, Big Brother is at the company too. Having him review them makes no difference. Su Huan shot Su Huan a glance, responding calmly. Hearing this, Su Huan felt a bit helpless but could only nod in agreement. Soon, the elevator stopped on the first floor. As the doors opened, the two stepped out one after the other. Ms. Su, please wait. Just then, a well-dressed man with a handsome appearance jogged over and called out to Su Huan. He approached them, swiftly extending a document as he announced in a clear voice. Ms. Su, this is the proposal for the Vance project.